Double kill. Killing spree. Just spree. Double kill. Killing spree. Double. Double kill. Killing spree. No scope. Killing spree. Double kill. Perfect. No scope. No. No scope. Double kill. Double kill. No scope. Double kill.
Hello everybody and welcome to the Clutch Academy birthday 4v4 draft tournament with a $1,500 prize pool. I am Revenite. It's a pleasure to be invited to one of these tournaments once again, and joined with me today as a caster on today's desk is none other than Paydabot himself. How are you doing, man?
Dude, I'm super excited. I mean, first off, happy belated birthday to Clutch. I'm super excited that the birthday comes around and we get a Clutch Academy birthday draft, and I'm very excited for some good matches. I mean, we had a lot of teams sign up and a lot of very good players that are going to make for an interesting watch moving forward.
Yes, it will be, and we have a lot of high talent players in this draft as well. A lot of people from our neck of the woods, Paydabot. I see a lot of the college Halo players coming into this draft tournament, and I am very excited to see how well they perform during this tournament as we progress through the rounds. But for right now, we have the winners round one bracket to go through today. Paydabot, can you tell me a little bit about today's matchup?
Yeah, so first off, we're starting on Team Blacklist, and they're going up against Team Nukies Pookies. A name for us right there, Nukies Pookies. But on Team Blacklist, captain over there is Tribal. We got Zafrael, Herp, and it's Mr. Fly going up against Nuclear Blaze, Clutch Academy's Blood, Reyna, Shots, and I Am Pulsating. So, good matchup here to begin.
Definitely. Blood Reyna, we've seen her plenty of times in Clutch Academy tournaments before. She is easily going to be a crowd favorite going into this game. But as we take a look at the map list that we have for the winners round one bracket, we have Oddball on Lattice, we have Slayer Livefire, one of my favorites personally. We also have CTF Aquarius, Strongholds Recharge, and Slayer Solitude if we go to a game 5. So Paydabot, do you think we're going to get all 5 games, or do you think this is going to be a 3-0 sweep in favor of one team or another? Do you have any predictions for me going into this one?
Ooh, that's a tricky one. I mean, I'm liking players on both sides of these teams, so I can see this one being close off the bat, but it's all going to come down to our starting map, that Oddball Lattice, whoever's finding flow first, because if somebody can early on in the tournament grab that pacing, figuring out how to play with their teammate, and gets a dominant round one victory, usually in those draft tournaments, that's going to be enough to take the series 3-0. So it's very important to find your footing here in round one.
Very important to start off the series very strong with a round one win, especially in tournaments like this. This is one of the largest prize pools, I believe, that Clutch Academy has seen for these 4v4 draft tournaments. So as you can see, we are doing a flyover. That means we are beginning to load into this map, Paydabot, and I have a feeling that this could be a 3-1 for Nukies Pookies, but we shall see how it goes. I'm very excited to start off this stream with you. Very excited to be back on the desk for Clutch Academy, casting their tournaments, casting their games. And this will be a banger tournament for sure. Everybody wants a little bit of that small prize pool of $1,500. So really quick, I just want to say thank you to everybody who donated to that prize pool. Y'all are the GOATs. But let's get started on the POV of Nuclear Blaze.
Nuclear Blaze quickly flying through this eyesight and taking position onto Cargo, while the team of Blacklist opts to play for this sniper. So it is going to be Blacklist with that sniper first up, and it's Mr. Fly finds a pick onto Blood Reyna, but Nuclear Blaze takes out the sniper.
And Nuclear Blaze quickly finds the fist of Mr. Fly, coming and connecting onto his mouth, but Zafrael getting in some nice team shots on Shots Tossie. And it looks like Blacklist, I mean, no one's really picked up the ball just yet. It's been a little bit of an extended Slayer match, Paydo, but finally we do have a ball touch on Zafrael holding on to that skull and bringing it towards red.
Yeah, Lattice is a very scrappy map and very fast paced, and especially when it's your first time playing with some of these players and trying to figure out that team comp, I'm expecting to see a lot of fast pace just like this as we see two of the players of Nukies Pookies flying in, but Zafrael gets a remote detonation to at least trade out the life, which is very big in that scenario, stopping any ball time from that push on Blacklist.
Shots being in a strong position over in P2, now making his way into red tower with a little help from Sense, taking some shots in the back as some of the spawners from Blacklist are going to come online, but unfortunately it's just being kills traded out. But Blacklist go 3 dead momentarily, but the ball just reset. Nukies Pookies have yet to really be able to grab the ball right now, and Zafrael staying alive for so long in ice is definitely going to slow things down. And once again, we find ourselves in a continuous Slayer match, but finally Nukies Pookies are going to get the ball moving towards red. It looks like they're electing to hold the ball over in that side because it is offering a little bit more cover than it would be in blue.
Yeah, getting that cover, but now going to be forced to play out as the push is there. It is a 1v1. Spawners are going up, so this is great time from Nukies Pookies here on this side. Players coming in to back up that hold. It's going to take another push from Blacklist to try and get a stop on this. They're spawning in that deep blue side. Up and to try and rotate through Big Door. They're going to get through here. Shots not in the right position, and perfect shots coming in from Mr. Fly to take out the ball carrier.
Good position for shots as well, trying to stay alive, but Tribal is going to take him down, and now Blacklist are going to find themselves a little bit of ball time. A relatively low scoring game when it comes to that oddball timer, but it has been a very even match, surprisingly for the both of us. I think we can say, Paydobot, as both teams are continuously slaying, trading, but for now, 2 go down for Nukies Pookies. 2 players are going to be in the screen door side. Both of them drop to 1 shot. Easy cleanups for Mr. Fly, and Blacklist are going to continue to hold on to this ball and chip away at that lead.
Yeah, with where these spawners are at, you can see how this is being to a faster paced map. Oftentimes, some of these other maps like Recharge, if you can get a setup on one of those A sides, you're looking at like 30-second holds, 20, 30 seconds. Lattice happens to be, if you get a setup, you're in 15 and the spawners are in your face once again and making you rotate out. So the spawners and Nukies Pookies do get a push through there. Wipeout 2 stopping this ball time, but now it's going to be scrapped to see who gets those close spawners.
Tribal doing very well, staying alive, getting the sneaky play over in red window, putting some shots down. Ooh, but the snipe coming out of shots is going to force him on the retreat, but he is trapped over in red stairs and will be cleaned up by the rest of the squad. But honestly, this Blacklist team doing very well at keeping things relatively close so that Nukies Pookies cannot get the ball, and unfortunately Blood Reyna getting taken down by Tribal using the thrust pack to its highest efficiency, and Blacklist are not going to go 3 dead just yet. Oh, but Nukies Pookies are going to go 2 down, and it's 51-30, and Nukies Pookies really struggling to get into this red tower defense.
Yeah, Blacklist finally finding a solid setup, and that's off the work that Tribal is doing with that thrust. I find thrust being one of the more satisfying things. If you can get a good kill with thrust, I mean, that's just confidence right there. And Tribal showing that confidence with another big win on Blood Reyna, slowing down this push here. Nukies Pookies opting to wait for spawners, trying to get a 4 up here, finding that opening. But Zafrael making that hard as they find another pick, slowing this down. And now, what was a close match, has gone up to 80 points for Blacklist.
2 top guns on Blacklist with Tribal and Mr. Fly. Big push coming into red towers, and orange pipes will take down Mr. Fly in the wings, but Nuclear Blaze, he couldn't get his shields back before taken down, and Blood Reyna in this red window will take down Tribal as well, but she is trapped in a rock in a hard place, trying to flee for her life. Will get cleaned up by Zafrael as well, and for now, 2 are dead for Nukies Pookies, and they just really cannot get this attack across, as round 1 it is going to go solidly into the hands of Blacklist.
Yeah, Nukies Pookies was playing into that playstyle, keeping it very scrappy, off spawn, running forward, and that was working for the first half of that game. But Blacklist found a position in that back red side, got teammates to cross the angles, and no matter what Nukies Pookies did, they cannot push forward into that red side to get the ball. And look at this, Blacklist trying to continue that domination, but now taking the setup over to blue.
Blue definitely going to be a stronger spot just because of how easily you can play the ball compared to red. But as 2 go down for Nukies Pookies once again, they are really just struggling to try and get some of these return kills that they so desperately need to break these holds. Blood Reina is going to slip underneath, but is going to get hurt by Zafrael as he hears the audio cue, and Blood Reina trying to use the stickies to try and keep herself alive for a little bit longer, but will get cleaned up by Zafrael, and here comes another attack. Nuclear Blaze, can he win this 1v1 against Zafrael? He's going to re-peek. He will lose as the last shot comes through for Nuclear Blaze, and shots, he wasn't quite ready for this re-peek either, has the sniper rifle in hand, but he cannot clean up Zafrael. What a W play from Zafrael for living so long as the respawners from Blacklist are coming in before Nukies Pookies really can even get a defense going.
I mean, the plays there to be 2 shots down and only have 3 shots in your bandit. You needed to hit every last shot there, and Zafrael made it count for that first. Gets a reload and takes out the sniper, and so Blacklist is able to grab the sniper. It's Mr. Fly, and once again have a setup here on that. I mean, just great plays from Zafrael, because also remember they were holding the ball.
Snipe.
Great snipes going there. So holding the ball, getting information, and then cleaning up on damage. I mean, that's a big reason why they're up 30-0.
Nukies Pookies, the struggle continues, and it's the same old story as it's Mr. Fly finds yet another head. That S7 connecting is going to put a stop to that push over on Red Tower, but Blood Reina taking down Zafrael. Definitely been a thorn in the side for Nukies Pookies, but Blood Reina winning that piv. Huge, she gets a double kill as well, and finally they're going to break the hold that Blacklist has had for quite some time. A triple kill for Blood Reina, and with the queen herself as their captain, will finally get a hold and some points on the board, but she finds herself being caught by Zafrael, and it looks like the call is to play the ball as multiple members from Nukies Pookies, after holding the ball for a mere 6 seconds, are going to be cleaned up by Blacklist. But Nuclear Blaze with the ball is going to move this towards Red Tower. No, he can't. Tribal heads him off and takes him down before they can get a meaningful hold, and Tribal staying alive outside of Red Door as well. Here comes the attack from Blacklist.
Yeah, Blacklist making sure that Nukies Pookies doesn't get that setup there. They are going to keep trading, but the ball time is not going for Nukies Pookies. They finally get a 3 down and forcing Blacklist to back up here in a big win, a big 5 from Nuclear Blaze onto Herb. So this is the first setup in this round 2 that Nukies Pookies going to get the hold. Let's see, do they have the defense to keep it in this red side?
Nukies Pookies finding a little bit of success with this hold, with this push for now, but Tribal is 21-12. The captain leading his team. The last shot taking down Mr. Fly, has to stay alive as he is one of 2 that are left still standing. Herp gets found out in red pipes. The whiff from the melee is going to miss, but Tribal re-peeking, jumping around, finally getting cleaned up. 2 go down for Blacklist, and they're not done holding on to this oddball just yet. As Blacklist go momentarily 3 dead, it is a 1 versus 2 for a second, but Herp freshly respawned, and it looks like Blacklist are going to start yet another push from this blue side.
Yeah, I mean, great bounce back from Nukies Pookies. They were down, you know, 548 at the beginning of this round, and now got a solid hold on this red side. Now, finally, Blacklist finds an entry there, but Nuclear Blaze still going to make this one scrappy. 1v1 against Herp. Going to get the shields back and trying to look for this ball. Herp gets around, though, ends up getting stuck. Good trade with that stick, but Nuclear Blaze doing so much work on this side to make sure Blacklist can't hold the ball.
And Tribal is the last man standing, but allowed to get his shields back as they weren't quite sure where he was. He is still alive back in red. 3 members of Nukies Pookies finally taken down, but look at this attack from Blacklist as they are flying across the middle of the map to get across here. Shots not quite clearing his left side. Might get cleaned up, but is he going to take down Mr. Fly before he does? Yes, he does! And it's 3 dead once again for Blacklist. Herb just respawns with Tribal over in blue, but with the dual combination of their shots, will finally take down Shots Toski, and it will be Nuclear Blaze holding on to this balls, and Nukies Pookies finally get themselves a little bit of a lead by a few seconds. But here comes the attack from Mr. Fly over in ice, still holding on to the ball, trying to reach out, but 3 go down for Nukies Pookies, and Blacklist finally find an answer for this defense that has been just strangling them for so long.
Good play from Shots, waiting for the spawners there, and finds a sneaky little corner. Ends up trading that one out with Tribal. Had a little help from the teammates, but makes this a 3v3. The Blacklist going to have a little bit of a harder hold here, and the push is in from Nukies Pookies, and I am pulsating, gets a big win onto back red, and now he's going to grab the ball and rotate it out ice. Tribal with the double kill, throwing this one down, but it is 2v2. They have a 1-point lead for Blacklist. Still a minute 30 to work with. So a good amount of time here, but it's getting very scrappy in the later minutes of round 2.
Very scrappy. 64 seconds to 64 seconds of ball time. Nukies Pookies absolutely have to hold on to this ball if they want to try and force a round 3 in this game number 1. Remember, this is just the first game of a best of 5 series, and we're already going to work with how close this game has been. 2 go down for Blacklist. Nukies Pookies finally winning those pivotal 1v1 duels that they so desperately were lacking in the first opening rounds of this oddball match. 76 seconds and counting. Nuclear Blaze receiving some shots from Cargo is going to try to move this across, but here comes the attack from Blacklist, all pushing very hard on that right side over in Ice. Finally going to take down Nuclear Blaze. He is the first to fall. Will he be the last? Maybe, maybe not. Blood Reyna takes down 2. It's a 2v2 right now, an extended 2v2 fight, but I'm Pulsating is waiting for his shields to come back. The sticky was not quite enough. Tribal gets taken down. It's just Mr. Fly, all that is left. He needs to be cleaned up here, and he does not get cleaned up as I'm Pulsating gets taken down by a repeat from Mr. Fly, and it is really, really close between these two teams. Shots at Frael, he hears the comms, spots where Shotzi is, going to force him over to P1 into the open arms of Tribal, but Blood Reyna is holding onto the ball. She drops it for a little bit of defense. 88 seconds left and counting. We are less than a minute left from wrapping up this game, but she is going to try to hold this over in Ice. She needs to watch her back though, because here comes another attack, but great moves. She puts the moves on the rest of the team of Blacklist, and she sneaks away with this, running away with this. And she does get taken down in P1, but here comes Blacklist, and now Nukies Pookies has to make sure that Blacklist do not move this ball into blue.
Yeah, very scary, but the plays there from Blood Reyna, masterful rotates, juking out through that sneaky side and able to rotate it almost to blue. Unfortunately, teammates weren't there to back this one up, though they did get a lot of time.
All 4
They only
dead.
needed 6 seconds,
No.
but now all 4 go down. It is Blacklist with the time. Nukies Pookies is going to have one more push here into this side, but this is Blacklist strong side. Earlier, they got the majority of the points here, and it's Mr.
No.
Fly with the sniper rifle. 5 seconds remaining here. Pulsating gets taken out. It is 2v2 as
Oh, but
Nuclear
wait.
finds 1 as 2. They're trying to
No
play the ball,
way.
but Blacklist gets the final second there. And, I mean, it just got chaotic right there at the end, but Blacklist with the setup on that side is able to bring it back and win round 2 and take map 1.
No way, Jose Pedo. That was to the wire for Blacklist, but they managed to ice up and hold strong. That final attack, despite the great rotation from Blood Reyna, was just too strong for Nukies Pookies, and it was so much, there was so much chaos in there. But once Blood Reyna died in Crystal on the respawn, that was all she wrote. Blacklist, they had the S7, they had the map position, forcing Nukies Pookies to spawn all the way back in red, and that they just had one last push to make in order to bring this to a round 3, but they just could not clutch up. It was getting so close there at the last few seconds, Pedo, but man, like, you had to be feeling frustrated after that one.
Yeah, Nukies Pookies is going to want that one back, because we did see those great rotates, and they almost got it into blue side, but Blacklist found 2 off that side and made it very hard for Blood Reyna to finish that, and that rotate almost gave them that setup. I mean, pretty much did. They bring it back into that blue side and had a strong setup with the sniper rifle. So they were very close, but Blacklist with the ice factor on that end, able to clutch it up there. 1 second. I mean, they were ready to play that ball. Went and grabbed it on that side for that last second, and I mean, very impressive there.
I think if Blood Reyna had just held onto the ball, or not held onto the ball for as long as she did, not try to keep moving the ball once she got into Turbine, if she just stayed alive between those 2 red doors, maybe, just maybe, that could have been what Nukies Pookies needed in order to take round number 2 in that oddball match. But we are not going to slow down anytime soon. We're already getting started with game number 2 between these 2 teams, and we are going to open it up with a perfect from Tribal. And it will be 2 going down for Nukies Pookies, maybe even 3 if they can just find out where Blood Reyna is, and they will take her down. And this is going to be staggered respawns for Nukies Pookies, as the camo is going to spawn in 5 seconds.
Yeah, this is going to be a hard map for Nukies Pookies. Looking at the first one, Blacklist was way up in that slaying category. So their guns were very hot. It was just the objective efficiency of Nukies Pookies keeping them in it. So now moving to the Slayer, they're going to need their guns to warm up here if they want to keep up with the slaying power of Tribal. Already off to a 3-1.
7 and 4, and Mr. Fly with the camo. Does he have the S7? Yes, he does. A very dangerous combination to have, and I believe we're going to go into a listen-in for a second with Blacklist. So tune in, folks. We're going to hear what the comms are on this Blacklist squad.
Mud to back tower, Blood Reyna. Zach, you might run into 2. I'll be your top mid. Well, I'm getting shot from pillars.
Oh wait, dummy door. One dummy door.
Shot pillars door.
Snipes on
One
it.
no
One
scope.
top mid,
top
one back
mid.
green. Back green and top mid. Two bags and
Yes,
green.
snipe.
One's back green.
Dude, my game looks like crap.
Sand us.
Bottom mid, I can push pillars. Watch your mud.
Yeah, on sand. Well,
Mud has,
Steve putt. Steve putt.
I'm with
Maybe
you,
my
with you.
back wood.
Come
One C,
Yeah,
one
she's
C.
here. 2 shots, 1 shot. Dead. Where's my over, baby? Let's
Another
go.
one.
Right there, get him.
Another one. On their bags. Done.
Two turbine. One key door maybe.
Yeah, watch bottom mid.
Left you
Green,
on
green's in
door.
Keter weak. And one's in next.
Door down.
One red. One
Spawn
red.
B, spawn B door.
Yeah, one red.
Yeah, rat's weak and one's big door. Or A.
One shot
House
in
one.
the
House
A.
one. Both one shots.
Oh,
Alright, sure, last guy. That's alright. If they get cam, we just gotta play tight together. Huge fucking kill.
man.
One dead.
More on me.
Cam's up in 10.
Yeah, play for cam.
And as we come back, asking you showers. Oops, sorry. I didn't know we were coming back. Are we back?
Yeah, we're back, but I mean, great stuff there from that. I was liking what I hear from the listen-in. Tribal with the overkill as well on that. It's like, where's my over? Asking ye shall receive. Tribal got the overkill there. Now they're up 21-17. So despite the slaying there and the overkill, Nukies Pookies keeping this one close. We saw Nuclear Blaze with the triple of their own as well. As we're about to reach the halfway point of the Slayer, it's still anyone's game.
Really quickly, I just want to shout out our producer, Infinity, for that listen-in. I believe that is a first for Clutch Academy as far as I remember. And honestly, big W's by production for getting the listen-in on board for us to listen to. Because you're absolutely right. You took the words out of my mouth. Tribal with the top gun for Blacklist. Nuclear Blaze with his own top gun medal for Nukies Pookies as well. These two are the players to watch. As Blood Reyna trying to make something happen with this S7. Shots are going a little bit wide, but it is a 1 kill difference between these two teams, now tied up and brought back to a 1 kill difference. But once again, Pato, we are seeing just how close these two teams are in skill.
Yeah, very close, and I liking what I'm seeing across the stat line. Like each player doing their part for this team. And I mean, Nuclear Blaze on one side with 10, Tribal on the other, also at that 10 part. So you do have the standouts, but other players, they're trying to keep it close. So it's going to come down to who's going to be that second standout for your team. Who's going to be the one to move this forward in the later half. Nukies Pookies does find a lead here, though, going up by 2 at that 30 kill mark. They have the map position here, too, and now collapsing onto C plat of Blacklist. Team shots are there. Doesn't look. Can they survive? Gets the shots there. I'm pulsating. Finds the trade from the melee and is now going to be able to survive here on pillars.
I'm pulsating. Looks like he's going to be that secondary player you were alluding to, Pato, and I'm all here for it. Blood Reyna getting killed by a remote detonation from Tribal. Hurt getting his own kill off in the wings as well. The Tribal going to get cleaned up relatively easily, but so many players are hanging out over on that turbine side and waiting for pulsating to drop Kedor, but a great patient play from him. So he doesn't drop down, but he will get 5'd by Zafrael, and it looks like Blacklist are going to get themselves yet another camo as Nuclear Blaze with the sprint strafe will survive for a little bit, but the rest of his team behind him are going to get cleaned up, and we are at a tied game once again.
Yeah, Blacklist have been capitalizing on or been grabbing the camos, but this game is still tied here. You're going to need to see a little bit more use out of this one to bring it closer. Nuki's Pookie's doing a good job of making sure it's not as utilized as it should. They know Camo's aboard on the map, so look at this. The pace slows down here for Nuki's Pookie's. Trying to find the opening in the setup, and they get one. It's Mr. Fly there for the trade. But now it's going to take 10 kills for Blacklist to take this map too.
It's Mr. Fly was struggling a little bit, but Nuclear Blaze winning a pivotal 2v1 in that scenario will at least keep things a little bit closer, but Blacklist getting themselves a small, uncomfortable cushion of 3 kills, 43 to 40. We are at that 40 kill mark now, Pato, where usually Slayers like this tend to slow down, but Tribal getting a headshot on I'm pulsating, but shots taking him down in return, and it looks like that's 3 dead for Blacklist. Purpose re-peeking this. He does get the clean up onto Shots Tusky, but he's still trying to survive over in this back tower area. He is going to get cleaned up by Nuclear Blaze, but it will be another attack from Blacklist as they are all spawning on that turbine side, trying to push Blood Reina out of this back tower. She's going to take so much damage. Will get cleaned up, 47 to 44. Just 3 kills are left. Will it be Blacklist going up 2-0 in this series? 2 more kills says perhaps, maybe. But Nuki's Pookies, they have to play perfect Halo. They need 2 back-to-back wipes. The plasma pistol goes wide. Shots Toski does get stuck by Zafrael as well. Catch this. He gets taken down. 1 kill is left. Blood Reina getting caught over in sandbags, trying to survive, running away, but Pulsating finds himself in a double crossfire, and he will get taken down, and Blacklist go up 2-0 in this best of 5.
Ultimately, it came down to the teamwork from Blacklist in that later half of the map. I mean, looking at the stats, they were even across the killings. You had 3 players in that over 10 kill margin at 13, 16, and they were starting to work together well. We saw Tribal find that last kill, getting a flank, cleaning up on that damage. And then Herp, also have to shout out Herp on that tower side. Put the dead to rights, was 1 shot, ended up re-challing and making sure to get a trade there. And that whole time while being alive, just bought time for the spawners, spawned back up. They knew where Nuki's Pookies was because of that time, and the collapse was inevitable, and Blacklist take that map too.
Great plays from Blacklist to really ice up and clutch up in that Slayer series. It was back and forth for the entire game. It really could have been their game to lose, but I do think that the power-up control, the power weapon control maybe even from these 2 teams was pretty much what the X factor was that allowed Blacklist to take the lead in that Slayer in the final moments. And you're absolutely right. Shout out to Herb on that re-challenge, making sure to clean up that 1 shot as Shots Toski was trying to stay alive by fleeing away from cuts. But this play right here, we're watching it live right now. Getting this kill on Shots Toski was pivotal, and he stayed alive for long enough. But unfortunately, this stick from Zafrael, look at that, right in the midsection. Have that, just stick it in your tummy, says the doctor, and he gets taken down, bringing that game to a close moments later. So well played by Blacklist. But as we move on to CTF Aquarius, we do not have any more power weapons on the map. We just have Camo Pato. So going into this match, do you think Nuki's Pookies will be able to win this game to keep their series dream alive? Or do you think, and agree perhaps with Vetted Ninja in the chat saying it's time to get out the brooms because here comes a sweep?
I mean, it's going to be very hard here for them to reverse sweep this series, but it does start with 1 map. It starts here on Aquarius. You are right, there's not that power weapon that they're looking for, and Blacklist was using that very well. We saw it's Mr. Fly with the sniper rifle on both maps, hitting some great shots. So if there's a map to do it, it would start here, but you're gonna need that camo up top mid. Big wins coming in from Nuki's Pookies, and I do believe they're able to go through that top mid and grab camo.
We're going to find out if they do have camo or if they do not, or if perhaps maybe it was burned. But we've been on this POV for Zafrael for so long, finally getting taken down and cleaned up. And Harp hanging out in this gen area is going to make sure that Nuki's Pookies do not get a push going, but it looks like they will instead, as I believe that was somebody on Nuki's Pookies, I think that was Nuclear Blaze, who has the camo, is going to get the stick on Zafrael and taken down on Blood Reyna, going to try to move this flag off towards Jen, but here comes the respawners from Blacklist. She needs to win this 1v1 duel against Tribal, but Tribal taking her down. Shots with the cleanup, however, is not going to be enough to be the defense that they need, but Blacklist, with the help of Mr. Fly, will slow down this flag pull, and Nuclear Blades, staying alive with the edge jump, does get taken down, unfortunately, traded out, but this flag is just held up inside of this car 1, car 2 stair area, and I don't think Nuki's Pookies are going to be able to get this flag. This looks like a dead flag, Pato.
Yeah, I mean, they wanted that flag. They had the position to grab it out, but Nuki's Pookies just ended up flooding that util side over and over, and Blacklist was expecting that to grab the flag. So the slays go on their side, and when you're staggering the kills like that, that gets a little bit scary. Because now you're in the back base, and as you can see, Blacklist are able to use that position and go through and grab the flag. Use that bottom mid route, going through the car side, hitting the slides, and it's past the 50 point. It's looking like first score, going to Blacklist.
An easy flag pull, easy flag run for Tribal, who was there from the beginning, just moves it across the map. That fight over in P2 was pivotal for Nuki's Pookies to win, but they don't. They end up trading it, and that's why Tribal was able to secure that flag with relative ease. Usually in that kind of a scenario, you want to try and overextend. You want to try to fly across the map to head off the flag carrier before he gets to Jen. Unfortunately for Nuki's Pookies, they were unable to do so, and so many players are living in this car 2 side, but finally getting taken down. Camo is up, but here comes the attack and the play call for this camo. Blood Reyna trying to do what she can from Shroom Steps. Will knock Zafrael to no shields. Nuclear Blaze with the cleanup, but here comes the attack. Mr. Fly getting taken down as Nuclear Blaze gets himself 2, maybe even going to get himself the camo as well, as Tribal instead elects to go towards Blue Fridge to try and get the flank on this player who's over in base. Shots, not even looking at the guy, trying to live, trying to extend his life, will get taken down by Tribal as well, but for now, it's going to be a hold by Nuki's Pookies. What that was a stick! Apparently that was a stick! So after all of that, it ends up going even for Blacklist and Nuki's Pookies, and a flag pull for Blacklist right now, Pato.
I mean, I like that plays from Tribal. Last alive, realizes you're not going to be able to grab that camo. Everyone's looking at that. Better to play your life and take some map position towards the base, and then maximizes that life and gets 2 kills with the sticky grenade.
Reversal.
So, I mean, big plays out of Tribal to keep things slow. But now Shots here with the plasma pistol, pushing up into enemy territory, but doesn't see the melee coming through. Does turn around and gets a trade. A good trade there, but unfortunately is taken out.
And so far, it's just been a story of an attempted push by Nuki's Pookies, but a stronger defense from Blacklist. They do manage to get the gen spots that they want, but there are already 2 members of Blacklist inside of the back of the flag, and as they are going to push towards Jen, Blood Reyna gets killed. 2 go down for Nuki's Pookies, and once again, this attack gets stalled and goes absolutely nowhere as Blacklist holds strong with the better defense, and that's kind of been the story so far as we are in the early moments still of this CTF Aquarius game, but I mean, it's looking very frustrating for Nuki's Pookies, constantly being thwarted and held off by Blacklist.
Yeah, I think they've just been doing a better job at holding that position. We saw Zafrael there doing max damage on top mid. They aren't all flooding car side, which sometimes, I mean, that's the good side. That's where you want to bring the flag. Sometimes you get a little too tunnel vision on that part and don't hold the rest of the map and hold that position. And Blacklist has been capitalizing on that with the defense. But now, Nuki's Pookies does push through that util side. They are going to get through. The trades are through. Blood Reyna going to have a big fight here. It's Mr. Fly. Sneaks through. Gets a kill onto Blood Reyna, but the flag is already through util side. And Nuclear Blaze there for the trade. And now, Nuki's Pookies here to tie this one up. Why didn't that score?
It skipped a little bit for some reason. There was so much forward momentum from that flag pull, and that kind of just stalled things a little bit. But Nuki's Pookies, it was not the cleanest cap, unfortunately, as a little bit of the game fix just kind of works against them. But that could have been a disaster if that flag had not gone in. But Fortunately for Nuki Spookies, they can breathe a little sigh of relief. Tied game 1-1 as they look to try and continue this attack. Oh, but he's gonna stay alive, and Shrooms and Herb plays that beautifully as Blood Reina just could not clean him up quickly enough. She gets taken down, Pulsating gets taken down, and in this P2 fight is huge. The reversal, a nice reversal from Nuclear Blaze. But he still gets taken down anyways, and Shots, he's lurking. He's lurking inside of Yellow Base. Is he going to touch the flag? Yes, he does. But Tribal spawns in Gen. Really unfortunate. Going to stall this out. He now has to play his life and survive inside of Shroom Steps. But the 3 dead for Blacklist will get the return, fortunately, but this will initiate yet another pool. But finally, Shots gets taken down inside of their base. But this P2 play here from Zafrael, this is exactly what we were talking about, Pato. As soon as you spawn in Fridge, just forget about crossing over towards Gen. Go immediately towards P1, P2, go across the map, go into their base, overextend, and it's paying off beautifully for Blacklist.
Yeah, I mean, big plays to get that return there because Nuki Spookies had to turn around and grab the flag once again. Then there was a spawner up, Fridge gets damage on that player, takes out Shots, and then the rest of the spawners just fly through P-side and stop the rest of that flag. So the time wasn't there. So because of that return, a series of events happened, and now Blacklist finds himself up by 1 flag once again.
Big play from Blacklist to turn that around, and basically what was initiated as a reverse cap will give them the lead in this. This is still an extremely close game for both teams. Camo's up in 5, which means this is going to be where the next team fight happens in P2, in top mid, and inside of car 3. 2 go down. It's a 2v2 inside of top mid, and it's Mr. Fly gets dropped to no shields. He's going to have to give up on this camo as Shots is going to clean this up, and Nuclear Blaze on the wings is going to try and support him, but they know that he is still over there. The back smack coming from Shots is going to take down Tribal in P1, but Mr. Fly getting finally taken down inside of P2. Both members of Blacklist that are still remaining are inside of this Gen, but look, he gets the buddy spawn inside of Gen with Tribal to help him, and Shots needs to stay alive with this camo, and he will do so. But there's this one player still in Gen, and the flag pool finally comes out for Nuki Spookies, and I believe, Pato, unless they can stop the spawners from overextending, this could be a flag cap in return. But 2 go down for Nuki Spookies, and this might be a danger zone for Nuki Spookies. Can he get across the map? Yes, he can. No. He's 1 shot, but the flag gets stuck once again. But they will tie up the game finally, Pato.
Yeah, I mean, that's off the play of Shots with that camo. Doing a good job at realizing you don't need to be looking at that. But after that, Blacklist, they're just always doing a good job at getting the counter. They're like, yeah, you can get that flag, but we're getting the slays. We'll counter cap. So all those plays right there with the camo ultimately equal nothing because Blacklist find themselves up 1 again. We'll need 2 more flags here, but 3 minutes remaining in this map. Blacklist looking for this 3-0 sleep. It's Mr. Fly helping out Tribal with the damage, but Tribal doesn't need it. Gets the back smack. Now going to fight Nuclear Blaze. Players have snuck through on both sides of the map, so these flags are going to meet in car side. It's going to come down to these team fights.
Mr. Fly is trying to live as much as he can in car 3, and he's going to be able to do so. A nice play for both teams, but a nice double kill as well. 2 versus 2, and I think they're going to get the return. I'm Pulsating kills Herb in the back, though. He might be able to get the return in back base. If Mr. Fly goes down here, he does, and that will be a return in a cap, but a good use of the Fridge jump from Tribal isn't going to be enough. The flag goes across mid, Blood Rainer there to cover, and Nuclear Blaze is going to send us over towards mid if he can, but the flag is just being too bouncy. It's bouncing around, but this is going to be a cap. We're at a tied game once again, Patobot. 2 go down for Blacklist, and here we go once again. Which team is going to come ahead as we are tied again, but the flag pool comes out again for Nuki Spookies. If they can get the kill over in base, this would be huge, but here comes the attack from Blacklist. 2 members inside of P try to survive, but that might be the camo going into the hands of Blood Reina or perhaps maybe Nuclear Blaze. It's still there over in top mid, but Blood Reina going to scoop this up, and this is already looking fantastic for Nuki Spookies.
Last time Nuki Spookies had the camo, they were able to capitalize and get a flag capture. Now Blood Reina being very patient here, waiting for the opportunity to strike. Gets one and takes it to Mr. Fly, but Harp with the Demon Nade coming from downtown takes out the camo, so this push is going to be slowed down to a halt. Minute 30 left remaining in this map. either team's game moving forward. It'll be up to this map positioning. Blacklist still in the base. Gonna have to meet the aggression from Nukies Pookies and not able to get a trade. Both are still alive, but someone in top mid or bottom mid on that table, making it difficult for shots to get into the base. Now doing a little bit of bait and switch here, but it's gonna be met by 3 members of Blacklist. Blood Reina does find one. Rival gets a trade. Shots with the nade, and now 3 go down. One last in Jen, and now gonna move this to B side. Almost escapes, but the spawners are in position for Nukies Pookies. They're gonna have to slay one more time, but it
No
starts.
way!
I thought it was gonna start, but didn't quite start there on that side, and the read's gonna happen, and we're back to square one.
And not only
Double
that,
kill.
Petabot, we saw Tribal stay alive all the way in
Triple
blue
kill.
gen, but a triple kill. Where is my overkill Nuclear Blaze? The team captain for this team, he is 28 and 16. He's gonna move this flag across the middle point, and I think this is going to be a flag standoff right now, as I do see that Blacklist still have the flag over towards their base. But it is in Fridge, and here comes the return as well. But no, the touch from Zafrael is going to bring this away from Fridge into their base, getting shot in the back a little bit as members from Nukies Pookies are looking to try and cross towards the P side of the map. But he has the rest of his team to spawn with him. The flag standoff has begun, Petabot, and now it's going to come down to who can return this flag first. We are in overtime, Petabot. No mistakes are allowed any longer. But Mr. Fly is the first one to go down. Nuclear Blaze runs out of ammo, is forced to reload in front of Zafrael. Shots Tossie staying alive over on their gen side. Tribal making a move towards their fruit shroom steps. But can he get the kill inside of their base? Can he kill the defender? He might be on the return. Tribal's on the return. Somebody's got to touch the flag. He's got to touch the flag. Will he be able to get there in time? Yes, he does. The flag standoff continues as a desperate play from Shots Tossie to get that crucial return. That could have been game set and match. But Nuclear Blaze with this camo in top mid, gonna get spotted out by Blacklist. The sticky grenade comes out of Mr. Fly, but not going to find contact. Two go down for Blacklist. It is a 2 versus 4. The defense has to be strong. It's Zafrael. What dropped down to one shot, over in the back of the base. He gets a double kill. The return. Nuclear Blaze is returning the flag. This could be it. This is going to be the game for Nukies Pookies, and in overtime in spectacular fashion. Petabot, they ice up, they clutch up, they seal the deal, and we are not done yet. We are going to a game 4.
All right. Is such an important map. They're going to sudden death, and it's not just your overtime, it's sudden death. You have to be on that flag more. You don't want that clock to go down, especially when Nukies Pookies went through top mid and grabbed camo. Nuclear Blaze had that. It was their game to win at that point. It was up to Nuclear Blaze to make a play, and they did. They pushed through the base, got a double kill, and got the re, all while somebody in the back was holding on to that flag, making sure the sudden death clock did not run out. And Nukies Pookies not out of this one yet. They weren't ready to get that sweep. Now that they won one map and have that momentum, it's looking a little scary for Blacklist. You got to find a way to stop that momentum moving into map 4.
Nuclear Blaze going nuclear with the 30 bomb. Absolutely the MVP for Nukies Pookies. He is the captain. He is their namesake, and he's really showing it here in this game as well with that crucial last play in overtime, and also 2 of the more pivotal back-to-back flag runs were all initiated and finished by Nuclear. So he is going to be the guy to watch as we continue to move on into this series. And if I am Blacklist, I'm telling everybody on my team, we have to double up on Nuclear Blaze. Wherever he is, we are fighting him in a 2v1. We are shutting him down. We are trying to quell the nuclear fire before it goes ablaze and wipes the world of Blacklist off the face of the planet. But we are going into Strongholds Recharge, Petabot, and if you were a betting man, do you think we're going to a game 5, or do you think Nukies Pookies got out with the skin of their teeth, got lucky to take that game number 4, and Blacklist are going to seal the deal in this map and mode?
I think it's going to be hard for Nukies Pookies here to get another map. They're going to have to meet the aggression of Blacklist, and Strongholds is a map that can play very well towards aggression. But they do get those trades here, and Blood Reina with the camo shock rifle going to capture this B point. Dodging the nades, they're not going to see it, and that's going to be a free B cap. But Blacklist opts to go through white and goes around. Blood Reina finds a perfect onto Tribal, almost gets a second, but the teammates there to capitalize on this damage. Blacklist scoring for a little bit, but Nuki's Pookie's quick with the answer.
A and B. I've seen this hold so many times. It is one of the most popular holds in the entire game. They just gotta live over inside of gold steps, but that team nade taking down the shields of shots Tossie was a little unfortunate. However, Blood Reina was there to clean up the damage, but as you can see, Petabot, A gets flipped, so now it's Blacklist with the ideal spawn of that elevator side of the map, but really quickly Nuki's Pookie's able to get their cap onto C as well. One player over in Hydro trying to stay alive in half wall, he goes down, but Zafrael dropped to no shields, sees the grapple shot on the ground. Is he going to try to pick this up? I think we got the audio cue there, and yes, we did. He's going to fly over towards this B side as soon as he sees C being capped. Nice cross map shots as well, some Zafrael. Blood Reina trying to stay alive and back batteries. Unfortunately, that grenade finding no purchase whatsoever, and that will be a triple cap for Blacklist.
I mean, that was just good patience there from Blacklist. Sometimes you want to hurry and run for that AB, as you're saying. The most popular hold in the game. People want that, but they realize that they're going to be spawning in that long haul side, so they're just waiting. Let's wait for Nuki's Pookies to commit the resources towards C. They'll be met with 2 players, and then Zafrael on the cross from B, waits for those resources to get committed, does damage on that side. Now Blacklist had a very comfortable triple cap.
Very comfortable for quite some time. 80 seconds and counting as they still have this A-B hold. Nuclear Blaze with the sticky onto Tribal is going to initiate the attack onto A. It is currently being flipped. The trades are coming out. Herbs gets taken down. Nobody left to defend A. Zafrael hanging out in this red pipes area, sees pulsating moving across towards Needles. Now is going to get called out. The camo spawn. The camo did get picked up as well. Nuclear Blaze with the commando. It's barking, but turns around and doesn't get the kill on Zafrael. And that had to have been a big mistake as he gets a double kill and slows down this attack from Nuki's Pookies. Mr. Fly trying to reset the flag. Trying to reset B is going to get pushed over towards gold, but gets a perfect flank onto pulsating. And they are going to get back on top of B again as Nuclear Blaze. 3 go down for Nuki's Pookies. It's just Blood Reina left on B. She's getting called out. She's getting the buddy spawn from shots Tossie, but everybody is spawning over in long haul. Not a great position to be in if you're Nuki's Pookies, but Zafrael getting killed by a delayed sticky grenade from Blood Reina might open this up, but Mr. Fly with the cross map shots. Wait! Oh, that was so close, but Nuclear Blaze does clutch up and clean that one up. Herp is all that is left inside of A, but nobody from Nuki's Pookies is able to cap B just yet. Here is the cap coming in right now. And the flip and the switch, but 114 to 13. Blacklist heavily in the lead right now. It's going to come all down to how well Nuki's Pookies can defend this hill.
I mean, we're seeing the pains of recharge there if you're a team that's on the spawn trap. Nuki's Pookies was in that long haul side for so long, and at that point you just have to commit and try and find a point. They were able to break through white side and then have somebody make through gold, so the timing was there for them, and now they have that A-B setup. They have the hold and are going to try and force that long haul spawn once again and going to make Blacklist have to do the chore that they just did, break out. Good positioning here in this gold side. Nuclear Blaze waiting for these spawners on C with the shock rifle. Misses one, tries to get a sticky, does not land. No damage onto the side of Blacklist. They have taken this position through white. Now going to have to make through it. The cross of gold. And no, Blood Reina with the distance shot's going to be too strong for Blacklist, and they're going to have to reset and get another push.
Reset and get another push. They absolutely must. It's 2 versus 2. Nuclear Blaze needs to get this kill. He does. He takes down Herp inside of back gold. Now looking to stop from being capped. Unfortunately, he is too low to be able to do so. But that player goes down. Tribal went down. It's the only players that are left are inside of back gold. Now being forced to move around. But Harp, he gets a sneaky spawn over in Needles. Nobody was really watching that cross, unfortunately. But AC do get switched by Nuki's Pookies. Camo is up. Shots Tossie not quite ready to move across the map just yet. Is going to spot the player. Can he live with this camo? Yes, he does. He gets away with highway robbery. He gets away with murder. Nobody sees him. He's hanging out in red pipes. He's finally going to get spotted, but Herp, he revealed himself too early after what was a great play to sneak take that camo away, gets spotted and taken down in quick fashion by Nuki's Pookies. And now Nuki's Pookies looking to get that elusive triple cap, getting that double point. But they have to kill this player inside of B first. Tribal peeking, jousting, staying alive. And we are going into a listen-in with Nuki's Pookies as they are looking to try and close out this map number 4.
I'm gonna get to gold. I'm gonna get to gold. I'm gonna get to gold.
I need to grapple.
Hey, man, we have to hold. We have to hold.
I'm watching your tower. I'm watching your tower. I'm bottom gold.
I'm on hitting your gold tops.
What's your big stage? Yeah.
Gold top 3 shot.
Oh,
Okay.
what's big door?
Another one weak big door.
Top
Another
tower,
one 8 cap.
Top tower, one shot. Top tower, one shot.
He's hitting me.
I'm,
One shot. Eh?
I got him,
Nice.
I got him, I got him.
Top tower still.
Top tower
Top
still.
tower.
He has shots on him.
He's weak top tower. Weak top tower. Weak
Good
top
bait.
tower.
Can I keep living? I'll spawn with you. Okay. I'll spawn with you.
Alright.
I'm still looking at grass. Look at grass if you
Bottom,
can.
Mangler,
Yep.
one shot.
I go in
Look,
2
look,
bottom
one
of
more,
white. One's
Bottom
one.
man, bottom man, bottom man.
Looked really weak.
One more,
The
one
other
more.
one.
Bottom man.
Nice,
Trip
let's
down,
go.
guys. Trip
And
cap.
gold
Okay.
kill me. Gold kill me last one.
Okay, heard. I'm sending play for C. You guys try to get A. Try to get A.
They're
running
pushing
on
B
it,
right now.
running
They're
on
pushing
it.
glass.
Okay, you can fight gold if you really want.
It's
Top
180.
gold.
Fight gold if you
Top
want.
gold
Fight gold
weak.
if you
Top
want.
gold weak. Top gold weak. Top gold weak.
Glass. I got shots.
Dead.
Nice.
Other one
nice.
3
Top
shots
gold.
sneaking.
Top gold.
Let them spawn long. Let them
Whatever
spawn
yours
long.
do.
In B.
Wait
In
to
B.
wait to
I'm with you
wait to
pulsing.
wait.
I'm with you pulsing.
Yeah.
Dead.
I'll hold.
Another one
C.
bottom gold. Bottom gold right now. Bottom gold. We
I
can B.
didn't get
We can B.
melee.
We can B. We
I
can
didn't
B.
get the
We
melee.
gotta challenge them together here. Gotta
R2,
challenge them
R2.
together.
Where's my needles? Where's my needles?
Oh my god, nuclear.
What's your
How
weak?
weak?
I spawned C.
Please grapple.
Grapple.
And
In
we
the
are
closing
back.
moments of that. Oh, I'm sorry. Pay to
Oh, yeah.
No, you
We'll
go
work
ahead.
on
I'm
that.
just...
We'll figure out who's opening
Yeah.
the list, but we'll VOD review that one. But I mean,
We're
look
both
at
just
that.
excited, man. This is
I
exciting.
mean, those comms were phenomenal. I loved what I was
Fantastic.
hearing on that side. There was so much like. Sometimes you get in the mindset of, okay, I'm just calming where people are at, but there was so much micro discussion too. They had the AB hold there, and they're like, okay, let's hold on real quick. The captain there, let's hold on, let's hold this AB and fight these spawners real quick. And they were getting that damage in, holding AB. They see the 3 go down, and they're like, okay, now's our time for triple cap. And they push for C, and they flip it, and they're continuing that score. That's very good for Nuki's Pookies, and now they have a lead here, going up 175. And have the BC hold. Now trying to collapse on this A for the triple cap. They do find one and have this camo. Nuclear Blaze gets the second, and the triple cap is in the hands of Nuki's Pookies.
Look at this flow state coming out of Nuki's Pookies. They found their rhythm, Pay-to-Bot. Look at the teamwork. Look at the damage. Look at the cross-map damage that they're getting off right now. And it's just been a continuous spawn blender into reset, into spawn blender, into reset for Blacklist. And it's not done yet. There are 2 dead. They've been 2 dead for quite some
Double
time.
kill.
Now 3 dead as
Killing
Tribal's
spree.
all that's left. But they already know where he is. They know he's in top A. Here comes the attack. Here comes the double team as well. And another player coming in towards this A cat area is going to get pushed away as well. Just the amount of teamwork from these 2 teams is spectacular to watch. Dare I say masterful. Dare I say perfection coming out of Nuki's Pookies in this game 4. Just a couple of seconds are left, and that is it. They put the nail in the coffin, and they are going to bring us into a game number 5 on the first game of the stream, Pay-to-Bot. I am so happy. I am so excited.
I mean, you can't ask for more. It always had these draft tournaments. That's the great thing about a draft. You can get right into the action. Round 1 here, and we're in a map 5. Nuki's Pookies looking for that reverse sweep. The Blacklist had that early lead, and even in map 3, they had a lead. They were spawning Nuki's Pookies in that long haul side and making it very hard to break out of that trap. But once they did, that was all she wrote. Blacklist can never find their footing once again on that side. And had to shout out the comms again. I think that's one of the big reasons. I mean, so much leadership there. It's just like, okay, now let's push. Okay, let's hold back. And if you can have a good leader in these draft teams, because you have such a varying range of skill, I mean, someone listens to that, that's going to be the difference here. And so Nuki's Pookies looking for that reverse sweep.
I mean, we can't. I mean, we both didn't know who was gonna come back first on that listening. So we were both just enthralled by Nuki's Pookies right now. A complete flip as far as like just how well these 2 teams are playing together. I mean, You saw it in the comms, you saw it in the gameplay. Not a single fight, I believe, during those last few seconds of that Strongholds recharge map was a 1v1. It was a 2v1 with somebody flying into the middle of the screen from somewhere else on the map. So great teamwork from Nukies Pookies, but Blacklist, they were dominant in games 1 and 2, winning those games, clutching up, icing up when they need to, and now on Slayer Solitude, they won the first Slayer, Paydabot. Can Nukies Pookies win the most important Slayer of this series in Solitude?
It's going to come down to keeping those comms up as well, because sometimes in that objective it feels a little bit easier. Like, okay, BC kind of could think Slayer, you can go anywhere on the map. You need to figure out where those spawners are. So if you can continue coordination into that Slayer, that's going to be big for Nukies Pookies here. Trades do happen, and Blacklist find themselves on top. Ammo is taken from that side, but trade's going through. Blacklist with the good collapse there onto the damage. So if they want to, they're like, hey, we have a little bit of teamwork going for ourselves too. Both teams demonstrating great teamwork here.
Blacklist 4-1 off to a very, very strong shot, but shots Tossy
Double kill.
with this camo gets himself a double kill, and just like that, Nukies Pookies are right back in this game. Last player getting called out over by Lift. He's gonna get hunted down. He's gonna get taken down. Maybe the shots are a little windmilly, but shots Tossy is able to get that kill that they needed to get on to Tribal, and Tribal has been one of the MVPs for this Blacklist team, but struggling a little bit in this game, perhaps. We're not sure. Still early, still too early to tell, perhaps. 8-6 right now, and I'm pulsating, forced to back away as too many players are pushing through posters and into this benches side of the map.
Blacklist still holding on to this lead, but the push is here from Nukies Pookies. It is a 2v2. Can they get a win? No. It's Mr. Fly. Gets the 1v1 on that to keep this lead to 2. Instead of collapsing on that one. A little bit of organized chaos here in the first part of this map. Blood Reyna looking for the position on top mid of this map, waiting for players to help this push onto Hotel. Sees Tribal. Did that stick?
Ooh.
If it did, it stick. Still got the damage there. Shots able to clean up on that as well. But Blacklist still on top. It seems like Nukies Pookies has a good opening, but Blacklist finds a way to trade out those lives here and keep a small lead.
Herb trying to win that 2v1. Once again, Nukies Pookies finding a little bit of their rhythm as we are still extremely close in this series. I'm pulsating, needs to win this 1v1 duel. Yes, he does, but it will cost a little bit of his teammates' lives. But 3 go down, and it's Herb. He's the last one alive. He cannot reveal his position right about now, but he has dropped down immediately to no shields and is forced to hold this angle a little bit longer before finally pushing out. He's going to push out right now, but I'm pulsating heads him off already, and him and Mr. Fly are already being forced to back away. Nuclear Blaze winning a 1v1 against Tribal, I believe, and Zafrael over in Soda trying to make something happen, but he's just too far away from all these important kills. But finally, the kill starting to come through for Blacklist, but not before Nukies Pookies go up by 1 kill. Shock Rifle is going to be up in a few more seconds. Blood Reyna not getting the melee trade against Tribal, unfortunately, has to be feeling frustrated after that one. But Zafrael, oh no, he peeks out just a little bit too early. Shots was more than ready for it. But Nuclear Blaze finds a elbow to the face from Mr. Fly, gets immediately traded out. And this game has been going relatively quick as far as tempo goes. Not a single moment to rest, not a single moment to breathe, Pato. But Camo is going to be the next key contender for which team is going to look to continue to increase their lead. So many players weak in yard, and the trades are coming through. 2 go down for Blacklist. Nukies Pookies flooding towards yard. They're going to get 1, and they're going to look for the last. But here we go, Pato. We're starting to see a little bit of the spawn reset. Shaw's going to get that one.
Starting to feel the passion from these teams. It is the Game 5, and as you mentioned earlier, one of the biggest prize pools in a Clutch Academy tournament. Staying alive in this winner side is so big here for either one of these teams. So winning a map 5 early on can be big, but I'm pulsating from the window. Gets the stick there onto that, turns around and gets the triple kill. Adds that to the 3rd, so I'm pulsating. Those 3 kills is the difference of being tied and the lead here.
I'm pulsating, starting that triple kill spree with a pulsing sticky grenade to the face of a member of Blacklist. Huge pivotal play coming out of the man. I'm throbbing, I am pulsating as well, my guy. But 29-28. This game is still anyone's game, even at this point into the series. And honestly, this is do or die for both of these teams. Nuclear Blaze finding himself in a rock and a hard place. Blood Raina getting taken down as well. I'm pulsating with a little bit of help from shots. Tossie is also trying to stay alive over by Silo. Zafrael looking for him, can't find him. The pings are coming out, but where's the rest of his team? He's gonna jump up towards top Silo, and the shots are finally coming in. But Zafrael loses the duel against I'm pulsating. Gets the help from Herp, who gets a little bit of help from Mr. Fly as well. And it's been a constant series of trades so far, Pato. 32-32. Camo is up. Are they going to be able to survive with it? No, they will not. Mr. Fly. Oh no, Shots Tossie is trying to reload. But wait a minute, the Finley nade takes down his teammate, and Blood Raina gets the reward of Camo and 2 players on lift side. This is not looking good for Blacklist.
And Blood Raina find the gap here onto this lift side. Is going to sneak down with the camo. Gets the backs back onto one. Gets the double kill. Now looking for that third. The spawners were able to push forward to that yard side. The Blood Raina once again gonna have to find the cracks in the setup and get the setup. Or find the next spawners. Still being patient with this camo here. They have a 2-kill lead. They have that opportunity. Wait for this camo player to make a play. On this top yard side, Blood Raina sneaks through driveway, but teammates fall on the other side. The damage is done for that camo, but everyone else escapes. It is going to be one. Camo burnt. 2 players slide in from the LR side and find a clean 2 onto Nuki's Pookies. So they find that lead at 39.
39-38, and we saw Mr. Fly let it fly with that shock rifle from across the map. But Zafrael challenging over in Flowers will get beaten down and taken down. But the shock rifle takes down another member of Nuki's Pookies. 2 go down. It's a 2v2 fight. Shots Tossie trying to wait for his shields to respawn inside a dip. 42-40. No mistakes can happen now. But the first shot for Zafrael and Shots, he felt it a little bit, trying to chow that, and he gets taken down. 43-40. 7 kills remain, and Blacklist will be able to seal the deal on his reverse sweep dream from Nuki's Pookies. Nuki's Pookies have to stay alive. 44-40. Lining up the shot, doesn't hit it. Blood Raina taking down Herp, but all the members from Nuki's Pookies are trapped inside of LR. Not where they want to be. I'm pulsating, needs to win this duel. He does not! He gets taken down by Tribal. Tribal gets killed in return by Blood Raina. But watch out, here comes another member moving into Yard. She gets taken down by Zafrael. 47-44 now. 3 more kills are on his left. The Nuclear Blaze, oh no! The sticking grenade hits himself! He does get the kill though! He gets the kill though for some reason. I don't know what happened there, but 48-45, just 2 kills are left, and Blacklist are looking to close out this game, and the game has slowed down massively, but Camo's up in 8 seconds. If Nuki's Pookies wants to have a chance, they cannot let Blacklist get this Camo. Camo has now spawned. Which team is going to poke and prod first? Which team is going to draw first blood? Zafrael moving across mid. Blood Raina going down in the wings, but I'm pulsating, takes down Mr. Fly. 3 dead! 3 dead! 3 dead for Nuki's Pookies! That Herp is all that's left. He's going to try to fight Shots, but Shots takes him down as well. 49-49! Are you kidding me? Camo is still there. Blood Raina's going to scoop it up. 49-49. She's taking some shots over inside of LR. The pings are coming out. They know exactly where every single member of Blacklist are. They just have to wait. They just have to be patient. But Blacklist are nutting up and bunching up. They're trying to stay together. They're not going to let a single member be isolated. But Blood Raina spots all 3. She gets a little bit of back shots from her teammate. But, well, never mind about that. Okay, we're going to move right on. However, multiple members go down, and there it is. There it is. Blood Raina. The reverse sweep dream is complete. She does it for her team. The patience, you saw it. Everybody saw it. She gets the back smack, the final kill, and Nuki's Pookies take the entire series away from Blacklist. What a game!
That was insane. I mean, they were up. They needed one more kill. One of the players saw an opportunity like, okay, 1v1 for the dub. Let me ice out. Let's hit that game-winning 3-pointer. But no. 1v1 goes the other way, and that started a chain of events. They were able to collapse on the spawners being up in numbers. Blood Raina with that camo at the end. I mean, that's exactly what you want to do when you're at 49-49. You have everyone spawn, just be patient, let the camo player make the play. Also, look at that insta-explode from Nuclear Blaze. It's like, I don't need to throw the nade. I'll just stick it to myself and jump. I think I can jump a little bit better. Gets the aim with the move. And the trade is there with the insta-explode. I mean, that's going to be a great confidence boost for Nuki Spookies. I mean, a reverse sweep round 1 into that. You feel like you're on top of the world. You're feeling that $1,500 prize pool. You're going to have a part of it.
Look at this patient play as we see the replay of the kill that won the game. All 4 members trapped inside of blue. The grenades go flying in. The damage is being done. The damage is being dealt. And Blood Reina, the patient, not revealing herself, finds Zafrael with an opportunity and taking it down to Latina Powerhouse herself with the final kill to win the whole series. And if you're Nuki's Pookies, my goodness, was that a game to start off with? And I bet the morale is so high for that team. But Blacklist, man, frustration after frustration with multiple games going the entire distance from game 3 on. It was, I mean, they have to be a little bit mentally frustrated from that, but I'm hoping that they know that they had probably one of those matches where they're really going to be tested and perhaps maybe find some more success in the losers bracket. But Paydabot, that was just the first game of this entire tournament, and I'm hyped. I'm so hyped. I leapt out of my chair. I was animated. How are you feeling?
I mean, I'm just sitting here reflecting on that whole series, and there are so many crazy moments. You look back at the flags, flag caps not going the way, weird physics. We're seeing people stick themselves and throw them at the enemy team.
Suicide bomber tactics. We don't condone that here usually, but that was quite a play.
You're down 1 shot. That's like, hey, let's just jump with this nade, make sure it gets to the target. And there's just so much already happening in that first series, and can't mention like reverse sweep there, and even the series, they were down the series. It was looking like Blacklist was going to win that, but they were able to find a couple set of kills, get that camo, and there goes the map.
And as we get started for the next game of the series, please do not go anywhere. If that game 1 was any inclination for what you can expect from the rest of this tournament moving forward, you're going to want to get something to drink. You're going to want to get some popcorn, maybe even a foot rest, because we're going to be here for a while. We're going to get game 2 and round 2 all set up for you guys here in just a second. So we're going to go ahead and take a break and refresh ourselves. But when we come back, we will start off with winners round 2. Don't go anywhere, guys.
Double kill. Flag returned. Double kill. Triple kill. Perfect. Double kill. Killing spree. Double kill. Killing spree. Double kill. Double kill. Double kill. Killing spree. Snipe. Snipe. Killing spree. Double kill.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Clutch Academy 4v4 draft tournament with a prize pool of $1,500. And we just got done watching one of the more exciting matches we're going to see in this tournament today. I'm sure we're going to have plenty more, especially as we climb further up into this winner's bracket. But Petabot, we got game number 2 featuring some high-powered, some well-known members of the community about to go head-to-head in this next game.
Yeah, I'm super excited for this one. And like you said, $1,500 prize pool, and I think that's been adding to the passion we've seen. I mean, not to go down 2-0 in that first series and then reverse sweep that. It's like, hey, there's something on the line here. Let's try and win that one. Let's bring it back. And I was seeing players in their VCs like way early on this morning too, warming up. So there's a little added passion, and I think we're going to see some of that come through on this next series. You were saying big members of the community. We have Team Command Station going up against Thundercats. Thundercats fresh off a 3-0 in their side of the bracket in winners round 1, and Command Station, they got a first round bye, so they're going to have to play the warmed up Thundercats, which include Hoaxer, ODH Death, Gun Goddess, and Made. And then Team Command Station, obviously you got Command Station as the captain, Mechanics, Ultras, and Monkey Girl.
Yeah, and honestly, this Command Station squad, yes, this might be their first series in this tournament. However, I do not believe even for a second that they have cold hand syndrome. They have been staying warm, perhaps even playing some matchmaking games on the side while waiting for their game to start today. But take a look at this map pool. We have Strongholds, Recharge. We have Slayer Streets for Game 2, a staple favorite in the community. King of the Hill, Vacancy on a map that's going to be challenging for some players. And then, of course, Empyrean CTF, one of the more technical CTF maps in the rotation that we have left. And to finish it all off, if we go to a Game 5, Slayer, Aquarius, arguably the Thunderdome of Halo Infinite. What are your thoughts on these maps as we take a look at that?
And I'm super excited. If anything's like that Recharge Strongholds, kind of seeing how it's playing with that earlier on in the series with that draft team dynamic. Going to be very important to have that captain kind of guiding the pacing of your team, making sure you're capping at good opportunities, at going for that triple cap. And just looking through the rest of this, like, I can see both of these teams, they have maps that go towards their strong suits. And I'm expecting, I mean, been good so far. We might get another close series.
I hope we get another close series because honestly, the more Game 5s that we see this early on in the tournament, Pato, the happier you and I are both going to be, because honestly, when it comes to this bracket, as we go ahead and take a look at it here, you know, when it comes to this winners round bracket, look at how many 3-2s that we have. We have 1, 2, 3, 4 3-2s in winners round 1. Usually this is dominated by 3-0s, 3-1s, 3-0s, 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 and there's still plenty of those, as you can see on the bracket. But honestly, this early in the tournament, to see how close the skill gap is on these teams in this $1,500 tournament, I'm excited to see more and more of these matches on stream, and we have plenty coming up because we're just in winners round 2.
Yeah, and that just makes it for a more exciting through the winners bracket and just the bracket in general. You have so many close matches. Like, I have no idea who the favorite is. Granted, we're still early on. We might start to see a team that's a little bit better than the rest as the bracket progresses. But right now, I look through these team names and some of the players on this, I'm like, oh, they could win it, move to the next team. Yeah, it's possible for that too. And that's the great thing about draft tournaments is you get to build these teams, and the way it's formatted is that you have good matches from beginning to end. You try and make the teams as balanced as possible. It seemed like the captains did a good job at that so far as on that bracket, but now on board Gun Goddess gets taken out quickly, fighting for that camo. Mechanic finds the double kill and grabs that camo as well.
A camo grab for Mechanic. He's going to move on towards B. He's going to start capping this hill, making himself as elusive as he can so that nobody spots him out or he doesn't catch a wayward grenade. But we do have the push coming out from Thundercats as they take A and C. But a double kill. Will this be a triple kill for Mechanic? He's trying to find it, but Gun Goddess playing her life very, very well. Now having help, but he doesn't check his corner. He doesn't look behind him. He gets a little kill hungry and gets taken out immediately as Gun Gun Goddess, despite all of that, will stay alive in A, and I believe might reset this hill if they want to, but instead it looks like they're going to prioritize getting as much map position as they can. Ultra is trying to stay alive in red pipes, but all the grenades are coming flying in his direction, and he is going to instead opt for this bat ledge control, a very powerful spot to be in with a nice escape route. But 2 go down for Command Station.
Yeah, Thundercats continuing that momentum they had in round 1, going up to 50-0 and holding this AC, so spawning Team Command Station in that gold side. 2 players do sneak through on C, and Gun Goddess sneaks through, gets the one onto that Command Station. We're able to capture that C side, so gonna score for only 1 second as Thundercats quick to capitalize onto that B side as well. And
oh no.
Yeah, Thundercats, just the slaying has been the big difference. Looking at the board, they've been getting those early kills.
Perhaps maybe you were right when you said that Thundercats are going to be incredibly warm, having to play round number 1. And Command Station, they might need a little bit of time to cook before they start to make any big moves inside of this series, right? They might need a little bit more time to work together as a team. You saw it in that first series, Patabot. We thought it was all going to be Blacklist after winning games 1 and 2. But then out of the blue, it was actually Nuki's Pookies who were able to win the entire series, having finally found that rhythm, having figured out the play style that they want to play at, and they won that series. So yes, Command Station does only have 4 points scored against 93. A double kill for Mechanic is going to get immediately traded out by Gun Goddess, but I'm not quite going to count out Command Station just yet. The series is still very young. We'll see how this shakes out.
Yeah, they need to find their footing here. Thundercats are playing a very fast-paced version of Strongholds. They're constantly flipping, and they're always pushing pressure onto these spawners. But at one point, that's going to backfire. Now Thundercats find themselves 3 down as Command Station gets a little bit of holding here. Mechanic pushing into A side. They do get A spawners. Gets the melee for the teammate. Can they find the trade onto the one shot? Looking for that. Melee's going through, but Hoax Factor slows down that push and escapes through gold. Ultra's opts to go and fight the person on this A side here. They're keeping it scrappy from the spawns. 1v1 ODH death. The teammate does come in to help that one out. Ultra gets taken out. Thundercats with the number advantage.
Thundercats continuing to hold this whole AC defense, and it looks like Command Station just need to, they just need to clean up their shots a little bit. They need to check their corners just a tad. If he wins this 1v1, that will be big. And Mechanic, he is 9, 3, and 6 right now. Him and Command Station have been doing a lot of the heavy lifting for Command Station team. And Ultras, he knows there's somebody over in that gold steps. Here's a call out, gets the cleanup as well. But 2 go down for Thundercats, and we do have a triple cap actually for Command Station, so they're going to get double the points every second. So they're going to chip away at this lead very, very quickly.
Yeah, eating away at that lead that Thundercats worked so hard for. But Mechanic with the shock almost gets the double kill, but still clean first shot onto that person in bat ledge. If Mechanic found 2 there, it might have been able to keep that Command Station triple cap, but they are able to capture C. They are still scoring with this AB hold, and now going to opt to slow this one down a little bit. Make Thundercats have to choose a point and push forward. Stuck in this long haul side, they do have these crosses here. Somebody does sneak through top A, but the damage was through. Monkey Girl gets the trade with the melee. Now Ultras fighting Mangler. The push is in from Thundercats, but so much damage was there from the cross. They're able to clean that one up easy. Collapse on B. That won't hold for very long. And now we're setting up for this camo.
Camo's going to get scooped up and picked up by Hoax Factor, who does get taken down by Mechanic as well. So great job by Command Station's team to hold strong and make sure that Hoax Factor does not escape with murder with that camouflage. But ODH Death taking a fight over in bottom elevator, does get some help from his teammate as well. A little bit of a air melee for for that extra pizzazz, but does hold strong, and A is going to get flipped as finally Thundercats find themselves a little bit of wiggle room and start to get some points of their own.
Yep. Once again, opting for that AC hold here. They do like to play that fast pace. So when you're at AC, you're almost forcing like, okay, let's see where the spawners are at and collapse on that side. And maybe get them in that gold side and can get a natural pinch as well. Doesn't work out this time though, as Team Command Station is able to break through and capture that C. Now have a BC hold and take the lead. Ultras gets a good win. Gun Goddess finds perfect shots onto Command Station, and Hoax Factor finds the second. Oh, a little bit of damage there, but they are able to rebound on this one and going for that classic AB hold.
Nice jobs, nice moves actually from Gun Goddess, leading her team, proving that she is the better captain perhaps against Command Station, winning that pivotal 1v1. But we did have Ultra staying alive for quite a decent amount of time over in A, but right now Thundercats are going to flip A as well. Command Station lunging, skipping, and diving for this hill. Will it pay off? Yes, it does. 2 go down for Thundercats, and I do think that they might be able to get this hill. Made Baby gets taken down in top white as well. It's just ODH Death left, and he is trapped over in white. You see all the pings coming out from Team Command Station, letting everybody know where ODH Death is. But here comes H Factor. You don't want to stay there against Command Station for too long. She gets a perfect shot as she sends a huge bolt of lightning directly into the cerebral cortex and takes him down. And Made Baby finds the butt of her rifle in swift response as well. 2 grenades being tossed out to make sure that nobody pushes her inside of A, holding this corner, which is a very strong place to be. But for right now, Team Command Station, they're firing on all cylinders right now. And ODH Death, you gotta be checking your corners.
Now, Made Baby on B. It nearly dodges that shock rifle and is able to capture it. The Bandit is going to take him out, but the damage was already done. Thundercats able to capture that B hold, and now the spawner's working on this C, so going to stop the scoring from Team Command Station for a little bit. Collapse is here. ODH Death needs to find a win, but can't quite. Command Station dominant lead in that piv there, and that's going to bring the reinforcements back to take out Command Station. They're able to get that AB.
Ladies and gentlemen, you might want to take some notes from Command Station as she played that 1v1 duel perfectly. Unfortunately, getting cleaned up by another spawner from Thundercat. But you have to admit, that play inside of Hydra was very, very good and could have absolutely been the play that they needed to continue to hold their lead. But Hoax Factor trying to stay alive with this camo in back B will do so as 2 go down, 3 go down from CS, and Command Station, Team Command Station are trying their hardest to rally. Still in the lead for now, but as Command Station and Made get that 1v1 inside of Long Haul, it will be Made who holds and stands up tall. But where are the rest of the spawners for Team Command Station? We have 1 in back gold running around for his life. 2 go down once again, and it looks like Thundercats Pato are firmly going to be in the driver's seat. Hoax Factor flying across the map. There's the cleanup. Command Station goes down. The spawner's already there in A. The beatdown comes out, but it's not going to be enough as Mechanic stands up tall, and he is going to stay alive in A, allowing his team to respawn around him.
Yeah, that nade unfortunately got into that animation where you couldn't land the melee trade as well, and nade was not in position to get the trade. There was going to be a clean kill on that win, and now Team Command Station push forward and get that triple cap. Spawners on A side, but it is only Gun Goddess. It's going to be met by all 4 players of Team Command Station. Goodbye. See the respawn screen. Now the other 3 on the C flat. But Command Station pushing pace here. They find 1. Made Baby to the respawn screen. The trades are through. AB hold in this position, but they're still pushing C. They want to fight these spawners. Both players down to 1 shield. Camo going to be up on the bottom mid side. They have them split spawn here, so Command Station can find a way to hold and push through and get 2 kills. That's going to work. Hoax Factor, though, is not quite, along with Made Baby, able to clean that one up. ODH Death playing for this camo here. They're trying to get all the tools to come back in this game, get a couple points.
Getting a couple points and then some. 236 and counting. We might be seeing the last few seconds of the match unless Thundercats can get this B hill capped and flipped in their favor. They're all flooding around, and Made Baby, turn around, girly. She's not looking the right way, but she does go down bottom mid and stays alive. But that will be the B hill flip for Thundercats. And now if they want to steal this game away from Team Command Station, they're going to want to hold this hill for as long as they can. But as we've seen so many times, Petabot, Team CS don't even want to fight over this B hill. They instead want to push towards C, and it looks like they're going to get it.
And they finish A. They do finish A, but Mechanic is on B. They're only going to need 9 seconds here. Beautiful pre-nades on that, but gets caught out to 1. Able to get that capture, and then Command Station is there to back up. They need to get this hill. It is a contested fight, so there's not going to be scoring. The nade comes in from ODH Death. But the players are there for Command Station. They get the AC.
But it's
There's
not
going
gonna
to be no time. No time for that. They capture B, but they are able to rotate on the other side and go for an AC hold. And Command Station close out map 1.
I tried warning everybody. Team Command Station looked a little shaky in the beginning, but this might have been the first time that they've all had a chance to play together in a competitive format, and they pushed through it. They persevered, they stood tall, they stood strong, and they were able to take down Thundercats in game 1 on this recharged stronghouse. Now, as we take a look at the slays, at the kills, it's extremely close. Only a few kills separating out these two teams, Pato, which means we might get an electrifying game 2 as we move on to Slayer Streets. What are your thoughts?
I'm excited to see how Thundercats bounce back. I mean, this is their first point of opposition in the tournament so far. As you said earlier, they moved up 3-0 in the bracket. Now, had to play a very close game against Command Station, but unable to close it out. Now it's going to come to the captain to rally the troops back in and be like, okay, it's the best of 5. We still have these maps. No, we can compete with this team. It was very close. Let's lock in to the Slayer.
And we move on to this next Slayer. We're going to take a look at some of these replays from this Team Command Station. Certainly one of the MVPs was Command Station herself, as she just went on a tear, a generational tear with this shock rifle. We just skip forward a little bit, and ODH Death not even looking, just an easy kill for someone like Command Station, who we have seen, Pato, time and time again, be able to pull off those easy kills if you just give it to her like that, you know? And well, game 1 didn't quite go Thundercats' way, but will Slayer Streets be more favorable for them without needing to have the sense of strategy and the pivotal map movement that you need to have on a map like Recharge? This one's a little bit smaller, a little bit more of that close to mid-range instead of that mid to long range in some areas like Recharge is. So we're going to find out as we go into game 2 on Streets.
Yeah, going to be excited. Have camo spawning on the bottom mid. Not a big power weapon, but you also have the red weapon on that other side that in the right hands can be very crucial, melting those shields and having your teammates go in and clean that up. But still, going to want to control the sandbox here, moving into Streets. And we're going to start off on board Mechanic. Finds the early melee, but it's unable to finish that one onto Hoax. His teammates quick to look over.
Thundercats already off to a pretty good opening break as 3 go down for Team CS. It's just Mechanic and Ultras who are left, and Mechanic just respawn. He does get the cleanup kill. Oh no, Hoax, you're not, wait a minute! How did that happen? Hoax Factor gets away with murder as he gets an easy back smack apparently against oh my goodness, I don't even know what to say about that, Pato. That should never have happened, but it did. And maybe it's going to be things like that that might be what Thundercats need to upset in this game number 2. As once again, I mean, Team Command Station just could not get the camo player to stay alive either.
Yeah, that one's a rough one. I mean, you're looking back on that one, and that's the one where you had to take a breath and reset. Those trolley deaths sometimes are hard to come back from. But Command Station here, Monkey Girl going to get the flank. Gets another back smack onto that side. Now going to have to fight in arcade, but Gun Goddess with the perfect grenade is going to win that fight easily and gets the second kill with the melee onto Ultras. Mechanic finally able to take down Gun Goddess, but the damage was already done. They're still holding on to this 2-kill lead.
Look at how scrappy this is. These guys are like literally within 5 yards of each other. Not a single person is just doing a cross-map gunfight. They're getting in their face. They're getting in front of each other. They are quite literally forcing as many engagements as they can. Monkey Girl tries to go for the 6. She can't quite get that one. ODH Death does get to clean up on that kill as well in Red Room, but Command Station forced to back away as Thundercats are flying across driveway to try and clean her up. But nobody's going to be brave enough to push into that dangerous driveway spot. ODH Death was looking the wrong way, but Made Baby tries to help him out, but ODH Death baits her out, does get the trade, but he's going to get traded out in return as well. And it's just been a series of trades, but it will be momentarily 3 dead for Thundercats. But Thundercats are still leading this game. This Slayer, 17-12. Hoax Factor trying to stay alive in Red Room, but here come all of the grenades. Does he get any help? The Brute Grenade comes flying in, sticks into the wall, does no damage, and I don't believe it. Hoax Factor going to actually live inside a Red Room. He's going to look to repeat. He finds Mechanic. Can he win this 1v1 duel? He's trying his best, but he finally gets cleaned up. He lived for way too long in that Red Room, but fortunately for Command Station, they were able to finally get the kill, now looking to grab the camo.
Thundercats able to hold on to a narrow lead after those set of slays. It has moved down to 1, but Hoax Factor moves that one up with a good place nade. Monkey Girl with the trade, clean up Hoax Factor. Still up by 2. Now working through this side is Ultras. Gonna have a good pinch onto the cafe side if they can time this right with Mechanic. They do get the timing. The damage was there. Finds one onto that. Now the last 2 of Thundercats are trying to survive back A. Shots are going through Ultras. That was beautiful. If you miss one of those shots, you're not getting that kill. So good flank there from Ultras. Gets the pinch. But teammates on the other side are getting traded out. So they still only have a 1 kill lead.
In games as close as this, you want to bring those engagements as close as you can to try and force those 1v1 trades. However, a series of 1v1s do not go the way of Team CS. They go 4 dead from Thundercats. Thundercats extend their lead by 5, 27-22 right now. And honestly, Team Command Station, they're going to try to have to figure out a way to stop losing these 1v1 fights, to stop trying to go for these 1v1 trades all the time, because at this point in the game, Pato, it's playing into the favor of Thundercats right now. Here's a big fight coming into Arcade. Mechanic and Gun Goddess are going to go at it. Ultras gets taken down by ODH Death, who's going to let that kill slip through their fingers. But Mechanic, he is getting this nice little flank, and it looks like the extended fight is not quite done yet inside of Arcade. Gun Goddess trying to get some help from her friends, but Hoax Factor not able to hit any of those shots. Gonna get the easy cleanup. But wait a minute! A back was delivered by Command Station. The repulse forces Mechanic away, but he will get the cleanup kill on to Hoax Factor. But Mechanic now forced to stay alive inside of Arcade. He gets a back shot, but not going to go down swinging. Finally gets cleaned up by Made Baby. As Made Baby trying to stay alive over inside of Laundry, she will do so, but oh, you gotta watch out for Monkey Girl. Monkey Girl gets taken down by Gun Goddess. Trades are coming out. The melees are coming out. The guns are flying. But it will be Thundercats who are going to continue to stay in the lead firmly with 35 kills to 27.
Camo up in 5 seconds here. Thundercats have had the lead. They've been pushing this pace, and they're keeping Team Command Station trapped on one side of the map. Thundercats definitely controlling the pacing of this game. Command Station is able to find one onto Gun Goddess, trying to slow that down. And she is going to grab that camo, but Death, ODH Death, is going to clean that one up. So yes, Command Station gets the trade there, but that's a win for ODH Death. You clean up the camo and continue this 9-kill lead. I mean, great plays coming from them. 14-7 as well. That's a great draft pickup right there.
The boys coming in clutch for their princesses as ODH Death and Hoax Factor combined over 20 kills, almost 30 kills together. Mechanic does get himself the red gun inside a Red Room as he takes down another member of Thundercats, bringing this just a little bit closer, but not close enough as a nice nade shot comes out from Thundercats, and Thundercats are going to hold strong inside of this back A PD spot, and Monkey Girl finds herself being sandwiched by 2, getting taken out by Made Baby, uses a shroud screen to cover his escape, but that will be another fight inside of this arcade zone, and Ultra is trying to stay alive, will take down. Sorry, no, he does die to Made Baby. And as we get another member, Monkey Girl, moving up from driveway. She's going to get chased down. She's going to get hunted down. Not going to be long for the world, but once again, 49-37. This game is about to be over with one more kill, and I don't think CS are there for it, and they are not. They go down, and we are tied up in this series 1-1 as Thundercats win the Game 2 Slayer.
Yeah, Thundercats were just able to find their footing there in that second half of the map. And at that point, Command Station was never able to get out of that spawn trap. You're just seeing Thundercats they were manipulating the spawns, making sure they had them in the right position. And it was constantly just a sandwich. Like there was 2 players on either side. They would get the spawn, either back sub or a back tower on that side, and then the collapse would go through, and it was just too much for Team Command Station to handle, and Thundercats tied the series up.
And I mean, we needed to see them tie it up if we want to see the series go the distance, and I think it absolutely can, right? That Game 2 was scrappy. It was violent. It was bloody. It was in your face, Pato. So many of those fights were within 10 to 5 yards of each other. You could spit and it will likely hit a Spartan on the other side. You know what I mean? But this kill right here, that was such a sneaky melee by Hoax Factor. And if you're Ultras, I mean, that's one of those kills that you have to move forward. But unfortunately, I think that was one of those kills that blocks the mental just a little bit. Pato, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, that's going to be difficult to bounce back from that, but it is possible. Also, looking at those stats, I mean, ODH Death and Hoax Factor, they both had the exact same KDA at 10.3. So working together really well, working together like ketchup and mustard on a burger. And that's what you want to see out of your draft teammates.
Absolutely, and honestly, this is what draft tournaments are all about, right? You have players from a wide variety of skill teaming up together and playing together in a competitive tournament double elimination format for the prize pool of $1,500. I want this series to go the distance. I want to see the best team move forward. And as we move on to King of the Hill Vacancy, a lot of people go back and forth on Vacancy as a map pick in general. I think King of the Hill Vacancy is arguably one of the better map and mode combination for this map. So now that we see it here featured in Winners Round 2 as the map pool, what are your thoughts on King of the Hill Vacancy?
It's one of the ones that I wanted to stay. If we're going to keep any of the Vacancy maps in here, King of the Hill is definitely the one I feel plays the best for Vacancy. The other ones, I mean, definitely room to be debated if that can go in, but I think this one, yeah, it works. There's some good setups you can hold on this hill. There's the scrappy hills like bottom mid, and then there's some where if you get the spawns, it's going to be a strong hold and you're going to have to make a strategy to break it. The place is a couple sets of different play styles, and I think it's going to be a good fit, and especially a good fit for this game 3 here to see if Team Command Station can bounce back after that Slayer.
If you're Team Command Station, this is definitely one of those objective game modes that you want to ensure you start off strong with. I mean, this Vacancy is a map that not a whole lot of people might have a whole lot of practice on, especially in the Big 26, right? This is a new map still, even though we are 3 months into the new year. It's still one of those maps where either you're really comfortable on it or you're really not comfortable on it. And if you're one of those players who just do not like this map in general, in situations like this where you're forced to play on it, you could be at a disadvantage. However, I'm seeing plenty of players be able to push through that mental gap of just not liking the map and still playing this map fantastically. So it's all going to come down to me. Who can control that red tower side, as we saw it there briefly in the flyover? Who's going to control the shock rifle? And how many teams are going to utilize the bottom of the map to sneak into the defenses of some of these teams?
Yeah, I think the bottom mid part is super strong, especially if you have teammates pushing either of those sides early on. So all the reticles are going to be looking at your teammates at the bottom mid. Is a good way to break a hill on that side. But starting off, we have hill here. Top mid on this side with the shock rifle spawn. Going to be very scrappy because on either spawn you can get into the action very quick. The team that caps this hill will be in a good position.
This top mid hill, definitely one of the harder maps, one of the harder hills to take on this map. Gun God is going to get cleaned up by Command Station if she decides to do it herself. But ODH Death is already there to return. She has to be careful though because Hoax Factor went through that bottom mid route you were talking about, Pato. Made Baby trying to stay alive. She will get taken down, but Mechanic is hanging out in this blue tower, does get taken down, but look at the positioning of Thundercats right now. It is 2 versus 3 momentarily. Gun Goddess gets chased inside of jail. She will live for now, but Hoax Factor getting taken down by a double shot from Team Command Station, and Gun Goddess being pinged out inside of red. She is still here. She is still a threat, and Team Command Station have to take her down quickly if they want to try and get this hill, and they do so, Pato.
They do so indeed, and now have bread control. 2 Ultras trying to get up onto this tower side, going to have a good view at what's happening on the hill, but Thundercats push through the other side, cuts, and able to take out that hill person. So now this hill will be going white. I'm not going for either team. Thundercats able to push through. Ultras trying to keep these red spawns here, sees that 2 teammates goes down and knows he's going to need teammates to make the next push. Almost gets a win onto Gun Goddess. We're not quite going to be able to get that in. Trade is there, but Command Station with that time, and it's going to be Thundercats. I mean, not Command Station, excuse me. Thundercats with the time on that hill and going to take that first hill.
Little bit of that geometry block. You and I have both been victims of being caught on a wall when you really do not want to be. And unfortunately for Team Command Station, they are going to go 3 dead yet again as Thundercats are looking to try and capture this hill. But a great play by Mechanic. He even stays alive in that exchange as well. They are instead going to start the timer. They're going to start the clock on capturing this hill. The grenade comes in. Nice grenade by Hoax Factor to clean up Mechanic. 3 dead go down again for Team Command Station. As Command Station, she is the last spawner. She stays alive in top mid, but Gun God is using the grapple hook to try and find her. She does. She finds her. 3 shots to the back will take her down. But here comes the spawner from Mechanic. She can't win the 1v1 duel, but will it be enough damage anyways? As 2 go down once again for Team Command Station, but nobody on hill right now, as it looks like the Thundercats are electing to instead maybe play time. But this could be a little bit of a detriment in their strategy perhaps. They have 2 members, Monkey Girl and Command Station in bottom mid, but Gun Goddess is wise to it. She's on the flank and the 2 of them get cleaned up together. And that will be Thundercats yet again putting up more time on the hill. We are going to go into a listen in as we try and figure out what exactly the Thundercats are saying to each other in their comms.
Kill snipe.
Nice.
Nice!
3 dead. Last one red door. Abso.
He's Abso. Yeah.
Top mid, yellow.
Dead.
They could get a red spawn.
Another one red door.
Mechanic spawned up.
Yeah, they spawn red. They're spawning red.
Enemy teams.
Good job. I'm pushing out
He's
blue.
still red.
Enemy team.
There's
I can't get your one.
Hill's weak, guys.
Dead hotel. I killed your hotel.
Hill's one very weak.
I got 2 1-shots on me. 2 1-shots on me. I'm getting chased.
They're one. 3 dead.
Yo, I'm gonna shroud your thrust.
Let's go on me.
Yeah, I'm shooting him. 1 shot.
I don't see him.
Dead.
You got it.
I'm 1 shot. I'm Abso. I can't
Yeah,
tell.
bottom mid. I'll get Hill. Nice shit.
Behind
Nice
me.
smack.
Thank you.
Red door.
One more here.
Yeah, weak.
He's
He's
one
1 shot.
shot?
He's 1 shot. Yeah.
One
You
in
got
red,
that.
PC, I think.
On
I
red
got
door.
it.
Nice. Dead.
Shit. 3 dead.
And we are back. Good listening coming out from Thundercats. They're doing such a good job motivating each other through that, getting hyped with kills, and it's been translating to how they're playing on the map. I mean, been pretty dominant here on this vacancy as they're about to close out on this 3rd hill. And you got to shout out ODH Death too. They finally take him out, but for a while was at 12-2, moving up 13-2. So doing so much for this team, and the players living that long and doing that much damage, it's going to be hard to bounce back from.
Yes, it is. And honestly, ODH Death in that flow state for so long. The Thundercats go up 3 hills to 0 as they get back-to-back taps in game number 3. And Team Command Station, I mean, they have to start cleaning up some of these kills. Monkey Girl, unfortunately, I don't like calling out when, you know, players are struggling in some of these games. You know, you and I both don't like to do it, but we have to talk about it. Command Station's the only one on our team with double digits. Everybody else has double-digit deaths right now. And if Team Command Station want to rally and take a couple of these hills, they're going to have to lock in, and they're going to have to start playing together instead of taking these 1v1 duels so many times. But what are your thoughts, Kate?
Yeah, it's looking like these newer maps are not going in the favor of Command Station. I mean, they played Recharge and they played it pretty well. And that's been in Halo since the beginning, Halo Infinite. So now that we're on one of these newer maps, maybe they haven't quite gotten those reps in ranked or in scrims knowing these maps. And it's starting to show here as Thundercats have been pushing the pace the whole time. This Team Command Station looking like a different team from what we saw in map 1. ODH Death, I mean, I shouted out earlier, 17-4 now. And this is, they were doing similar numbers like that on the Slayer as well. And then finds a double kill right there while one shot. And that might be all she wrote if you're winning like that. 3 go down for Team Command Station, last on the hill. And they're going to have to push fast if they want any chance to stop this.
They had to get ODH Death, and they had to get him quickly. The hill is running out of time. They had to get on top of this, and they do. They stand on top of it, but they need to continue to stand on top of it. But Ultras, unfortunately, trying to play for his life instead, is going to look away, and that will be the cap for Thundercats in a very commanding fashion. 4-0 sweep game number 3 to put themselves in the lead by 1 game. But the next map is Empyrean, capture the flag. Now, Pato, this is one of the more technical CTF maps that we see from time to time, typically with these asymmetrical 3 cap maps. We've seen it in year 1, we've seen it in year 2 with a map like Argyle, and more recently with maps like Forbidden and Fortress. Both of those maps have been removed only to be replaced by Empyrean CTF. So really quickly, we just want to shout out European Halo with a raid. Thank you guys so much. Hope you guys had a fantastic stream. Everybody be on the lookout March 27th, 28th, and 29th as European Halo will be hosting the DreamHack Birmingham European Halo Tournament. And we already have our top 4 teams confirmed for that one. So be on the lookout to both European Halo and LVT, who I believe will be doing the open bracket tournament side as they usually do every event.
Yeah, super fun watching the European Halo League, especially in the qualifiers recently, doing some good stuff over there. I know the stream was just as good as always. For those of you joining us, this is winners round 2 in the Clutch Academy draft tournament. The first one was a best of 5. It went all the way to map 5. Now we are here in map 4. Team Thundercats up in a 2-1 lead, moving to the Imperium flag. Like you were saying, a very technical map, and I see this map as one with calculated risks. It's very hard to cross that 50 point into the base to get that, because there's just a lot of areas to look through for those spawners to look and push to stop that. So sometimes you have to be very smart about when to push, and it's always going to be a risk, and it's not always going to work out. So it's who's going to be able to time their pushes at the same time.
Yeah, and honestly, it's going to come down to that map control you were talking about. You can either force players to spawn by tower, or you can force them to spawn over by first BR in that green bend spot on the other side of the map. Either way, wherever you push, you have to ensure that everybody is forcing those spawns. And in a 4v4 draft tournament like this, Pato, we may see that kind of coordination, but we also might not, as these draft tournaments tend to get scrappy from time to time. As remember, for a lot of these players in these draft tournaments, this is the first time that they have played with each other ever, maybe in all 4 years, or maybe they've only played a few games together. If you're lucky, maybe you were able to draft your friends. But as we are waiting for a few members of Command Station to come back after taking a little bit of a rest break, I am excited to see if Command Station herself, as the captain of that team, will be able to rally her squad together behind her. We both know that Command Station is not a player to be slept on, and I am sure that neither Ultras or Monkey Girl or anybody else on that team are players to be slept on either. I think Command Station definitely has a squad that she can rally behind her, and they could push this to a game 5. But this is a must-win game if you want to force that game number 5. And sure, the last Slayer didn't quite go their way, but if they're able to find that flow slate Pato that they had in the first game, they definitely have a great chance to bring this to a game 5 and perhaps even continue their winners bracket run. But Thundercats, they are strong.
For sure. Very strong team, and it's going to come down to controlling those power weapons, too. It's the first double sniper map we've seen in the draft tournament today. I'm excited to see how that plays out, and Imperium is a very power weapon heavy map because you also have the overshield spawning on that sword side and rockets up top and 2 snipers. So it can get very dangerous if you let a team to control all 3 of those power weapons. So keeping track of those timers and making sure you're in position to grab those is going to be your ticket to capturing the flag.
Yeah, and an asymmetrical map like this, those power-ups can absolutely be the thing that you need to win those pivotal fights, or it can be the thing that absolutely ruins your hopes and dreams. I believe Mechanic and Command Station are going to be the 2 players that I can just see right off the bat going for that S7. But on the break, you have Overshield on one side, you have Rockets in the middle. Which team is going to be able to grab those 2 power-ups, because they're there for a reason, and they are there to crack open defenses.
Yeah, crack open defenses indeed, and I kind of want to see ODH Death on this side get the sniper. At this point, after you watch those last 2 maps, I'm saying to the team, like, yeah, you're in the chance to go to get the sniper. Everyone wants a turn with the sniper. You go 20-5 in one map, it's like, okay, you're shooting. Let's see what you can do with the sniper on Imperium. Keep that going hot. Playing for getting in position to get that overshield.
And we are finally going to get loaded into the map, as you can see here. Perhaps, actually, no. We are having a little bit of a technical difficulty, as it seems that Mechanic is unfortunately having some issues loading into the game. So for now, it's just going to be me and Pato talking about the rest of the series. So perhaps if we take a look at the bracket here, Pato, anything standing out to you, as we do have a couple of games all wrapped up and done in this winners round 2 bracket?
Big thing, Super CC moving forward once again. They first up 3-0'd loaded diaper, but then had another game 5 against Dead Lie, going 3-2, able to clutch that one out, moving to the winners quarterfinal. So that's a team to definitely look out for. They should win in against that. Also, S-Tier Mayhem, another team that's moved forward into the winners quarterfinal. They had a 3-2 victory in that first round against Dilly's Dozen, and then moved forward with that momentum and 3-0'd Blood Bank in winners round 2. Both of those teams, those are the 2 teams so far that have made it to the quarterfinals. Still waiting on the scores and other series to finish, but I mean, both of those teams had 3-2 victories. It's just happening throughout this bracket throughout the day.
And you were asking about one of those teams to look out for. In my opinion, it has to be Tourney, kind of towards the bottom of the bracket, just sneaking in. But they have an absolute powerhouse on that team. You might know him, you might have heard him, you might have listened to his clips screaming at players from across the map. It is none other than Onvor himself on Tourney. That is a team I'm going to be watching with great interest as they look to beat Justerin in winners round 2. Nothing has been reported just yet, but over on the lower side of the bracket, it was confirmed that Blacklist did win their losers round 1 match against Bravo 6. So they are moving forward in that clutch up bracket, Petabot, which I personally am happy to see, because I definitely think that that team could absolutely, in another universe, also be making their winners bracket round run as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's not unheard of for people to go all the way through the clutch up bracket. In fact, just this last tournament, a team was going to war in the clutch up bracket and made it to those sweet finals. So if you got sent the losers early on, or the clutch up bracket early on, you're not out of this yet. Especially with how these draft tournaments work, you might have just gotten unlucky. You might have gotten a really good squad, or you played a very good match. We saw plenty of 3-2s in that first round. I'm always love seeing, those underdog runs in the clutch up bracket.
Thank you so much for the gifted sub from Tyra Snipes. If you were the recipient of that gifted sub, I believe that was Fast Wolf MC, enjoy your ad-free watch of this $1,500 clutch up 4v4 tournament. Enjoy the sub emotes as well. Spam them in the chat if you have them. I think I have a few, so I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to put a few of these Clutch Academy emotes in the chat as well. So thank you so much for the gifted. We appreciate your support, because fundamentally, Pay to Bot, Clutch Academy, these 4v4 tournaments, they are all run by a grassroots organization. So every little donation, in fact, the prize pool was all donations from the community, and Clutch himself said that they were tons of them this time around. So hopefully I'm not speaking too much for Clutch himself, but thank you guys so much in the community for showing up for this birthday 4v4 tournament for Clutch, and continuously showing your support as well in the Halo community, as we are in one of the more questionable points in the Halo lifetime. We've been here before, but it's always a trying time as we're here once again.
Yeah, trying time, but it's great to see the community still rallying together to play Halo and save Halo. I mean, you go on X, you see people always putting that hashtag save Halo, and there's still people dedicated to this, and this draft tournament just goes to add to that. I mean, this is one of the bigger draft or prize pools we've had in a long time, and that's in our slower part of Halo while we're waiting for that next game. That just goes to show a stronger community, and it's definitely, I've been loving the community here at Clutch Academy. People in the chat have been asking about the draft tournaments. Make sure you join the Discord. There's announcements about when the next draft tournaments happen. Also will be posted on X. And then just to be in a community with some other great Halo players, join that. So that's going to be your one-stop shop to see what's happening in Halo in these next coming months.
Can I get some hashtag save Halos in the chat for all of you guys who are watching? Thank you once again to European Halo for the raid. We have 435 people watching this Game 4 featuring Team Command Station taking on Team Thundercats. And it has been lights out Halo so far this series. We slowed down a little bit from the technical difficulties, but as you can see, we're finally getting into the game as the opening break for both teams are starting to... not again. It happens, but it looks like we're not quite going to start this one just yet, Pato, but
I was getting hyped.
We'll get there.
I mean, that was a great opening. I was seeing that. I was getting hyped. I was feeling that. Map 4 moving forward. Looking good going into that, but once again, going to need to reset. Having an issue. Soon we'll get into this game moving forward, but yes, hashtag save Halo in the chat. I mean, I've been seeing some of my favorite stuff here in this lower time. I mean, European Halo League, as you were mentioning, with the great qualifiers. We're seeing some great matches over there doing that. LVT just had their LAN as well. And, some teams are starting to stand out that normally wouldn't have been formed during that HCS time, are now formed in this time of Halo and starting to make waves in those brackets. So I think it may be slower, but it's still a great time for Halo.
It is absolutely a great time, and we are seeing teams comprised of players that have not been on a same team before. I'm looking at the Luminon Gaming team, who secured their run into the all expenses paid flight out to Birmingham in EU. We also have Inconceivable as well, the Decepticons. Who can forget about those guys, right? The top 4 going into this DreamHack EU Halo tournament are looking completely like they are on fire. And as you guys can see, we are, you know, third time's a charm, right? Right, Pato? Like, third time's a charm. Hopefully we can finally get this game. Fingers crossed, everybody. Cross your toes if you got them as well. We're going to try and see if this game, we can just will. Can we will this game to start? No more technical difficulties. No more drops. Let's finally get into game number 4. And who better than to get onto the POV of Gun Goddess, as things are looking good so far. So I'm going to say we did it, chat.
Ooh, Team Command Station, though, looked like was able to sneak through and grab those rockets for free. Command Station also finds one with the snipe. They do grab those rockets for free. And now they have overshield. They grabbed every single power weapon off the start. Command Station gets the snipe. They grab the overshield and they grab the rockets. So off the rip, Thundercats on the back foot.
Ooh, and Gun Goddess not winning that piv against Monkey Girl does mean that she can't quite get to the defense of her team. But it looks like Command Station, they are off to a hard start, but slowing down a little bit, as they did get all the power-ups, but momentarily 3 go down for Command Station, as ODH Death in a very strong spot, trying to line up the snipe, couldn't quite do so right there, but he's showing off the, I believe that's the Halo Reach or the Halo 2 snipe, one of the two, but I love this weapon skin. What about you, Pato?
Yeah, it looks good. I mean, that's just a classic scope right there. Nostalgia, feeling that, but I feel like we saw a little bit of a blunder from Command Station. And you grab, that's what we were saying earlier, if you can grab all 3 power weapons, like you're in a dominant position. They're able to do that, but weren't able to get that flag out there. So I have to tip your hat to Thundercats, able to stop that one, slowing things down. And ever since, Thundercats have been on the roll here in the spawn trap.
In a spawn trap for sure. For a second there, I was worried that ODH Death wasn't going to be ready for the tower spawns, because we talked about it ad nauseum, Patobot. If you're going to flood that first BR, that green bend side, you have to be aware of the tower spawns as soon as the team starts to respawn. And ODH Death is about to find himself sandwiched by every single respawning member of Team Command Station. That flag run went absolutely nowhere, as they were just not quite quick enough on those spawners. And Team Command Station had to be grateful that they were slow on the uptick.
Yeah, what we were saying before, this map is very calculated and very tactical, and we're showing that even the smallest blunders right here are proving that you can't get a flag through. The spawners are so close and the defense has been so good. You haven't been able to move forward. Now Thundercats, though, stuck on this Molar side as Command Station. It's just up top tower, wreaking havoc, doing damage to those spawners. Now Ultra's able to sneak in as well and grab that flag. Mechanic finds one onto Molar. So 2 go down for Thundercats, make that 3. Gun Goddess lasts alive, but she did sneak through and grab that overshield. Gonna fight Mechanic. Mechanic gonna be the distraction, so this flag will likely go through. But can Gun Goddess make enough of a difference to go for a counter cap?
You know, not that it matters, but yeah, the spawners were just not there to be able to stop the flag like I was, you know, alluding to earlier. But sometimes it can, sometimes it might not. But a great play from Team Command Station off of a very slow start to this game. Do go up 1-0 in this series, and Command Station ripping off the face of Made Baby. But Gun Goddess with an S7 of her own, trying to line up the no-scope, does get a little help from Hoax Factor, so she is going to stay alive with that powerful weapon in her hands. She would be able to put that to work absolutely, as Command Station looking to try to find this player over in training. Finds him, but finds another for her troubles as well, trying to stay alive inside of their courtyard, but gets taken down. But nobody picking up that S7 right now, as Hoax Factor instead looking to try and put some pressure off of the rest of the members of Team Command Station, as here comes the attack from Thundercats.
Yeah, ODH Death doing a good job filling the open lane here and to push spawners onto Molar. Command Station brought back down to 1 shot. Hoax Factor with the well-placed nade is going to bring that one out and pull this flag long haul side. Gun Goddess finds a 5 onto Monkey Girl as well of the spawners here. That flag is through long haul. Mata Baby finds another 2 as well. So Team Command Station on the spawn trap, and they're going to get through. Thundercats here to tie this one up.
I think they learned from their mistakes last time around, where they tried pulling the flag towards long haul, but instead were a little slow on the respawners and tower. So great plays from Thundercats to bring this game to an even 1-1 score, as Mechanic gets a little too aggressive, but it's not going to matter because he has the help from the rest of his team, as Monkey Girl flies through green and will get cleaned up by the rest of the spawners. 3 go down for Command Station, so this will be Thundercats looking to make a important push across the middle of the map, but look at all the spawners over in bottom tower. Wait a minute. No!
Oh.
No! Oh, you saw it in the writing there too, Pato.
Yeah.
We all saw it happening live. Another disconnect. This time, Gun Goddess, as you saw, she just started moving in one direction, and oh man, oh man, oh man. We're gonna figure it out. Don't worry. But we are tied up 1-1, and when we come back from this technical difficulty, it will be a full reset once again.
Yeah, I mean, at least it was tied, so you had that opportunity where both teams, I mean, the advantage wasn't crazy in favor of one side or another, so the reset feels like we're just going to be moving that game forward. They will be able to put the score at 1-1. Might lower the time limit, not sure. Looks like they do agree on 1-1 tie, but so they'll still have that opportunity to grab. But it's good to see Team Command Station. They're still bouncing back. I mean, after that vacancy, it was looking a little rough here, but they were able to bounce back and move forward, and they're tying this one up. They're still going to make Thundercats have to work to this and maybe fight for that game 5.
All right. I think we're going to have to say it, Pato, but we appreciate everyone's excitement to play with their friends, but for right now, please, please, please refrain from joining your friends, as it does kind of mess with the lobby. So, you know, it happens from time to time, you know, people just don't know. Not everybody, you know, yes, there's 430 plus people inside of the stream, but there's still plenty of people who just might not be paying attention or know what's going on. So we're gonna persevere as we always have. Tyra Snipes, you're absolutely right. Would it be a Halo tournament without technical issues? This is not the first time we've seen it in all 4, now going on 5 years of Halo Play-Doh, and this will not be the last by a long shot.
Yeah, I mean, earlier on in the listens in, we heard someone say, my game looks like garbage, and there's been a bug going around with the new NVIDIA driver on Livefire, where your grass is not the color of grass. Instead,
It's
looks
black.
like you're looking
I have
into
the
the
same
void
bug.
of space. Yep.
Yeah.
Luckily, my teammate Dilly Donut is also playing in this tournament. He warned me before I updated my driver. He's like, dude, Livefire, there's black grass, so revert your drivers. They are working on it, though. I did see a message from Halo support that they're looking into the issues caused by the driver. So we're not completely abandoned here. There's still some hope. They're going to try and fix that. Also, new season of Ranked came into play too, playing on the new HCS maps. So some things to look forward to.
A lot of things to look forward to in the future. The future is still very much bright for Halo. Like, again, we've been here before when Halo 5 was no longer going to have another HCS tournament in 2018. It was 2 years before we saw Halo Infinite, and the community is still strong, right? I remember all the way back after Halo 3 went away for a little bit to prepare for Halo Reach, how many people complained about that game, and then Halo 4 after that, and then Halo 5. Like, it's always been, you know, we've always been an interesting community, haven't we, Pato? But we always seem to push through. We always seem to be stronger on the other side, and this is one of those communities that there's always something to enjoy, always something to have fun in, and this is one of them.
Yeah, I mean, also got to shout out Master Chief Collection. They've been popping off the players recently, getting an update to that as well. I've been seeing a lot of Halo 3 content recently. Feel like I'm going back in time, but liking to see some Halo 3 games as well, some Halo 3 side stuff, and then obviously the Pro League stuff, European Halo League, the Dream Hack. There's still some tournaments going on supported by the HCS and Halo Infinite. So whatever Halo game you like, I mean, people ride or die by Halo, and they're still playing their game.
Yes, they are. So, still waiting on the next game to start. As you guys can see with the flyby, it looks like either you can see it in the top corner of the picture-in-picture. Either the game is cursed or someone's disconnecting. Whatever is going to happen, but we're hoping, right? Fingers crossed that we're not going to be here for too long. We're going to eventually declare one of these two teams the winners of Empyrean. I don't believe this is the map's fault. This is just one of those situations where, you know, Halo is just a little quirky from time to time, Pato, but as we look forward to finally seeing this game get started and get underway, I mean, I just gotta say, I'm so happy that you're here. It's been nice to cast with you again. You know, I love casting with you, and looking ahead into the rest of this series, Pato, for those of you who are in chat, I'm sure if you've been paying attention to the Clutch Academy X feed, we have some star-studded talent coming up here in just a little bit.
We do. Definitely, and some, I mean, the birthday tournament going forward. First off, I always love casting with Revenite, and starting it up that, I mean, I think the last tournament was the first time we finally got a cast together, and now we're here. We're opening up the show, keeping the seats warm. Got some big talent moving on forward. Why not have to be joining us too? Why not be casting? Old man Mikowski as well. There it is, and then Wes Clutch. We got
first.
First in a clutch tournament. The first clutch. That's funny.
The first time
clutch.
we've had Wes Clutch himself finally on the virtual caster desk, and I'm excited to see what he will bring, as I believe it will be Wes and Mikowski that will be closing out the final brackets of the tournament. But yes, here very soon we will be joined by the one, the only, the wonderful Why Not Be Casting, aka Tony, and you know, it'll be very exciting to have him here as well. But a star-studded talent for this draft tourney. Hopefully we can keep having these guys come back for some of these clutch tournaments, as honestly, these things are so much fun to cast.
Yeah, so much fun to cast, and we're able to get talent like this just because people tuning in and making these tournaments of what they are today. So shout out to all you guys viewing, and all those people playing in the tourney as well, and working through, you know, some of these difficulties here. Might have been Crash. We respect the people sticking through it.
One of the most resilient communities, aren't we, here in Halo? As we are going to load into this map, can we finish this game? That's going to be the question. It was looking good for a while. Now we just needed to continue for the rest of this game. So we're just going to get loaded in here. We're going to wait with bated breath, and we're going to hope that everybody is going to still stay connected to the lobby, and we're not going to see any more disconnects or anything like that. So here we go, Pato. I'm clenching a little bit. I'm be honest, I'm clenching a little bit. I'm worried.
A little nervous, but I'm hoping. I mean, as much as I like to watch Taco Bell Pit, I don't mind, you know, if it can come to an end to crown the winner of this map as well with these colors. But look, a little bit of the difference here. Thundercats make an early play for those rockets as Team Command Station push forward through the sword side. Mechanic gets a free backstack and also had the overshield. Now we're going to try and use this one, but Sniper melts that overshield, and Hoax takes it out all by himself with sniper rifle in hand and the Fist of Fury.
Thundercats have the stronger opening this time around on the technical reset, so still unable to really make it into some meaningful map position. But Mata and ODH Death being quite annoying in the back, and a nice spawn shot from Hoax as well. Can he line up this one? No, he can't. Command Station instead will line it up and also enjoy having her sniper rifle refilled with plenty more 14.5 caliber bullets. Yes, it is. Look it up. That is the official caliber size of the S7 Hyper Velocity APS DS. Sable round, basically. So, you know, a little bit of a nerd myself.
I was gonna say, look at you with the fancy stats. Didn't even know that lore existed, but hey, way to go.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the flowers, the head nods, but as 3 went down for Thundercats there briefly, Team Command Station in a very good spot to move this flag across, but headed off by Gun Goddess and Hoax Factor as 2 goes down for Command Station. Command Station needs to try to stay alive in Green Tunnel. She goes down, but the flag is still sitting here long haul, and Ultras gets backed off, and that will be a flag return for Thundercats. So the defense holding strong, but the attack already being broken up.
Yeah, both teams have had their opportunity, but the defense is able to stop that one. So we are still all tied up here. 10 minutes remaining to go in the map. Command Station finds one onto here, trying to get those spawners here as Mechanic flies through the base here. Here's one of those calculated risks and able to get through. Monkey Girl finds a sleigh onto the other. 3 spawners are up, so this slide's going to be important if they can get it into long call. Command Station finds a perfect 5 onto Gun Goddess, and Mechanic gets this into long call, but it's going to be stopped out by Hoax Factor. They pushed too far into tower, and those spawners were able to stop that long call. And once again, a defense coming through.
They got the touch!
Oh, never mind. The defense was not. The back smack from Command Station with the wrap. They were close. They were able to get that touch with the sliver a second and able to fall down. And now, Team Command Station bring it up 2-1.
2-1. Remember, it was tied 1-1 before we went to that technical reset. So great plays from Command Station herself to rally her team back after what we both thought was going to be a lost flag for Team Command Station, but clutching up and getting the flank and getting to the position where she needed to be, using the repulse to make sure she wasn't going to take too much damage from those grenades that were being tossed by Mare. And fortunately for her, they also got a flag touch in the middle of that kerfuffle. But Hoax Factor, moving across training, is going to receive a couple of shots from Command Station, but Command Station doing a great job of utilizing her aggressive map position to ensure that the rest of her team get off to a good start. Still staying alive, getting the stick of the repulse as well. The fadeaway from Command Station. My goodness, what a play from the captain.
Right as you were giving her flowers for already doing good, she managed to do even more while one shot. I mean, just outstanding plays there from Command Station with that to finally get 2 on that side and make sure all of Thundercats need to go to that side of the map and take her out. Like, that's a good distraction, and that allows the rest of the team to push forward. Gun Goddess trying to waste sniper bullets there. Almost did throw off the map. It is going to be Ultras turning around here. Gun Goddess may be taken out, but that sniper out of play.
Sniper rifle being out of play, definitely an important call to make. And if you know you're in that kind of a situation, it is better to just shoot the ground, waste the bullets, make sure that you are not giving your opponents a powerful weapon to use against you. So a great job by her in her death to ensure that play worked out just fine. But Command Station and company are trying to stay alive inside a green tunnel, but little do they know there is a Hoax Factor in their back. Does get cleaned up by Command Station, but here is a training call out as well. And Command Station again, 11-3 and 5 right now. Absolutely putting on a show for us here on the stream and proving everybody why she's one of the team captains in this draft tournament.
Yep. On the other side, though, Hoax Factor 15-5 and 8. And that's on this reset alone here, trying to make ways to get this second flag. This overshield's going to be big. Overshield and rockets up. Thundercats in position for the overshield, but it looks like Monkey Girl might have snuck through with the rockets. Hoax Factor, though, with the bandit, able to clean that one out. So rockets down somewhere here on this green. Overshield going to push forward to try and grab this. Gets melee, but Mechanic takes down that overshield. That will be out of play. So 2 fresh rockets for Gun Goddess. Finds one to get the trade. 1 rocket down on this pit side. It's going to be ODH Death that grabs this. Finds spawners onto the tower. Unable to connect a clean shot onto them. Does do some damage here. Gets one shot. Now going to have to hide for this pit player. They find 2 down. And it's going to be Hoax Factor moving this flag forward after those rocket plays. Somehow snuck through and got that. And now it is all tied up.
We must have been blind, Pato, because I'm not even sure if I heard the audio cue or maybe it was drowned out by the sound of a rocket being fired. But yeah, Thundercats get that flag moving across the map in quick fashion, and Team Command Station find themselves in another tied game. Sniper rifle does spawn, but Hoax Factor instead prioritizing heading off Mechanic towards bottom tower. Does get taken down by ODH Death, so I believe that will be the S7 going into his hands instead. But Monkey Girl already putting pressure on him, but the sidekick not going to be enough to take him down. Instead, opts to switch to the bandit, gets to clean up there, but we just saw a brief exchange as the 2 sniper players go 1-on-1 against each other, but neither one coming away with a kill.
Hoax Factor sneaking through the sword side, gonna find Monkey Girl, takes him out with the 3-shot melee. Now drops down, gonna regain shields on the sword. Teammates are trying to make a push forward, but Mechanic in the backside with that sniper finds 2. Now going into this flag, is able to pull that. Might still have some sniper rifle left to work with, but Hoax Factor in a good position here to try and slow down this run.
going out on the run. They definitely do. 2 go down for Command Station, but 2 go down in return for Thundercats. It will be Command Station who is all that's left, and that is 4 dead. 14 Command Station, and Gun Goddess with the sniper rifle in hand, looking to try to make something happen with it as well. Definitely plenty of tools to work with. Only a couple of shots with this S7, however, does take off the shields of one player. Can she take off yet another Command Station? Going to go ahead and be aggressive with it with that no scope, but can she win the piv? No, she can't. A perfect 5 coming out of Command Station, and chat firmly in the camp of Command Station as she gets another kill on Made, which will open up this rocket grab for Monkey Girl. Can she utilize this? There are 2 members pushing her, and unfortunately has to use both rockets, but Overshield is still in the hands of ODH Death. No, whiffs the grab as well for the slide. Gets the stick though onto ODH Death, so literally putting in the work for her team. Command Station proving why, once again, I've said it before, she's the captain for this team for a reason.
Making the flag miss there, look intentional, landing the sticky onto the overshield after as well. Now it is Ultras trying to move forward this flag, but it's going to be met with Mata Baby and ODH Death. Death with the melee. Command Station gets a trade onto Gun Goddess, so we're going to get a stalemate here. That flag does return, so now teams once again going to have to fight for this 50 position to try and get a pull. 3 minutes 30 seconds remaining here in this game. Looking for this one. Now pushing forward into this green side is Mechanics, but going to look the wrong way. Needs 2, but gets a melee. Did look the wrong way, able to get the trade there. Was a little scary, so things will slow down once again.
Oh, it's a little scrappy at that rocket spawn, wasn't it? You know, we saw both players kind of, you know, throw elbows at each other. Neither one able to connect. But one had a teammate in the wings. The other one was isolated all by themselves. But tied 2-2 right now. Next flag cap is going to win the game. We're only playing until 3 caps. So whichever team gets there first is going to win. So much damage coming in to the team of Command Station, but Command Station on the wings with the sniper rifle is going to try and stop this flag run. She gets 1, looking around. Here's the call out for 2, but Gun Goddess puts 1 up on her and takes her down. Made Baby moving this flag across. The shields get ripped off of the Ultras, but the spawners of Mechanic going to take her down, and Gun Goddess gets a melee in the back, and that flag pull, that flag cap, that flag run gets stopped in its tracks before it even gets moving. And Command Station, she's not done yet, but the touch coming out of ODH Death will stall this flag pull out for a little bit. Made Baby throwing out so many grenades, but it's Command Station with the sniper rifle, and they will return it. That was a scrappy defense, a very desperate defense, but it was enough.
It was enough. Thundercats was looking to make that. They had to play, but the last player they left alive, her player name is on the team, and started to pop off with that sniper rifle, slow things down with the double kill. Then off the spawn, is able to slow down the rest of that flagpole and get the re. ODH Death, though, does find a good double kill here, going up to 19 and 13. It is Mechanics with that rocket, so it's going to be another standstill. ODH Death with the overshield. Overshield versus rockets, and it is going to be Mechanic. Takes him out. Hoax Factor gets the trade, so both power weapons now off the map from that, then fully utilized. It's Command Station pushing forward into the enemy base, trying to be sneaky with this sword side while waiting for spawners, but it's also Hoax Factor that's going to be sneaky on this overshield side. Will Command Station survive? It's brought down to 1 shield, uses the repulse once again. Now going to be met with Hoax Factor.
Oh my gosh!
Oh
no way! No way! What?
Gets the double kill with the killing spree. Command Station with a huge win while One Shot gets the triple as well. And that
Where's
might
the
be
over?
it. Command Station might move forward with this flag.
What an insane play from Command Station, but the flag is stalled in long haul. She does catch Hoax Factor sleeping, who was on the cusp of dropping a 30 bomb, but Monkey Girl can't get the flag across, but Mechanic is there instead, and we are going to a game 5 off of a fantastic play from the Demon Queen herself, from Command Station, the woman who did it all on the last few moments of the play there. Insane, and we got to watch that all in real time? Are you kidding me, Pato?
I mean, we were on Command Station's POV for what felt like a good minute there, and the whole time was just One Shot. Drop down to bottom sword, use the repulse, gets back up, and then meets Hoax Factor while still One Shot. Gets the 5 with the repulse, pushes forward for this triple kill on the Mata, baby. What's the Mata, baby? You're gone here. We're going to map 5.
Going to map 5 off of the back of that play. Oh my goodness. Command Station has to be out of her mind. Getting her team on her back and carrying them into a victory after multiple resets. We had like what, 3 resets, 4 resets maybe, Pato, to be able to still pull it all together with your team. Fantastic from Command Station. I mean, we look at the kills there, the kill death spread, you know, like, yes, there are a couple of players who were struggling, but there were also a couple of standouts there too.
Yeah, it's the Thundercats were in that game. I mean, it was going down to the wire there at the end. They might have been up a little bit in the Slay category as well, but Team Command Station were able to move forward with that final flag to send this to a map 5. There's no map I'd rather be on than a map 5 Aquarius Slayer. I mean, it just feels like a classic at this point. Series are decided on Aquarius.
I mean, I called it the Thunderdome, Pato. What more do you want, right? This is the map where grudges and rivalries get settled. This is the map where people get bragging rights, right? Like, it's Aquarius. This map has been here for 4 years in the rotation, constantly, never once being removed or taken out. It's going to be Slayer. Only camo is the power-up on the map, and what better way to start it off than with yet another reset, Pato?
Technical issue, giving teams time to lock back in. Thundercats need to take a breather and here focus on what made them great back in that Street Slayer. They were playing fast paced, they were playing together. In that Streets, they had Team Command Station in the spawn trap for that latter half of the game, and they were just never able to get out and collapse. Aquarius, you're going to be looking to do the same. Not going to be quite as fast paced as Streets, but that teamwork is going to be vital if you want a chance to close this series for Thundercats.
I mean, Infinity in the chat, our producer, the man behind the curtain, he said it best, Pato, right? Winners round 2, and we have had back-to-back game 5s featured on the stream. What a time to be alive. This is quite easily, in my opinion, Pato, one of the most exciting, thrilling, and hyped up tournaments we've seen so far, and I really sincerely have a feeling that this is going to continue into the later rounds of this tournament. We are not going to see a slowdown, I hope, right? I hope we're going to see more game 5s, because as a caster, as a part of the community, as a professional competitive enthusiast, these are the series that I want to watch. These are the series that I enjoy.
Yeah, I mean, it's given me flashbacks to the last time we had some great series, and remember being with Mikowski up late. We had a bracket reset, best of 7, went to game 7, and then reset and do another game of 7. We're a little delusional. It was going late, but that's the type of things that, you know, draft tournaments bring. They're built for game 5s. They're built to see who's the iciest there. And this time on this map here, it was Gun Goddess moving forward. Or not Command Station. Command Station. Sorry. Gun Goddess still shooting well. They were still, I mean, it was close. Like, looking at Gun Goddess as well. Definitely the captain on the team. Yeah,
I feel like I'm back in Halo 3, Pato, watching like a Halo 3 montage, you know, and it's just all Command Station. She's been absolutely insane in that game, and it's a thrill to watch. Truly, it is. She deserves it.
Yep. Now moving forward, can they close on the Slay? I mean, Command Station guns are hot, and it's on Aquarius. Command Station previous FFA winner, and all the FFAs are decided on Aquarius. So, what a better spot for Team Command Station.
They are. We're you know, we're still waiting for players to load into the lobby. probably like some people doing some restarts and stuff like that to try to ensure that there are no more technical errors, as you know, Halo Infinite has always been kind of a, you know, one of those quirky games from time to time, and sometimes these little gimmicks get it to behave, you know. But as we watch this replay again from Command Station, I am just so impressed by how locked in, how much of a flow state she is in. This is, I mean, this is prime, premiere, if you will, Command Station gameplay. And if you weren't a fan of her now, you have to be after that.
If Command Station needs a Twitch like intro, they should hit up, because that whole map was pretty much just the Command Station highlight reel. Like, put that on the Command Station intro, and people will know she means business. She's bringing a game here. Now players are in the lobby. We are loading in. So, will it be a map 5 here? Will we load in this time? Who is going to be on top and move to the winners quarterfinal?
Will Command Station continue her hot streak, leading her team to victory? Or will Gun Goddess and the Thundercats persevere against trial and tribulation and move on in the winners bracket? Both of these two teams fought extremely hard to get here. We've had to play through technical difficulties. Every single map has been relatively close for the most part this series, but unfortunately for both of these squads who have fought very hard to get here, only one of them will move forward in the winners bracket. The other one will have to clutch up in the lower bracket.
Early BR battle between Command Station and Gun Goddess, both forced to back down and do damage to the players pushing onto the car side. Danik finds a pick there, but it gets traded out. Now he's playing for this camo. That is Ultras flying across the table trying to get a nice cut, but Gun Goddess not having any of that. I'll end that cut through, and it's going to be Mechanic with this camo here. Going to spot 2 on this blue util side. Waits patiently to do the damage, but ODH Death going to need a win here, but no! Mechanic with the thrust camo combo is going to get the double kill. Unfortunate Nate takes out that camo, but the damage still been done.
She needs to get this kill, but he's playing his life so well. He's being a hard kill, and she will pay for it with her life. Command Station going down, but Mare Baby as well getting taken down, and it's just multiple trades and slays for both sides. Momentarily 3 dead for Thundercats, so Ultra's looking to try and get some map position, but he's going to get found out by Mare Baby, who's going to put some shots on, and Hoax with the grenade going to finish off that kill as well. Gets himself a double kill, actually, as we have another fight between Monkey Girl and Mare inside of this gen. She's going to bring 1 to shields, but a great bait and switch from Thundercats, bringing this game to 12 kills for the Thundercats, 9 for Team Command Station.
I'm still moving forward. Ultra's waiting for that teammate, but it's going to be met by Mata Baby. Forced to back down. ODH Death on the pinch. Gun Goddess finds a melee as well. So Thundercats hurting to have a little bit of a lead here. Going up 14-9. Are they going to be able to capitalize on this push? Mechanic slowing it down. Takes out ODH Death. But the team fight is happening here, and it's going to be Command Station with the clean 3.
What a great series of slays, a great series of teamwork, baiting each other out, switching each other out as well, following up on each other's damage. They brought this slay count to 3 kills, and now they are within 2. They're easily within striking distance of taking the lead, but the Thundercats are still holding strong, so annoyingly enough, Team Command Station not quite able to take the lead just yet, but a great flank from Hoax Factor. This man's been doing this all series, and a triple kill for the man will result in a grab of this camo, and this is going to be a very, very, very powerful individual on the map.
We're about to go into a listen in with Thundercats and see how the comms are going.
2 P1, 2 P1.
3.
Yellow side. 2 P1 yellow side. 2 P1.
My
Help
friend,
each other.
my.
Help each other. Help each other.
I got one. I
Watch
got
out,
one.
Sherms.
Go on.
Drop down.
Yellow
On me,
fish.
on shrooms, on shrooms.
Alright, I'm pushing.
P2, P2.
P1. Drop down.
On you, Hooks. Car 3. P2.
He needs help in this gen.
They're gonna be coming from top mid. Behind you guys too.
One more. One more.
Yellow
Behind me.
high
Car one as well. Car one as well.
That one.
Nice.
There's another one there.
Good trade.
One more.
2. 3.
Yeah, don't rush in. Nice nade though. Shit. There's another guy there on the grid. Yellow bridge. He went yellow.
I'm needing.
Yellow gen. Listen. 2 yellow gen. I'm gonna push off P.
Damage.
Car 1. This car 1. I killed 1. I'm going P2. Yo, talk to each other. Talk to each other. You're helping each other.
Tommy.
You can definitely hear Hoax trying to rally his team together, being the tactician for the Thundercats, and it's still very, very close. I'm sure if we have the opportunity to, we will likely go into a listen-in with Team Command Station, but Mechanic might be lagging a little bit, or we might not see a listen-in because Discord's lagging a little bit, so we might have to reset that a little bit later. But for right now, Pato, 31-32, Team Command Station still trailing, but by 1 kill. It's neck and neck between these two teams as it has been all series.
Yeah, keeping it close. Thundercats, though, find a good wave here. 4 go down for Team Command Station, make that a 5-kill lead for Thundercats as we're closing in. But before this, can Team Command Station make this comeback here? Close on the lead. Let's listen to their comms. And we're back. The listen in is bugged, but we are closing in on this one. Thundercats about to pass that 40 kill mark. It is Monkey Girl finds that win here. Still down by 4, still very doable for Command Station, especially finding kills like that. Move the lead down to 3. 3 go down for Thundercats here, waiting for spawners here on the blue side. Want to get that Command Station a solid 11-11 here, trying to will this team to victory here in map 5.
I just want to say really quickly, Pato, that, you know, Monkey was struggling most of the series, and to see her finding some success in this game is very, very nice to see. Command Station, of course, getting the reversal on Hoax Factor. Very, very nice of her to do as well. But, you know, Monkey Girl, she's been struggling the whole series. To see her being able to find some success, to be able to be a useful member for her team, so nice to see. Much props to her, but, well, this game is looking a little scrappy, huh, Pato?
Yeah, getting closer. Command Station in with the scrappy kill on that side. I was scared, ran into 2 on the util side, but able to get a trade there, which is going to be important if you are in the lead. Team Command Station starting to find the kills here. They're starting to flow. They brought this lead back and now have a lead of 3. Going to be a big fight on this P2 side. 4 kills is what it's going to take for a Command Station. Pings are going through. The team is there, but somebody else joins during the last second. Please get them out. Leave real quick. It isn't closing in. Don't affect the game here. It's closing in. 48 kills for Team Command Station. And they find the next one. Man, going to have to force to back down here.
49.
Waiting for that 49 here.
50. And it's Monkey Girl. Monkey Girl gets it.
After you are given the props, it is Monkey Girl. Hopefully that goes through. I'm not sure if the person who joined had any effect on that game. They'll talk about that for sure. But as of now, Command Station able to bring that lead back and close it out. And what other, right after you saying Monkey Girl icing up in game 5, able to find that 5th one.
I mean, I gotta give flowers to Monkey Girl, right? Like, as someone who every once in a while when I play competitive 8s, I tend to find myself struggling from time to time as well. So I want to just give my flowers to Monkey Girl for standing tall and staying strong in this entire series and just not letting it break her mentally, you know? And yes, that game was, you know, definitely very Halo Infinity, if you know what I mean. But, you know, once again, we have people joining lobbies when they're not supposed to be. It happens from time to time. And, I mean, yeah, Tyra Snipes calls them best. These streakers are just very annoying, Pato. But I do believe that will be, yes, as we are getting the confirmation in score reporting in the Clutch Academy Discord, that will be the end of this series. Team Command Station move on into winner's bracket round 3, and Thundercats are going to have to find the ice in the Clutch Up bracket going into the rest of the tournament. So Pato, do you have any final thoughts at this time before we take a break and get ready for not only winners bracket round 3, but also a switch up on the caster desk?
Yeah, it's going to be excited to see why not coming into cast for a little bit. But I mean, we've had 2 game 5s in the series so far on stream. We're going to be eating good. And the monkey girl in the chat, able to ice out, saying she's the OBJ queen. I definitely agree.
She is.
Popping off. And then when the OBJ is slaying, you need to clutch up. Monkey girl will find the last slay. There we go. So clutching up, she found that last slay. But we are going to set up this winners quarters finals. We'll be right back with more of the Clutch Academy birthday draft.
Double kill. Double kill. Killing spree. Snipe. Killing spree. Double kill. kill. Double kill. Killing spree. Triple kill. Double kill. Killing spree. Perfect. Perfect. Reversal. Double kill. Double kill.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Clutch Academy birthday draft, and I'm joined by none other than Why Not Be Reckless, one of the casting greats. I'm super excited. How you feeling coming into this? Why not?
I'm feeling fantastic. I mean, I love to get the chance to cast with the Clutch Academy, especially for a great cause. It's Clutch's birthday with all the stuff that he does for the community. What does he do for his birthday? He does more, throws a tournament for his birthday. It's really an honor to be here. I wish I wore my SSG hoodie because you're looking real good in it.
Ooh, yeah, I know. I had to rep the brand. It's love Space Station down there, but yeah, super excited. And we were talking about it a little bit in the call earlier. We've had 2 best of 5s so far on stream. So moving forward, we're with that same team. We're on Command Station, who we just watched in winners round 2. And they're going up against Team Resurgence, which we haven't seen. But looking at these names, I mean, there's some good names there. We got Pink Sakura, Nazcast, Binka Boinka, and Rizzle are going to try and stop down the momentum of Command Station.
And that's going to be absolutely huge. And can I give a quick shout out to the ladies' representation within this tournament? Like, well, I think last round we had, what, 3 or 4 Halo ladies. I just heard they would have another 3 or 4 Halo ladies in the lobby. This time, Pink Sakura making her name onto the stage here for the first time this weekend. And that is absolutely fantastic. Love that. Want to give a huge shout out to the Halo ladies out there. Keep doing your thing and keep showing that men ain't crap, okay? Ladies can game.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely can game. I got my casting start from the Galentine's tournament just last year here at Clutch Academy, and that was a tournament. I'm like, okay, I'm loving this Halo community. So the ladies always showing up, and we saw it with the Command Station team taking that to round 5, and now going to see the addition of Pink Sakura in Resurgence. I mean, this draft tournament's been provided, and it's still going to pop off in this winner's quarters.
That's exactly what we're about to head off into as we look at the bracket mine as well here. Command Station and Resurgence going at it here in the quarterfinals. And I don't see the actual teams, but I do see Super CC, captain of one of the teams on the opposite side of that the quarterfinals bracket there. The Vayne Super CC going up against Nuki's Pookies, and wow, you call for it, here it is. Oh, Kalar is here too. Whoa, yeah, that's a strong squad. But then I'm looking at it again, and again got a shot at the Halo ladies. Blood Reyna, Nuclear Blaze, FFA, and Coach Phenom, damn good in the 4v4s as well. I've seen Shot Tossi in the playlist as well, so I recognize many of the names on the other side of things. Like, no matter where you are in the bracket, is one thing that's like always guaranteed: it's going to get tougher and tougher as you advance. And that Super CC versus Nuki's Pookies, hilarious name by the way, no matter who makes it out of that side, is going to be a problem in the winners bracket semifinals.
For sure. Nuki's Pookies, also the other team we had on stream that went to game 5 against Blacklist. So I mean, just there's a lot of talent moving forward, and you just kind of get a general overview. I mean, yes, there's those couple 3-0s, but moving forward, there's a lot of 3-2s, 3-1s here. And just kind of going back to that format of a draft tournament, you go to winners round 1, you're seeing some balanced matches and open for some good times. And it's happened so far here in Clutch, and now even in the losers round. Taking a look at that, we're seeing these ones are only best of 3s in the Clutch Up bracket. So some of these teams moving forward 2-1 or 2-0 in that. So a lot of Halo still left to be played here.
Some great names down the lower bracket. I saw Whoopsie Daisies. I love that name. Yeah. First rounders, by the way, made it to second round and maybe third round. So their name's kind of alive, if you ask me.
Yeah,
and then,
kind of alive.
And then I'm looking on stream right now, and of course you have Team Command Station, who we were highlighting as one of the ladies here, and also Ultras and Monkey Girl. Are they on the same team? Ultras is actually nasty, dude. I think she's like she's normally a high 1800, but I think recently she's even hit Onyx 2K in the lobby as well. I think I saw Monkey Girl for the first time during maybe last time's draft tournament. I wasn't too familiar with the name, but I recognized it from last time. Like, this is going to be a stacked lobby. Nazcast, not only a caster, but also absolutely sick on the sticks. I love the lobby that we're looking at right now.
Yeah, it's super good. And Monkey Girl was the one that iced up in that Game 5 Slayer, found the last kill to send it to 50. So she came in, called herself the OBJ Queen, and she's definitely been in quite a few of these clutch tournaments I've casted. And that's always like, if you need someone focused on the OBJ, Monkey Girl's going to be there. As you're talking Nazcast as well. Plays in College Halo over at York, doing some casting there and playing into College Halo. That's a name I'm really excited to watch with that.
Yeah, he's darn good. Got to not only experience his casting, experience him playing, but also on top of that, actually played against them in one of the College Halo 8's lobbies. And yeah, really good player, really tough on the map, and team command stage is going to find that out as we go into map number 1, live fire oddball. And if there's one map and game mode combination I feel like is really good at just warming up and really feeling out your opponent, it would have to be oddball, probably our longest game type that we have in Halo Infinite. So no matter what, going into game 2, both of these teams, they're gonna be pretty warm.
Yeah, I love a good oddball. We saw oddball at the very beginning over on Lattice, and that one, I mean, that was when they're still cold, still getting in. That was very scrappy and very close. And looking at these teams, I mean, also going forward on a live fire here. I mean, that's just a classic map going that. We're seeing some deaths here, though, so it's likely this lobby will reset.
Yeah, for those of you unfamiliar, usually when you start seeing on the kill feed that the enemy team is immediately jumping off the map, either they're trolling to an extreme degree, or most likely trying to signal to end the game. Maybe somebody needs a reset or something. At this level of gameplay, we don't see very often players jumping off the map at all, but especially not in the beginning.
Not at the beginning. And unless they're trying the old Call of Duty strat, there used to be one where off spawn you would jump off the map and try and get a closer spawn to the objective. It's an interesting one, opening break, but doesn't quite work out in Halo, especially with that long respawn timer here. Waiting for that. Looks like it was a high ping lobby, so we're going to get the reset. I'm excited for live fire. You have that sniper top mid, and if command station gets a hold of that sniper rifle again, if you're Resurgence, you better watch out.
Gotta be serious here. Command Station, not only known for a 4v4 gameplay, but also a free-for-all champion. We've seen what Command Station can do in multiple different game types in this game, but especially want to see how she leads these ladies and Mechanic to a W going into this round. Or can we see Resurgence? I mean, Pink Sakura, I've seen her in playlists time and time again. Really, really good. Nazcast, one thing I know about him is not only is he a tough fight, but also I love his communication. I think he has great comms, and I think especially when going into a draft tournament, that's kind of what I really want and value, is good communication. No matter what, even if we're players that haven't played together often together, just by small talking and game planning, we can get on the right page and have an advantage over our opponents who are really just counting on their gun skill lots of the time.
Yeah, I think that's a huge part of the draft tournament and why some of these captains are so important. You get called a captain because you're drafting, but also, you know, you've ranked up in Halo. You're considered one of the elite players in the draft tournament, so it's expected you share some of your knowledge, because this goes all the way down to Plat 6 players. They're still trying to get their hands on the game to sign up. And that's could be the difference. In that first series that we were watching, we went and did a listen in, and the captain had just great micro comms, like, hey, we're playing recharge here, and it was on a strongholds AB hold. They're like, okay, we need to hold this real quick, let's get a set of kills just in the middle of comms while fights are going on, and then they get a 4 down, let's push forward to C, let's get that triple cap. And they took that map dominantly after hearing those comms. So being a captain with strong comms like that is so important, and Command Station, very staple name here moving forward, so definitely knows how to work with these draft tournament teams.
Ladies and gentlemen, going into live fire oddball here. Sniper over toward the top mid. You got that ball toward the bottom, and maybe most importantly, You have Camouflage coming off at a little bit of a delay, but that'll draw both of these teams' attentions as they fight for it and every single resource on the map. Don't worry, we're not milking anymore, guys. We're getting into this game, and I think I saw some spawn grenades being thrown, some GB grenades. I'm gonna have to work on mine as we see Slays going left and right. Team CS going forward down immediately, only trading out Pink Sakura in return.
Now Nazcast with the sniper rifle, 8 bullets to work with as Rizzle brings the ball back to sniper's side. Team command station is going to get that green spawn and now pushing forward. Camo is up. Nazcast looking for that one for his teammates, but Mechanic gets a flank on the dummy side. Is able to stop that camo here. Not sure if that was popped, but Mechanic, great play there to stop.
Yeah, most likely that camo in the hands of Team Command Station at the moment. Nazcast was using it as bait, but it was his teammate that got first hands on it, not able to activate it. Nazcast getting activated on the map, though. Big two-piece coming out of him, and also trying to react to the spawns. It looks like the players are already going down. It's his teammates. What is he doing in the 1v1 versus Ultra? Looks like he needs to get out of dodge.
Gonna wait for that teammate there. Has the sniper, which is gonna be powerful. Now the teammate uses the bandit to get the damage. Nazcast gonna find the last and turns around and gets a double kill with the body shot there onto Mechanic. Now the collapse is happening on that oddball, and Nazcast looking good with that sniper.
Yeah, if you're watching the game from Nazcast's screen like we are, you would think they'd be winning at the moment here, but a 10-point small advantage goes in favor of Team Command Station. It's also about grabbing that ball and being as efficient as possible. And as that ball goes off the map, Resurgence get no time. And although you're able to take down one, you still got to go through many. And over to the dummy side, you run into every single grenade, but a killing spree by Nazcast, who hasn't died a single time. He gets involved, he gets activated, but fall off the map and a bit of a reset.
Reset there, but Nazcast still going on. Hits the spice, gets the timing there onto Command Station, but now it's going to fight 2 players on Team Command Station. That first death finally going to be activated there for Nazcast, and the push is in. Good drop though from Binka Boinka with the ball to slow down that push. It's going to be 2 alive from Team Command Station. Looking for that. Keeping it scrappy here, but Binka Boinka doing a great job of just dropping that ball and shooting.
Yeah, fantastic work by him. A lot of times you want to play the ball early, heads up play, listening to his teammates, recognizing the shields, recognizing where you're able to isolate a gunfight, get a big kill, and now all this extra time is being earned right now. You have to really point to Binka Boinka, not only one of the better objective players that we have in the lobby, but probably the best name as well. Binka Boinka is hilarious.
It's always fun casting Binka Boinka. Get excited to say that one, and especially when they start popping off. Binka Boinka with the shots. It's always good. And Resurgence still pushing forward there. Man Station, though, going to get a little bit of a rotate here on the play on ball. So it is Monkey Girl last alive, but going to use the rest of the life to get some scrappy time here, rotating it to A. Nazcast hits the G side, though, cleans that one up, and Team Command Station going to have to wait for those spawners for a push.
55-36 lead going in favor of Resurgence at the moment here. A Rizzle looking to take space over toward the big door side, knowing that Team CS want to attack that region and the sandbags. Drops the sniper for a teammate here, so knows that one of his teammates might be able to pop off. And if we have Big Sock for your team, I probably would give her the sniper as well. She goes at the 1v1 with Command Station, but the bait and switch too much. 3 down. Go Command Station. Pink Sakura and her former teammate Command Station going at it time and time again.
Boinka, perfect shots down low. Monkey Girl out there to trade it out. All while these fights are happening bottom mid. Nazcast grabbing some much needed time here. Bringing it at 15 seconds and closing. Team Command Station gonna need to get a push here. But Rizzle stops that one from bottom mid. 2 sliding in from back A side. Looking for that. The nades are there, but still surviving. And Pink Sakura there for the cleanup. Can they get into cuts and survive to get this last second? No. Monkey Girl there to stop the time.
The Rizzler doing some great damage and attracting that oddball. However, ends up going down. Luckily, you have Binka Boinka and the crew able to clean that up, and an interesting rotation. And Nazcast gets it out of the danger zone, and the spawning players of Team Command Station now battling back and forth, being the shield. Ain't nobody getting to that oddball player in time because Resurgence are up 1-0.
Loving the rotates there from Nazcast and squad on Resurgence. There was a couple times, you know, there were 1-2 down on the teammate, but just the rotate of the ball allowed him to get an extra 5-10 seconds, and they kept doing that. So that was starting to add up and gave him that first round. Now, gun's still hot for Resurgence as they win this opening break and opt to bring it back towards A.
Your boy off screen able to take down Monkey Girl. Numbers advantage currently favoring Resurgence as Binka Boinka waiting for the camouflage, snatches it up, knows that Command Station is one shot. That's the communication we're talking about. Well, active listening, gets him the kill, gets him active camo. That need let Ultras know exactly where he's at though, but the bunny hop strategy almost undefeated. Oh my goodness, that if he would have got away with that, I probably would have freaked out, not gonna lie.
Yeah, and just continuing to bounce, luckily turned around in 2, but still good plays because he had to send 2 resources over there to find the camo, all while Resurgence was grabbing that early time. Now Team Command Station able to break through, find their first 4 seconds here in this second round. Ultras doing a little bit what we saw Binka Boinka doing earlier, dropping and shooting, getting damage. But Binka Boinka's like, hey, that's my job. Slides in, 4 go down for Team Command Station, and more time towards Resurgence.
Resurgence still scoring at the moment here, 27 points and counting. Pink Sakura once again closing the distance between her and the spawning players of Team Command Station. Another trade goes down over toward the bottom mid-side. Binka Boinka wants to find an opportunity to bring that ball over toward the green side, but notice when he notices a whistle goes down, he immediately turns around and has to hit the audible here. Not the play he wanted to make, but still alive, still scoring, at least for now.
Yeah, oftentimes, I mean, good oddball versus great oddball is the difference of setups. A lot of players, when you first start, are like, okay, I just want to hold this setup like it's a good setup, and it will work. You start to see the more advanced players like to rotate this ball to bring it towards, away from those spawners, towards where the fights are happening. Binka Boinka doing a good job at that. And now Monkey Girl doing the same. OBJ Queen, as she said earlier in the chat, rotates this to back B and finds a spawner here. Now gonna get some more time, and Resurgence gonna have to get another set of slays.
You oftentimes want to get that ball toward the green side as opposed to A for that reason you just saw. As soon as the pressure gets collapsed on you, as soon as you lose that advantage that you once had, you can play the ball off the map and ultimately deny ball time from your opponent. It is ultimately still Resurgence that have that ball this time over toward the tower side. They have a play ball opportunity as well. Not sure if they'll need it with Mechanic end up getting taken down, almost a wrecking ball there. It looks like they do need to play the ball off the map.
Ascast here with Camo going 22-7 and finds another free kill at the back smack. Make that 23. Now waiting for this opportunity. Ball rotates and trying to find these spawners, but Sniper peeks up top mid, takes out the spawn here. But with that trade, it's going to be Nascast. 7 bolts of Sniper to work with, and Camo's going to take out Mechanic. Now gets his ball. He might need to play it here, but gets the no-scope with the melee for the killing spree. 25-7. Nascast doing a lot for this Resurgence team.
That's an advanced understanding that Camo is even stronger in draft tournaments like this. When you don't have the teamwork and coordination of knowing your teammates at the back of your hand, well, you can get caught off guard many times, and Nascast takes advantage of that, and Sniper over toward the tower side. This could be the final stand. Team's Command Station needs to get this ball out of their hands, but it's so tough to do when Nascast is sniping like this. The final seconds going down, and although they lose the ball, Nascast still hits the stick. 3 down for Resurgence.
They were able to stick through, but Nascast doing max damage, finds that stick to slow that one down. So Command Station on the back foot here, but they do have this tower setup. Pink Sakura are going to get through the back elbow, finds the first opening pick. Now trying to climb up this tower. They don't read this. Finally, someone turns around. It is Ultra slowing that down. Forced to play the ball here. Resurgence have 2 members alive here, looking towards this bottom mid side to try and grab the ball. But spawners spawn close. There's going to be a fight here. Mechanic against Binka Boinka. The jiggles are landing there for Mechanic and going to grab that ball.
That was a pro level jiggle peek strafe you just saw, and Resurgence 11 seconds away from taking this round, and the game are stonewalled here thanks to Mechanic and Team Command Station. Setup has been built one false move can ultimately cost you this round and potentially the game. Resurgence need kills, and kills they will find as Monkey Girl and Ultras do end up going to the black screen. Somehow, Command Station finds a disadvantage kill, but 3 down go Resurgence. Here comes Pink Sakura, who takes down the last 2 players courtesy of that double. Can Resurgence end it here?
11 seconds remaining. Pink Sakura is going to grab that camo as Nazcast is trying to get those last couple seconds here. Team Command Station going to have one last push to try and get some wins. Nazcast is taken out along with Binka Boinka. They're finding those kills. Pink Sakura alive with camo, trying to be a nuisance here on this sub. Team Command Station cannot grab any ball time. Rizzle with the flame. Pink Sakura still alive with his camo. Now going to need to get some good damage on this window. Backs off. This is a textbook right here. Living with camo and just doing damage for your team, and that allowed Nazcast to go through and grab that final couple seconds, and it's going to be Resurgence taking map 1.
And that's just the difference between a good camouflage player and ultimately a great one. A good camouflage player is going to use that little bit of camo, maybe a little bit of less aim assist you might end up getting if you're fully camoed out, and it will take advantage of that and win your 1v1s. But a great camouflage player, they're not going to give you a fair 1v1. They're going to put down those shots. They're going to use their cover. They're going to play a little bit of peekaboo action. You saw Pink Sakura literally do just that. 23 and 15, 15 assists. That's a 13.0 KDA going out of her. But I also will say, my man Nazcast, 29 kills, only died 11 times, 9 assists. That's dirty, brother.
Yeah, that first round was off the back of Nazcast there, hitting the snipes, doing so much, and might have had the most objective time too. It was very close. Binka Boinka right up there with them, but doing a lot for this teammate. We see here early on with the sniper rifle, gets the beat down melee, and I mean that was the name of the game here. Resurgence outslaying, grabbing those power weapons, and ultimately was what gave him the win.
No, game number 1 goes handsomely in the favor of Resurgence, but it's still a best of 5 series and plenty of action can go down. And one thing I always know is when we go from a game 1 to a game number 2, we switch it up. No more objective. We go Slayer first to 50 kills, 12 minutes on the clock, and I'm tired of objective getting in my way. If it's up to me, a best of 5 series would be 5 Slayers. Don't get in my way, objective. I'm trying to kill some people.
It's all about the gun skill here. 1v1's getting that, going for Slay, and Team Command Station wants to tie this series up, looking into the Slayer here. Gonna be able to trade this one out, and we've seen them ice up. I mean, game 5, last Slayer, they play very coordinated together. While things were getting scrappy here, and Resurgence had the Blaze by a handsome margin on the oddball, don't count this Team Command Station out yet.
Gotta give a huge shout out to Infinity and I guess whoever else is running the replays package and whatnot, cutting those clips, putting them in order, and man, just making us relive some of those crazy moments that we saw in game number 1. Hopefully, there's even more in this game number 2, because I do see a shock rifle and the active camouflage makes its presence known again. So that's plenty of action to see some replays, and grabbing that camo is exactly what Team Command Station do. Not sure if they're able to get away with it though.
Chaos happening in the Shroud there, trying to grab this camo, but it might have been Command Station walks away. Binka Boinka caught out on this white side. Still doing max damage against Mechanic. Mechanic down 1 shot. While there were 2 players, Rizzle comes in to back up Binka Boinka, keeping him alive here, keeping this series tied. Now it slows down. Trying to look for these. Going to hide in this corner. Person pushing forward top white. It is Ultra's going to caught out by surprise. Trade happens on the other side of the map, though, and things are still all tied up.
Binka Boinka is still on screen right now, half shields, but still ready to fight until you get a shock rifle to the knee, courtesy of Command Station. A little bit of denial grenade action, shooting the grenades on the ground and anticipating the players that are moving over towards Whirlpool. Looks like they want to attack the weak side. If you want to push Whirlpool, we're going to get behind you, and these shots in the back are going to hurt. Command Station, Team CS, they come in hot, and Monkey Girl eventually finishes that one.
Gets taken out to tie things all up. Pink Sakura here finds the second kill. Opted to grab this plasma pistol. Gonna meet Command Station on gold steps, hits the shot, and then finds the first with the bandit as well. Charges it up. Doesn't see the person jump up glass here, so gonna have a natural pinch if they turn around and read this. 2 players going towards the C plat. Ultras is taken out. Now Mechanic gets the one shot. The flank on the other side. Monkey Girl in glass. A little too slow.
Nice little killing spree here from Big Sakura. Not just yet with the green gun. That one's gonna go a little wide right there. But more importantly, Big Sakura plays with life and catches an entirely new angle and keeping Team Command Station guessing here. Eventually 2 players over toward the long haul side. This must be bad numbers advantage for Pink Sakura. Takes the 1v1 and at least comes out with a trade. But Nascast coming out of nowhere. 5 shots to Command Station. And looks like Monkey Girl, she's coming in for the cleanups and wants active camo.
Ammo gonna be big here, but the rotates are happening. Pink Sakura flies in. Damage goes through, but gets great shots there to grab that camo. 3 go down for Team Command Station, and his Resurgence with that camo. Pink Sakura. Honors down on this A side. They're looking for it. Pings come in. The information is there. And now it's time for Camo to make this play. But a little too fast, and the nade damage is there. And Command Station counters that Camo play perfectly.
20-18 lead here. Resurgence still having that advantage. Nascast wants to keep it, and every trade tends to favor the team in the lead. So Nascast and Resurgence will take that every day of the week. Great damage and confidence out of Binka Boinka. You're one shot. He ain't acting like it.
Gaddick there sliding in, gets the headshot, and now a flank from Rizzle. Gonna have to use some target prioritization, but Command Station says not so fast. Gets a turnaround, perfect 5 onto that. Nazcast misses the plasma, but still able to get the trade onto Command Station to try and hold on to this tiny bit of lead. Now Resurgence spawning into this back C side. Team Command Station with the map presence here. They're just going to have to wait to strike. They're going to look for this pinch here. 4 members of Resurgence on this white and C plat side. Duo pushes forward. Binka Boinka gets taken out. Can Ultras back up? Ultras does get out and survive. So Resurgence has a small lead of 1.
IQ play from Ultras there to get out of dodge, put that in damage, stay alive, don't get overwhelmed. But it looks like the exit route was also blocked off as she's taken down, and so is Mechanic as Resurgence lead starts to grow a little bit here. We see Nascast and the crew look for those spawners.
Nascast flying forward, finds one onto Command Station, gets the damage. Pink Sakura there to clean that one up. Urgent's okay with trading as we're in the later half of this game, up at 33 kills here. Binka Boinka finds one. Assist coming in from Pink Sakura. Now the cross map shots. Ultra's trying to fly into gold, but it's going to be met by Binka Boinka in that gold side. The damage is through. Gets that one. Trades are through. Up by 6 now. Resurgence looking good here with this map position, finding these spawners and getting the split spawners.
With how quick they attacked the A side, nobody else from Team Command Station were able to spawn over towards A, and by the time Command Station got involved, it was too little too late. Resurgence are here in numbers, and now looking to translate those kills into a camouflage, snatched up, grab, activated, and put to use. He goes right into Monkey Girl. Monkey Girl luckily able to get that trade off, and back to a 3-kill game. Team CS still winning.
Still winning here. It's been very close, but Team Command Station just hasn't been able to find those set of clean kills. There's been a lot of trades to try and turn over that lead. They've been on the spawn for a little bit. Resurgence doing a good job at collapsing on that. Monkey Girl want to last alive here. Want to try and get a trade here on it, but no. Pink Sakura turns around and cleans up Monkey Girl. Big win there. Thought they were going to have the nice little sneaky play, and Team Command Station once again finding himself off spot.
You gotta recognize who you're in the 1v1s against, and I promise you, Pink Sakura is one of those players on the map that you do not want to challenge. You see why 17 kills and only has died 8 times and barely loses those 1v1 fights because of that 7-kill advantage right to the gold side. That's a confident push, not stopping whatsoever. It's the aggression that got them this 8-kill lead to begin with, and it's the aggression that will end it. Resurgence up 2-0 in the series.
Yeah, I mean, Command Station had a little bits of life there going through that, but ultimately, as you said, the aggression of Resurgence was the name of the game. especially on a map like Recharge, if you find yourself getting stuck in that spawn blender, and if they're pushing fast enough to get those split spawns, it can be very hard to break out of, very demoralizing. And Command Station, just they weren't able to find that footing and get the clean kills. They're doing a good job of trading. When you find yourself down 4 or 5 kills, you're gonna need to get those clean wipes.
50-41, your final score line. Pink, Sakura. Someone said in the chat, Sakura kind of farming right now, and you ain't lying. 19-9, 12.7 KD8 to end it. On the other side of things, you see Command Station Mechanic, not bad. You know, usually if you have 2 players dropping 15 and 14 kills and remaining positive, you're gonna win most of those Slayers. In this case, we're not able to do so. Pink, Sakura, and Nascast just too strong of a duo going into that game number 2, and now we go into a game number 3, and it's gonna be tough. You know, you're gonna have to dig deep here. Obviously, Resurgence ain't giving you anything for free, but the last thing you want to do is end up 0-3 and going down to the lower bracket. That's a lot of momentum being lost, especially after, like my man Paige just told you, they won a crazy game 5 just last. So much momentum on their side right now, just the energy being sucked out of the room.
Yeah, Resurgence, and part of that, we said aggression just sucks the life out of them. But now moving forward, just looking at that, they have to hit a reverse sweep in this series if they want to continue in the winner's bracket. Also, they have to fight with the going to be on Lattice King of the Hill, which plays towards that aggressive playstyle. A little bit smaller. There's those slides that you can collapse on those spawners. Team Command Station gonna have to take a step back and find a new strategy for this map 3.
I think the good thing about Lattice King of the Hill is I feel like it's gonna favor the team that's, and like just like you said, you have to be aggressive, but you also have to have a balanced attack. Because I feel like your aggression is gonna get you to killing the enemy team and ultimately breaking their setup. But then the question becomes is like, when you set up around the hill, where does your hill player position? Where do you position around that hill player to keep them alive for as long as possible? You are the shield ultimately that is to stop the enemy team from pushing from their spawn to yours. So yes, offensively, I agree with you. You have to be on point. It also tests your defense as well and how we're able to slow the game down. I think it's one of my favorite game modes because I think you need the most balance in my opinion, and especially when the hills move from one place to another. So I'm right there with you. Just wanted to add that little caveat.
I think, yeah, that's a very important note to add. It's a game of offense and defense, and Lattice, there's very aggressive play styles to break, but if you break that setup, you find yourself on the defense a little bit on that, and you have to find a setup of your own, find a way for that hill player to still be in position and doing damage, getting that info while your other players are around, making sure they don't break the hill just as easy with that aggression.
Ladies and gentlemen, game number 3 is coming up right now, and the stage is set. The players are locked in, and I was gonna say it's time to find out who wants it more, but it's time to give them some time to get into the lobby, to get to an acceptable lobby, because again, at this level of competition, I want to make sure that it's fair for everybody across the board here. Resurgence up 2-0 right now, and mind you, Pay, you talked about it earlier, Team CS coming off of a huge win. What exactly happened the round before this one?
I mean, it was super big, just how it was back and forth, but they were able to ice up in those later parts. I mean, they went down 2-1 in that series. So they've been on the back foot before in that one, especially that third map that they lost. The other team went up 2-1. It was a King of the Hill that they lost 4-0. And like, it was just looking like lights out from the other team that they weren't going to be able to bounce back. Some of the problems were there. Something happened where they were able to lock back in. They moved forward and ultimately close on that ice, or on that Slayer. They're able to ice out. So Command Station, they're familiar with being on the back foot, but a complete reverse sweep will be a tall order for them.
King of the Hill Lattice is what waits for us next, potentially the last game of this series if Resurgence have their way with Team Command Station currently down 0-2 right now. Game number 1 wasn't as close as they wanted it to be. I think game number 2, they definitely showed some energy. They definitely showed some life, but it feels like they were down for most of that game, if not, 95% of it. at some point in time, Team Command Station needed to get a reset, and it just never came on recharge. And Lattice King of the Hill, you've been playing from behind this entire time. If some way, somehow, Team Command Station can finally get into an early lead, maybe we see them hold on to it. We've seen potential. Now we need to finally hit that ceiling here for Team Command Station as we wait for that final player to enter the lobby. Meanwhile, Resurgence, I know of Pink Sakura, I know of NASCAR, seen them time and time again. I'm new to A Rizzo, turned it up a little, and Binka Boinka. These are two players that I'm not familiar with, but so far, been quite impressed.
Yeah, Command Station coming in the chat and saying Rizzo may be final. King Sakura too, but Command Station, we saw that other map at one point, Imperium Flag had a highlight reel. I was telling Rev while we were playing that he needs a Twitch intro, just play the highlights of that Imperium, because it felt like they were all sniper, all popping forward onto that, waiting for that. But they had that potential, and as sniper lands on here at Lattice, that might be the key for Command Station and squad to go back into this one. I saw you saying the match has been good. You wish you signed up. Say you're in the draft tournament, Tony. What are you looking for? You're a captain. What are some of the things you want to draft from players?
For me personally, I just no ego players. Like I would choose a no ego, great communicator who maybe has lesser skill than somebody who has the skill but just has a bad attitude. And sometimes you can't even control that. Like, you know, sometimes you have players that just can't stop sighing, you know, when something happens, it'll happen their way or whatnot. But for me personally, I think for many other players that are coming in to these type of tournaments, like the moment the vibes start deteriorating and whatnot, the moment you start adding negativity into the comms, I feel like it's not going to help me play better. If anything, it's going to make me play worse. So for me personally, I would take good vibes, good communication over somebody who's skilled and maybe doesn't have the right attitude. But again, that's just me personally.
Yeah, I think that's a big thing. Vibes have been so important in some of these clutch tournaments. We interviewed a winner. I don't remember exactly what tournament it was. It was a while ago, but we had an interview on. We're like, what was the big difference? They said it was the team, like just how they work together. Like some of these players, they weren't the biggest of names on that one, but you go for the vibes and looking to play like together and just have fun throughout this Saturday. I mean, that can be the difference. You have to stick together with each other if you want to win this throughout your Saturday. So vibes is going to be very important.
Ladies and gentlemen, we finally are about to get into the matchup here. I know I'm ready, so I know for a fact you guys are. We're live. We're ready for action. And of course, it's going to be King of the Hill on Lettuce, your vegan-friendly map. Only one. Halo Infinite here. Hill over toward the ice side to begin things. That is a tough hill to try to control. Like you see so much time wasted off of the neutral clock because of the positioning of this first hill. It is out in no man's land, and no matter, it feels like any point on the map, no matter where you spawn, no matter where you're at, you have some type of angle on that first hill.
Yeah, that first hill is super hard to grab, and oftentimes that first hill can be a determining factor for what team's going to move forward. You grab that hill and get into a setup on that second hill, and that could be lights out there. Teams do win that with only capturing 2 hills, just with how scrappy this first hill tends to be. But that's why I like Lattice and the King of the Hill mode. I feel there's two different types of like play styles. You have those super scrappy hills, and then hills, as you were mentioning, on the defensive side that are very set up base, where you're hiding in that blue side or the tower side. You need to have a player watching the cross, making sure they're not entering. You have to play a little bit more of a setup. This Lattice has a good balance between the two.
Yeah, and obviously when you talk about that, when you talk about watching the cross, when you talk about being able to control the pace of the game there, you also got to talk about spawns. You know, the same way you're watching the cross, the same way you have to put yourself in a great position is the same way you have to be not in the enemy team spawn, watching your own. You don't want to break spawns because that would definitely put you behind the 8 ball and maybe cost you a hill, which could eventually cost you a game. While we wait for these teams to get locked and loaded here, we're gonna try to figure out exactly what's going on here. Maybe we'll send Pay up in there to go fix the server that's going on. Pay, you go there, you fix the server. I'll go on break. We come back, we'll have more of your Clutch Academy birthday tournament.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back here. We're on board Resurgence Binka Boinka, and we are in the lobby. We finally made it to Lattice here. Early battle is going on for this sniper rifle. Man Station gets caught out, one shot here. Looking at is going to be able to survive on tower, forcing Binka Boinka to drop down and get this kill and take max damage. So that sniper is still up for grabs.
Took us quite some time to actually get into the lobby here, but I actually surveyed every single player in the lobby, and they said they're gonna make it worth it with this game number 3 Resurgence, trying to pull off the sweep. Meanwhile, Team Command Station trying to put their first win on the board and avoid getting knocked down to the lower bracket this early here in the quarterfinals. And some great shots, but it's Team Command Station that are on the receiving end of them.
I mean, good plays here out of Rizzle. Team Command Station played that sniper pretty heavy, and Rizzle's like, okay, I'm just going to go to the opposite side of the map and hold this hill. And got that whole hill without even being contested. Still yet to find the first kill, but up one hill with that OBJ times. It's up going to be able to trade Command Station. Binka Boinka with this sniper rifle here. Trying to line up, lands the body shot onto Punky Girl. Gets that, but Ultra's going to clean up that sniper. Big wins coming in from Team Command Station as they hit this rotate into red.
Yeah, McKenna was able to clear out that red side here. Pink Sakura tries to get involved, but by the time she does, the shields are already back, and Mechanic is winning yet another gunfight to clear out the red side. Numbers advantage starts to favor Team Command Station once again as Ultras finds another weakened player. That time as we Nazcast. Finally, Mechanic gets taken down, but it takes 3 down for Resurgence to do so. Great time for Team Command Station.
Here was that setup you were talking about. It wasn't able to happen, and they spawned close on that ice side, and Team Resurgence gets through for free through ice onto red and gets a clean 4 dead. So Team Command Station had a little bit of life and got almost halfway through this hill, but it is now Resurgence getting their turn with that hill time as they get another clean 3 dead.
1-0 lead here, still in favor of Resurgence. Binka Boinka finds himself over towards this hill, and with a numbers advantage for Team Command Station, against Team Command Station. Binka Boinka some great shots onto Monkey Girl on the rotate, and that leads him right into Pink Sakura, and they're able to take him down. Binka Boinka almost gets the headshot onto Mechanic, but Mechanic survives, and it looks like momentary scoring for Team Command Station. We could see their first hill on the board, unless Pink Sakura has something to say about that.
Once again, Team Resurgence breaking through the backside of red, wrapping through that ice, and Team Command Station hasn't watched that route yet, and they've gotten another break, and Resurgence now on the dying moments of this hill. Gonna be a little bit, goes white for a second. Pink Sakura forced to back down to play for this, and now the fight coming in for front. No damage there, drops down. Pink Sakura doing good damage. Now they're going to opt to fight on this hill, try and keep it scrappy, but that's going to be to their demise as Command Station slides in, gets the back smack, and has 6 bullets of sniper to work with, and able to clear that hill, tying it up 1-1.
Pink Sakura trying to do everything she can to hold on to that hill, but they're forced to punt it and set up over toward the blue side where they're spawning. And mind you, Team Command Station is so quick to collapse. Command Station here, so is the entire squad. You lost out on Monkey Girl and Ultras, but you still have Command Station who's commanding space. Big 2-piece out of her as the spawners on the opposite side. Team Command Station looking a bit different.
2 bullets of sniper to work with. The Command Station uses 1 to get that body shot there. They start to clean it up. Gets another one to find the killing spree here. Holding this hill down alone. Mechanic gets another one onto Rizzle. Finally, someone able to take out Command Station, but not before she's able to use all that sniper rifle. Meanwhile, Mechanic's just been on this hill, soaking time this whole time, trying to survive on that crystal, but it is going to be Pink Sakura taking it out. Keeping things scrappy, so Resurgence, we're using that aggression push forward into that, able to break the setup and flip this as Team Command Station find themselves 3 dead.
4 players go down for Team Command Station, none go down for Resurgence. But mind you, as Rizzo and Binka Boinka watching the tower side of the map, it looks like we could see a flank and off angle push, maybe a weak side push coming out of Team Command Station. But no matter where they go, Resurgence are there, 2 quickly going down. And yet once again, Team Command Station haven't gotten a single kill by the time they do it. Too little, too late. 2-1 lead for Resurgence.
Yeah, Command Station has had a couple solid pushes where they've been working together and they're able to break that hill. But then off bat, Resurgence goes back and is able to re-break that. The slaying prowess of Resurgence has been too strong. 3 of those players over those double digits yet, and Team Command Station, no one has passed that. King Sakura leading the charge at 15-5, but Nazcast close to follow at 13-5 as well.
Boy, getting some great value out of his life.
Double
That's
kill.
a nasty double kill, and Ultras has to pour herself away from the hill just to get that kill. And mind you, with 3 down, she don't have the bodies in order to even try to play for it. A well-placed grenade, but still sent back to the respawn screen. Resurgence already about 30% done with this hill. Team Command Station just touching it now just to get sent right back and eliminated. This is just perfectly played by Resurgence.
Yeah, just great teamwork here coming out of Team Resurgence. We're actually going to go listen to Resurgence's comms to see how they're putting this one together.
One shot.
Watch your green.
Top red still. Top red tower.
Watch
Watch your back, Sakura. There's another one there, I think.
Waste one red.
Oh, behind me, behind me. Behind me, green. Ellie's low, Ellie's low, bottom mid.
Bottom me, one shot, Ollie.
Bottom mid dead.
Nice.
I dropped snipe. They're gonna have a snipe in blue. They're gonna have a snipe in blue. Watch your crystal.
Big door. Be careful. Ice one red. Bottom blue pies and big door. They
Snipes on
push Carlo,
crystal.
they push Carlo.
One gonna be top cat with snipe. Top cat with snipe.
Icebox or shots. Command.
On ice, come on ice.
Cargo.
I've sniped
Cargo
Cargo.
shots.
Tommy,
Small window, orange fights, Sakura, be careful.
Watch
There's
it,
2
watch
top
it.
mid, 2 top mid, our teammate needs help.
There's 3 cargo, there's 3 cargo. Nice double.
Double kill. Enemy team took the hill.
Blowing for Team Resurgence here. Looking good, and Nazcaz with the sniper. Single-handedly trying to hold that setup here, keeping things scrappy. They had a couple players go down, but the comms overall very good. Just making sure that they're keeping track of who's holding that sniper. Command Station had it at one point. They called out where sniper was and who had it so they can make that collapse, and ultimately that's what gave Nazcast that sniper to try and hold this side.
Calm, organized, and decisive is how we define those comms that we heard, and it is no wonder that they have a 3-1 advantage in this game and are marching on the door of heading forward into the semifinals, already up 2-0 in the series. 3 down go Team Command Station. That's a 4-squad wipe, and it is mathematically impossible. It's Team Resurgence that pull off the 3-0 sweep and are now in your winners semifinals.
I mean, Resurgence just looking so good, looking so dominant throughout that series. You look at the duo of Pink Sakura and Nazcast, just the slaying prowess throughout all the maps. They had their moments that they were up in the slaying category, and ultimately that was what was too much for Team Command Station. They were just not quite able to keep up with that slaying category. Go back and look at the oddball. They were keeping things close with objective time, but the slays were not there for them. Too much for Team Command Station to handle. They'll now be going to the clutch up bracket to try and meet Resurgence once again in the grand finals.
Big plays across the board here. I'm looking at the scoreboard. Pink Sakura, 23-9, 10 assists as well. Love the big time kills with the double-digit assist, which is good enough for a 17.3 KDA. Binka Boinka also putting up a 20 bomb as well, letting us all know who he is and that he's here to stay. 20 and 12, 11.0 KDA out of them, along with Nazcast, and he's having a recipe for success. On the other side of things, obviously not going the way of Team Command Station. We saw what they could do in the previous rounds. We know what they're capable of from seeing them in multiple tournaments. Going down into the lower bracket, they are going to be a tough out, but ultimately down in the lower bracket is where Team Command Station will find themselves.
Yeah, and if I'm in the lower bracket, the clutch hub bracket, I would want to see that team, especially seeing some of the things they've done earlier in that bracket. This time, Nazcast and squad was just a little bit too much for them to handle, but they might want to look for that revenge. Things moving forward. But I believe that will be it for me. I'm going to give my chance, Revenite, or my friend Revenite, to hop back on the microphone with Tony. It's always a blast to come cast these Clutch Academy tournaments and then get to do it with you, Tony. It's been a great time.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic. Appreciate you coming back in and fixing the servers and getting them right for getting both teams in the lobby last. That was obviously all paid to bot if you didn't know. And it was a great job casting with you as well. Always a pleasure. And now I get to cast my man Rev. That's going to be fun as well. Sadly, we're going to say goodbye to Pay, but I guess when we come back from our break, we'll say hello again to Rev.
No scope. Killing spree. Sniper. Double kill. Double kill. Double kill. Double kill. Killing spree. No scope. Killing spree. Double kill. Killing spree.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the $1,500 4v4 Clutch Academy Draft Tournament. I am back after a brief break, a brief pause, but I am here with Tony, aka Why Not Be Casting, or Why Not Be Reckless, as he is known online in Halo matchmaking, where he is doing it all. How you doing today, Tony?
I'm feeling good. Happy to be here. So far, the competition has been great, and I have a feeling it's going to continue to get better and better.
Yes, it is. For the first time on stream, we are finally getting around to my colloquial boogeyman of the entire tournament. He has been creating overkill extermination highlight reels throughout the entire morning. It is Tourney with their captain, Envor. He has been on an absolute phenom the entire morning, and we finally get to see him today on stream. But he's not the only team that we are featuring either. We have S tier Mayhem, Tony. Now, Tony, I know that you've only been around for one game, but are you excited to get into the second round of the winners bracket semifinals?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you mentioned Envor is going to be in this one, and that's going to be really exciting. I've been casting over him since the Halo 5 days, and it's crazy to see him start to mature from the young gun that he was back in Halo 5 to quickly becoming a veteran IGL, a game changer in the league. And no matter what team he's on, he adds an immense value. I think the last time we seen him was alongside Coliseum now with Soul Snipe and Druck, actually, which that was a surprise once I heard he was going to be with them. I know Flipside is also teaming with them. I've seen Flipside a bit. On the other side of things, I've seen Strange Rich in the playlist along with Vince. I think that's a tough squad, and one squad that could be well-rounded as well is S tier Mayhem. So it'll be a good fight.
I think it's going to be a great fight between these two teams. And as we take a look at the map pool that we have today, we're going to start things off with King of the Hill, Vacancy, moving on to Slayer Streets for game number 2. Game number 3 will be CTF, Origin as well. And if we get to games 4 and 5, which I absolutely hope that we do today, Tony, it will be Live Fire, Strongholds, and Aquarius Slayer. All very good maps, all very good modes, but we're going to start it off with arguably one of the more controversial maps, Vacancy. Now, this one's been added to the map pool relatively recently, and still there are plenty of people who are not quite familiar with the strategies of this map. I would argue, however, we've seen it time and time and time again, and if you haven't figured out where the power positions are, that's going to be on you. So I'm looking at both of these two teams to be able to utilize both the power weapon of the shock rifle as well as that powerful position being Red Tower to use this map and this control to their fullest potential.
Yeah, I think whether you love or whether you hate this map, but there's one thing that you're probably thinking to your mind is it's very easy to control spawns. Like, it is very readable, it's very easy to figure out, and a lot of times when enemy team is, you wipe them out, enemy team is spawning in front of you, you can get shots on them immediately. You can punish teams for going 3 or 4 down, so it's one of the more punishing maps in the circuit, and King of the Hill, luckily it's not Strongholds, I guess.
Yeah, it is. Imagine Strongholds being on this map. I think it'd be a little bit trippy, you know, but Unclean Dean hanging out on this jail site is going to feel some pressure in the flanks, but a back smack by Envor on Vince Sega is going to take him down, but 2 go down for both teams, and it will be a hill flip. Unclean Dean still left alive inside of this Red Tower, though. Will put some pressure on getting some perfect shots on Blitzkrieg. Feeling some more pressure, though. Can he stay alive? Does his team there to help him? Yes, there is, and it will be a little bit of a Slayer match right now, Tony, for next few minutes.
The fact that Dean is still alive is actually crazy. I thought he was gonna stay back over toward the red side, maybe hold on to that top red tower. Got shot in the back when he found himself over toward the front side, but from red to green all the way to blue, somehow Dean gets maximum value out of his life, and a short little lead for Zenrai.
Short little lead, perfect forest, moving across the map as quick as he can, maybe a little bit too quick. Didn't see Slug hanging out over in that back corner, as you gotta check your corners from time to time when moving across the map like this. But Envor, my goodness, I mean, what can you expect from a man who's been doing it all in the Birmingham DreamHack Open qualifiers? And he does it again on Strange Brick, the fadeaway with the commando, proving that it's not the gun, it's just the player.
Whether the Bandit Commando, my man, is going off, and even somehow finds his way through the mid-map over towards bottom mid, almost stays alive from that. Envor just doing everything he can and not only get the kills, but to stay alive as well. And I'm sure his teammates are getting activated because of that perfect force. Now finds himself right behind Strange, which not a perfect dare, but the shot's good enough to get the kill, and maybe even a double kill, because Blitzkrieg doesn't know the shots are coming from the back, and so is Perfect Force. A triple kill out of him to guarantee 10 right the hill, and then push in the yellow side before his teammates get the spawns do Strange, which that's a split spawn, and that's perfectly played by Tenrai.
Very well done by Tenrai. Blitzkrieg trying to use the thrust pack to as much as he can, but unfortunately not quite going to be doing enough damage to Perfect Force. And Perfect Force has had a relatively good life up until I just cursed him there, apparently, as he gets taken down with the thrust pack. But here comes the attack coming out of Tenrai, but 2 go down immediately, and S-tier Mayhem haven't gotten on the hill just yet. Instead, you see 2 members double teaming Envor, finally getting taken down by Slug, who's going to get the final kill. Strange Brick taking out Perfect Force, but what a spawn from Unclean Dean. A perfect 5 on the respawn, but S-tier Mayhem finally getting some hill time on the clock.
I was familiar with most of the names coming into this lobby, but one of them I wasn't with was Perfect Force, and man, has he impressed me so far. Excellent work by him. As I say, that little caster's curse and then taken down, ends up being part of a double kill. Strange Rich, no fear in the dojo, as there's 2 more players from Tenrai. He got to go through Vince. Nades going down left and right, somehow able to find the angle onto Dean. The pings go down, but high IQ to get out of that situation and continue scoring. S-tier Mayhem have their eyes on the prize.
Uh-oh, but 2 go down for S-tier Mayhem, and Meeks Lovely with a jump shot, taking down Vince Sega. It's just Slug all by himself, but there's an Envor on his flank. He's trying to stay alive behind this cart, but here comes the rest of the team as Tenrai collapse on him and take him down. But S-tier Mayhem trying to get back on this respawn as quickly as they can. Unclean Dean getting taken down, but Blitzkrieg gets chased all the way to the bottom of the map and taken down by none other than Envor.
Envoy doing a great job of clearing out the mid side and then some extra damage on top. 3 down. Go S tier Mayhem, and more importantly, able to play his life, but ends up going to a challenge against Blitzkrieg somehow. Almost finds the exit route. Eventually, Blitzkrieg awarded the kill for that one and make it another as it Beaks Lovely hits the black screen as well, forcing Unclean Dean out of that hill and through the mid side. S tier Mayhem doing a great job of delaying things.
Very smart call from Tenrai to instead of staying on that hill and leaving Unclean Dean by himself against the entire team of S tier Mayhem, they instead decide to let go of the hill, drop him off of the radar for S tier Mayhem, and immediately come back to attack, and they will be rewarded with this second hill, the second one out of 4, and S tier Mayhem, they are struggling against this play calling from Tenrai.
They damaged by Envoy and player one shot, not as far away as he thought. Ends up having to turn and burn him real quick. Envoy down to 1 shot, but not acting like it. Goes in with a challenge against Vince, who ends up making him pay. Multiple go down, a 2v2 situation. Perfect shots out of perfect 4s, and apparently can 5 as well. Strange Rich gonna find out the hard way, and somehow misses the headshot. Perfect 4s lives to see another engagement.
Living, but for how long? Actually, it will be quite a while. Vince Sega, another one to add to the tally for perfect 4s, and Envoy taking down Blitzkrieg before he can even move across the tower side of the map will go down, but perfect 4s drop to no shields. It's going to hide in this corner, perhaps hide behind this turbine to try and stay alive. Hearing the callouts from the rest of his team, Strange Rich gets 2 on the back end. Can he get this one? It's a little bit of a lag, but he does take him down, as we might be getting a little infinite kind of gameplay that we're so used to seeing after 4 years, Tony.
I'm not sure exactly what's happening on my screen right now, but it looks like kills are happening here, and it hopefully is working for the players a lot better than it is on the observer feed. Maybe a bit of a glitch here. 2-0 lead for Tenrai, but 3 down they go, leaving perfect 4s by himself momentarily. Catches down over toward the low ground. Slug in his face. Great shots of the Slug. As the player over towards his left side, not able to stop this hill, but some good damage and even better damage coming right back at him.
The Ants are back with their first hill claimed of the game so far, and they are looking to try and hopefully claim another. Only a minute and a half are left. So now the question that Tenrai might be asking themselves, is it worth getting this hill and ensuring that you have a 2-0 lead with the last few minutes of this map lurking around the corner? Or are they going to instead put all of the pressure on S tier Mayhem to try and get this hill? It looks like for now they will go with a little bit of both, Tony, but I'm curious, what would you be saying?
Minute 15 seconds on the clock here on this hill. If it was a more central hill, I probably would say hard play time. With this hill, I say you do a little bit of both. You mostly play towards the score, and if you happen to get wiped out and things happen to go crazy in the neutral game where you drain a lot of clock, then maybe you play time if it gets down to like the 30-second or 20-second mark. But with its positioning and it being so enclosed, this is more of a money hill. This is a hill that you play for, and so far Tenrai are doing just that.
2 go down for Tenrai, but Vince Sega gets claimed by none other than Onboard. 22-10 he is on the day so far, and Unclean Dean getting poked and prodded, but that will be the hill for Tenrai. They go 3-1 in the series, but a nice play from Slug. Gonna take out Unclean Dean, gets cleaned up immediately by Perfect 4. Perfect 4 is putting some damage down, but Blitzkrieg with his namesake flying across the map and putting down some damage, but this will be one of the harder hills to take. Lots of enclosed space, prime area for grenades to come flying in. We'll see if S tier Mayhem can take this hill quickly.
Bit on the clock here, and at this point, we could see Tenrai play time after a round of slays. 40 seconds to take a hill, and they have 2 in order to do so. Vince, meanwhile, he gets aggro over toward the outside. Somehow, perfect 4s, and Tenrai able to wipe him right out of this hill, and looks like they're left in the play time. They want to end it quickly.
Yeah, especially on a map like this. I don't think that Tenrai want to give S tier Mayhem any kind of momentum, but 3 go down. It's Unclean Dean. He's all that's left. 3 members of S tier Mayhem are in bottom mid right now, and Unclean Dean poking and prodding, trying to figure out where the weak spot is, isn't quite going to be able to put on pressure right now, but the rest of his team is spawning. Strange Rich, however, getting the opening kill on Meeks Lovely. Going to take her down, but that will be the hill for S tier Mayhem. 1 minute left, and we are all square, all back towards that top mid hill from earlier.
And This top mid hill is a tough one, and ultimately S tier Mayhem and Tourney are we fighting for any kind of top control, whether it's the blue side or the red side. If you can get both, you can feel super confident. Looks like Strange Rich wants just that, wants Envor away from the top blue side, but just because you want it doesn't mean you'll get it.
You're going to have to work harder than that to take down a player like Envor for sure. A couple of grenades flying at him is not going to deter Envor one bit. He's going to stand tall, and he's going to welcome that challenge. Blitzkrieg receives a nade shot from Envor, taken down very, very quickly. But here comes another attack. A Stranger is going to fly across, but where are your shields, buddy? He has no shields. He doesn't have any way to be able to take down Envor, and Envor not even going to reload for that last shot on Slug, gonna take him down as well. But 18 seconds are left, and S tier Mayhem desperately have to get onto this hill, but Envor is being a thorn in the side of any plan or play that S tier Mayhem want to make. Blitzkrieg gets claimed once again by Envor. A 30 bomb gets dropped by the man. 30, 14, and 14. Huge stats from the pro player.
You gotta think, if they would have let the actually play that hill from starting from bottom mid instead of playing for the score, this actual game would have been over. Something to think about here. S tier Mayhem kind of allowed in the game because of the decisions that were made towards that bottom mid hill, and so far 25% done with this hill are S tier Mayhem. If they win this, it's because of decision making that were from last hill, but some way, somehow, the kills go down. Perfect Force with a huge double kill, and the dream, well, it's literally just that. Maybe a nightmare for S tier Mayhem because they were so close to tying that one up.
They were close, but unfortunately, no cigars are going to be handed out to S tier Mayhem right now. Instead, they will be delivered into the hands of Tourney. And I mean, it has to be said, right, Tony? Like, Envor and Perfect Fours did so much work for Tourney, and were constantly applying tons of pressure and, more importantly, damage to S tier Mayhem. S tier Mayhem may have a better average team, but they had to come up with an answer for Envor and Perfect Fours. One, you just cannot let Envor do what he does best, and that is run around and deal damage and take kills, you know? Like, is it a 2v1 kind of a scenario? Do you just send the entire team at the guy and just ignore the objective because you're going into a Slayer for game number 2, and these are things you have to answer. You have to come up with an answer for Tourney.
Double kill.
And yeah, even though I didn't know about Perfect Fours going into this matchup, somebody in the chat was saying that Perfect Fours used to play back in Halo 5 with Critty and Scariotic, which interesting peers, you know. Those two are, but I will say, as far as skill wise, I mean, those are some players that you want to be in lobbies with and you want to be competing against. So clearly I've been there, done that player. I may not know too much about him, but I definitely got educated real quick because he's out here slaying, even with the likes of Envor, who is one of the better slayers in the league. So quite impressive out of him as Tourney take a 1-0 series lead against S tier Mayhem. But of course, we switch over toward the Slayer, get the objective out of the way, and let's see him get to 50 kills first.
That's going to be the name of the game. Who gets to that double 5-0? We shall see. It is 2-2 right now. Unclean Deems is playing a little bit safe, but perhaps maybe a little too aggressive as the respawn from S tier Mayhem in the perfect spot to challenge that. Perfect Fours with the Stalker Rifle going to look to try and contest this camo, as it is going to be as the teams are coming out. They know where these players are, but he's in a 2v1. He pushes a little bit too aggressively and gets taken down, and that should be a camo grab for S tier Mayhem.
Perfect Four is pretty confident to be able to play this B side, the strong side of the map by himself with his teammates coming off the spawn, and sadly ends up going down. But did he do enough damage for his teammates to get activated? Strange Rich with this camouflage can definitely make some huge plays. Tourney currently circling, looking for him. They will find him in a trade.
Trades come out, damage gets dealt, deaths are cataloged and logged. And it looks like it's not going to end here. 5-8. Tourney still trailing a little bit behind, but S tier Mayhem have to continue to force these trades. They cannot let Tourney get these kills for free. Perfect Fours dishing out some damage, getting backed off, and Vince Zega holding strong inside of Arcade, but he's taking some damage, finally getting cleaned up by a sliding Envor, and Meeks Lovely taking down Slug is going to tie up this game 8-8 as Strange Rich tries to save his life, but not going to be able to do so as Perfect Fours runs him down.
Yeah, really tough position for Vince Sega to be caught over toward the arcade music side with no reinforcements towards like the back arcade or even toward the B railing side of the map. Really tough. He stayed alive for quite some time, but eventually taken down. And a 3-kill advantage now start to favor Tenrai. Blitzkrieg and S-Tier Mayhem though. Big plays, big damage. I think Strange Rich end up hitting a cluster luck, and just like that, Tenrai go 3 down.
But it's still 13-11, and yes, S-Tier Mayhem gets himself a little bit of momentum, but they're going to have to start to convert it into kills as all members of Tenrai did respawn, but can they get these kills? They got 2, they might get 3, but it's a 2v2 right now as the last 2 members of Tenrai are inside of A, but Unclean Dean just drops down from top A, gets cleaned up by Strange Rich, but the camo is up already, and I don't know if S-Tier Mayhem are ready to claim this one. At the moment, it looks like they are as 2 go down for Tenrai, and that will be Strange Rich just going to scoop that up and plug it into his armor, and now he is a ghost walking across the map.
A very close fight and a 1-kill advantage for Tenrai, making a tied game after Strange Rich getting value out of the camouflage and now wants to triple. He's gonna get it. 3 down. Go Tenrai.
Can he get this overkill? He needs some pressure from his teammate, but Envor is going to be very tough to kill. Does end up getting cleaned up and taken down. So in an unofficial overkill for Strange Rich, will it be enough? 22-19. S-Tier Mayhem are in the lead, and Strange Rich going to slow walk into sub. But Meek's Lovely, unfortunately, the Call of Duty reload comes out. She does try to dish out some return damage, but she will get cleaned up by Strange Rich, and Envor going to get traded out as well by Blitzkrieg. So Envor trying to do what he can, but Strange Rich 12-1-3 on the day.
25-22, still in favor of S-Tier Mayhem. Took the lead over towards the mid-game, and apparently they ain't turning back, but the old saying goes, the Slayers don't start until the 30-kill mark. Not quite there yet. Strange Rich, though, well-placed damage. Slug on the other side of things getting a kill himself, and their lead continues to grow. Does S-Tier Mayhem.
Envor trying to save his life in back A, but will be chased down by 3 members of S-Tier Mayhem. Meek's Lovely is going to push into arcade, doesn't quite get the win as a perfect 5 comes out of Strange Rich, gonna take her down unfortunately, and S-Tier Mayhem have not let up on the gas pedal since they put it down into the ground. Perfect 4 gets killed, a killing frenzy for Strange Rich, but it looks like the frenzy and the spree is going to end here as he does finally get cleaned up by Tenrai, but Unclean Dean gets taken down. I wonder at what cost will it cost Tenrai, but S-Tier Mayhem have continuously put on the pressure, and they are not letting up yet.
What's one way to hold on to a lead and a Slayer drop a killing frenzy? And even against the likes of the powerhouse duo that was on board and Perfect Fours in that game number 1, Strange Rich, 16-4, 4x'd his score line before going down just then. 15 kills away from that 50-kill mark, but you can't get cocky just yet. Tenrai ain't out of it just yet. Or maybe Blitzkrieg says they are.
What a big play from Blitzkrieg. He was an ATM getting trapped a little bit, but he did manage to stay alive and deal some, most importantly, some damage and trades his life for not 1 but 2 kills. So that kill gets traded out by Perfect Fours and Vince Zega, but it's 40-29. You're at that point, Tony, where you have to slow things down. Envor getting a little thirsty for that kill, tries to take him down, but receives a fist to the face and gets taken down instead. Meek's Lovely over and back to sub, trying to get some kills. Will find Slug and take him down. Thank you very much, she says. But unfortunately, pokes her head out a little bit too far and gets taken down. 44-31.
Pick still going away of S-Tier Mayhem, 6 kills away from ultimately taking it. Tenrai electing to slow the game down entirely. An Unclean Dean was ratting in the corner, but ends up getting exterminated over on the purple side. Perfect Fours and Tenrai continue to press the issue. Slug not able to survive, and that lead slowly starting to dissipate. But man, 3 more kills. Can you play perfectly at this point forward, Tenrai?
I don't know if they're going to be able to, but they're doing their best if they can. Envor gets picked off in mid, but it's 49-35. 1 more kill is going to do it, and it will be Slug taking down Meek's Lovely. And we are going to be tied up in this series as S-Tier Mayhem ice up, clutch up, and stand tall in game number 2 and refuse to go down quietly in this series against a dominant team like Tenrai. They are not afraid, Tony, of Envor and the rest of his squad.
Tenrai were able to take the objective in that game number 1, but an excellent answer back coming out of S tier Mayhem. As we take a look at the stats, and you see Strange Rich, 16-8, 9.0 KDA. But what impressed us most was that killing frenzy that we saw in the early game. You have to think a large reason why this team was able to come back and go right back at Tenrai had to be on the backs of that killing frenzy. And you know what? I also throw some love to the assists. 13 assists, 11 assists, and even Vince Sega throwing up 7 as well. You know I love to see that.
Assists are just as important as kills are. If you're not putting out damage, no one's getting any kills at all. And it's a great job from S tier Mayhem to wash away the effects of that game number 1. Maybe they even chalked it up to it just being King of the Hill vacancy, right? Maybe they're not as familiar with that map, but on these maps, they're very familiar with. Game number 3 on Origin, a Halo 5 remake of Coliseum, one of our favorites from those of us who have been playing the Halo franchise for quite some time, now in Halo Infinite, and it feels just as good. We have rockets, we have sniper rifle, we have 2 flags on either side. It's going to be bloody, it is going to be violent, and it's going to be, most importantly, very exciting.
Rockets on one side of the map, Sniper on the other. Many favored that Sniper side, and that was the original strategy. However, you can't ignore the Rockets and the elbow side runs. Those can be serious, and those can be problematic if they go unchecked. Perfect Force controlling the snipe side and grabbing that S7 all toward themselves. Blitzkrieg was one shot, but still trying to go in for the value shots with the sniper. Maybe the bandit should have been what did the trick. Meanwhile, Slug 5-shotting from across the map. That ain't bad. Slug starting off 2-1, and Vince getting himself a rocket launcher.
Good patience there, not using a rocket on a weak player. Is also going to send a rocket towards Envor, who gets cleaned up by Strange Rich very quickly. Strange with this S7 trying to put it to work, but Meek's Lovely on the respawn going to receive a body shot to her belly, will be taken down by a finishing shot from Slug. But here comes the counter cap from Unclean Dean, and Envor funny ball to mid, takes a no-scope shot as well, but he's not afraid of Strange Rich. He repeats anyway and says, yeah, sure, you knocked me to no shields, but you still got to clean up the headshot.
I just could have swore there was like one rocket left over towards the blue window side, and nobody was able to grab a hold of it. So I wonder what the heck happens. They're going to despawn at this point as the return does end up going down, and Envoy does a great job of getting that flag at least started and out of the base of S tier Mayhem, drawing a lot of attention while he continues to cause chaos in the base of S tier Mayhem. Envoy somehow winning that one, but the flag does end up getting returned.
I mean, we definitely, like, Envor deserves to get those accolades that you and I both give him, right? He is one of the expected leaders in this entire tournament, if not the MVP of the whole tournament, you know? And we have some expectations on him, and he is absolutely putting on a show for us to witness as well. Him and the rest of his team are definitely trying their hardest to make sure that their GOAT, their leader, their captain Envor knows that he picked a good squad. Unclean Dean getting a perfect 5. That flag is still hanging out bottom red basement. But here comes Envor. How did he get there? He's also going to grab the flag and he's going to move it towards red basement as well. He sees Perfect Force, where Perfect Force gets a nice kill onto Slug. Also going to clean that up. A little bit of a flub over in the middle, but Envor still going to bring this flag over towards his side of the map. And this looks like it's going to be a cap. Maybe.
And it does until Strange Rich able to slow things down just a bit and get the flag off of their base. Aldo has to give up his life in order to do so. It's ultimately Tenrai that has to return before solidifying that cap. There's a lot of shots in the back of Envor. Down to one shot he goes right back towards the fight. Ends up in a 1v2. Gets one, turns it over to one shot. Not a bad life out of Envor, but what do Tenrai do with that?
Tenrai have to come up with the defense as S tier Mayhem still very much on their side of the map. There we go, one good kill from Unclean Dean, and you definitely think that these rockets are going to be super important. A perfect 5 from Envor. Meeks Lovely uses a grenade to finish off Strange Rich, and that will clear out their side of the map, which means they can look to be the aggressor now. A stick barely misses Unclean Dean. Unclean Dean does take down Blitzkrieg, but who is going to be on the return? Meeks Lovely understands her role. just sit on the flag, babysit it. It is your child, it is your lover, it is your flag. Nobody else can touch it. And she is going to hang out in base and wait for the rest of her team to respawn with her. But she gets taken down by Strange Rich, who is there with the S7. And he is going to get down one, but he's not going to finish Unclean D. And that looks like another successful defensive hold. Or is it? As S Tier Mayhem instead get the return and the cap.
Big time plays at S Tier Mayhem lead to a return. And Blitzkrieg, along with S Tier Mayhem, not just happy with one flag cap, they want more, as they already find themselves in the base of 10Y, but apparently Meeks Lovely finding herself in the base of S Tier Mayhem. So right now, flipping the map in half are both of these squads, and as long as they have numbers advantage, they should feel confident, but who put that wall there?
Trying to get the slide towards Blue Basement, unable to do so. His kneecaps hit the wall, but a nice timing attack from Slug is going to stop this cap, which should have been a guaranteed cap. Instead, might turn into a return. Perfect force, look around! He does end up looking around, but that was really close. Almost a goal stop return. Wait, okay. Whew. They get the return, and they get the cap, but that was close, Tony. Way too close.
Highly unfortunate for Slug right there. I mean, stays alive, goes in for the return, even recognizes he has to maybe try to keep that flag alive. Try to do everything they can to get the return, and sadly, it doesn't go their way, and we're tied up at one apiece. Meanwhile, Perfect Force, direct route from the basement over toward the flag carrier, doesn't stop him as early as he would like to, but flag still in a possible
Double
situation
kill.
where they could get a return, especially with S Tier Mayhem 3 down. Don't know how Slug is able to continue to get this flag forward, but now in a better position for S Tier Mayhem.
Here come the grenades, but Envor with a double kill with the rockets. Gonna put that attack to its paces and gonna halt it even. And all members of S Tier Mayhem are spawning bottom mid, and Perfect Force is just running the flag right into them. Zega gets himself two. Blitzkrieg takes down the third. That will be a return and dead flag run for Tenrai as S Tier Mayhem get the mid spawns that they needed to put a stop to that flag run.
Slug going in for the challenge of the Envor. Really unfortunate. Not the player that you want to challenge in a 1v1. If you want Envor out of your base, you better send 2 and sometimes 3 than the 1v1s. He's perfecting everybody in his sight. This elbow side of the map belongs to him until a stray grenade finally clears out the elbow of S Tier Mayhem.
But they are not out of the woods yet. Meeks Lovely with the S7 going to look to try and make something happen in this red cave side. Doesn't hit the no scope on one, can't hit the no scope on the other. Unfortunately, she does get cleaned up, but I believe she did her job by using all of the sniper rifle rounds that she could. Blitzkrieg receiving a shot from Envor. Envor getting the easy cleanup as well for the double kill. Sees Sega over on the back, but holding strong. He is just no fear, no fear. You want to kill me? You have to challenge me. Finally going to get backed off as 2 members of S Tier Mayhem spawn over by back flag, and it will be a grenade that ends up taking him down.
Envor has been bullying this lobby in this entire tournament. Slug, though, with a nasty triple. Give this man a sniper, and he will go off. Was struggling in the early part of the series, but now has really found his pacing, has really found a home in the base of the opposition. And with them going 3 down, that flag is started, but you better be ready for the trench side spawners. One did spawn over towards trench, and now he's right under Slug, and he has no idea.
One thing that I have to give Tenrai credit for is that every single time S Tier Mayhem is trying to pull the flag and make a run for it, there is somebody on Tenrai who is there immediately grabbing their flag as well. Envor going to try to stay alive in bottom mid, and this spot that he's in is very annoying to deal with, but Sega does manage to deal with it. Runs out of ammo, unfortunately, in his 1v1 against Meeks, but Meeks wins. She's going to grab the flag, she's going to make a run for it, but Slug is there, dropping down with a Destiny Cloud Fist and just takes him down. I figured out what word I was trying to look for there. But Envor with a perfect 5 on Blitzkrieg going to take him down. But does this flag get stalled out? It does not. It gets returned instead.
Envor has just been a bully from everybody in the lobby, which somehow makes Strange Riches killing Frenzy in game number 2 even more impressive. But right now, it is Envor, 25 kills, no fear whatsoever, just taking every single challenge that he can, because he knows he just can't lose them. And flag still moving forward, and Envor like a wrecking ball just going through the spawners of S Tier Mayhem.
A wrecking ball indeed, a bull in a china shop as well, just breaking apart this defense from S tier Mayhem. We are in another flag standoff, Tony. Which team will crack the defense first? Unclean Dean gets 2, he got 2, he's standing on the re, and here's Envor as well. The flag gets returned, and he's already grabbing it for another flag run. 2-1 right now. He doesn't need to do it, but he's going to do so because he can.
3 minutes and 12 seconds on the clock right now. Tenrai just looking for the final cap. Meanwhile, S tier Nightmare, or S tier Mayhem, desperately looking for a tying flag. It has to be tough to do when Envor continues to just live in your base. Shots from across the map onto Vince, immediately snapping onto Strange Rich. Blitzkrieg ends up going down. Slug trying to get involved. It takes the whole damn S tier Mayhem lobbyer in the team just to take down Envor. By the time you do, Marty Dom grenade.
What else can you say about that? Envor, just the target selection, the target acquisition, the accuracy of those shots is insane. You and I have been playing Halo for quite some time, Tony, but neither of us are at that kind of a level at all. But we do have Strange Rich with DS7 in mid, and he is going to move towards red window because he hears that there are multiple members of Tenrai moving in onto his flag, forced to back away. He cannot die. He is the first line of defense for this squad, but Envor just going to walk right at him. But Vince Sega does get himself a stick from the grave, so that is the consolation prize that S tier Mayhem are going to have. Nice 360 from Blitzkrieg, going to take down Envor before Envor can clean him up. This flag is going to get returned, no problem. An Unclean Dean getting taken out, but as you just saw Blitzkrieg look at the rocket, that is going to be the next goal for this team. Who's going to get it first? Might be Perfect Force if he can live with this. He does not. He gets taken down in Blitzkrieg with a killing spree.
Rockets end up in the hands of Strange Rich and S tier Mayhem, and they already have presence over toward the 50% portion of the map, so continuing to press forward. But you know, Envor is really confident when he's in isolation, so he's gonna do the same thing, trying to flip the map on the opposition. 2 go down for S tier Mayhem, 3 go down for Tenrai. Flag is already being started. Could this be the beginning of a comeback?
But unfortunately, no member of S tier Mayhem are there to follow up on that 3 dead. And just like that, they are going to be able to get the return here, as all members of Tenrai are in a perfect spawn to defend and hold this flag. 1 minute is left. This next couple of team fights, this next flag grab is going to be what S tier Mayhem need to try and tie up this game and send us into overtime. But first, they have to get these kills, and they're being stalled out already. Unclean Dean gets 2. Slug hanging out over in their BR, trying to do what he can, but the return's already coming in as Meek's lovely. No one's challenging her, and the return comes in. 30 seconds are left.
Yeah, you see the miscommunication coming between Slug and Blitzkrieg right there. You know, you see the flag running over towards that maze side of the map, which is normally when you want to run the flag if you're blocking cave, but you just saw that Slug was on elbow, so you end up running the flag right toward the spawning players of Tenrai, and sadly, that might have been your last chance opportunity to even potentially, or even have anywhere near capping this flag and tying it up, because the Slayers are going down, but right now Tenrai are in full defensive mode.
Full defense mode in desperation, but it's not going to matter as time runs out for S tier Mayhem, and Tenrai are going to say thank you very much. We will once again reclaim our lead in the series in this back and forth best of 5 between these two teams and our winners semifinals. And it is still neck and neck. I think S tier Mayhem have absolutely what it takes to bring us to a game 5, but before they get there, we have strongholds on live fire.
Yeah, I feel like all they really need to do is get the small talk up. Like I said, I mean, you had an opportunity to run that flag, at least try to get it over toward the mid-map, but you ran it the wrong way. With less than a minute on the clock, you just can't make mistakes like that, especially against a team that's dropping 35 kills and 19 assists with Envor. And then you have Dean and Perfect Force, who've been perfectly complimenting them in the Slays department. I mean, we saw what Perfect Force can do early in the series. We just saw Unclean Dean drop 26 kills and an 8.0 KDA. If you get any opportunity against this squad, you have to take advantage of it, and you cannot make mistakes like running flag into enemy's team spawn.
A lot of mistakes, a lot of work yet to do, but still a lot of time in this series to try and fix them. Stronghold's live fire is definitely a game that they could potentially utilize for their series winners bracket run, okay? Just one more game. They gotta nut up, they gotta bunch up, and they gotta continue to clutch up if they want to keep their series dream alive. And I think that this team, this S tier Mayhem team, absolutely can do so. But they have the gatekeeper in their way. They have Envor. They have his cronies, his allies, all the people that are in cahoots with them, Perfect Force and Unclean Bean, and you cannot ignore Meeks Lovely either. She is their objective player, and she has taken that job to heart. And I love to see it.
Yeah, I mean, there's a famous movie that involves Eminem, and it's about, I don't know, clutching up Mom Spaghetti. I think it's called Get Rich or Die Trying. And right now, S tier and Mayhem, they have to dig deep into their Slim Shady and come out on top. You're staring down the face of adversity. Now, how do you respond?
They have to respond with strength. If they win this 1v1, that will be one way to do it. But Envor somehow gets into the back of A, challenging Blitzkrieg, taking him down as well. And the man knows that he doesn't need to get the sniper rifle in order to do work, but he knows it's there. He was just waiting for it. He prioritizes instead the hill, and that's a great sign from a team player, not an individual who just wants to be on the highlight reel the entire time.
Sniper does end up a hand to Envor. Early double cap from S tier Nightmare, but the question now becomes, how do you hold on to that double cap when you allow the best player in the lobby to get potentially the ultimate equalizer in the S7 Sniper? Only 2 bullets left. Ends up trying to repost toward the top mid side. You think about it now, you would know you have to do on the opposite side of that. Was he just psyching him out and trying to stay towards bottom mid is the question. I guess that, and you know what? Maybe it was.
Maybe it was in the cars the entire time. Maybe he just wanted to use the audio cue as a way to, like, you know, get into the minds of the other team. You know, because some people, oh my gosh, that sliding snipe was disgusting. But what do you expect from a man like Envor? The man is on a killing spree, but the clock is still ticking in the direction of S tier Mayhem. No one's been able to flip C. They are going to do so now, as they do have the BC hold, and I like this hold quite a bit, as do most of the members in the community. But 3 go down, 3 go down, 4 Tenrai, 4 go down now, and S tier Mayhem, I don't think they want to go for the triple cap. They should, but they decide not to, instead prioritizing the spawners in A.
Yeah, it looks like S tier Nightmare, S tier Mayhem, excuse me, do eventually try to make them play for the trip cap, but maybe it's a little too late with Blitzkrieg, and the spawners are already here. Luckily, the reinforcements are doing enough damage, but Envor ends up taking away A. S tier Mayhem out-rotate them, play over toward the Charlie side. They may get a camouflage for their troubles.
I don't think he knows the tech. I don't think he knows the tech where you can grab camo with QT and go backwards in time and reposition yourself with the camo safely in hand and be able to pop it without having to fight inside of this turbine spot. But instead, 2 go down once again, 4 go down again for Tenrai. Envor, first spawner, is going to touch C briefly for a second, letting people know that he is there, but instead the rest of the squad are going to spawn over in back tower. But wait, don't look around, don't turn your back. There is a phantom behind you, and his name is Vince Sega, and he's going to say thank you very much.
That is some pro-level patience with that camouflage that you just saw out of Vince Sega. It would have been so easy to try to get the backsmack onto the first player and make yourself known towards the second and make it a camo sandwich, but Vince waits for both of them to go by, goes in for the double backsmack, and value like that gets him a trip cap, gets him to hold onto it, and is one of the reasons why they have a triple-digit lead through S tier Mayhem.
We were talking about it earlier, Tony. You know, you just gotta disregard what happened in that last map, and you gotta come into the next map stronger. You gotta come into the next map ready to play, ready to fight, ready to go toe to toe with the very demons that have been haunting you this entire tournament. Tenrai do have BC, so they are going to get 1 point a second for now, but 122 seconds is quite a deficit to come back from. Can Tenrai do it? Maybe on the back of Envor, as he's once again on a killing spree. Top Gun medal goes to Envor.
And Envor definitely understand that they need a trip cap if they want to come back. In this one, this is a large hole that they've dug for themselves. However, Envor and the crew end up taking A. Great kills over toward the Camel side. 2v2 situation. Feels like this next kill gonna be so important. Goes in for the ego chow onto Vince. And luckily Perfect Force is there for the cleanup. Now A should change hands once again here. 127 points for S tier Mayhem.
But Envor getting that spawn with the rest of his team, they're going to try and hold this B side as much as they can, but it's just Strange Rich by himself in back green, and Meeks Lovely has a little help from Perfect Force, but he's missing a couple of shots, a little bit risky there, but he will get the final shot on to Strange Rich. But that is another triple cap for Tourney. Camo is spawning, and I believe it was picked up already by S tier Mayhem in the hands of Blitzkrieg, none other. So they do have a power-up to play with, but will it be enough to change hands of this B hill? This B hill is going to be a site of so many fights, so much bloodshed.
Kind of caught out in an awkward position over toward the pillar side. Onward continues to be as confident as ever, taking every gunfight that he can. Perfect Force trying to sniff out a player over towards the screen side, able to do just that. Vince gets involved and just taking way too much damage. Vince over towards Alpha, the lead down. Go Tourney.
And all that is left is Envor, but he is moving very quickly across the map to try and give the rest of his team a good spawn. And they will spawn over in back tower, but using the cutie to get himself out of danger, Vince Sega is instead going to play for this back hill, and he will take down Unclean Dean with a perfect 5, but the sniper rifle gets picked up by Tourney. I wonder if it was Envor who picked it up, because that's the man that I would expect to pick up the sniper. Instead, it's actually Perfect Force as he gets a cleanup kill onto Blitzkrieg. Strange Rich, though, responds with a double kill, and it's just Meeks Lovely and Unclean Dean. It's all that's left, but Strange Rich going to fly on high. He knows that there's a player on this hill, misses one. Can he line up the second? Instead, he is going to be backed off, pushed away, and thinking about using the rest of the sniper bullets that are in here. Oh! No! He is channeling it into Envor! And Strange Rich, he says, "Hello, Envor! You know my name. Remember it!"
Oh my gosh, if we would have hit that third no-scope to the head, that probably would have been one of the top clips that we've seen in Clutch Academy. Beautifully played by Strange Rich, and that sniper. Is it enough for them to hold on? It looks like it may just be Alpha and Bravo firmly in the hands of S-tier Nightmare Vince, now trying to do everything that he can to stay alive until Unclean Dean with a huge double kill. Strange Rich can't find the headshot with the bandit. Even that nade is enough to take him down, and just like that, Tourney take control, and they take 2 bases.
Fantastic swing from Tourney, but Unclean Dean getting caught in top mid, gets taken down. Envor gets the cleanup though, as does Perfect Force. Camo's up in 3 seconds, and is anybody there to contest it? A double kill cleanup for Strange Rich. Who other but Strange Rich gonna do the work for his team and put him back in the lead, potentially with this camo as a tool to use. A is going to get flipped over, but he's going to have to be careful for this attack from mid. But Slug is there! Watch your backs and turn around as Unclean Dean and Perfect Force get taken down. Envor and Meeks Lovely are going to try their best over in back green, but Envor, he's just one man. Meeks Lovely falls, and Envor is sure to follow him, and that will be a brief triple cap for S-tier Mayhem. And I have to ask, Tony, is S-tier Mayhem waking up, or what?
This tells me exactly what S-tier Mayhem needed. They wanted to propel us into a game number 5. Once they got that round of slaves, they turned it into 2. That's back-to-back 3 down that ultimately Tourney are experiencing, and Perfect Force is able to chase that player away from A and get the reset, but they need Bravo right here, right now, and Perfect Force is willing to fight for it.
He is willing to fight, and he's willing to die for it. Unclean Dean, you have to stay alive in back green, but no. A Strange Rich is there to bring him down, trying to use the commando to take down Envor. Blitzkrieg goes down, but Envor dropped down to no shields, but he is going to get behind those nest boxes, and he might live. No, he doesn't, because there's a double team taking him down, and as 5 more seconds are left to play in this match, Vince gets taken down, but there's the hill touch. 246 to 117. You said it already. Tourney need this hill if they are to have a chance, but they're getting cleaned up. It is bedlam behind this hill, but it will be Slug who stands tall, or does he? As that will be a cleanup by Envor, and the B Hill finally gets capped. And here is a potential triple cap for Tenrai. Envor with the sniper rifle, gonna go to work, and he does! Takes down Blitzkrieg with one, sees Strange Rich over on the other side, backs off and away as he has dropped to no shields, or he's feeling it actually. He's going to re-peek to go down for S tier Mayhem. We're not quite done yet. A no-scope snipe, taking down Vince Sega as well. C might get flipped, but it's not gonna matter because A and B are being held by Tenrai, and we're not out of this yet. I don't even know what I'm looking at. I'm looking at a wall. I'm looking at a body now as Envor takes down Blitzkrieg. And finally, maybe some momentum for Tenrai.
An absolute insane fight coming out of Tenrai right now, who are not backing down whatsoever. Envor hitting some of the more inconceivable shots that we've seen so far this tournament. And Strange Rich, who had a nasty double kill earlier, about to show what he can do with the sniper as they need just one base and 4 more seconds. Strange Rich able to take down 1, but can't exactly go after 2. Blitzkrieg does take down Envor, and with that 3 down, that might be all that she wrote. Tenrai getting wiped, and ladies and gentlemen, we are going to a game 5.
Oh, buddy, like I was wondering if we were gonna see 5 games or not, especially after that first game. Yet here we are, a game 5 banger series, our 3rd one of the day. It's been nothing but game 5 after game 5, except for that middle game, unfortunately. Wished it could have gone to a game 5, but props to Nazcaz and the rest of that team, Pink Sakura as well, for ensuring that they would 3-0. But look at this highlight reel from Envor. I mean, it's to be expected, right, Tony? But still, seeing it happen live, it is just as impressive as the millions, if not thousands of times at least, that this man has done plays like this.
Yeah, I mean, if you really look back at this game, it really could make a sniper montage just out of this game, and definitely out of this entire series. Whether it's Strange, Rich, Envor, even Perfect Force, plenty have had the longer hands and have really made some work with it. Take a look at the scoreboard right now: 27 kills, 13.0 KDA out of Envor over toward the top side. On the opposite side of things, we saw Strange Rich, and we saw him go off individually as well at times. That was good for a 10.0 KDA, and more importantly, good for the win, because a much more balanced attack when talking about the kill side of things between Slug, Blitzkrieg, and Vince. Their strength is the fact that they really don't have a true weakness on this roster, is S tier Nightmare, or excuse me, S tier Mayhem. Sorry, S tier Nightmare was
you know what?
name.
They might as well change their name now, right? Like, it's gonna be S tier Nightmare for the rest of the game. But we're going back to my favorite Thunderdome-esque map. This is the FFA map. This is the 1v1 for ego map. This is where grudges are settled. This is where rivalries are capitalized on, and we are going to Slayer Aquarius. This is one of the smaller maps that we have, and oh, sorry, it's Recharge. I forgot it got changed. My bad. But we are loading into Recharge instead. So it'll be Slayer Recharge, not Aquarius. That's my bad. But Recharge Slayer will be our 5th and final game. So Tony, a little bit different. I don't think I've seen Slayer on Recharge in a long time, except for those open qualifiers in Birmingham. And you have the camo, you have the shock rifle, you definitely have the tools to bring this to a close game, if not a full blowout.
Yeah, Recharge is going to be an interesting one. I feel like you can play it a multitude of different ways. Most people are still going to want to spawn trap off of getting enemy team 3 down, especially at the top level of gameplay. You want to manipulate spawns, you want to spawn trap. Almost going to get crazy ninja that we saw on screen. Would have been absolutely insane. But Recharge is also an interesting map where you can truly slow the game down to a snail pace if you really want to, especially when it comes to some of the objective game modes, and still on Slayer. So you have options where Halo Infinite normally forces you to play a certain game style on every map, really.
And I am looking at the captain, Envor. He already has the shock rifle and the grapple hook as well. You and I both know just how lethal this combination can be in the right hands, but it doesn't matter when there's a grenade landing at your feet. 3 go down for Tourney, and Meeks Lovely gonna try to get the back smack on Slug. Unfortunately, doesn't do so. He's playing the pillar perfectly and will take down Meeks, but gets cleaned up quickly by Perfect Fours. I believe that was Slug, or Blitzkrieg who got cleaned up. Slug lives, and Vince Sega gonna go down in half wall, but Slug still staying alive, running a raid, trying to use that grapple hook that we were talking about to stay alive for as long as he can. Ends up going down finally after a very long extended fight.
1 kill advantage so far being held by Tourney, obviously not much, so it looks like Tourney elected to try to clear out the gold side before addressing the other players on the opposite side of the map, but as Envor tries to rotate, ends up getting caught with a few shots, weakening him up, and his teammates dropping left and right. Tried to put down as much damage as possible. There's only so much you can do by yourself. S-tier Mayhem's teamwork is just too much. 15-14.
Too much and too nice. I couldn't have said it better myself if I had tried, but 15-15. We're tied up. Did the stick connect? It did not. Unfortunately for Unclean Dean, he gets taken down, but Strange Brick gets cleaned up pretty quickly after that as well. And it looks like Slug might get cleaned up too. Meeks Lovely gets to take him down, but Perfect Fours is going to fall as a result. But Camel is going to spawn in just a few more seconds. It's live. It's there. Which team is going to scoop and grab it? We do see Envor already challenging it, but he's going to get taken down by Blitzkrieg. But here comes his teammate in Perfect Fours who's going to try and follow that up as much as he can. I don't know exactly if someone managed to grab the camo. Looks like it will be Blitzkrieg who has camo, so great job from S-tier Mayhem for securing that camo grab and also the lead.
5 kill advantage that we're seeing so far. Blitzkrieg trying to hold on to this camo and shock rifle combination and try to increase that lead at that. Perfect Fours and Envor back-to-back kills off the screen. We do see a response out of S-tier Nightmare. We don't see a headshot with the shock rifle out of Blitzkrieg, but the movement may be throwing Tourney off right now, staying alive a lot longer than he really should. I mean, the man is a juggernaut with that grapple, with that camo, more importantly, that shock rifle. Finally putting it to action and getting those kills. That's a double out of him and a lead held by S-tier Nightmare.
Spinning around, trying to acquire any target that he can see, like a mobile turret with 2 legs. Perfect Fours getting a nice grenade and cleanup damage on Vince Sega, gonna take him down. But here comes the attack into red pipes. It's a little bit messy, but does go in the favor of S-tier Mayhem, as do the rest of the kills. Envor gets killed, but Meeks Lovely delivering a punch to Slug, gonna knock him back on his back, and will at least stem the bleeding just a little bit. Not too much of a difference, just one good team fight, and Tourney are right back in this.
Or you need just one play in order to flip the script. That's exactly what Tourney are looking for at the moment here. Meeks Lovely having a lot of responsibility on their hands, controlling this entirety of the A side of the map, and with winning the 1v1 against Strange Rich and a 3 down for S-tier Nightmare, Tourney tie the game.
I warned ya, one good team fight, and Tourney are back into this, and I don't think that they were even, like, it was even considered that Tourney were going to be too far gone in this game. Envor and Perfect Fours going to get 2. Unclean Dean getting the 3rd. One more player is left. It's just Big Zega, but he's just going to try and stay alive so that the rest of the team can spawn on him. 34-30. Tourney have taken the lead officially, and with camo spawning in 4, are they in a position to be able to claim this camo? We're going to find out in the next few seconds, but Envor gets first blood and second blood.
And some extra damage over toward the tower side players as well. This camouflage rightly belongs to him. Just too much damage for S-tier Nightmare to use that camouflage as bait. Strange Rich though with the 5. Blitzkrieg off the screen with the stick. And although Envor has this camouflage, somehow it's S-tier Mayhem. They're the ones that are clutching up left and right. 5 kill advantage for Tourney, but eventually Envor does go down.
And Meeks Lovely getting taken out, trying to flee towards top A. Unfortunately gets crossed up and taken down. Blitzkrieg gets himself another kill as well, but Envor trades him right on back. Strange Rich trades out Envor, and it's just been a series of trades, except for that time as Strange Rich gets himself a double kill. 38-40, S-tier Mayhem are still in this, if barely. But time not necessarily time, I'm sorry, but the kill lead is looking a little dangerous. 10 more kills and the game is over. They have to play very well. They have to play together. No more 1v1s at this point, Tony. It's all going to be about the 2v1s.
No grenades and ultimately S-tier mayhem are right on your tail. Meeks Lovely can't do anything to keep them back, so they have to get aggressive. They have to go on the offense, and apparently that's exactly what Tenrai wanted. Two-pronged attack from both sides, 44 to 39. Tenrai have complete control of this game.
6 kills will seal the deal. Can they get there, though? That's going to be the question. S-tier Mayhem, a team who have been in this situation before and have come out all the stronger. A trade coming in brings us to 45 to 40, 46 now as Perfect Fours finds Slug in bottom mid and finishes him off. They know where the rest of the team are. Strange Rich dropped down to no shield after winning that 1v1. Blitzkrieg wins his piv, though. Is he going to get cleaned up by another member? Vince Sega crosses over to help him out. 47 to 42, 3 kills are left, Tony.
And as of right now, you see Tenrai trying to dare S-tier Mayhem to push over to where the gold side needs, and bullets is what wait them. If they want to get froggy, I promise you Tenrai are looking to leap. I say that though, Strange Rich gets one. Vince turns out of nowhere. Somehow Unleashed stays alive for the 48 kill and trades out for the 49. Tenrai put themselves with just 1 kill.
A little too aggressive. Is it going to cost them the entire game? Envor is going to grab camo, and I believe this should seal the deal. Envor, not the kind of person to just reveal himself for no reason. He's going to look for that perfect kill. He hears a call out, but he doesn't need to do anything because it will be Perfect Fours who gets a beat down on Slug, and they will be Tenrai who take the game, set, and series. They're going to move on to the winner's final, and S-tier Mayhem are going to have to clutch up in the lower bracket. But what a great finish from both of these two teams. But in my head, there was never any doubt, you know? It was always going to be Tenrai who continued to move on in the series. But boy, was it close. S-tier Mayhem giving it all that they got.
S-tier Mayhem doing everything that they could in order to force that game number 5, but this series rightfully felt like it was Envor, Perfect Fours, and Tenrai, and eventually they take back what was rightfully theirs. S-tier Mayhem, though, not out of this tournament just yet. They'll be down in the elimination bracket. Meanwhile, the stats are looking real, and for maybe the first time that we've seen so far, Envor getting outslayed by one of his teammates, Perfect Fours, who was, by the way, amazing in that game number 1 as well. 7.0 KDA out of him, 17 in a Slayer. Envor coming right behind them with a big 15 kills and 8 assists. This duo has shown to be one of the strongest in the tournaments. If you want to win, you gotta go through Tenrai.
Absolutely, and if you take a look at the brackets, it's not been easy for Tenrai to even get here. I believe, if I just take a look at it myself, I think they've only had one game that did not go the distance, and that was against Team SS Gunna. Since then, it's been 3-2, 3-2, and 3-2. Or was I looking at the wrong one? No, sorry, their round 1 was a 3-0. But it's been 3-2, 3-1, and now 3-2 again. It's not been an easy road for them, but honestly, Envor is a great player, right? We both can agree on that. But he's just one guy. He's one guy. It's going to be down to the other 3 players, and with the team on his back, like Perfect Fours, Meeks Lovely, and everybody else that was on that team, absolutely are the kind of players that Envor needs in order to thrive and do what he does best, and it's great to see it.
Yeah, I think we all know what he brings to the table, but it always becomes what, I feel like when going to draft tournaments, I don't ever look at the pros. I know that it'll be fine. It's who else is going to step up on their team, and so far in Tenrai, we've seen multiple times, multiple different players really stepping up and doing their thing. Same thing on the other side of things, S-tier Mayhem. I think the reason why they were able to make it so far in the bracket because the team truly doesn't have any weaknesses, and they were literally one game away, a few kills away from making it to the winners bracket finals, which guarantees you top 3 in the tournament. So definitely want to give S-tier Mayhem their flowers as well down in the elimination bracket, but whoever makes it out on the other side of things, just know 10 Right is a problem. They not only are one of the best teams in the league, or in the tournament, I should say, excuse me, but they are battle-tested, battle-hardened. 2 Game 5s in the early rounds of this tournament shows that they not only know how to win when they're the front runners, but know how to win when things get close as well.
They ice up and they get those dubs that they so desperately need. But that will be it from this series. We're going to head to a break as we get our second winners semifinals match up and ready for you guys to see on stream. The 2 players, the 2 teams that are going to be, we saw them once before. It's Nukies Pookies, who have managed to stay alive in the winners bracket the entire way, and also Team Resurgence, a team that we had seen just last series. So these 2 teams are going to go head to head, and it should be lights out, Halo. There will be fireworks, there will be explosions, but most importantly, one team is going to move forward to take on Tenrai in that coveted winners finals spot, and we're going to find out right after this break. So don't go anywhere. We will be right back.
Double kill. Double kill. Reversal. Double kill. Triple kill. Killing spree. Killing spree. Double kill. Killing spree. No scope, double kill. No scope. Double kill. Killing spree. Double kill. Snipe. Killing spree. No scope. Double kill. Double kill. Double kill. Double kill. Double kill.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. It is your Clutch Academy birthday draft. $1,500 on the line, and the action has been crazy. So from one Clutch tournament, we got to bring in a Clutch player and a Clutch announcer, and that's Wes. How you feeling today?
I'm feeling good. I'm excited. I've seen a couple of Game 5 so far today. That last series was a banger. I love the idea of these pickup teams and the draft rosters, so I'm excited to just cast some Halo. Honestly, I'm semi-unfamiliar with a lot of the players in this tournament, so it's exciting to kind of see like a whole new generation or a whole new population of players. I'm sure they've been grinding. I've been entertained from their gameplay so far, so I'm excited to see more.
Yeah, it feels like some of the players that you've seen in draft tournaments back in Halo 5 or some of the now veterans nowadays, like for example,
the
envoys and whatnot, they've always been playing in draft tournaments like this, and he's probably one of the better players in the league. It's been exciting to see what he's been able to do with his career.
Yeah, he definitely had a very impressive performance down in San Antonio at the LVT LAN, and he's carried that onto this tournament. I'm excited for anything that Envor's kind of in going into year 5 of Halo Infinite. Obviously, I think he's had a lot of time, a lot of opportunities, but I think the best is still yet to come for a player like him. So we're excited to see, are there more of the Envors of the world in this draft tournament as well?
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, I promise you, during the low time here in Halo, this is where you can really make your name known. This is where you continue to improve, and we've seen it time and time again. Those who put in the work it will end up paying dividends. And now we see Nukies Pookies back on the screen. Incredible name here, going up against Resurgence to find out who's going to make it into the winners bracket finals and join Tenrai.
All right, here we go. Sniping sword, a great kill by Nuclear Blaze. Gonna have sword control side of the map. They're gonna try and push runway, but you're no shield. You gotta get your shield back before you make that daring push. He does actually get across with his life. Got a teammate with him over here. Unfortunately, I believe that teammate does go down. A couple players that's won. The burst is good, but unfortunately, transitioning to that snipe, the push isn't strong enough, and they lose that map control, and now you have to deal with the push of your own. I think Sakura now with the sniping sword.
Resurgence able to successfully defend their base and now convert that defense into offense. Pink Sakura with that sniper over to where the sword side of the map. Off screen, we see Rizzo was able to get a kill, but what a flank out of Blood Arena. The young ladies from Latin America going head to head, and Blood Arena ends up putting Resurgence 3 down.
Ooh, a big couple of kills from Rizzo, though, really stops any kind of a push that would have come from Nuke's Pookies. Nukies Pookies, sorry. These team names are going to crack me up all day. But we continue to roll, but honestly, a double kill when you're the last man alive, that's a big two from Rizzo to really subside any kind of a push, and now you see the map control and the camo push once again now that he's up.
Nazcast, fellow caster himself here, and a player with College Halo, not able to deal with the bandit of Nuclear Blaze. Nukies Pookies captain, 5 and everybody inside. That includes Binka Boinka as he makes his way over toward the back Muller side. Another fight. It's Nazcast
Nice
once
shot.
again. You're 5 the first time. You got to get him again.
Would have liked to see Nuclear Blaze get that first kill and try and stay alive, their first VR. Unfortunately, he kind of overextends for a flag touch there. Doesn't expect there to be a second player cuts. Because of it, it's going to really stop any opportunity they would have had, but still good shots out of Nuclear Blaze. When he's shooting like that, he's going to give his team a lot of openings.
Seeing what he could do in coaching, seeing what he could do in the free-for-all scene, but now back in the force is Nuclear Blaze, and I'm excited to see him once again. Shots, though. Trusting his teammates to get Slays over on one side of the map and going immediately for the flagpole. High risk, high reward, but it just may pay off as he curbsides his way into the needle side. No shots, really. Finally, they come, but is it too little, too late? The flag is already on their side. Nukies Pookie's the one that go for it now.
Hey, you got to be careful here. You're on an opportunity to get countercapped. I don't know about this cuts run, though. They're going to be spawning towards the courtyard, and unfortunately, you already made the decision to run the flag cuts. No one blocking courtyard, and that's typically where players are going to respawn there. So an opportunity at a countercap squandered there from just maybe a poor decision on where to run that flag. But still, a good job to actually defend the initial flag run that looked promising on Nukies Pookies.
Yeah, Big Boy gets out. He's like, I have a 50% chance of getting this spawn right in.
It's not 50.
He got it wrong there. Nuclear Blaze, though.
It's about an 80-20.
Huge double out of him. Love to see this. Ain't no snipers in free fall, so you know he's happy to be on Empyrean as he's body shotting everybody. Even goes in for the ego chow. Okay, Nuclear Blaze really feeling himself.
Yeah, I think that's something you'll see a lot in this draft tournament, or in draft tournaments specifically, even in Money 8s. A lot of over challenges, a lot of individual players trying to make maybe one too many plays there. A lot of damage from Nuclear Blaze, but none of it able to be capitalized on. He over chows and really subsides and resets the map once again.
13-6 right now with Nuclear Blaze. Meanwhile, Nazcast pulling up from the rear here and ends up getting the sniper back to the Mauler side. Over on the high side of the map, knows that Blaze is over towards sword, snapping onto every call out as two quickly go down for Nukies Pookies. Resurgence now have an opportunity to push their spawn.
Yeah, I like this. You got a camo pushing through snipe. You kind of want to get some initial damage with this snipe, unfortunately. Either the first two shots will hit, but bit of a stalemate here. Trades across the map, make it a 3-on-3. There is a player in the pit. I like being aggressive with the bandit out here, but unfortunately, when you lose two teammates, you're going to have to start wasting shots. Great decision from Nazcast there. You're either going to have to hit an incredible no-scope, but the smart play is to burn the ammo.
3 down for Resurgence. Nuki's Pookies have a chance to go on offense. It's been a bit of a seesaw battle between these two as far as whose side are you going to strike on. Now with the spawners coming up, can you be ready? Can you stay alive long enough to get yourself an overshield and rockets? Nuclear Blaze thinks it's the time to strike, dodges the grenade just barely, but is able to pop that overshield, and you know he's gonna decide to get aggressive with that. As overshield is popped, rockets are stolen. Can he stay alive here?
Yeah, overall, good job to stay alive by that overshield. I was worried when he took that initial damage from the training, but he's able to turn that corner, cut off the sight line, get that overshield, and at least remove some of the power that Nuki Spookies would have had if Resurgence would have had if he wasn't able to get that. The map gets reset once again, so both the rockets and the overshield get nullified. We're looking at a split map here, 2 pushing through camo, make it 3 as one's already in the Needler pit. And this is a dangerous spot for Nuki Spookies here if they're not able to get a couple of kills quick.
3 players from Nuki Spookies decide to go through the cuts and the flag side, and they're able to break out and take down both Rizzle and Sakura. You know what? Why not make it the whole squad? 4 down for Resurgence, 2 up for Nuki Spookies.
Good defense by Resurgence, we'll see, or by Nuki Spookies. We'll see if it translates here. Getting their first BR control is so important. There's 2 players on the cuts. A nice plasma nade separates the 2 from being able to push together. A beautiful double kill, killing spree somehow for Nuclear Blaze. Opens up the map, and this should be a flag run, Tony. 3 dead. Last one alive, Pink Sakura, and Nuclear Blaze already threw camo with the flag.
Pretty damn good start if you're able to get the flag through long haul without being touched, but it looks like Pink Sakura with the sniper overextends and absolutely takes Nuclear Blaze's head off, continues right back with the 1 shot, then absolutely decimates shots. Tossy, oh my gosh, Pink Sakura is a 1-woman army.
A 1-woman army indeed. Incredible shots, gets 3 kills. Single-handedly stops this cap, gives their team an opportunity to get a counter cap, gets all the information that the overextenders from the respawn's courtyard are going to be bridge side. They need to get this flag in safe, but they got the reinforcements coming back as well, so they're actually going to get a counter cap here, all because Pink Sakura just made an incredible play.
That was out of this world. Pink Sakura with the 19 kills, only has died 12 times, and man, the clutch and the counter really feels like it belongs to her, and now it looks like her teammates are feeding off of that. As 3 down goes Nuki's Pookies, and Shots has nothing to do but to just hide and wait for rockets to come up and spawn, and hopefully win a 1v1 that gets him a power weapon.
Yeah, you're hoping a teammate can finish off that kill in green, but unfortunately there's 2 players hiding in green. Somehow a double kill comes through. I think it was a rocket that hit the back of the teammate there. Takes down both players, and those rockets get nullified. Overshield does go into the hands of Resurgence. You're going to have 1 rocket as well to play with, I think. That player does go down green, so the Overshield actually gets wasted as well as the respawner is able to knock that down. The map resets. Everybody can breathe for a second. As I say that, though, a single push on bridge gets deleted. And an opportunity for Nuki Spookies once again to push towards side.
Right now, it feels like the battle between Nuclear Blaze and Pink Sakura, both of them only players in the lobby to crack the 20 kill mark, and a Rizzle gonna attract a lot of attention with bringing this flag through Mauler, now over to where the needles, but before able to get there, gets absolutely melted. Return should be going down soon as 3 down go Resurgence, and that's cast the final player on the map.
I don't hate the aggressiveness with the objective there, trying to get up a second cap, but when you're by yourself and the map's that quiet, you know someone's going to be on you. You got to figure out a way to get a kill before you can run that one. But still, a good job coming off spawn, finding a kill, spotting a player in camo, knocking him down to no shield, and great defense once again side of Resurgence.
1-0 lead here for Resurgence. Boinka with the commando.
That was
not even get the kill on that one. Yeah, between Nuki's Pookies and Binka Boinka, I'm gonna have a tough time here.
You and me. I snipe. Looking for more. There is a player in runway, I believe. I don't know if they know that player is there. You got to think that Shots Tossie is going to be getting flanked here. Let's have a player looking under bridge, though, so I think they have spotted that player under bridge. Unfortunately, he can't find him, and the sword flank comes through. Removes that sniper out of sword, and honestly, Tony, something that we've seen traditionally on a game type like Pit Flag or Empyrean CTF is sniping and sword was so prominent back early on when this map was out. In the first early stages, I'll call it, back when I was playing. Nowadays, you almost want to bring that snipe towards the green. I like this rotate by A-Rizzle. Unfortunately, he didn't expect Nuclear Blaze to be there, and because of that, he's going to lose his life.
Yeah, I feel like I was never a fan of bringing the snipe over towards sword, but some of the craziest highlight plays that we've seen ever have been just that. So I guess that's why I'm casting and not on the sticks myself here. But yeah, I'm a fan of bringing that snipe over toward the long haul side. You plan on running it that side, why not have it there and start it there?
Yeah, perfect shots will always be the perfect strategy. I'll tell you that. Blood Raina, though, going to tie this game up with a great flag run here. Nuclear Blaze, 30-17 as this game gets tied up with a minute and a half left.
Blood Raina, right from one cap over toward the training side here, going to try to find a way over toward the opposing base, but very careful, making sure no players are flanking or sneaking through. Resurgence have been sending players in multiple weird angles, just not this entire game, really. So Blood Raina checking every single place that they could be.
Minute left on the clock, and right now, Resurgence stuck in their base right now. Blood Raina smells blood in the water. She tries to push on these players' cuts. Spots a player that's probably not to no shield due to nades. A massive pick to kind of open up the door. Somehow, some player flanked through pit, however. And the teammate first BR not able to finish that kill just yet. And this is a beautiful job by A-Rizzle to buy time, because this flag getting stalled longer and longer for reinforcements of Resurgence to collapse.
Shot spoken out while one shot gonna end up paying for that one here. So switch gears over towards Nuclear Blaze. So want to replace them over toward the Resurgence side, but if they want to push the base of Nukies Pookies, Resurgence are gonna have to slay out over from their side of the map as the shots put them down. So one shot ends up getting green gunned while one shot, and somehow hitting the stick. Overly one shot was Nascast, and he takes advantage of it.
Yeah, what looked like to be a pretty tough situation. He actually bails himself out with that stick. It actually neutralizes the map and gives his team an opportunity here. Olsen trying to push this player top tower, just difficult angles to try and work around there as you're trying to push that player on high ground right now. Nuclear Blaze not in a position to get a flag touch, and that's going to take us to overtime. And Tony, if the first game of this series is testament to what we have in store and what we've seen so far today, this series could go the distance. Game one already going that.
32 kills here for Nuclear Blaze. He's going to be elected the one to go after the sniper early. And although we see a few warning shots being fired, none of them are going to connect. And Nukies Pookie starting off to be down. Pink Sako immediately starting off with a flag run through the Needles pit side. Blood Raina with a huge kill to at least destabilize them for a moment. But Nascast is there for the cleanup. And I don't know if anybody's able to overextend. Although the nade takes away his overshields, it's 4 down for Nukies Pookies. And why even go to overtime? Resurgence ended within seconds, it feels like.
That's the danger of going to overtime. You get that opening break, and if things go one way, it goes one way quick on a game type like Empyrean CTF. A perfect start to overtime rewards them with a quick cap, and I mean, what a better story than your overshield guy being able to run it so the nades don't even matter. Beautiful job there by Resurgence to come up with a strategy. I mean, they sent 3 for overshield. Something I feel like we saw in the LVT land. I think we saw that from Shopify Rebellions, taking a page out of the Shopify books. And it works wonders when you can get that overshield and actually trade so cleanly on that side of the map. You can kill that rocket player pretty easily if the team works there. And they do so, taking a 1-0 series lead here.
If we were on the basketball court, Nukies Pookies would be shouting, win by 2, win by 2. But sadly, it's one cap to end up closing it out as Resurgence come out hot in that overtime. But that's what you said, though. You know, that's the danger going to overtime. One round of slays, and it could cost you the game right then and there.
This clip, I mean, we want to talk about why Resurgence is in this game to begin with. It should have been at least a 1-0 lead for Nukies Pookies. Last player alive. This can't happen. Everybody come back with the flag, and the second the flag gets sniped, you got to have eyes on that sniper and just take her out. But I think Sakura had other plans. That initial snipe on the flag carrier and then the kills afterwards was everything for Resurgence to stay in this game long enough to figure out a way to win it.
Snipe.
Yeah, definitely beautifully played. Probably one of the that has to be the best cluster we've seen in this entire tournament, and maybe since it's been running, to be honest with you. And on top of that, like you said, it kept them in it long enough to get into overtime, and ultimately we saw what happened once we got there. Resurgence coming out in a big way there, but when we go to game number 2, you don't have an objective in the way. Forget flag, we go into a Slayer that's gonna be on vacancy, and this is a map where we keep talking about it time and time again. It is easy to control those spawns. If you know where your teammates are and you 3 down, 4 down the enemy team, you can lock in on those spawns and punish the enemy team left and right.
Yeah, it's a pretty small map, so we're going to see how scrappy these two teams are very quickly here. It's Nuclear Blaze starting off right where he left off, right? He finds himself down 1-0 in the series, but honestly, statistically, everything you could ask from the kid in game 1. Maybe a couple of overchows that we called out, but a great start for him as he's trying to fly and collapse the teamwork. Is there another player in the pit? You don't want to give away your life for free. He does get information on that player, but I mean, a great start, but as great as it looked, it's still 4-4 tied up.
Yeah, it feels like Nuclear Blaze has in his mind that I'm the best player in the lobby, and I'm going to treat it like a free-for-all. I mean, coming from his free-for-all background, I'm going to get aggressive, I'm going to put down damage, I'm going to stack up as many kills for my team as possible, and the ones I don't get, they'll clean it up. And it seems like that's the strategy for Nuclear Blaze and his Pookies.
Yeah, I like that. I mean, he's pressing tempo, right? And tempo is always important. I think you can create a lot of opportunity for your team when you're creating pace like that. But there are some times where I do want to see you just stay alive when you're no shield. Even the best players in the world, when they're no shield, they're still one shot. Unfortunately, Nuclear Blaze getting taken down in some situations. I'd prefer to see him stay alive, but still a 1-0 lead, or a 1-kill lead. Snooki's Pookies do have a majority of the map control, and I like this push by him as a double kill. I mean, head on a swivel. This is beautiful by him once again.
12-10 lead here. As Nuclear Blaze, wants to snap onto 1, ends up in a 1v3, is ending up paying for that one. Resurgence now with a momentary numbers advantage with tying up the game. They're the ones who are getting aggressive as Pink Sakura goes in for the challenge onto shots. Tassi, a little bit of jiggle peek action. Nade goes down, the trade for both players.
Honestly, just not a good trade, right? You want to take your time. You want to have your gun up there. You get caught throwing a nade. It allows Pink Sakura to get 3 unanswered shots off, get a trade in a situation she has no business trading in, and that subsides a lot of the pressure here. But still, Nuki's Pookies seem to have good map control here. Nuclear Blaze trying to push the back of Hotel here as multiple nades will come through, and once again, the pace maybe just a little bit off for the rest of the team to be able to collapse there. He's up 1 step ahead of them, and with that, he's going to lose his life and a lot of control as well.
Yeah, it feels like he's trying to be the tip of the spear, but the spear wasn't connected right there, and sadly, his teammates were just a few steps behind him. They're gonna pay for that. 18 tied up at the moment here. Resurgence taking advantage of the momentary lapse in timing, and now win the gunfights that matter. And Nuki's Pookies just spawned up over toward yellow, but that's what we talk about. The moment you go 3 down, the moment you get spawned up, reticles are trained on you.
Yeah, that's the tough part. The second you saw them spawn back yellow there, you knew they were going to be in a world of hurt. They're not able to even get a single kill in that situation because of it. Now Resurgence has a 3-kill lead. Nice
double kill
job, though.
Nuclear Blaze doing everything he can in order to keep this matchup close, but down by 2 at the moment. 10 kills to his name at the moment. Pink Sakura on the other side having the same. And looks like Nuclear Blaze trying to navigate the troops. He wants to attack this yellow core, and now this time waiting for a little bait and switch action, then winning the 1v1. This is the patience that we want to see from Nuclear Blaze.
Yeah, that right there was perfect, right? He gets the information from his teammate, gets that player weak, and Nuclear Blaze, clearly one of the more individual skill players in this lobby right now. He capitalizes on the information from his teammate, gets that first kill, the second kill is perfect shots, he wins his own 1v1. And with that, he's continuing to rain down damage. I like him playing off of his teammates more than trying to create himself.
Beautifully played now by Nuclear Blaze. No longer playing in isolation, but now starting to connect with his teammates and starting to make some things happen here. Impulse doing whatever he can to put some extra damage down, trying to stay alive, not able to do so. Shot Tassi wants to try to get out of dodge, but ends up running into another fight. You get out of one and into another, but he's pretty comfortable as he takes down Pink Sakura.
Yeah, he was in a tough situation there, surrounded, angled everyone off other than Pink Sakura, and was able to pick that kill up. With that, that was a big
Double kill.
Every single one of those kills, when you're the last guy alive and you're able to get a kill like that, it just stops the amount of tempo and pressure the other team can put on you. So those kills pay so many dividends than just the one kill they score in the scoreboard.
35-32 here. Resurgence have control, but Nuki's Pookies have a double push through the red side. Red looks clear, but the bottom mid players have to be dealt with. Shatasi waiting for his moment to strike, but it wasn't there. Nas cast with a huge double, and Impulse having to come from the rear in order to clean that one up, and just trading out kills. But right now, those trades favor the team in the lead.
4-kill game, but look at where Resurgence are. All bottom middle right here. This is either going to be really good or really bad depending on how these fights go. Do the pre-nades find money? Nuclear Blaze bit off a little bit more he can chew. That's the danger of trying to push these players bottom middle. There's a doorway you got to push through. Both players eat nades. Both players pay for it with their life, and Resurgence will look like a pretty poor position from them. Actually turns out in their favor to be over-aggressiveness once again from Nuki's Pookies.
41-35, Resurgence have been turning Nuki's Pookies' aggression against them time and time again, and have just been better at picking their times to strike. Meanwhile, Nazcast sees Impulse over towards the mid-yellow court, down to one shot, but the moment he strikes after him, somehow ends up getting shot in the back, still ends up with a trade, and once again, Resurgence is inching their way closer and closer to that 50-kill mark.
You wanted to see him try and stay alive there, impulsating there on the hut, but he decides to chow at the last second. Maybe thinks his teammate's going to get that kill a second earlier, but a big kill to keep this a 6-kill lead now for Resurgence.
5 more kills needed. Resurgence. Binka Boinka finds the backside of Impulse. That melee's not going to connect. And Nuki's Pookie's going to make him pay for that one. Little T-Rex arms there.
Too short, couldn't get the melee.
You know about that with your little arms. 47-41, 3 more kills. Resurgence looking confident.
Players top flat, tough position. Still, you got a lot of room to work with here, and we saw how Resurgence was bottom mid that last time and found some kills. No surprise, they're just going to play in their house here, turning it into what is their dojo. Oh, the shock rifle comes through. 2 unanswered kills. Can Binka Boinka get one? He gets 2 actually, making it 49-45. 1 kill to go, and that kill is Nuclear Blaze spotted on the spiral, taken down, and that's going to be a 2-0 lead now for Resurgence. And if we're looking at the stats, Tony, you got to call out Pink Sakura with an 18-12 performance again, leading the way for her team and doing a phenomenal job in the Slays to get a 2-0 series lead.
Pink Sakura absolutely doing her thing, and yeah, if you're able to drop those type of numbers in a Slayer, might I add, and mind you, this to decide who makes it into the winners bracket finals, well, dare I say, you might just be clutch. And the Clutch Academy Draft Tournament is where you belong. $1,500 on the line, and Pink Sakura is simply playing like it. And Resurgence, we talked about this with the last squad too. When they're getting sent down to the lower bracket, S tier Mayhem. This is one of the squads that just simply feels like they don't have a weak link. They have a balanced attack, and you see it time and time again here. This time it's Pink Sakura and Nazcast stepping up. But how many times have we seen the Rizzler and Binka Boinka do exactly the same? Resurgence, pretty balanced with their offense.
Still a 2-0 series lead for Resurgence, but if you're Nuki's Pookies, you have everything to believe that this series could be 2-0 in your favor. Both games being pretty close, and going into Game 3, I mean, you can turn the series around. Hopefully their heads are still high and steal a Game 3, make this series a little interesting here as it does go to that Game 3, but I mean, if we're talking about things that can be improved on, Nuki's Pookies, just a little bit of overextensions that are being punished. The Resurgence, their ability to fight at these disadvantageous positions, it's been what's kept them in the series. It's what's kind of won them these games. These bottom mid setups where somehow they're trading efficiently when they feel like they should be stuck like fish in a barrel. That's the kind of things that you have to translate. Like, you're already in good control if you're Nukies Pookies. You just need to use that control to gather a greater lead than what you have. And if you're not able to do that, that leaves the door open for a team like Resurgence we've seen to steal games. And that's 2 games, I would say, that have pretty much been stolen here. It was Resurgence in the lead a majority of that game too, but from a disadvantageous position, it felt like a majority of the time. I like this play.
Resurgence up 2-0. Nukies Pookies definitely have been in every single one of these games, but as I say that 4, down go the Pookies, and looks like the Rizzlers should be able to get away with Camo and Shock, I believe. There's somewhere there.
How often in a draft tournament do you see an opening strat like that? I mean, we saw what happened at the start of Empyrean in overtime, a perfect strat from Resurgence. That opening strat where you have a player shroud off the camo for you, I mean, that's like some textbook Shopify Rebellion-esque strategy that you can tell that they're taking their time to put in some high-level starting strats. It's going to benefit them to get that camo. Unfortunately, the camo doesn't find home outside of 1 kill, and it is going to be Nukies Pookies getting the oddball first and rotating it towards the elevator.
Impulse going to make his way with this ball toward the A side and knows that Resurgence are sending 2, if not 3, through the battery side and try to force him out. Maybe this starts the rotation from one side away from where Resurgence is controlling and maybe towards they'll be spawning here soon, but Impulse aiding ends up getting stopped right before making over toward the blue side, and ball is not played off the map.
It's the difference between a Frosty or a Psycho-like movement with the oddball there. A little bit quicker, and you get that oddball off the map. Unfortunately, now you're dealing with the oddball in a shroud. The grapple is a hell of a bug right there as it gets overextended, and you get punched in the face by Binka Boinka with the oddball. Binka boinked your head, and now 23 points in climbing.
Yeah, speaking of Frosty, Frosty would have got the back smack, forced the play ball, then grappled the ball right back on. Back right there. But eventually are taken down. That ball is end up being played, and Pink Sakura, despite not having the high ground, absolutely obliterates Nuclear Blaze, and then drops a little bit of a present onto Blood Rain, a little sticky for the Troubles.
We're down for Resurgence here. It's going to be a 2-on-1. Nukies Pookies do have pipes control, but there is a glass spawn here for Resurgence, so they're going to be able to potentially deny this oddball if he tries to take an elevator. This is a dangerous spot. You're a little slow on it, and because you hesitate, you pay for it with your life there. The ball does get towards elevator, but you can already see from Shotzi Tossi's point of view, the nades are coming through, and your life is not for long.
Both going down left and right. Resurgence having that momentary advantage, although it is Impulse getting some good value, some good damage there. It is Binka Boinka that's able to sneak away with this ball back over toward the A side. Get some good points for Resurgence.
He is kind of sandwiched here. Player top catwalk. Player comes from Turbine. Camo in the hands of Rizzle, but unfortunately just too many targets. You almost want to see a little bit of trigger discipline there. Stop that ball carrier trying to get towards the elevator. Turns the corner barely, but that could have been a massive mistake and opportunity for Resurgence if Pink Sakura can get both those kills. But still, those 2 kills that she is able to get will translate to this setup being broken immediately.
I guess that's why you don't run right on top of the ball player. Pink Sakura,
I've been telling you that,
Tony. And you drop nades right where the ball's moving, and you're getting nades like 2 or 3 players. Pink Sakura says, thanks for the free damage.
Easy nades. Easy damage. The ball being rotated towards blue right now. Nukies Pookies hot on the prowl, but this time it looks like the ball was able to be fully rotated before getting taken down. However, it does just stop him white. They don't decide to take it to blue. They try to take it to the front of white, and because of that, it's actually Nukies Pookies that can catch up to it, take those players down. Nuclear Blaze is going to drop that ball for his teammate, and now it's a blue setup for Nukies Pookies to get right back into round 1.
Yeah, you can definitely tell Shot says, hey, look, pass me the ball. Definitely don't want the ball in the hands of Nuclear Blaze or Blood Raina. You got to know your part. And honestly, I'd probably be doing the same thing if I was in the lobby with these 2.
I'd be throwing you the ball, though.
Be a bit unselfish. And yeah, I'd gladly take the ball if it means we get the win. And right now, Nukies Pookies, they need a win right here, right now. Otherwise, they're going down to the lower bracket.
Yeah, down 2-0, so the pressure is going to start to feel heavier and heavier the closer this game 3 is. If you're Nuki Spookies, you want to be able to play from the lead to at least eliminate what that pressure kind of feels like. Shock rifle shots can't come home for Nuclear Blaze, but he is able to stay alive a little bit longer than you'd think. And he get the shot on the oddball carrier, it just barely misses the Clamber player into pipes. With 2 players stuck in pipes, somehow everybody forgot about Nuclear Blaze, and because of that, he's able to get a couple assists here. Second player on the stairs. Oh, the snap would have been dirty. Does get the player no shield. And that should be the oddball going into Nuki Spooky's hands here momentarily.
With how aggressive his gameplay is, I'm surprised anybody could forget about Nuclear Blaze on any map, including Recharge. Impulse, though, tries to get this ball out of danger, although down to 1 shot is safely in the back gold side of the map. But I say safely, Resurgence 3-man push from glass over towards gold. Impulse rotating this ball right into Binka Boyka, who's isolated over toward the bottom A side, but buys so much time for his teammates to push up. The question is, where are they?
Yeah, good question. They must have gotten taken down, but I mean, still, just a beautiful rotation towards the elevator there. To get the information that there's 3 players pipe side of the map, and to be able to get out of there with your life, get that ball as far as you did, and the damage down onto the player bottom elevator, that's everything for your teammates to try and stop what is that push. And they did so successfully now, looking like they're going to end round 1.
Final seconds go down here, and Nukies, Pookies are not backing down easily. 1 win is all you need in order to start your chances to getting a reverse sweep. Resurgence up 2-0 in the series. However, Nukies, Pookies 1 round away from putting their first game on the series board. Jeez, what the?
2 players from Nukies go down, but they are going to have the camo in their hands. Nice melees to get some damage down. Where's that camo player? He's going to be focused by the last 2, so it's trades across the board. Binka Boinka, the last player alive, trying to play his life top batteries, but all 8 players on the map go down in the first 10 seconds of the game, and that's going to be camo getting negated, the oddball getting put on the floor before even a point can get rewarded, and now the map kind of turns into a stalemate until we can see a couple opening kills here again.
Brizzle going to make his way over toward the gold side here. Wants to attack at the same time as Pink Sakura over on Long Haul. As Pink Sakura goes down, the reinforcements end up coming up, getting the kills necessary to allow Rizzle to grab a hold of this ball, but nobody accounts for the weak side gold push. Blood Reina really throwing a wrench into that plan.
Nice names by Binka Boinka, going to flush that player out of battery. There is a player hopping up the Needler from Shroud. Doesn't expect that, but when that Shroud is placed there, it's for a reason, Tony. You get taken down. A good flank by Nascast there. She finds Impulsating. A couple of players stuck towards the red stairs as well, so good control here. Good opportunity for Resurgence to jump off to an early lead here in round 2.
Multiple go down for Nukies, Pookies, and Resurgence right back in control with a 20-0 run so far, with that ball still in their hands, and Nukies, Pookies coming off a spawn. It could turn to much more. The first 5 shot belongs to Binka Boinka. In the same way that you come off a spawn, you're being sent right back to it. If you're Nukies, Pookies, this is where bad can turn to worse.
Ascast tries to go for the melee rule. 2 arms won't let him get the kill, and with that, he's going to lose his life. 2 players go down. You're going to have to play this oddball here momentarily. I like this, but where are they coming from? You got so much information where they're not. Hopefully it gives you an idea of where they are, and unfortunately 2 come through the pipe door. Big Sakura goes down, but we'll see how Nuki Spookies are able to get this oddball now that they got that opening pick.
Royal 2 arms is crazy. Matt, I just want to let you know, I would never try to roast you on any broadcast.
I'll roast you every day of the week, Royal 2.
45-0 run here. Resurgence looking to tie things up, at least as far as rounds go. They're still up 2-0 in the series. And right now, Blood Reina wants his camouflage and high IQ to try to bring it closer to where her teammates are spawning over toward the A side. Even though she's not able to pop it, it looks like Impulse should be able to grab. Where did the camo go?
It got burned. She was able to
it did get
punch it
burned.
into her chest. Let's get it burned. Nuclear Blaze now with the shock rifle. Trying to push into bottom way. He's going to have a ton of players in front of him. Makes slight work of 1. Melee onto the second. Can't choose a weapon to try and deal some damage with after the melee. And unfortunately, that's going to cost him his life. But sorry, I had to sneeze. Good job. Good job by Nuclear Blaze to honestly open up the entire map. Now it's Blood Reina with the eyeball in hand. You got a lot of work to do here in round 2. You're down 40. You have a blue set up. How long can you hold it?
Yeah, Observer, do me a favor. Anytime the ball's on screen, make sure you take it off. Wes is allergic to the ball. He won't grab any objective. So if he sees that objective on screen,
I
he'll
played
start
objective.
sneezing.
I played objective for 6 years professionally. I don't need to do it anymore.
Well, as of right now, it's Nukies Pookies that have to throw this ball off the map, man. And looks like Resurgence are able to stop them before doing it.
Yeah, you got to play that. That's a big mistake. What looked like an opportunity to maybe come back in this game. Now the round going to get blown wide open here. It's a 45-point lead, and if you get a couple of kills, this round's going to be over.
70 points, and Nukies Pookies are sending everything and the kitchen sink to try to get this ball out of their hands. Finally, they're able to do it, but is it too little, too late? 75 points. 75% of the way done are Resurgence.
There's a big kill by Impulsating. He's the last player alive on Nukies Pookies to really stop this round from ending at that moment. He's able to at least deny time from the odd ball. It does get replayed, so you got to battle for the middle of the map, but 2 minutes on the clock is a lot of time to play around, but you got to hold a setup stronger than what we've seen Nukies Pookies so far. The good news is they do have the odd ball. It is rotating towards blue from long haul, but you need a couple of kills to really set up what is the real potential to come back in this game.
As right now, it's Shatasi with the ball in hands. He should be able to play this ball as Resurgence start to get the kills. So although 3 down go Nukies Pookies, the ball is reset. An opportunity for them to bait it off the spawn. Shots trying to stay alive. He's going to be taken down. Nascast awarded the kill. Nobody able to get their eyes on the ball of Resurgence, getting a lot of time that they shouldn't. Blood Raina might be their final hope to try to get this ball out of their hands. I think she's able to do so.
Yeah, she's able to take down Rizzo because the focus was on the camo play. You saw one player from Nukies Pookies trying to get that camo, does end up burning it, but Resurgence did a good job of like understanding what their win conditions are and making sure that there's not a camo player that can potentially go off on the map and go on a run. That's really going to make the setup strong. So you're still up 40. You got a pipe setup to break, but you don't have to deal with the camo player, so I like the decision by them.
17 points is all that's needed here for Resurgence, and as they start to get these kills that really matter, you have to imagine they'll be jumping on this ball real soon. Rizzle does exactly that. Nukies Pookies now pushing over toward the long haul side. They want to get there quick, but Nascast wants to get there quicker. Big grapple play coming out. Cross-map shots looking good. That's a killing spree. That's a double kill, and if this triple hits, it could be it. Resurgence putting their first round on the board, and we're going into a clutch round 3.
Yeah, great job by Nascast there. Head on a swivel, listening to comms, helping his player long haul, helping his player mid bridge. Great teamwork, great long haul setup there. We'll tie this game up.
And this is it. If you're Nukies Pookies, you have an opportunity to start what could be a reverse sweep. Meanwhile, Resurgence were the ones who just actually gone 3 down. Want to put this win here, put a 3-0 sweep. Don't give Nukies Pookies any room to breathe, because oftentimes you give a team an inch, they end up taking a mile.
Rizzle somehow gets away with the camouflage. You can see how frustrating that was for Shots Tossi there as he was trying to take him out, trying to hit that first bullet on the camo guy to just reveal him for a bit. But now look at the damage done because Rizzle chooses to back up, relocate with that camo, playing this perfectly, able to get a couple of kills and get his team an early lead here.
Bit of an unselfish play to try to get that ball over towards his teammates that are going for that camo and shot combo. Because of that, ball time being earned early, and maybe that'll end up mattering over toward the late game. Right now, 20 points to 0 run once again for Resurgence. This time the setup a little more broken than the last time they did this in that round number 2. But Rizzler is staying alive over toward the A side. I say that, and immediately goes down.
Yeah, you messed up your movement trying to get an angle and find yourself in the mangler pit there, and everybody goes down on Resurgence. So it's a 24-point setup early on with that camo play. It gets negated and almost immediately answered. This ball going to be transferred across catwalk, but hesitates to go into white, brings it back towards the elevator. Actually a heads-up play because multiple players are over towards blue. They're able to get this kill elevator. They're able to use that teamwork to do so. One last player bottom mangler. If you get that kill, that's going to be a full setup and a lead change for Nukies Pookies here in round 3.
Shock in the hands of Shots Tossi. Meanwhile, Resurgence coming off a spawn, trying to make their way through the A side. They're going to go right through tower and right through the grenades of Shots Tossi. Excellently placed. Meanwhile, that Shock is sitting there, and Nuclear Blaze, just Nuclear Blaze fashion. I don't need my team. I'm just gonna go in and double Bailey with the ball.
I don't know about that one. I would have liked the ball to stay in elevator, maybe a 2v1 on the guy pushing catwalk, but Nuclear Blaze takes it into his own hands. The ball gets played down into Mangler. On the bright side, though, you got a 16-point lead. Camo's coming up. Nuclear Blaze right on top of it. Can he get away with it is the big question.
Nowhere to go. Definitely nowhere to hide. Saucy once again on your screen, and it's going to be a Rizzle that takes him down, and 4 get wiped for Nukies Pookies.
Yeah, dangerous spot here for Nukies Pookies. Now the pressure's going to start to amount, right? You're in round 3, down 2-0 in this game. 15 points separate you. You got the lead, but for how long? You got to think this pipe setup is going to get them the lead. Unfortunately, their ball carrier under some pressure here as one player went to the batteries. It's going to be a player red steps as well, so they're surrounded. The Nukies Pookies push is here already. Can you finish off these last 2 players? No, you can't. Beautiful shots from Shots Tossie. It's actually perfect. That will deny any kind of a setup. So what looked like a promising opportunity to get a pipe setup for Resurgence actually transitions right into Nukies Pookies' hands.
45-29 lead still for Nukies Pookies at the moment, and Nuclear Blaze gets a big kill and some great damage on top. Teammates able to clean up because of that, but Nazcast right through the mid-battery side gets a clean up kill himself. Shots, luckily has his teammate spawning here, so still time for Nukies Pookies.
We're starting to see some 1v1s really go on the side of Nukies Pookies here in round 3, and I think that that's really making the difference here in this 18-point lead right now. Nuclear Blaze with another double kill will award this team a full elevator setup, 4 down for Resurgence, and the individual skill now starting to wake up for Nukies Pookies.
32 kills and 20 assists for Nuclear Blaze. The ultra aggressive player on the map is getting some great value. Pink Sakura gets some good shots onto Nuclear Blaze. He tried to push forward, ends up running into 2 players from Resurgence. Definitely was not expecting them to break out of the gold side together, but Shots Tossie might take advantage of that as he finds the backside of both of them.
What a rowdy. Both players go mid-bridge into white. He drops out of the window at the perfect time, finds both players virtually with their pants down. Not in person, Tony. They're playing with pants on. Finds a double. And that's going to just reward them a real opportunity to get back in the series. Look at the lead, Tony. It's up to 70.
At this point, Nukies Pookies could end it right here, right now. I say that, but surrounded and dealt with are the entirety of Nukies Pookies. Resurgence going to take this ball over toward the back goal side of the map setup. Now being hit here. It looks like Rizzle says, pass me the ball, Binka Boinka. I trust you to hold on to the gold side.
You think that's what he said?
I think so.
Pass me the ball, Binka Boinka. Oh, that's hilarious. All right, here comes the push. Nukies Pookies into pipes, and when you're stuck in pipes, it's a tough place to fight out of, especially when you got multiple teammates in there. And because of it, they all 4 go down. Ball goes back in the hands of Nukies Pookies. They're going to do it, Tony. They're going to extend this series at least to a game 4.
Wow. Big plays coming out of Nukies Pookies, and we talked about it early in the series. At no point in time did we feel like Nukies Pookies were out of the game. Like, think about that Empyrean matchup. Like, they were so close to capping a flag, and it took Pink Sakura getting one of the craziest clutches triple kills that we've seen in a long time in order to stop that one. Even game number 2, only losing by what, like 5, maybe 4 kills right there. So they've been in it the entire time, and game number 3 is where Nukies and his Pookies show that they are not backing down. Nuclear Blaze himself, 33 kills, 22 assists. Meanwhile, Shots Tossie able to put up 34 and 15 assists, both of them double digits in the KDA department.
Yeah, I think that's what really made the difference. Shots Tossie had a phenomenal game 3 there, and that really gave Nukies Pookies the one piece of leverage they needed to actually finish one of these games in their favor. Resurgence had a 2-0 lead in this series, but both those first 2 games were close, to your point, and with that, Nukies Pookies right back in this series. I mean, you were a King of the Hill game away from going to a game 5, and with the individual skill highlights that we saw going through that round 3, the one-on-one battles that were won on the shot on the side of Nukies Pookies, you got to start to feel like momentum is really being gathered, and momentum is one hell of a drug, Tony. It can get you to a game 5, but can you punch the ticket to advance here in winner's bracket? We're going to find out here in game 4.
Well, we know what Nuki can bring to the table, but I'm going to be counting on the Pookies to really bring it out if they want to force that game number 5. Nuclear Blazes has that ultra-aggressive playstyle that we continue to talk about. It feels almost free-for-all-esque. Well, if his team is able to really step up their tempo and keep up with them, this truly is a dangerous team, especially on live fire. Nuclear Blaze himself starting over towards his hill. Resurgence doing everything they can to try to get them out. Both players one shot. I want to stack up on each other.
Great job by both players to stay alive. They were both no shield, but I mean, look at the hill time, Tony. Already over 50%. Camo not even up yet. Just popping right now. Shots Tassi is going to try and make his way towards the camo. Fortunately, he did have Blood Reyna spawn over towards the big door side, or the garage side of the map, and with that, Blood Reyna able to get the camo as well. So almost a perfect hill paired with the camouflage. You got to think Nuki's Pookies are going to take a lead here in game 4.
Yeah, Big Boy trying to get aggressive, but you don't have the numbers, you don't have the bodies, and you don't have the camouflage in order to do that. Meanwhile, Pink Sakura going after her former teammate. Blood Reyna stays alive, and looks like this first hill should belong to the Pookies.
That pick is everything, too. You get the point, and that opens up the door for an opportunity to push back tower. Unfortunately, you missed the quickscope on the Pink Sakura, but somehow a player drops from bridge and assassinates you. You lose the camo, you lose the snipe. It does get traded out, however, so Nuclear Blaze now with the snipe in hand.
Highly unfortunate. I think with Blood Reyna with that camouflage having no idea that the Rizzle is right behind her. Unfortunate, but now Nuclear Blaze has a chance with the sniper. He ends up being taken down, and Binka Boinka with a huge kill over toward the cut side gives Resurgence the time that they want.
All right, this is a moment in this series where it's either going to go and make this game 4 pretty close, and Resurgence can feel like they get back on their feet, or have they been rocked? This tower setup is everything right now. They get some early progression in this hill. They need to find a kill or two. They find 3 in the feed. Last player alive, Nest. Don't give your life to him. I love this by A-Rizzle. Knows that his teammates are going to have angles on this player. They're not able to get that kill Nest, but a great job by him to relocate back to top Nest and find the player before he can get through pillars. And look at how big of a nuisance he's being. Another player going down trying to take him out. Gets information, but it's a perfect setup. A great job by Resurgence to really get back on their feet, because once that momentum starts going in Nuki Puki's favor, especially after the first hill, especially after the first kill on the rotation to hill number 2, you thought that Resurgence might have been rocked, but they do a good job to tie this game up.
If there's one thing we could be a little bit critical of them is within that setup having 4 players up, Rizzle did a whole lot of staying alive and didn't get any help at all over toward the Nest side. I feel like that is something you want to see get better. Like, I mean, I would imagine he's calling it out, and somebody has to respond there, especially you have 4 players up and you're fully set up, and that's the last player live on the map.
Yeah, Tony, you're getting yelled at if you're in the hill and I'm fighting the guy Nest and you're not shooting the guy. You don't like the guy now.
I'll yell at myself. Tied up in one apiece here. Nuclear Blaze down to 1 shot. He's doing a great job of staying alive. Everybody on the map really valuing their lives. And this time it's Nuclear Blaze with a jiggle peek that earns him a win in a 1v2.
Yeah, Big Boy can now sniping hill. Player pushing top flat. You got to hit the shot. Shot doesn't come through, but the it makes you look silly. And the shot is Shots Tossi. Those were fights that Shots Tossi was winning in game 3. Just lost a big one to keep. Ooh, no.
Yo, what?
Don't do that, Tony. Don't do that.
Binka Boinka. I mean, you got the highs and lows, and plenty of highs, but a sniper in the back that's a little bit of a low.
Reversal.
Hey,
nice
you
double.
know what? Do the damage, and then Pink Sakura is able to clean it up, and that's time for Resurgence.
Did the damage to the other team, though.
Do it to anybody on the map.
Still, they stand strong. Somehow, even with sniping your teammate in the back, you're able to keep control of the hill. Just moments away from capturing this. Nashcash just hit a nasty snipe and then follows it up with another headshot. It's a 2-piece for him that really solidifies a 2-to-1 lead here for Resurgence.
Everybody on Resurgence is able to snipe. We saw what Pink Sakura can do with it. We see what Nascast can do with it. Damn it, we saw what Binka Bonka can do with it earlier. Resurgence doing their thing, not only up 2-1 in this series, but also 2-1 in this game and looking to close it out.
Couple of trades across the board. This battle for the Mud Hill is always such a difficult one. I think there's a player right below him in Nest Nut. That's a dead body doing 360s. As that outline came through, but it does look like Nuki Spooky's able to win the fight back Mud. Because of it, they're going to be looking at some early progression here in Hill number 4, trying to tie this game up. Serious lifeline on the line here. You do not want to go down 3-1 in a game type like Live Fire King of the Hill, so they do a good job to win this fight. I love this play by Shotstasi. When he realizes he doesn't have the help and they've lost the numbers, he's going to run from Hill and just secure tower.
Holding it down here over toward the tower side. There is a player that wants to challenge him. And Shotstasi goes right to the low ground and maybe wanted to settle for that melee because Nascast ends up getting his and he ends up going down. Impulse now wants a chance at this hill, but everybody is getting chased.
And Nascast actually gets a big kill that he has no business getting there at the tower. Because he gets that kill, look, they get closer spawns, they get an opportunity to maintain tower control, which is pretty much everything for this dummy or for this Mud Hill. And unfortunately, Nuki Spooky's going to have to figure out a way to break this. And I'm not sure if Pillar's Door is the way to go. And as I say that, you lose a couple of players. Impulse aiding still trying to push the bottom tower side of the map. It's a good job of Resurgence to kind of angle him off at this time and try and control Nest. But right now, players spawning big door for Nuki Spooky. So now you're in a blended. Oh, they got the
Impulse
hill.
not able to do enough to get him out of this hill. 3-1 lead for Resurgence. One more hill or 2 minutes and 25 seconds worth of neutral time. Resurgence have options on how they want to play this one.
Yeah, still too much time left, I think, to really consider playing time in this situation. You want to end this in 4 points. But Nuclear Blaze with the snipe could be everything for Nuki Spooky's series lifeline on the line here. He needs to hit a couple of shots. He starts it off with a pick on the Nest.
Big time snipe. Nuclear Blaze definitely feels that somebody's coming over toward the backside. Didn't realize it was 2. Able to take down 1. But looks like that sniper now sits over towards the mid map. Nuclear Blaze gonna be upset about that as Resurgence go 3 down somehow. And Pink Sakura still scoring. What y'all about to say?
That was close. Nice shots. Ammo's coming up. You got about halfway progression here, so time really not going to be a factor here as the game goes towards the end, and more nice shots out of Nuclear Blaze. I mean, those kind of 1v1s just go so far for your team's opportunity here, but unfortunately, his entire team's pushing tower. Somehow he turns on that A-Rizzle. The teamwork comes through, and they're going to be able to capture this point here with just one more round of Slays done.
At one point, it looked like Resurgence was like 2 or 3 down, and Impulse found himself jumping off the map, so not sure exactly what happened there, but those are the kind of things that'll slow you down, which honestly, Nuki Spookies really just don't need at the moment. They want to close out this hill as quickly as possible. Luckily, they're able to do just that, and in a 1-hill game, Nuki Spookies still alive.
Green Hill is massive, and Nuclear Blaze with another big double kill. Finds 2. Last player alive back green. If Nuclear Blaze is doing Nuclear Blaze things, you think he's going to get this kill. He does, and somehow stays on the map. That jump is incredible. I'm not quite sure what ledge he just used to stay on the map, but I mean, he takes down 3 and gets his team some early progression to try and tie this game up and go into an overtime.
And now a staggered Resurgence, look to try to come off a spawn and try to regain at the moment here. It starts with Pink Sakura winning a 1v1 against Blood Reina. It looks like Shotstasi ends up going down as well. So once we're staggered, now we're thriving. Our Resurgence, Nuki Spookies, you put out about 55% of this hill. But now it's Resurgence chance to try to defend.
Nascast trying to play his life on the hill. He gets taken down. More players from Nuki Spooky step into this hill, and now with over 70% of the progression here, they're going to be able to get what looks to be like a tied game with that opening kill right there. That's going to make Resurgence's chances to try and break this pretty minimal. And look at this. They're already set up a tower. They're already playing for a tied game here, and that's what we have. Time, not a factor at all. It's coming down to the last point. Will we see a game 5? Nuclear Blaze with snipe in hand. Hits the quick jump, hits the quick scope, but not the hit.
Beautiful movement coming out of Nuclear Blaze.
No.
Love the shots that are going down, and eventually that would connect. Little two-piece action out of Nuclear Blaze is answered right back by Nazcast, who gets a double, but Nuclear Blaze is actually going nuclear.
Yeah, that kill should never be had. Back tower, A-Rizzle missing a couple of shots there, and because of it, Nuclear Blaze doesn't only just take him out, he takes another one with him before he goes down. It is Resurgence that are able to break open the hill, and I believe they have camo as well. So that's a big 2 pieces of benefactory for Resurgence here. There is a player flanking back Mud and one coming through dummies, so they're kind of bunched up here back tower, not in the best position here. Need to kill Blood Reyna, do just that, but another player back tower. Maybe hoping for a stick there, but it was a frag instead, and that's going to eliminate the setup for Resurgence. However, you still have this camo, and A-Rizzle still playing his life back tower.
Yeah, I was just thinking that. I was like, if only that was a sticky, that would have been quite the play here. But A-Rizzle going to have to be as patient as possible on his strike as he takes down one, but plenty more to go. A double kill is nice, but is it enough? 3 down go Nukies Pookies. Blood Reyna down to 1 shot as well, and Resurgence now get the setup.
Yeah, look how close this hill is. It's about even in progression right now, but it's a full setup for Resurgence. You get one more round of phase, it's really going to put the pressure on, and that first kill Impulse that he may be going a little bit too fast there right before his team can even get off respawn is going to create numbers advantage for Resurgence as well.
So close. You gotta get in. You gotta stop if you want any chance of making it to the winners bracket finals. Does somebody hop out of the hill to get a melee kill? Oh no.
They break it. Nuki Spookies break it, and here we go. Game 5 on the line. You got one push, and you got to go fast. They're coming from Nest, and Nuclear Blaze has full shield and hill. Beautiful nasal. Secure it. Has no chance for Resurgence coming off spawn. A complete collapse at the end with a full setup from Resurgence. You even got the opening pick. You think numbers is going to be everything your team needs, but no. We're going to another Game 5 today here in our winners bracket semifinals.
Man, I feel like I definitely saw a situation where somebody hopped out of the hill and to get a melee kill over toward the cut side, and I had to think to myself, I wonder if they really needed to do that. If that player was 1 shot and you stood in the hill and waited, you would have been scoring, and maybe you still would have gotten that kill. I could be wrong on that one, but something looked a little bit weird from the Resurgence side over toward that hill late game, and I don't know.
Yeah, you never want to eat that melee. You probably don't know that player's no shields coming up cuts, but you still just don't want to eat a melee in any situation. You got numbers advantage, which is the big thing for me, right? The second you get that first kill on impulsating, like G-sliding across that mid, it's a 4v3. If everybody plays tight, you should just be able to trade the damage out. Somehow, kills just coming across. I don't know what in the world.
Yo, I didn't see he lands right on the skill jump. Yo, that's crazy. I didn't even see that.
He might be cheating. We gotta check his PC. Nah, I'm kidding. And that's actually disgusting. To do that in real time is disgusting.
Wow. Okay. Nuclear Blaze, I see you, brother. He's clearly been practicing those crouch jumps. Must have been playing Halo 3 back in the day with you and the boys, because that is quite impressive to hit, like you said, in real time. As Solitude game number 5 coming up next. I don't know if we'll see a kill like that, but something tells me we'll see plenty of clutch kills here in your Clutch Academy birthday tournament. $1,500 on the line. Game number 5. Who makes it to the winners bracket finals and who goes down to the losers bracket?
Solitude Slayer is the name of the game here. 1-0 lead for Nuki Spookies to get that opening pick. Trying to get towards camo. A beautiful stick. Blood Reyna in a real difficult situation. That player has thrust right in front of her, so that gunfight probably not going to go in her favor. But she gets that stick. Unfortunately, the rest of the team collapses. It's a 2-4 collapse. After getting the first 2 kills, Nuki Spookies go 4 down. Camo goes in the hands of Pink Sakura, and if she can find some opportunity here with this camo, she can go crazy. Unfortunately, she's kind of soloed off here. Nuclear Boy staring at her, can't get her shield back, and that was a kill that they really needed to get to create some space for her to be able to stay alive. Unfortunately, they were not able to, so camo gets negated, and now all of a sudden just a 1-kill game.
Early game looking like exactly what we want it to be, especially when we look at that Pink Sakura, 6 kills to start things off, and Nuclear Blaze also as aggressive with his 4 and 2. Blood Raina backing up with 3 kills of her own. This is exactly what we want to see in the early game, but what do they say? Slayers don't start to 30 kill mark, so
No
we
one
have
says that,
plenty
Tony.
of time.
Slayer start
Oh,
0-0, brother. Slayer start 0-0. Every one of those kills matter.
I thought I heard it once or twice, bro.
Yeah,
I'm
people,
bad, I'm
people have been saying it. I just disagree with it.
11 to 10 right now. Dookies Pookies have a small advantage here. Impulse really taking his way over toward the top gold side, but now gonna run into 3 members of Resurgence, maybe biting off a bit more than he could chew, but knowledge is power. He's knowledge to his teammates, but not sure how much they were able to do with the 3 down. Go to Pookies.
Yeah, tough situation. Blood Raina gets naded out of snipe right now, and you got to be careful if you're Nukies Pookies. This game could get blown wide open. So often do we see Solitude Slayer get blown into an absolute blowout here. 17-14, a couple of trades are really good for Nukies Pookies in this situation, and I like that by Impulse. I think he's going to be aggressive, be able to take that player out yard, and just create space for his teammate and his respawners.
Over half of the team's kills for Resurgence belong to Pink Sakura. 10 and 3 is quite the score line with the 4 kill advantage here. For Pink Sakura down to 1 shot, not able to escape, ends up running right into shot. Tossy who ends up going down as well. Bankabanka looked like he wanted that camouflage, but might have been a bit too early. Ends up getting baited out, and now Camo being fought over by both the Pookies and Resurgence.
Yeah, just a tough situation for being a bonker there. Like, your teammate's pushing into yard, and you're trying to play for camo, so just opposite strategies there being implemented, and you want to play everybody on the inside of the map when that camo's coming up. So I do believe Nuki Spooky's able to be the benefactor of grabbing that camouflage now. And this is where they could get back into this game.
2 kill advantage. Nascast wants to at least trade out his life here. Chases Blood Raina away over toward the flower side, but only delaying because the double push is right back in. Little
nice
bait
trade.
and switch action, but still ends up getting the trade. Now, Banka Boink on the opposite side of things. He's isolated just a bit. Might want to make his way back towards his teammates, or it looks like he wants to 1v1. He wants shots tossy.
Yeah, I wish he had pushed a little bit earlier, but I like the idea of creating some space over towards the snipe. When you get the information that there's several players in blue trying to push yard, that's your opportunity to really like circle the map and be able to take some space. Now look at this situation. Because they got that kill on snipe, they're able to sandwich these players in blue, make it a 4-2 trade, and get a 4-kill lead for Resurgence once again.
Banka Boink all over the map on the snipe side, over toward the flower side. Nine found himself over towards mid and gaining confidence right now. It is Banka Boink, a great life and great damage, but now Nuclear Blaze starts to introduce himself. 3 down, go Resurgence, and Nukies Pookies may have an opportunity to take this lead very soon here.
I mean, every time I think Resurgence are about to run away with this game, Nuki Spookies get those individual fight wins that have really kept their team in this. Now with map control in their hands, can they get a lead is a big question. They make it a 1-kill game, make it a tie game. They do lose a player on the inside of the map, but a great job by Nuclear Blaze to find 2 kills. However, there's Pink Sakura right in front of them, and a trade will subside a lot of the pressure and the pace of the game right now. Camo's up in 20 seconds. You expect the game to slow down for this camouflage.
Can I just point out that Pink Sakura has 17 kills.
Yeah.
Her team has 33. If somebody ends a Slayer with 17 kills, we're saying that's not a good game. That's a great game. The game's not over. Pink Sakura is about to put up a 25 bomb, win or lose this matchup, and I'm gonna freak out because Blood Raina ends up grabbing a hold of that camouflage, brings it over towards mid, and more importantly, staying alive as her former teammate of Pink Sakura ends up getting a kill. Looks like she wants to try to ice her out and will have to settle with a trade and down by 1.
You got to worry about how the stats kind of line up with how the score is right now, Tony. 38-37, but whenever a player's going off like that, the fact that that she's 19, make it 20 and 10 right now, and it's a 2-kill game, if she slows down at all, what happens to this score? You got to wonder, is the rest of the team from Resurgence able to pick up their place to play here? Because 38-39, make it 40-39 right now. Pink Sakura trying to do what she can, but has to let the game come to her, because right now she's playing phenomenal. Has been all series. But this is going to be some moments where it's going to take the entire team to kind of step up.
Well, NASCAS does end up getting a big double kill here, allowing Pink Sakura to get right back over toward the mid-map and provide some reinforcements that it felt like he so desperately needed. Now Pink Sakura is confident as ever, runs into both Nuclear Blaze and Shot Tossy, and although does the damage, luckily Rizzler is there for the cleanups. Big double kill and holding on to a 3-kill advantage is Resurgence.
That's exactly what I was talking about. You need other people to start getting kills, get some confidence, get their shots going. Rizzle finds a double. 6 to his name for the game, but 45-42. You got a 3-kill lead. However, you are stuck in yard and back loop. That kill on the Blood Raina would have been big on the Shock Rifle player. She does look like she gets out of there with her life. But if this game slows down, the team with inside map control is really favored. So if you're Resurgence, what do you have in your bag to try and break this setup?
If you're Pink Sakura, you're probably telling your teammates either stay alive or trade, and we're gonna be okay. You're in the driver's seat right now. You have a 3-kill advantage. You don't want to give it up just yet, and Rizzle knows that his teammates getting pressured from the flower side, which would evolve, put them down. More importantly, wants to stay alive here, trying to go bait and switch action, but no kills have been found yet. There's 3 members of Resurgence. Now's your opportunity to overextend. Now's your opportunity to overwhelm them. They're trying to 3-man push them through the blue side. One player's one shot, they trade out their lives, but everybody else on the map is dying. It's a 1-kill game.
Yeah, that's what I was worried about. Nuki's Pushies actually played that phenomenal. The fact that they backed up all the way into blue there was so smart by them. However, still a 2-kill game. Nuclear Blaze did just pick up camo. He gets deleted as well. 48-46.
I will say Rizzle may only be 7-9 with 6 assists, but the impact that he has had late in this game, where he's probably should have died to give his life silently multiple times, has been felt here. A large reason why Resurgence are 1 kill away is obviously because of Pink Sakura, but also because of him, as Pink Sakura does enough damage, but doesn't matter. NASCAS on the opposite side of things. He's the one who gets the kill. He's the one that ices up, and Resurgence are the ones to go to the winners bracket finals.
As close as the series as you can cut it. 1-2 in overtime on Empyrean. 50-45, 2-1, 4-3, 50-47. I mean, these two teams, it's a draft tournament, so you never really know what you're going to get. But as close as contested as these two could be, and it really took Pink Sakura. Sorry, I think I've been saying Sakura actually dominating a majority of this series, really being the difference maker for Resurgence. Obviously, the numbers are there. 21-12 in a game 5. That's something to hang your hat over. Unbelievable performance. They're going to need more as they advance through the winners bracket, but I mean, she's dominating here in this series, and I mean, a game 5 to remember for her.
Yeah, definitely got some big training from the 5th Hokage, and with that training, definitely put it to work here in this matchup. Sakura looking just as good as Naruto or Sasuke when it comes to the big 3 there, and Resurgence bring it to the winners final. I need to hook up with some anime, bro.
Yeah, you need.
You've been a nerd all your life. Now I need you to embrace the true nerd.
I'm open to it, Tony. You just got to teach me the ways.
No, but honestly, just big shout out to that performance by Pink Sakura. And honestly, it's not an anomaly. I feel like it's been all tournament long that she has been doing these type of things. Let me tell you, if you want to take your game up another level, watch some of that gameplay, because that was quite impressive here in your Clutch Academy birthday draft. $1,500 prize pool, and sadly, a little bittersweet, I'm gonna have to step to the side. I'm gonna step away from the cast. I know my man Clutch is gonna hold it down, and I also know my man's Mikowski is gonna come in, bring the hype, and gonna finish out this tournament. It's gonna be absolutely fantastic. Wes, before I go, so far, how you liking the tournament?
Honestly, it's a blast. I love the idea of draft tournaments. I mean, it's a massive prize pool, I feel like, for one of these tournaments. So lot on the line. I'm sure the players are having fun, and the fact that we've seen so many Game 5s today, I mean, that just shows you that, like, the games are close, the teams are close, and those are when tournaments get really fun, is when you have those Game 5s, when you get those moments where a game's slowed down and nobody wants to make the mistake, but somebody wants to make the play. Overall, just an absolute blast, so always enjoy some opportunity to cast some competitive Halo. And Tony, I know your day's over, but it's always a blast to see you, Tony. Always a blast to cast with you. And I hope you have a good rest of your weekend.
Yeah, it really has been fun. And yeah, guys, I love draft tournaments as well. Honestly, if I didn't have a meeting early on, I probably would have tried to play in this tournament, get double first rounded, and then get back to casting
That
a little
would
bit
have been
earlier.
something fun for
than
me
I
to
actually-
cast. I need to cast Tourney play.
So maybe on the next one, because they're doing it pretty much monthly. If you haven't already, !mark Discord. Get in the Discord immediately, because there's plenty more where that come from, and plenty more to come from with this tournament. Don't go anywhere. When we come back, we have Mikowski and West up again, and we also have your winners bracket finals.
Double kill. Killing spree. No scope. Double kill. Killing spree. Double kill. Snipe. Snipe. Killing spree. Double kill. Double kill. Perfect. Double kill. Double kill. Double kill. Double kill. Killing spree. Perfect. Double kill. Double kill. Reversal. Reversal. Double kill. Perfect. Snipe. Snipe. Double kill. No scope. Double kill. Perfect. Double kill. Double kill.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Clutch Academy $1,500 draft tournament. My name is Mikowski. Join alongside me is an absolute Halo legend. And before we start discussing these two teams, Clutch, I want to just dive into your head and see what it feels like for you, a staple on the HCS broadcast, diving head first into grassroots this season. I know I've loved to see it. What's it been like on your end?
Yeah, it's nothing new, honestly. Back in Halo 5 when I started doing the esports arena tournaments every week and whatnot, I really enjoyed that. So it's just another opportunity to honestly spot out some more of the community, familiarize myself with a lot of like the rest of the player base and whatnot. So I always enjoyed that. I love seeing competitive Halo at any level, really. I mean, if we go back to where I came from, I was a big team battle kid early in the days and played like major clan matches only. So I love the idea that like there's still a hardcore community out there of competitive players that are still grinding the game and willing to commit their Saturdays to it, and so am I.
Yeah, speaking of next up, at some point, that next Halo title is going to be live before us. But before we get to that point, you're going to want to be tuned in to channels like Clutch Academy GG, where you get to see who's next up. Now, because we're so deep into the tournament, we got the winners final up next. We've got a little bit of old and new as on both the red and blue side of the screen. Let's start with Tourney and what we should note about them. I know Envor is going to be a big point of discussion.
Yeah, I saw them playing earlier, and Envor, obviously one of those players that's really started to make a name for himself throughout Halo Infinite specifically. I remember him in the esports arena tournaments in Halo 5, and he had the individual skill. He's transitioned that into the 4v4 play of really cleaning it up. And it's great to see a player like him entering one of these tournaments, probably the best individually skilled player in this tournament from my knowledge, and was really impressive at the LVT San Antonio LAN. So love that he's continuing to grind and hope that he has a phenomenal year 5. And I mean, there's some cash on the line here this weekend, so you know he's going to be competitive, getting loud for his team as well.
Yeah, might have earned himself some new opportunities with his play at the LVT San Antonio LAN. Now he's looking to earn himself a lion's share of that $1,500 prize pool as we are live and set for action. Your winner final. 3 players from Tourney. That's Envor squad. Stuck in the base. Boinka pushing in from the elbow, but doesn't get much going there. Trades out ultimately. Rizzle with the rockets. Shoots over the flagpole, and he might lose both the run and the rockets all for one. That's a tough play.
Yeah, I was worried the second you see the rocket guy being the one that's pulling the flag. That's never a situation you want to find yourself in. And to double that, you miss the first flag run, and because you miss that timing, the respawner gets enough initial damage to where you get finished off. And now it's a counter cap opportunity, I believe, as both flags are being pulled right now. It is going to be Resurgence flag that's bottom middle right now, and they're going to go 3 down as well. So Tourney with a real opportunity here to get on the board and what looked like a promising start for Resurgence.
Yeah, that's a flag run you can finish up there. Dead set at the 50-yard line. Sakura defensively positioned, looking right at it, but she's got to worry about the shots going into her back. She is getting chased. Might have just called for a bait and switch help there on the top snipe side, and I believe she did because that angle did not get pushed through despite being one shot. Now she's cleaned it up with a double kill. 3 go down for Tourney, and the reset for Resurgence comes through.
Yeah, Pink Sakura was dominant last series. I'm not sure how much of it got a chance to watch. Game 5, 21 kills, and continuing on. She has been on fire today. And with that, this nade is going to find home. The triple kill, the money nade, caught Kobe as they get a flag out the window. Flag carrier does go down. That's important as the overextenders on the rocket side of the map are going to be able to try and delay this with numbers advantage in their favor right now. Envor all the way towards the elbow right now. Do they know Envor's here is the big question. They got to have ideas now that that carbine's singing. But 3 go down again. Flag does get returned, however, so as good of a job as it is from Resurgence to kill those players, they weren't able to get a touch on the flag.
Oh, right? I mean, based on what we just saw from Pink Sakura, you'd think that they'd already have made it 1-0, and now they're just having to go back to the well, back to the spawn. But the assist comes through. The headshot as well. 4 go down. Pink Sakura previously with the Hail Mary checkmate grenade toss. The Queen is alive and well.
Yeah, she's dominating right now. They do spawn out bottom middle, though. That's a big important thing to note. It's going to be Envor bottom middle here in the maze. Are they able to take down Envor? Envor able to hop that return, find a kill as well. Rockets are going to be up, and you see the players desperating for him on both sides of the map right now. Rocket player is able to stay alive and find a kill there. So 2 down. That flag's still on the move, however. It is going to be all the way at Resurgence base, and it does look like they're going to punch it in.
Ultimately, the hard-fought effort driven from Pink Sakura nets them the 1-0 lead early, but Perfect Fours A lot of resources used to score that one. 4 to be exact, and all 4 go down. The counter cap begins, but they don't get it off the stump. What a great play there to potentially stop this run, but yeah, even then, now you've got a little bit of a stagger, and Unclean Dean already has it past the 50. We are on the precipice of a 1-1 tie, but a nice grenade toss there might stop that from being the case.
Yeah, that fight gets neutralized here momentarily. Envoy on the prowl, however. Envoy needs to hit a no-scope.
Oh!
Can't hit the no-scope. And because of it, that fight does get returned, so job well done by Resurgence. It looked like a promising opportunity. A killing spree for Envoy doesn't transition into any objective, so a great job by Resurgence to somehow find a scrappy way to get that return.
Yeah, Pink Sakura previously driving the slaying spree, and the first score there, just the old adage, sometimes playing your life is the best play you can make at Halo, and there not only did she play her life, but she got the reset as well, as Unclean Dean and Tenrai have kept the map control in their favor. Excuse me, Resurgence has kept the map control in their favor, and with another 4 going down for Tenrai, that map control actually flips. So despite all the pressure that we saw from Tenrai previously, Resurgence seemed to have the edge once again.
And Nascas has some great shots there. Envoy hiding in this cave. Going to get the jump on Nascas, however, and that's an easy kill for Envoy. It is going to be an elbow push from 2 players on Resurgence. There's still room to work with here. If they're able to get this last kill, they do. Pink Sakura drops the fight, gets some good damage. Rizzle blocks the cave spawns as well, but one player spawned out towards that cave, it looks like, because that's a respawner in Perfect Force. He does get taken down, but the flag gets neutralized here momentarily. A round of slays will make this a 2-0 game.
Yeah, this is looking likely here. Oh, we do see some red members of the Tenrai squad sneaking into the base. Could go for a pull here just to give them another thing to think about. But Rizzle with the flank and the potential don't guess. The double kill turns 2 kills into 2 scores, and about the halfway mark, Resurgence is on a run.
Rizzo makes a phenomenal play there. A lot of players, and a big mistake that a lot of amateurs players make is they don't come back with a flag. Rizzo comes all the way back through his elbow, takes an untraditional route, gets a nice flank, and clearly makes the difference in what is a 2-0 lead here with that play.
And this is a blender territory at this point, Clutch, and it absolutely is. Now we're seeing 4 downs, staggered 2 downs, and that's just going to allow Resurgence to get right back into the red base and right back on the run. They are playing clinical Halo at this point.
They have rockets. The fire carrier does go down. A beautiful rocket across the map on the Envoy. Finds home right now. Still got to run the slays before that fight can go anywhere. Players are going to spawn elbow on the return, so it is going to be a flag delayed, all because that carrier gets taken down right before Sakura could turn the corner there. But still, the slays coming through. 3 down. Envoy last player alive. Flag out the window. You got to love what Resurgence are doing here.
I think we're witnessing a little bit of offense is the best form of defense at this point, Clutch, because the relentless pressure has been all throughout game number 1. Tenrai, outside of maybe 1-2 dangerous runs, they haven't really had much going. 2 clean on the side of Resurgence gives them that 2-0 lead that's been standing for quite a while here. We might see the numbers shift in the favor of Tenrai for the first time, it feels like, but no, Binka Boinka finds the slay instead. Net even 2-2 instead of a down 3 deficit, and he's just continuing to run forward, holding forward on the left joystick, and doing so with efficiency.
Yeah, if you're able to take down Envoy, that's the big threat on this Tenrai team. If you're able to take him down without even a trade in that situation, that results in so many positive things for Resurgence here. Now, up 2-0, more big shots. More big shots as a killing spree comes for Binka Boinka. It's a double kill, 4 down, 5 minutes on the clock. They want to end this with a flag cap as they get a pull. They're going to be nading the elbow. I don't like that because they're going to force split spawners here, and they're going to be able to stop this cap, it looks like, for now. But the slays are going to keep coming through. Binka Boinka with another double, continuing to shoot so well, making a triple, almost an O, just a shot away. They are going to stop the cap. But, I mean, you could just tell Binka Boinka 26-11 right now, feeling himself here in game 1.
Yeah, you kind of had, like, the tonality of Binka's dead to rights, but he made sure 3 down, went down instead. And that keeps the pressure continuously on the side of Tenrai. At that point in the match where they might be get a little frustrated in the Discord, there's nothing for him. Nothing's been working so far at this point. As Sakura finally seeing some defensive efforts from her in her base, but she's going to earn the slay to push out. 3 go down in total for Tenrai, and the green light has been lit. Go.
Yeah, 4 down again for Tenrai. It feels like we said that so many times so far throughout this game. I like this push by Sakura. She's going to need to push up this elbow to help her teammate pushing through the window. She does just that. They're able to find that initial kill. Envoy gets that last kill. They may spawn elbow here. or back flag. It looks like it's going to be an elbow spawn. They want to flush out Envoy. I like this play, though. They're not desperating for this final cap and making sure they get it on their move. They're more focused on not losing map control.
Very nice there. And every trade is going to be a big net advantage for Resurgence as Binka Boinka. And Clutch, with a guy like Envor in the lobby, granted they're tied at the high kill count of 27, but Binka Boinka has been showing us some things here. He's playing at the same level as one of the best in the world.
Yeah, for someone that had such a quiet series last series and it was really Pink Sakura dominating, the flag's coming through the window, however, so I'll make this point later as the flag can't get punched in quite yet. It's Rizzle with a double. The nades are beautiful. The shots are beautiful. The elbow spawn is not. Able to take down Binka Boinka, able to hop that return. Is anyone else here from Resurgence? Perfect 4 is able to get that kill. They are going to be able to make it a one-cap game momentarily. If you get the return, there it goes. It wasn't perfect, but the job gets done. Resurgence still coming off spawn as well. 2:45 on the clock, but a one-score difference here now, as that was as hard as a flat cap as you're going to be able to earn. You get it done, and at least can make this game within striking distance.
Yeah, and a potential blowout just 60 seconds ago. Now is a tightly contested match. 3 going down for Resurgence. The double cap attempt is going to be ran through from Unclean Deed. 4 go down in total, and in the blink of an eye, we might have a 2-2 tie.
Flag going through the cuts here. Is able to get it up on the BR. The route actually works out. And a tie game, so it felt like a dominant performance from Resurgence this entire time. Actually translates immediately into Tourney with a couple around the slays, a snipe in Envor's hand, and big things happen when this guy has none.
Filthy shots! The double kill comes through. Envor might just run it home on his own. If he continued to look across the map, he probably would have had a triple. But the most important priority for him is to get that flag on the run. He's got it at the 50. 1 shot left in his sniper. Does he turn 180 it? Oh, a guy like Envor, you'd think he might.
Hold your breath there, that's for sure. When that shot misses, you're definitely double hop on the return is the only reason that flag gets returned. The nade is great, but more importantly, that flag going back to your base is everything for Resurgence to stay in this game. 1:19 on the clock, but it's sudden death. Next cap wins. Resurgence coming off spawn, and the elbow push is already here.
I was thinking the same thing. Don't let that regulation clock fool you. We are in overtime, all things considered, as Envor has it. A mirrored picture of what we just saw from him, but he's getting through much cleaner than he did before. Now facing some shots in the back. Is he strong side here around the corner? Doesn't need to.
Yep.
Has it at the home stump, but because he's one shot, tosses it off to the teammate for the assist. Heads up play from Envor. And Tourney. Reverse sweep for the game 1 win.
Yeah, what a close game, and what a story of two tales there, as Resurgence jump out to a dominant performance early on in the game, but Tourney keeping the game alive long enough, getting just the stops they needed to find a way to get back into it. And the second that they capped that first cap, you could feel the momentum completely shift. Envor with the snipe, pushing elbow, getting a double, and then running the flag as well. I mean, just a great heads-up play of knowing the sight lines you have all the way back to your own cave there, knowing a player's spawning cave as you're blocking elbows, and even more advanced strategy. He's able to get that kill and pull the flag himself. I mean, it's just unbelievable plays from Envor, obviously with 34 plus on the game. But, I mean, an unbelievable performance from all of Tourney to, like, stay in that mentally and get the job done. I mean, the stats don't really matter as far as making sure you get the win, but Envor's definitely contribute at 35 and 18.
My goodness. You ever been to a barbecue, Wes, and went back for seconds? That was Revanite, our producer there, doubling back on the replay and putting it in slow motion. That's the equivalent of grabbing a little bit of extra barbecue sauce and dumping it on the brisket. Big ups to all of our folks behind the scenes here. You see a couple of ugly mugged casters throughout the day, but it really does take a village to produce things like this. So big ups to Revanite, our producer. Love that replay sequence.
Well said. On the side of Resurgence.
Infini, excuse me. Infini is the producer. I apologize. Thank you, Revanite, for correcting that.
On the side of Resurgence, I mean, you got Binka Boinka, 30 and 20, was popping off that game. Still not enough to get the job done. So now you're left scratching your head as far as what kind of an individual performance can I put on as a solo player in order to try and get the dub, because that was the best game we've seen from Binka Boinka and still results in a loss. Tourney showing you everything it takes to come back and digging as deep as they can to come back in that game. We transitioned to live fire as game number 2 of the series. First to 50, obviously, is Team Slayer. But if you're Tourney, you got to be hot right now, getting ready to go into this game 2. Happy as hell that you somehow found a way out of the blender that you were once in and turned it on right on its head.
Yeah, you would have thought with that come from behind victory from Tourney, I would have thought that the condition for that would have been Binka falling off the pace or maybe even Pink Sakura. But both still finished with 16 and 18.0 KDA efficiencies, right on the mark with Envor. So they doubled up the efficiency that we saw from Envor, and Envor's team still found a way. That was a phenomenal checkmate grenade toss there from Pink Sakura. She was the MVP through about the halfway point, and then it was just Envor taking over.
Yeah, when Envor gets a snipe is the big problem, right? When a player like Envor enters a tournament like this and he's able to find himself in those power opportunities, how much damage is he able to do? Are you able to take him out without him taking several members of your team out? But unfortunately, they were not able to. Envor got hot, and Envor never looked back, and with that, I mean, it gave Tourney everything they needed.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And you talked about how deadly Envor can be with the snipe. Not a good sign for the weary eyes of Resurgence, as they'll be potentially staring down the scope of Envor once again on live fire with the snipe. So, and you brought up a great point. What, especially in the draft format, right, Wes? What can you do as an individual to shift the tides, right? Because for all intents and purposes, everybody's playing with each other for the first time in high-level competitive Halo with $1,500 on the line. And sometimes it does come down to how much you can hero it. And that's not always the case in competitive Halo. It's kind of hard to just put the team on your back. But when you got the snipe in your hands, you can do just that. And this replay shows a good example of that.
Yeah, making sure, I think if you're transitioning your mindset into game 2, to your point, making sure Envor doesn't get the opportunity to do this is half the battle, right? You got to deny that snipe. You got to figure out ways to throw that off, waste the ammo, something like that. Because, I mean, he can only do so much damage at a time with his bandit, but when he gets the S7 in his hand, like any great player right now in the league, I mean, that S7 turns the tides of games, and we saw that in game 1.
Yeah, I sometimes troll and joke and say, yeah, we should just push the snipe here just so the, like, a renegade type doesn't get it. It's like, it's such a foregone conclusion. Everybody knows at the start of a game, renegade's going to grab the snipe. The equivalent in this scenario is Envor, just probably beelining it straight for the sniper off the start. How would you try to counter it? Let's put the CLG jersey back on. How would you coach him up to prevent Envor from tearing him up again?
Yeah, I think when I think of situations when I was playing against one of the legendary snipers of the game, like your Snipe Dens of the world, your Roys of the world, guys like that, the Formals of the world, like when I bring myself back to like my Warrior squad specifically, there was times where we'd be on Sank and Reach, and we go all 4 down. It was so important that we called out, where is the sniper, and make sure someone is suppressing him. Make sure he's not getting free shots. Like, keeping tabs on him is so important, and knowing like the angles that he specifically has on you is going to dictate how getting out of this disadvantageous position is going to go. If that's how the crowd gets loud, that's how momentum swings in a series, is when you let players like that go untapped and unaccounted for. So making sure that you're always prioritizing where is Envor on the map, especially if he has a snipe, finding out where he is and minimizing the amount of damage you're allowing him to do has got to be the priority focus.
Yeah, when I was coaching and managing in the year 1 or 2 or so of Halo Infinite, I would always kind of like put it towards players, like you have to put a 1, 2, 3, and 4 visually. You know, you have to like create it in your mind, visualize that above the head of every single opponent on the map. Sometimes the player that's closest to you isn't the highest priority. It sometimes who's the biggest threat to your life, who's the biggest threat to an objective being secured. You got to have that 1, 2, 3, 4 in the back of your mind or in the front of your imaginary vision, and that's going to be the key. I think that is going to be the key. The prioritization of opponents for Resurgence. They were kind of just running around like free-for-all style, and it was working for them, right? But once it came down to prioritizing who was the most important slay on the map and keying in on that individual, that's where the dominoes started to fall in favor of Tourney. So if I could come up with a quick fix for them, as we have a little bit of a delay looking to get this 4th back in the Discord, I think that's what I'd be talking about with my team. We guys, we have got to prioritize the biggest threat on the map. And one of the benefits in these draft tournaments Usually the captain's got a wand on his head, huh?
Yeah, absolutely. It's got to be the communication, right? I think that's going to be the most difficult thing to try and fix in a pickup tournament, a draft tournament per se, where everyone's voice is unfamiliar, your comms are a little bit unfamiliar. You might be trying to overcompensate in the comms department, but making sure it's all digestible and making sure everybody's keeping tabs of every player. I mean, that's high-level Halo. And the best players in the world will always know where everyone is, where they should be going, what routes they're capable of, and the timings within those. So making sure that those get cleaned up, that's got to be the conversation that you're trying to clean up here as you go into Game 2. There's not a lot you can do with this small window of time in between games, obviously. But if I'm Resurgence, I'm saying let's clean up the comms a little bit. Let's make sure we're keeping tabs, especially on probably the best player in this tournament, Envoy. We need to know where he is at all times, prioritizing him and calling out where he's going, what routes he's hitting, and making sure we at least trade out the damage onto him will pay dividends in the score.
All right, here we go. Seconds away from live gameplay on Livefire. The camo going to be a priority in addition to that S7 on your screen. Twisting and turning tightly, expecting it to go into the hands of Envoy. Really curious to see what Resurgence's opening break strategy is. They had plenty of time to discuss it, so there's no excuse for not being prepared for what comes next.
Here we go. We'll see how the prioritization on the S7 is. Top middle right now. We're seeing Envoy. He's prioritizing getting that in his hands. Already making his way up there. Beautiful nades. Doesn't eat a nade. Gets out of there. It's a Frosty 101 special. Able to get away with the snipe and back up. Camo's going to be coming up. Envoy chooses to stay in the key door. This is going to make it a little bit of a mixy battle here as multiple players are going to be collapsing on him. And it's actually the entire team collapsing on Envoy bottom middle. I would have liked to see him back up in the house there, maybe try to create some space. But nonetheless, a great start for Resurgence. Not only do you get that kill, you get the S7 in your hand, you probably get camo as well.
Oof, man, A+ on what we had discussed before this game 2 had begun. They sent the 2-2 sandwich split and made sure that Envoy was never able to leave Pink Sakura. With that camo you mentioned previously, utilizes that for the back smack. Right as it looked like Unclean Dean was about to go on a run, that keeps it a 3-kill game for now, and Pink Sakura still has a little bit of camo left, but she ultimately trades out. But you'll take that to this point in the game, and you'll definitely take having the snipe in your hands instead of Envoy's, and Nascast is utilizing it pretty well. It's already depleted, though. No ammo, so it's all bandits for now.
I mean, Nascat's 5 assists. You got to think that snipe went somewhere. We saw a couple of the bullets land home, and that's beautiful. I mean, snipes off the map, deleted. You got yourself a very comfortable 12-6 lead here. Don't want to push in the house before everybody's kind of ready for it, and unfortunately, it does look like A-Rizzle kind of led the charge there as Nascat's anchoring this tower out of the combat loop for a little bit. Has allowed Tenrai a little bit of space on the map. A couple of kills go a long way from where this game could have gone as far as the lead getting out of hand.
Well, they're playing this like VIP back in Halo 3 where you know who the priority is on the map because they're glowing with the OS. Obviously no OS on this map, but it feels like they're prioritizing Envoy like he is. He has not had any room to breathe, whereas previously ran amok.
Pushing into the big door, never a situation you want to see, especially when the nades are coming through. Good damage, it looks like, from everybody on Resurgence. It's a 3-2 trade here as they extend the lead to 7.
Wow. This is a big lead for Resurgence, but this feels a lot like Game 1, huh? This is about exactly the pace and the feel you had after the opening break. It was all Resurgence. 2-0 in that previous CTF on Origin. Now 20-11, doubled up just about on the advantage. As we'll head to a listen in with Resurgence. I want to hear what those comms sound like. We had imagined what they sound like. Let's hear it for real.
Killings.
That's the last. Going top mid. Going top mid.
We got camo.
I have camo.
Inbox.
Max, one shot. Nice. Another concrete, another one. There's 2. Big pillars, one shot. Big pillars.
Inside B, half. Nice.
Nice. Big pillars, another one.
Pillar's dead.
Nice.
You're dead.
Lee, that's on ping.
Okay. I'm grabbing his snipe.
I'm looking at you,
He's pushing me. He's on dice.
Top mid, pushing you, Sakura.
Yeah, he got me. There's 2 on me. There's 2 mics. Going to the drop.
2 weak killers.
Pushing me pillars. Nice. Another one, Tommy.
Sure, dummy door 1. Dead, 3 dead.
Nice. Snipe's here. You grab it, yeah.
Okay.
You grab it.
May go tower.
This is
It's
cracked today.
probably about to run out, but I'm on B. They're spawning A.
Snipebacks. Hey, hey.
And yeah.
Top in there.
And some
Bait
Max,
him
some
out,
Max,
bait him out,
another
bait him
one.
out.
Some Max, another one.
Dead.
One shot cuts. One shot cuts.
There's 2 A. There's 2 A on me.
One shot cuts. He might push
One is
your.
one shot. Dead.
I don't know where he's going. I spawned in.
Where?
Camel,
Oh,
one
come on.
One top mid.
Cameras, one shot. Mix.
Stand
Cameras,
back
one
now.
shot. Mix.
Stand back. Let's
Some
stand back.
Max, some Max, one shot.
He
Dead.
dead. He dead.
On me somewhere.
You're far,
On me,
brother.
on me.
Killer, one shot.
He has a 1 bullet snipe.
What a phenomenal listening that was there from Resurgence. I heard a little bit of everything. First of all, the prioritization of opponents. We heard that comment earlier. Not only pinging on Vor, but letting your teammates know, hey, that ping, it is on Vor. And then we saw the depletion of ammo there as well, making sure that they don't have a resource to get back in this one.
Yeah, I love the comms, honestly, from everything that we heard. And honestly, just not too many comms as well. It seemed very comfortable, very relaxed, as they're in a very comfortable state right now, up 17 kills. But it's because of how they're going about breaking down these kills, how they're pushing, the information that they're giving. It's all digestible. I actually love what we heard from them.
Yeah, got to give props to Pink Sakura. She's leading the way as the main Slayer. Best KD in the lobby right now. She was also IGLing, though, and that's a pretty rare combination. Usually the IGL and the main Slayer don't mix.
I feel like that's probably not common on like top teams, but maybe in draft tournaments, yes. Like if you're the best player in the lobby, not only do you have to lead by gameplay, but leading with strategy and how your team's going to have success, I think is just as important as helping out the players that are still catching up.
Great point. And another grab of the camo for Resurgence. Great control of the power-up. We haven't seen any camo for Tourney. Any snipe outside of Envor grabbing it off the rip, but he never had a second to breathe with it, as we are staring at a 26-43 deficit here for Tourney. Final stretch run for Resurgence. They can clean it up with the camo.
Beautiful plays, and I love A-Rizzle's prioritization on these camos. He's been the player that's really gone for these every single time. Does lose that fight there, but the double kill is everything you need. 46-28, a nice repulse to find yourself a back smack. He had no idea Sakura was up and over him right there, but phenomenal jobs once again from Resurgence, just cleaning this up. 47-30, you really don't care about the stake, just get the job done.
The tide shift of momentum swings in this series has been whiplashy, as Tourney had to be feeling pretty good after coming back from behind 3 in a row, reverse sweep. Resurgence maybe feeling a little down on themselves after having a game that we thought might have been a blowout in game number 1, but they earned the blowout here in game 2 outside of an absolute miracle. This one should end with a big, at least double-digit advantage for Resurgence. They're back in the driver's seat.
Yeah, Envor does have a full snipe in his hands, but I mean, just too big of a deficit to try and work with here. He does get stuck in the end, and although he finds the kill, it is going to be Resurgence tying the series up 1-1, 50-37 here in game 2. Resurgence doing a phenomenal job to get back in this series, looking much more like themselves at the start of game 1 here in game 2.
Well, you come to Clutch Academy to learn, you watch Clutch Academy to learn, and we gave Resurgence the syllabus before that game 2 started, and they checked every box off the list, passing with flying colors, as they earned themselves a dominant victory. And you know, it wasn't really for one player popping off. Everybody's grouping is pretty even, especially the top 3 players, all within 3. So when you got everybody online like that, that's tough.
Everybody goes positive in the Slayer. That's usually going to mean you win the Slayer pretty handedly. So you love to see that, and just for confidence purposes for every individual on the team, if anybody was having second guesses or doubts after the reverse in game 1, I mean, game 2, when everybody goes off, it's a good feeling going into game 3 for sure.
Yeah, we didn't quite see it from first person too often, but Nascast in the feed every time I glanced at it when they had the snipe headshots, and then like you said, building up the assist count as well via the body
he
shots.
starts the game 5-6-0.
That's incredible.
6-1, like that. I mean, that's everything you could ask from the kid.
Yeah, that's a tough stat to breach, to have the most slays and then to have even more assists than you have slays when you're the top fragger to start. Unbelievable performance there from Nascast. Love this repulsor. Give him the ninja there. Somebody soundboard Jeff Steitzer in, because that's just as good as one.
Yeah, that was beautiful. I love the repulse out of the FOV, up and over. You're pretty much dead to rights if you're playing top mid there, so that's your only play, and somehow it works out.
End of the game, wrapping up here. And like you said, Envor, sure, he had a full snipe, but all you had to play for was that barrel stuff, sticky trade, and they got it. As we'll head to Lattice up next, another sniper on the map, but we're not as concerned as we were previously. But let's be honest, a sleeping beast like Envor, he can wake up at any moment.
Yeah, this is a game type that really will separate a lot of the draft tournament teams, I feel like. Lattice is a game where you need to be on your P's and Q's. It's all about pressuring respawners. And how quick on the map are you? A player like Envor is going to be in your face, right?
Yep.
What's the rest of this lobby kind of look like when that pace picks up and really starts to push onto the respawners? It's going to be difficult for them to work with. King of the Hill makes it a little bit easier of a digestible game. As far as oddball is concerned, you can see a player that has the most individual skill really make his footprint here on the map, but it does look like Resurgence have won the opening break. It's going to be a 2-2 split, but they're in the hill early for progression.
Yep, 2-2 split, but points going towards Resurgence. That tells me that their objective efficiency just a little bit better off the start. But Meeks has the sniper in her hands, lining up a quick scope or no scope attempt on a NASCAS. We saw what he could do previously with it. I'd be a little bummed that he wasn't able to pick it up first. I thought maybe we might even see a toss from his teammate, give him the snipe, but they're no worse for the wear. 25% on the board and 2-3 down there for Tourney in the moment. Get a chance to reset, but they spawn quickly at red and get right next to the hill.
Yeah, those red ramp spawns are going to be able to help them deny any potential time that Resurgence would have been able to gain there. Right now, Resurgence is going to have to do one more round of slays and control that red ramp side if they want to block those spawns. They are going to be in the hill. It's going to be a player going down by barrels, but Sakura able to hit the body and the headshot there with the snipe from the hill is going to get her team halfway progressed on this first point before going down, and Tourney now with an opportunity to set up of their own.
Tourney with their first points on the board. Uncle Dean flanking cleanly through red. They'll take down Rizzle with excellent positioning. NASCAS now across the screen, takes down Meeks with the sticky. Now NASCAS supporting fire into the hill, but perfect force from within the hill. Yeah, from within the hill, defends it. Uncle Dean with the slay, with the fist. And just like that, about 60% on the board, uncontested for Resurgence. But now Tourney are in the lead.
Yeah, good job by Rizzle there to get that player out of the hill. A little bit of a mixy situation, but the last player, Rizzle, did deny some momentary hill time, but good kills, good setup so far from Tourney. Still, Unclean Dean just getting lost. Here over towards red, able to find himself a killing spree, make it a double kill. Can he stay alive? There's a player pushing from top red, I believe. Does get taken down by NASCAS outside. So right now, it's really going to be Resurgence maybe in the hill. Yep. And it's going to be one solid push from Tourney, so they need to make sure that they get all 4 players up and collect themselves, because this first point could dictate how the rest of this game goes.
Highly consequential push coming up here. If Tourney can break through, they not only should stop Resurgence from scoring, but they might be the one to steal that one point advantage instead, and it looks like that's what they should do. I might like to see Resurgence here play for next. I don't think they have the time or space to prevent Tourney from scoring first.
Yeah, there's no chance. They're already rotating in towards the small door of red here. It's going to be Tourney taking an early lead here in game 3, trying to gain some momentum. That's push. It's shut down. Envor finds himself a kill. It's him versus Rizzle. They should have good information of where Rizzle is as the dead body's over towards red ramp are. And Envor takes the piv, wins the piv. Perfect shots from Envor, as you'd expect, to keep red control for his team. And that should be early progression for Tourney. I want to go to a listen in with them and see how their comms are.
Check guys. Might go red court. Might be jumping up red court. Sakura. Stop sniping now. Stop sniping. One shot. Dead. One way spawning blue. I'm playing for this kid.
We're forcing them out ice.
That's fine. That's fine. Bottom blue. One shot at me. Dead. All right. Go back to the hill for us. Go back to the hill.
They're gonna spawn on me.
Yep. There. I'm playing back to the hill to you. Should be here already. Yeah. Here.
One bottom blue.
I got shots on him. I got the flank. I got shots on both. Both are weak. Both are one.
Nice. Can we get the other guy? One shot there. Dead. Two of me, guys. Both one. Other guys, one shot. Top right. Nice. Kill time.
Other guy hill. Front hill.
Okay, we stay close.
Dead. Other one's a QT on me. QT.
On QT.
Nice. QT going ice. I don't know where he's going ice.
Alright, this one. We can get this hill, bro.
One's red cargo.
I died in hill. Died in hill. Died in hill.
Snipe.
You're good. One shot back court.
Top pipes.
Top tower to me. Top tower also. Have the back up here. Nice, cool.
Tourney on fire, take a 2-0 lead. Fortunate for Resurgence, though. The hill rotated to where they all spawned up together, so there's one bright spot for them. They have turned that into 25%, but Envor's already pushed into the hill. Takes a team nade, gonna take him down to 3 shots. And he's on a frenzy! 10 in a row! You can hardly keep up with him, man. That double kill inside the red room, though, West. That was the catalyst for me. Him staying alive and turn it into 2 and 3. That was nuts.
Yeah, that was disgusting. But, I mean, when I envisioned seeing Gladys's Game 3, King of the Hill, what I was trying to portray early on was the issue of when Envor's pushing your top catwalk and you're spawning in blue. Are you going to let him be able to get those kills? Is that the pace that he's going to try and set to where he's flipping spawns and he's separating them? He's isolating his individual pivs, because when he's done that, he's won his individual pivs every time. And that moment is really what transitioned into a 2-1 lead here now. The Resurgence is able to perfectly hold down the third hill, so they make this within striking distance. The hill's going to move to catwalk, plenty of time on the clock to try and tie this up, so time not a factor as of yet. It is going to be an early setup for Tourney, but they are going down. It's 3 down. Unqueen Dean, the last player alive, top blue. So you'll love to see Resurgence get back into this game after what was a dominant stretch from Envor and the crew.
Yeah, that was a quintessential example of taking what the game gives you. And now, Nascast, given the sniper for just about free, not facing too much pressure. Full shields, full snipe to work with, 2 body shots. They're going to slow down the push for Tourney as Nascast supporting his teammate Rizzle with the grenades. They're coming through, sensing the push, wasting this ammunition. And they did a great job of that throughout the series.
I'm not sure if I like wasting the ammo there, especially when you shoot that last shot right as the player turns the corner, but it works out in his favor. I mean, who am I to judge when it does work out? A nice reload, and then it lands the body shot. Got 1 shot to work with here, trying to tie this game up. They do still have that catwalk control here, but he is going to get taken down. The player from Hill tries to slide in. It's a perfect insta, perfect 4s. 4 go down for Resurgence, and now we'll see if Tourney's setup is nearly as strong.
It didn't look like an intentional insta-splode, but hey, we'll take it.
Hey, we'll take that.
It'll work, yeah. You're not going to complain about that, right?
Half the ones in Infinite aren't.
Yeah, that's right. Perfect force with a perfect hold on this hill right now. Full shields. No push coming through just yet. Little split. 2 on the left, 1 on the right. And now 2 have fallen for Resurgence, just 1 for Tourney. As Perfect Force gets right back in the hill. And this is exactly what Tourney needed. You can't let Resurgence come back like they let you come back in game number 1, and they're gonna take control back of this lead if they can make it a 2-point game with 2 minutes left.
Really happy with what we're seeing out of Perfect Force here. I mean, his ability to weigh the decisions that he's having to with this hill. Look how many times he's been knocked to no shield, stays alive, turns this corner. He helped his teammate top blue several different times, getting knocked to no shield, but not giving his life away, which is more important. They are able to take the lead by 2 now after that phenomenal play of just staying alive. Maybe not the most damage being done in his situation, but honestly, his position is so much more important in that hill time. Now, awarding them a 3-1 lead with 1:35 on the clock, so you got a lot of win conditions in your favor.
Yeah, Tourney chalking that point back to the game for Resurgence, as they were just about gifted that one with the favorable squad spawn on the rotating hill. It's been all Tourney outside of that one. 3-1 now. Envor staying alive inside of the hill, takes down Binka Boinka inside of it. Low spawns, though, on the blue side, but look at Perfect Fours on the flank. He's about to cause chaos.
Envor, nice shots when his one-on-one. 3 go down. Last player alive, Binka Boinka, trying to make a play on this hill, but can't. Realizes that his team has maybe 1 solid push if he waits. So he plays his life. A good job on the timing here to find this player on the crystal. Unfortunately, can't hit enough shots to where Sakura actually turns it on him, playing her life even better in that situation. An unbelievable job. She actually finds a double there with the thrust, tries to get back involved, but eventually gets taken down. But I mean,
got to play perfect Halo at this rate. 1 second needed to finish up game number 3 in a full push.
That's a big kill.
And hold needed, but yeah, Nascast with the kill there. That's the mid-map control you needed, and my goodness. If this push comes through, oh, they get it. Oh, my God, what a great play call there to just bum rush the hill. The bull run comes through with pointed horns as Tourney take a 2-1 lead, but that was getting close to being a 1-point game once again.
Yeah, it's tough. In that situation, you have such little to work with there. You almost want to double up in the hill, especially after you get that first kill and you don't see anyone else. You got to know that they're coming from the outside of the map there. Unfortunately, just a step behind the opportunity to really get a double kill, maybe keep your team continuing what was a game 3, but a phenomenal game out of Tourney. I mean, we take a look at the stats. Uncle Dean stepping up 23 and 13 alongside Envor, who had 16 assists, a killing frenzy, and 25 and 10 to pair.
Man. One of those, you can make a case that it wasn't close, but it was. I do feel like that 4-1 score is ultimately a little bit misleading because it got really close there at the end, and Resurgence tries they might, were not able to stop the absolute madman that was Envor. That frenzy is one to take a look back at.
Yeah, that's what really separated the two teams. It went from a 1-0 lead to a 2-0 lead very quickly after Envor started to catch fire here. Uncle Dean playing his life so well here, top red, able to get a double. As we take a look at several of the highlights, I mean, it was just that one perfect hill from Resurgence that really gave you promise for Resurgence in this game 3. But the one inside blue is so easy to hold, right?
Yeah.
I feel like it's almost a give-me hill. Everything else looked like Tourney was pretty much running away with this from the start.
Yeah, and that's where, like I said, it kind of does feel like they earned that 4-1 lead. And Envor, look at the shots. Playing the wall to the right. Seemed to throw off the timing a little bit of Nascast. The jump shots there as well. They tell you not to jump in a gunfight, Wes, but seemed to work out pretty well for him right there.
Tell that to APG. That kid's been jumping his entire career, and let me tell you, it works.
Yeah, it just throws off. It disrupts the timing in that pre-aim centering head level when you either slide or jump around a corner or just in the middle of a gunfight. As we are off and running, game number 4, a Strongholds on recharge. It's perfect fours. Self-inflicted damage there. Might come back to bite him in the butt, as it does. Rizzle cleans up, and that's big. Rizzle goes down to 1 HP, but maintains his life with the camo, and he could double and triple up with the potential grapple grab and the shock.
Yeah, he's able to actually hop into B. I actually like this play by him. Full team player playing the objective with the camo. You probably don't want to shoot that shot, however. Gives away his life. They are going to have an early lead here. Let's see if they can hold.
AB in possession of Resurgence here. Envor staying alive in the tower. That grenade did make contact with him. That's going to not only take him down to 1 shot, but it's also going to restart the timer to get back to full shields, but he times it perfectly. And look at that. As soon as he gets back to full shields, he gets back in the gunfight. Goes down ultimately, but I still respect the process nonetheless.
I mean, gets a kill, gets another player to no shield. That should be everything for Tourney, right? You should be able to get control of a potential trip cap here. But last player alive, Nascast back elevator, has so many targets in front of him. Can't really choose which one he wants to shoot at. Does get a kill, but unfortunately, Resurgence go 3 down. It's a trip cap. As C gets transitioned over, so Resurgence stop that initial trip cap from scoring, but not in a great spot at all. 1 round of Slays could blow this game wide open, and Envor on the prowl already with a kill and an assist can blow this game wide open.
Yeah, watch out. Envor has got the snipe back in his hands, this time of the banished variety, but he's just as good with it. Checking his crosses. No one exposing themselves just yet. Rizzle's going to wait till A is fully captured, but Envor is going to shoot the pad. Oh, had he shot it a little bit earlier, might have been able to get him off the mark, and he's having a little bit of trouble getting out of dodge. Grapple hook, no use to him just yet. He's just going to escape to the sneaky, maintain his life, and maintain 1 grapple.
Yeah, still alive. There is a player jumping into batteries right next to him. Does get the icon from the stronghold. It hits the double shock and the melee there to get that kill. Gets the reset on the B. They transition A with the elevator spawns, and they continue control.
Oh, I love the 2 push there from Resurgence. You really hedge your bets. Sure, we might lose one here, but if we do, we're still going to take A. But no, but despite what looked like a smart push, they must have had some support underneath the elevator, maybe even a spawn nearby in the whirlpool. And Tourney take A right back.
50-20, so just 25 points really separate these two right now. It's bottom mid seems to be where the push is coming from Resurgence. Maybe camo up at this time. Looks like it's shut down immediately, though. 2 go down. Tourney only lose Envor. Shock rifle stuff from Tourney here to get off to like a significant lead here early on.
Centering lined up, but there you go. There's that slide. Disrupted the pre-fire, pre-aim from Uncle Dean, and that'll deplete the resources in the shock rifle, but it's up just as he loses it. Thought he might have been going back ledge to get more ammunition, but he heads back to the respawn screen instead.
Big mistake there from Tourney. They let B get transferred virtually for free. That battle on pipes gets lost, and yeah, the nade was beautiful, but I mean, you can't allow B to be just transferred over to Resurgence like that without losing a couple of players. You got to at least contest it. They are able to hop right back into B and capture it, but it's an AC hold from Resurgence that could turn into a trip cap as you see the swarm on the batteries here.
Yeah, it looks likely. 4 up for Resurgence, 2 down for Tourney. As Binka Boinka secures B and the trip cap, exactly what you needed. Just as Tourney started to build a considerable lead, this could be Resurgence's game to lose instead, as they'll spawn C, does Tourney. Take C for free, take a couple players down at that, and they're not waiting to push into A. Perfect Force is already there. The grenade comes out before you can even finish your thought. And a trip cap that looked to get Resurgence back in the game does momentarily, just a 10-point game as I say that, but Tourney and Envor have regained full control.
Yeah, you can tell the lack of information really hurt Resurgence there. The player over towards elevators wanted to hold elevators, and then the second he sees his teammates spawn in pipes, he thinks that they're going to be pushing towards B. It's actually an elevator push that catches him off guard, and because of it now, it looks like Resurgence are in a tough spot. They do have A and B controlled here, but they have lost 2 players, and here comes the push.
Oh, nice trade, though, there by Pink Sakura. As Perfect Force had the perfect push, but ultimately nets out even. 2 down on each side. Envor looking to stay alive. Does not... I think he actually did sneak in the melee, but somehow didn't take down his opponent. Ask goes down to 1 shot because of it. Sniper up just to the right of Dean. He's got a few things to take care of first, though.
Yeah, little things like that melee go so far. That player in B gets taken down before he's able to transition. You do want to get this reset, however. Does look like they still need to control A, but Tourney with a good spot on the map here. They have lost the lead momentarily, but it looks like they're going to be able to regain it if they can get this kill over towards elevator.
Yup, Resurgence doing just that. Coming back now. Actually, the first to reach the 100 threshold. Impressive. As Envor, he's the one with camo. Rizzle really making sure he picks his spot. Waits just a second, but the patience pays off as Rizzle goes down. Now looking to support his teammate here on the long haul, but Perfect Force needs no support. Takes down Binka Boinka on his lonesome.
Been an awkward situation so far. Envor at 16, 4, and 7, still down 30 right now. AC is the name of the game right now for Resurgence, and they've had this AC hold for a little bit too long, in my opinion. Tourney need to figure out a way to either go for either of the 2 isolated strongholds here. Envor is going to play this very slow and perfectly, actually, as he catches Pink Sakura off guard there with the melee. You got to think that that's the opening kill, but unfortunately, nobody else can get into elevator. And in the meantime, C is virtually open, but nobody on Tourney going for it.
And Envor put himself in a great spot to stay alive with the use of the shroud screen. Jumps up as well to make sure the only thing you see is his leg, so that eliminates the headshot potential from that shock rifle. I think that's what he's going for there. Now going for B. Lit up full in blue. A as well. And now it's a double up lead for Resurgence, despite Envor slaying out of his mind. His team hasn't been able to turn this into points until probably about now after the triple. I imagine they're going to take back control with that.
That'll do it. That'll get some points on the board, surely. It is going to be C going in the hands of Resurgence still, but an A-B hold now for Tourney. How long can they hold it? Because that was an unbelievable, untraditional hold from Resurgence with the AC hold that lasted over 60 points.
Yeah. Impressive run there from Resurgence, especially so when you consider the first time they grabbed the trip cap clutch, it only netted them like 6 seconds. That's it's not something you usually see. Once you get a trip cap, you expect to see maybe 20, 30 or more.
Yeah, absolutely. Still a stronghold here. You need to play your life here. The elevator push has been where Resurgence have had their success. It's another push across catwalk. That looks like it's going to be the case. 2 players going down. They're going to lose A. It's an AC hold once again. Last player alive, Uncle Dean. Can he hit the shock rifle? No, and now you're at risk of being trip capped. They're going to be able to hop in C, but surely, if Resurgence choose to push this, it looks like they're not going to. They're going to sit back for the double setup. I would have liked the trip cap push. Your more traditional top teams would have done that, but maybe they just don't have, they're a little bit more comfortable playing safe in this scenarios, but still, a promising 60-point lead and getting out of that situation without too many points in Tourney's favor.
Oh, huge momentum swing here. As 4 go down for Resurgence, Perfect Force going to utilize the camo to get B without taking too much damage, unless a grenade can find him, which it does. Still gets B nonetheless. Here's where Resurgence have been so good, Wes, and I'd like to hear your thoughts. They've been trapped in C a lot, but they routinely push into A, almost like hand in hand. There's like 2 Spartans in one. But if they're not going to be able to get off the respawn screen, they might not have a chance to execute on that.
Yeah, that's exactly what just happened. I actually love that from Tourney. That's what you see a lot of top teams do that you didn't see from Resurgence when they had the AB hold. You like to see these players pushing into C, making sure you're denying the space, denying the opportunity for a catwalk push. You hop into B, there's 2 players in B, the nade doesn't come through, and somehow a massive blunder. As you think they're dead to rights, they're actually still alive. They're able to transition B over, and somehow everything goes wrong for Tourney. Resurgence figuring out a way to stay alive and be there is incredible. And now over 200 points with an AB hold. There is going to be a player from Tourney in batteries, but he's not going to be able to get the stronghold before getting taken down. Binka Boinka with the perfect push and the reset before.
Yeah, how did Pink Sakura stay alive there? She went down just moments after, but by capturing B, they turned it into a good 10-20 seconds of time. And with how close this one might get with this next BC hold from Tourney, that might be the replay you look back on and say, that was it.
Yeah. 100%. Those things cannot happen. Envoy at 29-11, struggling to find an answer right now. B does get reset, but it's an AC hold once again for Resurgence.
Great defensive posturing and shots from Rizzle. But it's Tourney who push into A, so they weren't able to hold on to B. Actually, they were. They did hold on to B despite the great shots from Rizzle there. I thought we might have seen a push to take that back. There's the push I was anticipating, as B will ultimately go back to blue. And it's a 60-second lead for Resurgence as they're well into the 200s. 3 down for Tourney, and they've got one final push to prevent a Game 5.
Yeah, this is where you got to watch Cat. Hold your crosses. Binka Boinka is going to be holding long haul here. Where is Tourney right now? Trying to push into white, but still just coming off respawn, really. Camo's going to be up. That makes it just some more difficult decisions to try and waste. Sakura actually gets away with the camo. 2 go down for Resurgence, so they are going to be able to break this setup. If you're Sakura, you just want to play your life here. Can you stay alive with this camo is the big question. You're getting hunted right now. I love the route. She's going to get lost in the sauce here over at Elevator, and because of it, she may be able to make a play.
No way. And the comms are clear. They're Envoy's like, where's camo? Where's camo? Where's camo? There he is. Oh, there she is, but does ultimately trade out. But yeah, the route was impressive there from Pink Sakura. She should have died 10-15 seconds ago.
Yeah, that kills everything. You take down not only the best player on the team, but you allow your respawners a chance to really break into Elevator once again, and we've seen how successful they can do. It's still the AC hold that could close this game out. They are going to be able to hop into C across the map, but in the meantime, Rizzle hops into B.
Oh, what a counter. We'll give you C if we can get B and net the victory. 2:44 and rolling, just 5 seconds left for a Game 5, as it looks like they're gonna... No, A. Envoy has to be a hero. 1 HP to full HP. There's no way he survives this. Does take Binka Boinka down to 1 shot. But in all the while, Tourney goes to B, and that ultimately got a little topsy-turvy at the end. But Resurgence, with their best performance yet, they earned that victory in Game 2 with a pretty beefy, almost a steak-tacular, but I'd say that Game 4 win was even more impressive.
And we get another Game 5 today. That's like 3, 4, 5 of them. It's insane how close these teams are in this tournament. Every series I feel like we've seen go to Game 5. No matter how lopsided some of the games may be, the other teams are finding ways to scrappily get back into this series. And I mean, that was a strange Strongholds Game 4 where Resurgence really had to like work their way and finesse their way to a victory there. I mean, I believe they get outslayed.
They did. By almost a team wipe and a half. I was on the same page as you. About 6-7 kills, it looked like, in favor of Tourney, and they lost by 100. Yeah, jeez.
That's the name of the game in Strongholds. If you're not able to play the objective as efficiently as the other team, you can find yourself getting outslayed and still figuring out a way to win. But that was a very strange game. I mean, an AC hold for Resurgence, a majority of that game, which is just untraditional, very difficult to hold, but it was Tourney that would really struggle to find an answer on how to break that and prioritize one of the two sides where Resurgence weren't playing.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of the objective game mode that lends itself to slaying out the most. Maybe Assault, right? I don't know. Yeah. I feel like Strongholds as well, though. I feel like if you've got that many more slays open up time and space. And what game mode really identifies more with that than Strongholds? So, yeah, very topsy-turvy Game 4 that Kind of hard to make sense of, but we're not going to complain. Game 5 is up next.
Hey, it's tough to complain about a Game 5, and we got another one on the schedule, and it's almost like the script is written.
Yeah, get the birthday
in this
buff.
tournament with how many we've seen. We've seen these two teams in Game 5s before, both getting to the winners finals here, obviously having to win those Game 5s, and we're going to see who comes out on top. Who's going to be the clutch? Who's going to be the most clutch in the Clutch Academy tournament, casted by Clutch?
Yeah.
There's a lot of clutches going on. We'll see who's going to step up here. Sakura had 21 in the last Game 5 she was in. Let's see if she can repeat that performance.
That's monster. That is ridiculous. All right, here we go. It all comes down to this. A trip to the grand finals on the line. A little bit of a slow-moving start to the Game 5. It goes to show the respect these two teams have for each other. Rizzle, though, is able to grab the camo off the start, seeking out an opponent bottom mid. Easy cleanup. They ultimately get it done.
Somehow, Rizzle's not to no-shield several different times so far with this camo and is able to stay alive. Being a complete nuisance. Got the only 2 kills to his team, but the idea that there's a camo on the map right now is something that threatens Tourney. He does eventually get taken down. It's a 5-5, as close as it can be to start this one off.
Game 5, 5-5, but now 6-5 lead with 3 down for Tourney. Not only does it give them the 1-point edge, Wes, I think more importantly, it gives them the map control to try and swarm these next spawns.
Boinka trying to push this player over towards pink. Both players not to no shield. It's Envoy. You don't want to challenge that guy. He ain't going to miss. Teammates are doing work on the other side of the map, though, and that's everything you need, right? 9-7 lead. Keep Envoy at bay, but where did he go? He's jumping up on the pink side. The top pink. The routes are just right behind each other right now, and somehow Binka Boinka gets lost. A couple players trapped back blue. Envoy trying to get there to help his team. That's just that, and Binka Boinka finds him going up the stairs. It looks like the Resurgence push into blue was not a successful one, as Tourney able to fight out of it, tying the game up.
Resurgence, the underdogs in this one, now down by 1. But they did net themselves a 50-37 Game 2 victory, so they know how to slay out. Binka Boinka doing just that, going for the double kill. Should get cleaned up in the fridge, though, but if anyone's a tough slay, it's Envoy, and he earns the trade. Those are so crucial when Slayers could come down to 1 kill. You look back at that play in the fridge, Envoy was a very easy kill, but he makes sure that's not the case.
A shot from Sakura there to stay alive. Uncle Dean does find a kill. Top car, able to reach out. Top pink, knocks another player to no shield. Great job by playing your light there to find 2, 3 go down on Resurgence.
Dean down to 1 HP, gets taken down from the backside. Binka Boinka cross map takes him down. 18-15 now is Tourney. Have a 3-point advantage. Perfect 4s. Pushing towards that camo. Facing no pressure. Oh, he thrust over it. Thought maybe he was going for the thrust grab, but doesn't grab it instead. He might just be handing himself a trip back to the respawn screen when he should have had the camo instead.
Yeah, that could be a big blunder. Didn't know he had thrust, or tried to do the thrust swap. Either way, does not work out in Tourney's favor, and because of it, it's a tie game. And look at this situation. They're all stuck top the base. Envoy just push out car, gets a kill to relieve some space, but still the push to top. Red comes through, and it's Rizzle with the camo once again. We've seen him be such a nuisance, especially in Game 1 of the series.
Wow, a 3-man bait and switch there. Sometimes you got to work pretty hard for 1 kill and take a couple of your teammates down to 1 HP, but as long as you get that kill and you stay alive, you're happy with it. As Binka Boinka, R1, full shields. Like numbers advantage, though, for Tourney. But they're still utilizing their teamwork. We have hardly seen any 1v1s from Resurgence. I think that's why they're up by 1 at about the halfway mark, Wes.
A big double kill from Envoy there on the flank top car. Keeps his team in that, keeps that push at bay. But Resurgence still with map control, still looking to be aggressive into this base right there. It's great shots from Sakura to find the opening pick. It's actually 2 as Nascast finds a perfect kill in the kill feed. And I want to go into a listen in with Tourney to see how they're dealing with the pressure right now.
Car 3 above you, car 3.
Yellow Gen,
Okay,
yellow
okay.
Gen 1.
Nice. I'm gonna get up there. Car 1 weak. Okay, in red base. Still car 1 somewhere though. Car 2, guys. I just gonna pick up some 3. Car 3 right now. Car 3 kid. And car 2. Blue car 1 shot. And car 3. Okay, top blue to miss.
From blue.
Car 3.
Who's car 2?
Unlucky, car 3, dead.
Car 3's 1. Car 1 as well.
Dead, looks good.
In the face.
Yellow, blue util, blue util.
Got one.
Red P to me, red P right now. Red P here, one shot. Rizzle. Top red again, top red right now, top red flying to Meeks. On Meeks, guys, on Meeks. He backed up, Yo, Camo's coming up, bro.
Close game still. Just 3 kills separating these two teams. Envor having himself an MVP. #1 tight performance here with 15 slays. Perfect 4 is not too far behind him with 10. And now they're not too far behind. In fact, they're tied. 33 all. And now they have the lead, just as it looked like after Envor went down. Might have opened the door for a resurgence, but instead it's opened up the opportunity for Envor to grab the camo. You gotta get max value out of this.
Envor taking his route perfectly here. 16, 6, and 6. A difficult game type to try and individually go off with no power weapons on the map, but Envor using this camo perfectly right now to get his team a 3-kill lead.
Yeah, playing for intel right now dealing out damage. Nascas goes down to 1 HP. Another 2 players for a total of 3 in the car. And another one split on the other side. We've seen phenomenal 3 pushes out of Resurgence. Can they have another one and try to bring this one back? Down by 3. Envor backsmack. He gets it. The camo comes through in the clutch.
The timing is so perfect. He hesitates on the jump up for just a second. Lets that player just take one more step past, because if he doesn't, he might see him with the camo. But Envor perfectly playing that situation. 17, 7, and 6. Up 3 kills, make it 18. As Envor still on the prowl, still having a dominant performance. 19 to his name, and keeping all of Resurgence stuck over towards the red util.
Still close, though. 40 to 37. We're in the end game. And it's tight. Envor, 2 frags, 2 stickies to work with. No more camo. Prowls. Top mid. He's pretty exposed here. Now drops down to 1 HP and bottom mid. He's going to stay alive. Rizzle doesn't get the turn on quick enough. He gets chased out, but he gets back to full shields. Big Secure 1v1, and Big Secure secures it. But like Envor has done so often, Wes, when he goes down, if he doesn't take you with him, he's taking you down to
max
1 shot.
Damage. Yeah, it's max damage, and honestly, max focus. He gets another player weak, top pink. It's an unbelievable performance there from Envor to stay alive, relocate, and just be a problem.
44 to 42. It feels like we've been really building up Tenrai and their performance. It's been phenomenal. It's been fantastic. It's been worth the talk. But it's just a 1-kill game after the sticky rain from the sky falls down and takes down Uncle Dean. 45-43. It's as close as it could be in the finish.
Envor with the overextension here. They don't expect it. He's able to find that free kill top car. 46-44 now. Envor trying to push through pink. But doesn't want to get pre-nated here. Waits for his teammates. They're all trapped top blue. Finds the first kill. It's perfect shots. Of course it is. Binka Boinka goes down. Envor stays alive. They're trying to hunt him down, but this thrust is allowing him to turn the corner. Relocate. Sees such a problem on the map. 49-47.
Oh, it would have been 48-47 had, or even 48-48 had Envor not found a way to stay alive and find that slay, and that will do it.
And we get a quick listen in at the end of the game. 23 from Envor, and Tenrai close out what is another close series here in our winners finals. 3-2, and a dominant performance from the kid himself, Envor, who we kind of expected to be able to take over games, but on a map like Aquarius Slayer, I mean, that is tough to do, but he gave them everything they needed.
Wes, far and above the main Slayer, but he actually had the most assists as well and the least deaths. The kind of performance you watch with your own 2 eyes and then you take a glance at the stat screen afterwards and you just kind of chuckle.
Yeah, I mean, he's got to be grinning from ear to ear right now with that performance. The team's got to be thanking him. Hey, great game. Keep it up, bud. We got a grand finals ahead of us. As far as Resurgence, we'll see them in the elim side, obviously. They're going to drop to the elim finals here from the winners finals. But this series, I mean, another close series. Game 3 was a blowout. Game 4 was a blowout. Even 2. But, I mean, it's these series, these teams, even with individual games maybe not looking close, these series have always gone to Game 5 today.
Yeah, I think Revenant in the production chat said that all but one game, all but one series that has been on our broadcast has gone to Game 5. I mean, that's like Christmas in March for a Halo fan.
Yeah, you couldn't write the script any better. 50-47. We've seen a couple of 50-47, 50-48s. that have been right down to the wire. So phenomenal job by both teams, honestly. It's just unfortunate that Envoy's on one side, and you don't have that kind of firepower, it seems, to deal with in Game 5. But you get an opportunity to regroup, go into the Elim Finals. What was a winnable series in the winners' finals should give you some hope for Resurgence to try and bounce back.
Yeah, I saw a message in chat that said that this was a preview of our grand finals. We'll have to find out if that's the case. After this quick break, we'll be back with more Halo.
Triple kill. Double kill. Snipe. Snipe. Killing spree. Double kill. Snipe. Triple kill. Double kill. Killing spree. Double kill. Killing spree. Double kill. Killing spree. Double kill. Snipe. Killing frenzy. Double kill. Double kill. Killing spree. Double kill. Killing spree. Triple kill. Double kill. Killing spree. Reversal. Double kill. kill. Triple kill. Double kill. Double kill. Double kill. Double kill. Killing spree. kill. Double kill. Killing spree. Double kill. Double kill. Killing spree. Triple kill. Double kill. Killing spree. Double kill. Killing spree. No scope. Snipe. Double kill. kill. Double kill. Double kill. Double kill. Double kill. Double kill. Triple kill. Perfect. Killing spree. Killing. Double kill. Reversal. Perfect. Double kill. Triple kill. Killing spree. Killing spree. Snipe. Killing spree. Double kill. Killing spree. No scope. Double kill. Killing spree. Double kill. Snipe. Snipe. Killing spree. Double kill. Double kill. Perfect. Double kill. Double kill. Double kill. Halfway to victory. Double kill. Killing spree. Reversal. Double kill. Perfect. Snipe. Snipe. Double kill. Double kill. Double kill. Double kill. Killing spree. Double kill. Triple kill. Double kill. Snipe. Snipe. Killing spree. Double kill. Snipe. Triple kill. Double kill. Killing spree. Double kill.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Clutch Academy $1,500 grassroots tournament. Clutch, we saw an incredible previous series. It feels like we've been getting game fives all throughout the day, and this one might be another one as we descend to the lower final.
Yeah, we get to the ELM finals, and obviously, I think I've heard from the production team that we've had every series go to game 5 outside of just one, which is
Crazy.
a incredible run for these players throughout the tournament. So props to everybody that competed here today. It's difficult to think that that's the case, especially with a draft tournament, a pickup tournament where you don't have solidified teams. But I mean, these teams are scrapping to try and get to that cash prize, and the grand finals awaits the winner of this one. So you know that both two teams are going to be going crazy hard. It's getting late, so we'll see what the endurance factor is here for these teams. But looks like as we take a look at the series layout, we're going to get an opportunity to kick this one off with Lattice.
Yeah.
To start off, and Lattice Oddball is an absolute grind. So this is going to be where guns warm up, where we get to see an opportunity these two teams really find their footing in this series. I love the idea that Oddball is game 1.
Love an oddball in game 1, and I love an oddball in game 3. The reason being, in game 1, like you said, the guns are going to be hot. There's no excuse for not feeling warmed up, and so late in the day especially. And it might wake you back up. So if you're having trouble with that, make sure you grab an energy drink or coffee of choice. And then I also love a oddball game 3, because if a team goes down 0-2 and nothing's working for them, they can completely rewrite the script with a game 3 win and take that reverse sweep trampoline, as I like to call it. But we'll get a chance to see this in game number 1 as we witness Resurgence, who we thought was going to surge to the grand finals a few times throughout that last series. Envor just too good. As we take a look at the lobby, a few phenomenal players all throughout, but I don't know, man. It's going to be hard for me to walk away from Resurgence as a repeat opportunity in the grand finals. Whoopsie daisies, they got their task cut out for them.
Yeah, I haven't had an opportunity to sit down and really watch Whoopsie Daisies yet, and a lot of these names are unfamiliar to me. So I'm excited to see that one, that they're this far in the tournament. So obviously they've had to go through names that I'm more familiar with in order to get here. And on the side of Resurgence, I mean, a game 5 in winners finals is never something that you want to fall short on, but we'll see them rebound here. They went back-to-back game 5s. Eventually, if you play with fire long enough and take series to game 5, you're going to lose one. So we'll see how their rebound is here. It's been a little bit of a wait, so hopefully they're warmed up. But Pink Sakura, I mean, she's been dominant here today. So that's the player for me to watch from Resurgence. She's been by far the best player on their team. And then on the other side, I'm excited to see kind of who sticks out here in this big moment in order to get to a grand finals.
But I believe the Hype won the national championship back in 2009. Did you guys do that from the lower or upper side of the bracket?
We went through the upper, and we went to game 5 every series outside of the finals.
Well, it kind of reminds me of the run that we're seeing from Envor's team. So you're Envor right now. You're in his shoes. You've been in his shoes. Talk to me through on the other side of the bracket. We're kind of diving out of this one, but just setting the stage for what's ahead. How do you stay warmed up, right? How did you stay warmed up in 2009 when you had a couple of series and, an hour or two just sitting on your hands, eating Hot Pockets and drinking Dr. Peppers? How'd you stay warmed up, though?
Man, no, I promise you I wasn't sitting on my hands. I was that was probably the tournament I was the most locked in for. Obviously, getting a win kind of is testament to that, I would think. But I remember immediately after winners finals going to the pro lounge and sitting down at the station. I just kept playing. I was not going to be denied. I actually grabbed Batman and a couple of players that were knocked out of the tournament. I was like, I need you guys to play free for alls with me. I'm staying hot. And a couple of guys that I grabbed, I think it was Call Me God, Batman, some people like that. Guys that I was good friends with, former teammates with. I was like, I need you guys because everyone else is out of the tournament at that point, so it's impossible to outside of your teammates. Nobody else wants to play. So I was grateful for those guys sitting down and getting absolutely dominant. I said, do not win a fight against me. You guys are supposed to miss. I need ultimate confidence going into this thing. But at that point, I don't think anybody on our team was missing too many shots. So we were extremely confident. And by the time that grand finals was kicked off, we were ready to roll.
Yeah, what an incredible run, a fabled story throughout Halo history. Interesting to note. Look at the path to get here for Resurgence and Whoopsie Daisies. They've taken down teams like Super CC. Nookies Bookies actually took down Super CC before taking on Resurgence, and then resurgence with a series victory against the Command Station squad. So it has not been easy to get here.
I mean, you see these. You see this bracket. It's 2-1, 2-1, 2-1, 2-1, 2-1, all the way up. I mean, they are no strangers to going the depths of series. Let's hope that this will be the same. We've seen the winners bracket obviously go to Game 5 so many times so far on the broadcast here today. But I mean, just to show you that their journey has been anything but perfect in order to get here, should show you that they're battle tested at the very least.
Yeah, absolutely. Plenty of games played throughout the day, and that's the price of admission. You play in these tournaments to get as many games in as possible, and it seems like every competitor has gotten their fill of just that throughout the day. Wes, talk to me about the difference. We witnessed the King of the Hill on Lattice earlier, and you alluded to how much different Oddball can play, but now that we get to see it for Game 1, talk us through that a little bit more.
Yeah, when I think about the holistic difference of Oddball and King of the Hill, I mean, the big thing that sticks out to me is your Hill carrier still has his gun up. So being able to like weigh the decisions of gun up, gun down with an Oddball is always a difficult one, especially for players that aren't aware of the timings of when they need to assist their team, when they have to rotate, when they're able to help with the combat loop, or when it's more important to get the time. That's got to be the most specific thing, and you see the best players in the world really have that knowledge of my teammate needs me to drop and slide out and take the damage and bait and switch with them, or you can obviously do that from the hill. Obviously, the other big difference between Oddball and King of the Hill is you get to choose where the objective is being played, so a lot more dictated on your behalf when you're playing Oddball of where this objective is, what is your preference of how you are going to set up. You see the better teams, I feel like, hold stronger Oddball setups because of the differences that it makes. You see a lot of the weaker teams, and I worry about this especially in pickup teams or draft tournaments, where like an Oddball setup is very difficult to hold outside of like some individual brilliance, because the teamwork and the chemistry and the ideology of what a setup should be, when you should drop the ball to slay, all of that comes with practice, all of that comes with reps and a lot of deep depth analysis, and I think that that's going to be a difficult thing for these teams to find maturity in very quickly throughout a one-day tournament.
Very well said. Love that breakdown from my man, and really love the listen-ins from the previous series. I love listen-ins when we do HCS, because it's the best of the best, talking through the chess and the mental game of high-level competitive Halo. I enjoy it in the draft tournaments almost just as much, because there's a little bit more of a curveball to it. There's a little bit more of a chaoticness, and it's almost like who can calm down in the chaos, and who sounds like they've been scrimming before, when you obviously have never scrimmed together as a team of four. That's really where the metal meets the track, I think, in these draft tournaments. As we get set, the Clutch Up Final is up next, a best-of-5 series to determine who takes on Tourney in the grand finals. Oddball, Lattice, up first.
Yeah, I love that you pointed out the listen-ins that we got to go into, and I think one of the more interesting things that I get to hear and that I pay attention to is the different energies and the different settings. We're going to have a reset. Obviously, they're not going to start the game by destroying each other's lives on the same team, but it gives me an opportunity to go on this rant where you get these different styles. You get the Envoy style where he likes to get hype. He likes to like yell his comms. You get the other comms that are more quiet, the Snakebite comms that are collective, sound, very direct. And all these different styles have to mesh well with each other. And honestly, you see people kind of break out of their own tendencies, whether it's the energy being kind of subdued and being more relaxed, or it's people matching that level of energy. And those are always exciting moments, because at this point in the tournament, I mean, everybody's committed to day 2. There's a lot of money on the line here. So everybody's going to be trying their asses off to try and win this whole thing. So the passion's going to be there. And with that, everyone's going to be giving it 100%. So I'm excited to also have a listen in with both of these teams as they go throughout this elimination finals as well.
Yeah, very well said. I mean, the best way to put it into perspective, the prize pool today is an HCS Open plus 500 buckaroos. So, I mean, this is a lot of cash to be competing for, and a lot is on the line. And not only that cash, but a trip to the grand finals, an opportunity to, make more money. This is probably a $200, $300, $400, $500 series we're about to witness right here. So, if you enjoy some money eights, this is that on steroids.
Yeah, I played for a lot less. I'll tell you that. So I'm excited.
Yeah, the national championship was for $1,500, right? After taxes, it probably was.
I played for more, but I definitely played in tournaments for less. I got some points, I think, out of it. So
yeah,
always good when players can cash in off their performances.
Yeah. Oh man, I'm loving this. I am thoroughly enjoying myself. Try not to fanboy here. I've known you long enough. I don't need to fanboy. I consider ourselves.
Yeah, we played against each other. You can't be a fanboy. I actually played.
We've played on the main stage against each other, so I can't act like too much of a fan here. But I've thoroughly enjoyed picking your brain. And my usual duo is Eli, who's pretty smart as well.
He's very smart. I always had respect for Eli and his game.
Oh, all right, here we go. Speaking of game 1 is live as Cognis helps his team net 2 quick kills. Sniper being picked up, but not for long. Binka Boinka goes back to the respawn screen. And whoopsie daisies, the first to strike.
Yeah, I love what you see out of Cognis. The fact that he didn't use a clamber to get up top to that catwalk allows him the exact timing to be able to take down that sniper. It's everything for the micro and the success right now from whoopsie daisies. So although I've never seen this player play, I already love what I've seen.
Absolutely. And we talked about how Resurgence was likely the heavy favorite. They were the underdog in the last series. Now they're the overdog, if you will, and they're down 21-0 deficit. So that check mark, that checkpoint of 30 seconds you look to score first. Whoopsie Daisies is just 9 seconds away, and Resurgence 10 seconds away, ×3 on the respawn screen. A great start for Whoopsie Daisies.
Everything you want to see out of Whoopsie Daisies. I've seen Woo Pockets in the playlist a little bit, but the others, I'd have to say, are pretty new to me. Cognis, very impressive first life, 5-1-1 to start this game off, and honestly, just like the rotations, the awareness, it was perfect. I don't know what that player. Oh, that's never a good feeling when you feel like you got the back smack. 5 years into Halo Infinite, you got to know that shoulder is unsmackable.
Yeah, it's got a little titanium plate, a la some of the Reach customization options.
Yeah, we're still working on that.
2011. So, hey, but that 30-second threshold was reached despite the Whoopsie Daisy from Whoopsie Daisy. They are the first to reach 30 seconds, and Cognis is right back on the oddball. Has to drop it rather quickly though, as Nascast on the move, on the push, takes down one, but he's not going to win a 1v2. Down to low shields. As Whoopsie Daisies back on the oddball once again. Rizzle's trying to break through, but Whoopsie Daisies are going to keep him at bay and keep the oddball in their hands all the while.
Yeah, they look strong, but are they going to expect this ramp push? They should have the information that nobody's across top mid, so the ramp push should be readable, but how do they deal with it? They don't. In fact, it's a successful push. 3 go down. Last guy alive, Woo Pockets. He's able to get a kill. Stalling his life pretty well, and max damage as well. The nade does not find the oddball carrier. As the ball finally gets in the hands of Resurgence, that should make the push from the respawners of Whoopsie Daisies a little bit stronger, but as I say that, they lose Delusional Soul, and with that, it should be a strong setup here at Red Ramp, as long as he can turn this corner with the ball.
That's what he's looking to do, slipping and sliding his way across the winter ice, and now doubling back into the red room, as Resurgence have answered back with 13 seconds of their own, but it's still a significant lead. Nascast gets turned on.
That's never good. I'm sorry, Nascast, but Broadcast caught that one, and you couldn't hit a shot to save your life there. But unfortunately, that's going to cost you an oddball setup. Red Ramp, Whoopsie Daisy's back in control, continuing to build their lead.
Nice shots there. Pink Sakura going back online already with a solid performance here at 7-2-5. Thrust, jab step, but Cognis. Oh, is Cognis the captain for Whoopsie Daisies because he's playing like it?
Yeah, he's gaming right now, but 3 go down for Whoopsie Daisies. The setup gets broken. No harm, no foul on the lost fight from earlier. Still 30 points separate the two. This jump a little bit more difficult in tournament play than it may be in matchmaking, as you see the player missed it a couple times. With the S7 in the hands of Nascast, can he make up for the last time we had an opportunity to see a Spartan? But he doesn't need to. Teammates are picking up kills left, right, and center. That's always a good feeling when you're the oddball carrier and the sniper. When the other two are getting the kills, good things are happening.
You bring up a great point, Clutch, in that the routine becomes rather unroutine, right? Like, when money's on the line and the tensions are high, a simple headshot is not that when everybody's watching and all that cash is on the table. The easy becomes rather difficult, and that's what I'm excited to see, is who's able to take that step up and continue to have phenomenal performances when the lights are brightest. 54-57 now as Resurgence have gotten back in the lead, and they're back on the oddball for now, but content with that 4-second lead. They're going to reset and play for Slays.
Yeah, so all the great things we saw from Whoopsie Daisies early on, still negated from Resurgence. A great oddball setup here on the red ramp has gotten them the lead. They do get the setup finally broken, but they're right back in this round.
Right back in it, right back on the oddball, and right back with the lead. Close one here, just a couple seconds separating these two teams. 2 go down for Whoopsie Daisies. Thermo is going to cause him to have to rotate, but with nobody to protect him, he goes down, but 3 go down for Resurgence. Rizzle, closest to the oddball. Where does he want to take it?
Yeah, Resurgence were quick to get into red there. I'm not quite sure the spawn they have, but they were able to get a jump on what was Whoopsie Daisy's oddball setup there. Now, this is an untraditional hold. You want to fight out of this. I wouldn't worry about outball time right now if I'm Resurgence and A-Rizzle. Unfortunately, he's going to opt to try and pick up that oddball. It's going to be 4 down. Usually when you're stuck out on ice, you want to make sure you get some kills because you are surrounded at low ground, and that is never a good place to be in Halo.
Cardinal sin from Resurgence as they take the objective back to their own teammates' X. And Clutch, you know better than anybody working on the Halo game. Those X's are designed to force the spawn geometry to work you as far away from where that X occurred from, and that's exactly where his teammate spawn was. On the other side of where he took that oddball did Rizzle, which has opened the door for Whoopsie Daisies to not only take back the oddball, but they're just 10 seconds away from a round 1 win.
Yeah, you got 1 push from Resurgence, and unfortunately 2 go down. Here comes the last couple of players trying to make their way out. It's a nice fight to win.
Trade!
Double it. They do trade, so the oddball is going to be neutralized. So you got a chance for maybe respawners to try and get towards this ball. Last player alive is Thermogenic. He's going to be able to turn the corner. There's nobody in sight that's going to be able to stop him. Hits the jump in the window to even make it impossible. And it's going to be a 1-0 lead here in the first round for Whoopsie Daisies.
Yeah, we had a good example of that. Those routine jumps to clamber back to safety. A little bit more difficult when not only are you in the clutch up finals, all this cash on the line, but those were the final seconds needed. And that jump was executed to perfection as Whoopsie Daisies take a surprising 1-0 lead as we're on board here with Woo Pockets. 1 down on each side as Woo Pockets looks across the map. Nascast has the advantage with the snipe in his hands, but not so in the overall team count. All 3 of his teammates go down. Nascast still providing enough fire to take Woo Pockets down to low HP, but they're going to have to reset and go again.
Woo Pockets starting off this game phenomenal, but this round, more importantly, that route with the oddball actually was perfect because the sniper was going to be looking for him to jump across the window into top red. So the fact that he drops down, cuts off that sight line, and is able to turn the door actually probably saves his life at that moment. So little things like that just continuing to add up for Whoopsie Daisy's favor.
Well, you do it once, might be a fluke. You do it twice, and we're damn sure that Whoopsie Daisies has come to play. They're the first team to cross the 30-second threshold. In this case, before Resurgence are able to put 1 on the board. Now 3 to go down, all 4.
Nice,
but a kill from the grade and a trade, you'll take that. But Resurgence should take the oddball right back. Now here's their chance to put up 38, and they're gonna have a good chance to do that as Nascast octagon-like snipe right off the rip.
Yeah, nice snipe from Nascast makes this setup so much more difficult to break. Can he get a second? Yes, he does.
Snipe.
And that's going to really negate any push that Whoopsie Daisies would have had coming off their first spawn. That's going to get them right back into this round. The last 2 players need to go down, however, and Nascast making sure of that as he gets an assist and a kill on the player trying to push him to front red. Now the respawns are staggered, and this is going to be a tied game here shortly.
Yeah, Nascast was juggling a couple of Spartans, 1 downrange, 1 in his face, and he handled it with proficiency. Took both down, 1 with the kill, 1 with the assist, and now it's just 1 second separating these 2 teams as Resurgence has answered back to the 38-second head start with 43 of their own.
Do go down for Whoopsie Daisy. Resurgence still in control of red right now, but doesn't expect this player to be out here. You got to know the map is too quiet right there. A veteran play from Woo Pockets just baiting the oddball there. Able to pick up a free kill. Damage on the Sakura as well. So great job from him as he's on an island basically. Finds a kill and an assist.
39 to 44. A much more contested mid-game here as Resurgence starting to surge ahead. 2 go down for Whoopsie Daisies. Likely to be 3 after Thermogenic goes down to 1 HP. Woo Pockets in the tunnel. 5 perfect shots. No pressure from behind. There it is. But it comes in late. Able to turn that into 2. And Resurgence, they're playing very efficient oddball right now. Despite dropping numbers, they're adding more time.
Yeah, you want to see Whoopsie Daisy take a little bit more time on trying to break these setups. These players are getting too many angles, too many crossfires, too much damage. As we saw Rizzo just spot 3 players across bridge, he just makes that that situation so difficult for Whoopsie Daisies to try and push across the river there. So they need to get these opening picks before they focus on this oddball. That being said, you brought it up. It's a 40-point lead for Resurgence, and this game, this round, is much different than round one.
Well timed reset there. Oh, that is a reset that is going to afford you a little bit more time than you would have expected after going all 4 down. Now, Whoopsie Daisies are rather easily able to pick that oddball back up, but I still respect the process being played there. You get the lead, then get the reset.
Still an opportunity to come back. You're only down 30. A couple of kills go a long way. Blue Pocket searching for a player downriver. He's going to spot Sakura's perfect shots onto that. Now play your life. They can switch to the oddball. Oh my god. Back it up, Rizzle. Blue Pockets doing max damage, staggering the respawners again. And that's the best thing you can do in oddball, is make sure that they never have 4 guys alive. You see the best teams in the world always continuously putting pressure on respawners to try and implement that strategy to success.
Survivability is on point by Woo Pockets, but the time ticking down. He gets spotted out. Thermogenic now looking to make a hero play here. Going to try to work his way back to that line of scrimmage and the spawn points of Whoopsie Daisies, but before he's able to escape, he gets taken down, and Inga Boinka back on the oddball, and with just 10 seconds or so, one final push for Whoopsie Daisies, and we're looking at a round 3.
You get one push, and you find these kills. Rizzle's in the corner, doesn't get cleared, does finally. The melee will take him out, and the quantum back to make sure you don't trade your life is huge. It's a perfect wipe. Look at that. No one dead on the side of Whoopsie Daisies. You get your choice of a setup here. If you can hold it for 1 round of slays, you will win this game.
Oh my goodness. Anticipating a round 3, but it might be a game 1, excuse me, victory for Whoopsie Daisies as Woo Pockets earns the headshot. Bodyguard attempt here. Resurgence are in the lead, but they're down in numbers, and the lead has now shifted. It's in the hands of Whoopsie Daisies. One final push now for Resurgence.
They're hunting right now. The oddball on this elbow makes it so difficult, but here come the players. They're here. You need to drop this ball and slay. 98, 99, no nades coming through, and never mind. Delusion Soul holds on to it. I would have dropped it and tried to shoot my gun at that point. Too much pressure coming through, you would think, but no nades. Because no nades come through, Whoopsie Daisies will take game 1.
It's a rather large 2-0 win for Whoopsie Daisies, but both of those rounds were won by the skin of their teeth, and I think it's impressive when you can't really... I guess Woo Pocket stood out as the star performer, but I witnessed a team where everybody plays their role to perfection, right? Like Delusional Soul, maybe not the best slaying performance, but they had a lot of assists and a lot of ball time, so everybody's playing their part. It doesn't have to look pretty, it just has to get the job done, and job done, at least for game 1 for Whoopsie Daisies. Resurgence, they're not a deficit off the start. That wasn't what we expected.
Yeah, not how you want to bounce back, especially after the winners finals went to game 5 and you fell short. You really want to start the series off hot, and unfortunately Whoopsie Daisy just a commanding lead in round 1, and then round 2 kind of slipped out of your fingertips, it felt like, if you're on the side of Resurgence. Game 2 is going to be Street Slayer, and it's a must win for Resurgence, I'd have to say. I mean, we've seen so many of these series go to game 5 that, yeah, it's possible, but just from a momentum sake, you want to keep your team promising, you want to keep the vibes up, and the further you fall in this series, the more difficult that's going to be.
Yeah, big swing game coming up here. I agree. You're looking at either a 0-2 deficit where you need 3 in a row to take the series and move on to the grand finals, or it's a best of 3. there's no other 2 ways about it. I mean, this is a huge game 2 coming up. Fortunate enough though for Resurgence, they were able to win that previous game 2 against Tenrai, 50-37. They were cooking up a steak. Maybe took it off the grill a little early and ultimately let them get back in the game somewhat, but it was really never in question. And they're going to need to have a similar performance. Now, it does go to a completely different type of setup where live fire, you have the snipe, you have the camo, you do have that on streets, but we're going to see a more traditional Aqua Slayer-like game number 2 here, and Aqua Slayer was their undoing in that game 5, so really hard to tell for me which way this one goes.
Time will tell. As we take a look at the highlights still, I mean, Woo Pockets, the one familiar name I had on Whoopsie Daisies, and it's probably for good reason I remember him. Having a pop-off game, I mean, just doing everything right here to protect his ball carrier. It's been a minute since I've seen a Street Slayer, I feel like, so I'm excited, actually. I feel like it's fallen out of the rotation in the pro scene, and it's a fast-paced game type, right? It's one of these games where it's going to get mixy. There's going to be some split decisions you're going to make. Pace is the name of the game on Streets, and it's going to be really difficult for these teams if they do fall into like a trap of where they're stuck in PD or they're stuck in the back of tower. Like, how do they get out of this efficiently enough to keep the game manageable, which is always a difficult thing.
Yeah, it's not over after this, but it does feel a little bit like a do or die game number 2 here for Resurgence. Especially when you came into this series, like you said, based on team composition and player rankings, you'd probably put them ahead of Whoopsie Daisies. And they were so close to get to the grand finals against Envor's team. You really felt like they had the advantage. I wouldn't even say the slight advantage, just the advantage outright, but they have not played their advantage state at this rate. A lot of scrappy time there in round number 1. Don't know if that's going to bode well for Whoopsie Daisies or not, because scrappy slays are a little different. You can only trade out if you've got the lead, and to get the lead, you got to play a little bit cleaner.
Taking a look at the series layout here, I mean, we have Street Slayer obviously as game 2. Game 3, Live Fire, King of the Hill, Origin, and Recharge. So we don't really get a ton of power weapons up until game 3. I mean, you have the S7 on Lattice. We saw a little bit of the damage that it could do, but I feel like it's interesting going into a series where, especially if we're talking about like top teams in the HCS and you have your Renegades, and you know how much they thrive with the power weapons. It's interesting that game 2 falls with Streets, and the series started with Lattice, which a lot of the times Snipe doesn't even become too big of a piece of the puzzle there to dictate some of the game. That it feels like starting the series off, maybe the power weapon controllers for both of these two teams, the guys that are predominantly popping off with those weapons aren't really given an opportunity up until that game 3. And then game 4, obviously, you get a big chance with Rockets and Snipe on Origin.
Yeah, we're going to find out real quick if that was a lot of hero ball in game number 1 there for Whoopsie Daisies, or if they were playing together, if they were baiting and switching, if they were watching each other's back. It's going to come down to much more than just the power weapons. You got really a stalker, and that's it. As we are live, here we go indeed, as Pinka Boinka pushing towards Club Nairobi. Illusion in the cafe, down to 1 HP. Grenade chases him out, but the shots are a little shaky from Pinka Boinka. All 4 go down. Resurgence get wiped off the floor.
Yeah, interesting start where you get that one-on-one over towards the shoddy side of the map, and unfortunately you lose that one-on-one and you go down and you see everyone else went down on your side. That's a terrible feeling to start this game off. 6-1, make it 7-1, and Camouflage is up as well.
Oh my God, the kids on Whoopsie Daisy side are making a name for themselves before our very eyes as they are up big in game 2. 8-1 advantage, and Woo Pockets has the only advantage on the map in the form of the camo.
You want to see him get involved, but he might not have the information. Scanning all of this, finally gets a nice cross. Maybe not the best use of the camo as his teammates are coming down across the map. He is able to find 1. Can he find 2? No. Doesn't choose to chow and ends up getting pushed back tower, but still a 12-5 lead is everything you could ask for Whoopsie Daisy, especially after the game 1 performance, to give you the confidence that you could go to the grand finals with just 2 more games.
Absolutely. Hard to nitpick a team that's up 12-7, but Whoopsie Daisy's left 2 players, 1 shot. Weren't able to clean up on it now. Maybe it's occurring a little bit later in the game as Woo Pockets with the back smack for the double takes down 2. Still a 6-point advantage, but now it's down to 9. So Resurgence are starting to get their game together a little bit.
Yeah, good patient play by Woo Pockets to clear all of his corners there in tires. He's able to find a double kill because of it. A lot of players from Resurgence stuck on the music side of the map right now. That's never a place you want to be. Close quarters, easy to nade. They're fighting out of it well, however. They get a couple of kills, a melee onto tires. You get a player that spawns back tower. He's able to clean up that kill. The battle here, I was going to say subsides with no trades, but it's actually Whoopsie Daisy to come off spawn. They get an angle onto Rizzle, and they continue their 4-point lead. Oh my God.
2 team-wide bleed off the start, now down to just 1 as Resurgence have Pink Sakura in front of C. You can tell just by body language, she's calling for help. Let's make our move, and here it comes. 3 pushing into 2. They have the numbers advantage.
Wants to be aggressive and knows that a lot of this series probably dictates on her performance as an individual. So trying to push the pace. Unfortunately, when you get caught pushing the pace a lot a lot of the time your gun is down because you're sprinting, and because of it, she's trying to push up driveway, created timing for herself there, gets caught off guard, and pays for it with her life, extends the lead back to 3.
Resurgence now with the camo. As Rizzle could bring this back to within high game. I want to go to a listen in. Ooh, that's tough. I wanted to go to a listen and see how they're going to strategize with that camo, but let's see how they're going to strategize coming back without it.
Cafe. Cafe 1. There's 2 here. Any help?
ATM, help.
3 here, bro.
One shot ATM. One shot ATM. That ATM is dead.
Try and get out.
I got 1.
ATM, another one. Pushing me. He's weak, Risley. He's weak.
I don't know where he went. He's on tire.
Okay, tires. Backseat, purple. Purple got me.
Enemy halfway to victory.
Driveway still, I think.
Link up with each other here. Link up. Talk.
Yeah.
I spawn
I'm
bottom
with you
right
on
back
tires.
there.
Driveway,
Yo,
I think still.
ATM.
I'm nading driving. These stairs.
I'm looking ATM.
These stairs, 2 of them.
There's two purple. There's 2 purple. Nice. Another one. Benches. One shot.
These stairs, 2.
Benches. One shot.
There's still
2 tires.
B-side.
2 tires.
Heard.
This guy's trolling.
Benches, watch benches.
Laundry one shot.
Resurgence not able to do much with that camo, but they still keep the game close. Just kidding. Just all it took was 2 kills there to bring it back to within a 5-kill game just moments ago, though. 3 kills. Now it's doubled up. 31-25 out of nowhere. A 6-kill advantage for Whoopsie Daisies. Are starting to get back into form like we saw at the start of this game, too.
Yeah, so often in Halo do we see the aggressive team reap the benefits of what is that push. And we saw Whoopsie Daisy push 2 up the B stairs, 2 towards purple, and they've just been able to trade so successfully with that aggressiveness, with that map control that they've kind of earned. You want to see Resurgence be a little bit more aggressive, but as I say that, you got to get off your spawn in order to do so. You need a little bit of map control. It'll go a long way, but right now Whoopsie Daisy clearly the more aggressive team, up 9 now.
And just as it looked like they were about to come back, now staring at a potential double-digit deficit as Binka Boinka shots out towards the camo. It's up in a few seconds. Taking shots from the tires. Now a fist to the face. Rizzle going for the double, but doesn't connect. All 4 go down. It's the second full squad team wipe for Whoopsie Daisies, and they'll take the camo for free with it, and they do secure that double-digit edge.
Yeah, when it rains, it pours. The power-up's coming up right when those kills come through, so it's an easy camo grab, and now this camo player able to just free rain terror down onto the other team here. Blue Pockets gets a nice timing over the nade. You think that nade blocks that lane for a second, but jumping over it and a nice double kill. I mean, everything you want from a camo player. Up 12 now. When you have that level of control and that big of a lead in Slayer, trades are great for the team in the lead.
Yeah, I thought that was fantastic recognition of the situation from Woo Pockets there. Walked down Pink Sakura and very clearly played for the trade, got it.
Oh my god.
And at this point, 44-34, you will trade your way to a 2-0 series lead.
Love that play from Delusion Soul right there. I mean, just the ability and the wherewithal to just snap onto the player that he knew was no shield before he's going down, knowing that his life was for sure gone. He at least takes one with him, and like you said, trades are going to get the job done here. 4 kills to go. You're down 9. Don't get reckless, but figure out a way to get a kill or 2. Or 4.
2 team wipe advantage, 46-38. Just one more team wipe needed for Whoopsie Daisies to secure a strong advantage in the clutch up finals. Assist comes through, 47-38. Repulsor in hand could knock back a couple grenades that come his way in the tires, but it's cross map shots from Rizzle that are Cogniz's greatest threat right now. Thought he might have got the comm for the player there. Goes for the pancake, goes for the trade, doesn't get it. 7-point game, 3 down for Whoopsie Daisies West, but is it too little too late?
Should be too little too late, but they're making it worth a watch here as Resurgence. Down 6. So little room to work with there. The win conditions so heavily in the favor of Whoopsie Daisy here. You think it's an impossible comeback. So everything we've seen that's been great so far in the last 10 kills from Resurgence, it's almost all for naught because of the lead that they let up, but we'll see if they're able to make a miracle happen here. You got to think, with the next camo coming up, it's going to force the hand of Resurgence to at least be exposed and be in a vulnerable spot that'll cost them at least a kill or 2.
Yeah, I always like to say you can't win a Slayer early, but you can lose it. And we might have seen that from Resurgence. Just gave up way too much of a cushion. You spotted him way too many slays in the start, and now it's rather close. In the end, Nascast going for the camo. Shrouded.
Get it.
Gets it. And okay, well, risk it for the biscuit, but you needed this camo to find optimum value, but they're hunting him down.
Yeah, 3 players push towards purple. I like this. Just make a play, somebody. Unfortunately, it is going to be 3 going down. 49-45 is all of a sudden a lot more winnable than 48-42.
Oh my gosh, we got ourselves a game when it looked like that was the last thing on our minds. Nascast with a little bit of camo. Because of the situation, though, Clutch, he's not able to push this out. I think in normal circumstances, you'd try to get a kill here and hold forward for a slay, but only have 1 slay to give up, and this camo is about to deplete.
Yeah, I don't hate him not being aggressive with this camo, because even if you get a kill, you're going to put yourself in such a tough spot where they're going to just fly and spread the damage. The camo runs out, and unfortunately, as that happens, I think Sacker goes down. 15 tour name, but just not enough this game and not enough this series so far as Whoopsie Daisy take a 2-0 lead.
Man, you really do look back at the early game and think, man, if it was just instead of 8-1, how about like a 6-2? You know, I mean, it's just that's the difference of 1 kill in it.
Yeah,
could have really made a big difference in how they could have played that at the end with the camo if it was 48-45 or 48-44 instead. But once you get up to match point with 49, your options are limited.
Great game out of Woo Pockets, 15-10 with 11 assists. But honestly, everybody doing their job there. Street Slayer is not a game you're going to individually really carry your team on. It's all about trading out damage, bait and switching, and being aggressive with your team to find success. So I think everybody did a phenomenal job there. Did get out of hand there towards the end. You don't want to get reckless and think the series is over yet, but Whoopsie Daisies have claimed a 2-0 lead and look comfortable for a prime setting in the grand finals.
Yeah, my goodness. Chat thought Resurgence would be due for a rematch. I kind of started drinking the Kool-Aid a little bit, thinking the same thing, but they're going to need a reverse sweep at this point. As Nascast, ours in the chat, our producer, Infinity, ours as well. Just
Crack
waiting.
of the knuckles. Get ready. Your tournament life is on the line, and I mean, be ashamed to go out that way, especially with how the winners finals went. You're always going to be left stuck thinking, what if? Live Fire, King of the Hill is the name of the game. You got Camo, you got Snipe. A-Rizzle, you saw how proactive he is at trying to get those camos, so don't be surprised when he's playing towards that. He's been doing it all day. When he gets those camos, he's actually playing very well, so it's always extremely valuable to have somebody on your team just hyper-focusing on the power-ups there. If you want this to be a good series, you got to think those got to go in the favor of Resurgence here.
Yeah, you brought up a great point before we started this series in that you got to wait till about game 3 or so to start to find some high value out of the power weapons and power-ups, and now's your chance on Live Fire. So if Lattice and Streets went to Whoopsie Daisies because they're playing a little bit, and they have been playing much better, more composed Halo, better team Halo, more bait and switch execution. How many times do we see Resurgence push the B rail and think they were in a 1v1 and then ultimately it was a 1v2? But now you get that opportunity. You get that opportunity to play a little bit of hero ball here. Who can pick up the snipe and change the tides?
We've seen Whoopsie Daisies get off to hot starts at the start of each of these games. You want to see Resurgence have an opening break that goes their way in order to establish some confidence to play around those power-ups and power weapons. If this game 3, at the very start of it, doesn't go in the favor of Resurgence, you got to worry that the weight of the series and the moment is going to be a little bit just too heavy and start to impact the decision-making, the shots, and the focus of the team.
Yeah, that's a great point. They've afforded Whoopsie Daisies way too much cushion in the beginning, and what does that ultimately mean? You start playing a lot more confident. You start playing a lot more calm, cool, and collected, and that's the most difficult part about being in a lower final or a grand final. Is it's like we said earlier, the routine becomes a little bit more tricky. So I'd like to see Resurgence take the lead early, and for the first time in this series, make Whoopsie Daisies a little nervous. We haven't seen that yet.
Yeah, we've seen Whoopsie Daisies really in control majority of this series so far. And the game is Live Fire, King of the Hill. Camouflage, extremely important piece to the puzzle here. S7 is going to be the battle for top mid at the start, but you wonder how prioritized is the Hill going to be towards the camo as the first 30 seconds of the game go on, because that's always a difficult decision that teams prioritize and how successful that camo grab turns into can establish who gets off to an early lead.
Yeah, and because of the staggered spawn for the camo, oftentimes you win the snipe, you win the camo as well. You use that to use the test to take the test, as I like to say.
Yeah.
As we will descend into live fire, game number 3, do or die quite literally for Resurgence. Cognis, DB nades off the start, but none connect. Now he's down to 1 HP on the sandbags and gets taken out off screen from a nice frag toss from Pink Sakura. But it's Whoopsie Daisies in the hill first, so it looks like they're going to opt for objective and maybe yield some of the sandbox to Resurgence instead.
I like that. Continue the pressure on the Resurgence. Force their hand. Make them feel like they're behind already. Even if the game's still 0-0, camo's coming up, you're still putting the pressure by playing the objective.
Oh, there we go. We said they might have yielded the sandbox to Resurgence. They did, but they might have just grabbed it right back. Pink Sakura had it in her hands momentarily, and Wu Pockets turning towards the pillars. Snipe just before him, but got to worry about that push coming through on the B side. Binka Boinka holding forward. He's going to win that trade battle because of the shield advantage and disparity. But he's now down to 1 shot. Regains his shields. Has the camo to work with. So you were given the sandbox off the start. You got a lot of tools in the kit, but you got to make use of it now. And they aren't able to as he goes down.
The problem is, what did you sacrifice for that level of control, for the camouflage? Look at the progression on this hill. It's going to be a 1-0 lead here very shortly for Whoopsie Daisy. 1 kill, maybe. It's not even going to be a push from Resurgence. That round of Sways will do it. And because they prioritize the hill so fast, playing for camo, waiting that 10 seconds while they're in the hill is everything Whoopsie Daisy's used to take an advantage of to get the score early on in their favor.
Solid strategy, though, from Resurgence as they don't try to push for a hill if they have no chance for business in winning. As they rotate early to C platform, have the early 25%, we'll call it. As Binka Boinka drops down, back mud. Takes his opponent down to 1 HP. He takes a grenade from the nest push, and again, just the wolf pack is strong, but the shots are even stronger from Binka Boinka. 3 go down for Whoopsie Daisies, and Resurgence, this could be big for them, just to go and tie this up, as opposed to let it get out of control like they have in games 1 and 2.
Yeah, what should have been a setup there, actually, that player that just jumped up on the quick jump back tower gets a double and eliminates the Resurgence setup. So although early progression and the setup favored Resurgence, it's actually Whoopsie Daisy that are comfortably going to be able to set up here at the tower and now put the pressure once again back on Resurgence.
Who would have thought Cognis had camo the way he snuck up on his opponent and earned the back smack now, earning more hill time, double stacked on the C platform, triple stacked in totality, and triple down on the side of Resurgence as Nazcast is the last player alive. All he's left to do is try to inch that line of scrimmage forward, but at the game state, 90% on the scoreboard for Whoopsie Daisies. This is going to be a quick 2-0 lead before 60 seconds have even come off the clock.
Yeah, insane, efficient objective play out of Whoopsie Daisies just rewards them, right? They get 1 tower setup break, and Resurgence once again play for that camo, but the camo, what does it transfer into? It transfers to a 2-0 deficit. You got to start playing for the objective and prioritizing it over the camouflage, because right now the push comes through, and although you had an early setup once again in pit, it looks like it's wiped away immediately. It's a killing spree for Cognis, and he's continuing to show.
You read my mind. That's the first thing I thought. I went, okay, Resurgence are the first to get to 25% on the board. They get the first bit of hill time, but that just feels like fool's gold at this rate. Binka Boinka, clean up shots on the scoreboard, going for the double kill. Cognis down to 1 HP. He does have a frag in his back pocket. And I still see Cognis up, so I don't think that grenade was able to connect. Instead, they're going to push through on their own 2 feet. 3 push through to the hill. As 2 will go down for Whoopsie Daisies, and now Resurgence seem pretty primed, it looks like, to make it a 1-point game.
I'm going to go to a listen-in with Whoopsie Daisy and hear their comms, because I haven't had an opportunity to hear these guys, and I'm more interested to figure out how the vibes of this team are going with the 2-0 lead here in this game 3.
Trade it with... Look at hill, guys.
One shot,
Nice, 3 down. Get time.
I got time. Get out. I got time. Got you.
Still hold A plat. I'm with you.
B. One's on
yeah, they're gonna push big. They're gonna push big.
One's on pillar.
Turbine 1. Turbine to 1 shot.
Bottom of sniper. Fuck, he's on Ketor now. Nice. Ketor now sniper. Ketor sniper after that. Ketor sniper. One
shot hill.
All right, go now.
Yeah, this next one.
Do they still have snipe?
Yeah, they still have snipe. They have slow.
Turbine. Camo one.
Camo down.
Dummies with snipe.
Yeah,
Dummies with snipe dead.
Hey, Matt. He's hill. Kill me.
I'm going back tower.
Spawn up and play camo.
Hill. Yeah, he's looking at you down there.
Pillars weak.
Back B.
Two on camo. I got
Back B
one.
one shot. Back B one shot.
He's weak. Peter right now.
Resurgence bouncing back, making it a 2-1 game, and they've got the again first 25% on the board. They're able to finally turn that into a point on this previous hill control. Blue pockets though, possession of C platform. Ooh, so Resurgence has help though. They'll ultimately net out in a trade. Cognis raining down. A lot of assist filling the feed. Another one. And that'll be enough to take down 3. Going for the 4th and final slay. Gator arms, but the headshot connects as Cognis helps wipe Resurgence all 4 down, and they're looking at one final push.
Looks like it's going to be through bottom mid, unless they want to go down 3-1 right now. They're going to go pillars, and it's just a tough push. You got to go through that doorway. And Cognizant over at green is just going to be able to do too much damage from this angle. They don't flush him out, and with that, they lose all their players, so they're not even able to set up really for what is a potential 5th hill. And right now, 3 minutes on the clock, so time not a factor, but I mean, it's not going to be a factor the way Whoopsie Daisies are playing. They're going to try and end this one on their terms.
Rare to witness the Commando in Halo competition, but Cognis is putting it to work. Got the QT as well, and gets right back in the fight. Elects to tap that QT with the use of the, oh my god, the
nice
full shields and the Commando. But bang, bang, perfect timing once again. He is about as tricky and slippery of a slay as you can get. They finally take him down. As Resurgence once again have the first 25% on the board, Wes. That's starting to feel like a trap.
Yeah, Whoopsie Daisy's making them work for it as well. Blue Pockets and Cognis obviously 16 and 13 in the stat line, having phenomenal games here, trying to end this series before it can go any further right now. I think that's important. Save some gas in the tank for the finals. 1 game away, 1 hill away really here. As the progression is going to favor Resurgence. They're able to get a few kills, able to stay in the hill as well, so they will be able to get this within striking distance here momentarily.
Yeah, we're in the end game, and it's just a 1-point game, and based on the eye test, it feels like Whoopsie Daisies have been much stronger, but the objective efficiency has been on point for Resurgence, and they're right back in it, and tried and true as ever. They're the first ones into the hill.
We were playing for camo, one's back green. Whoopsie Daisy's going to try and play this. They offer to go for the hill. They're going to give up the camo once again, and look at this. If this camo doesn't translate into a big success, it's going to be all for naught. It's going to be the series. It is slays that come through Resurgence's favor, though. It's a double kill for Rizzle as he's able to get that kill with the camouflage. He's going to block the A spawns. So you got to love this. So they're going to have all the information of where Whoopsie Daisies are spawning. They're going to be able to get a large amount of progression here on this hill before Whoopsie Daisies can even formulate a push.
I would love to go to a listening right now with Resurgence and hear how, through the comms, they've been able to bring this back.
Yo, we need C presence. We need C presence. We need C presence for next hill.
Yeah.
Move.
I'm moving there. I'm moving there.
Where we spawn? I'm about to
I
spawn.
spawned.
We spawn mod.
They're gonna be there on you now, like the whole team. Be careful. Try to live.
They're gonna push you maybe in
Pack smack, bro. Elbow. There's
Where?
one elbow.
Elbow, one shot. Really nice. There's 3 dead. I'm healing. One shot.
I needed.
One shot.
Yeah. He's one shot. Yeah.
I spawned camo. In the hill.
On training. I'm gonna die probably.
I'm living here.
Nice, one shot, guys. He's dead.
T-pot, back tower, two of them. One for one's not.
Okay.
Two of them.
Bottom tower,
Bottom tower, one shot.
Three dives, he collected.
Elbow, tower.
No.
Dummies.
Dummy door.
They're gonna spawn camo.
We have snipe. Don't just hand it to him.
3-3 tie and virtually tied on the 7th and final hill, but Resurgence starting to come out to a lead, but it's Whoopsie Daisies back in the hill. This is back and forth till. This is exactly what we've been asking for all series, and we finally get it.
I think Sakura making absolute plays with the quantum there to get her team back into this, but it's half progression on the 7th point here. Multiple members of Whoopsie Daisies collapsing onto Rizzle there. They're going to be able to get that kill. It's a 2-2 split here. Zachary gets damage onto the sniper, but doesn't want to push just yet. Waits for her teammates to spawn to elbow, and this is where the pinch comes.
Melee, no trade. Sakura claims it outright. Trying to stay alive. Delusion Soul from the nest. Uh-oh. Woo Pockets in the feed just lit up and pulled my attention to him. He's got the snipe.
Nice place by Sakura once again. Able to just pick up the kill. Stay alive, be a nuisance by tower, gets damage on the Woo Pockets, doing everything. The nade comes through as well. There's one more around her, but I mean, the timings are just working out. She's reading this situation perfectly. It's a killing spree as she's taking over this tower.
She is absolutely locked in. And she lands the body. Woo Pockets, who's been popping off, he's going to go back to the respawn screen. And Resurgence might just make it a series. 3 go down, 2 up for Resurgence. The final seconds coming. Cognis has to push. But Pink Sakura just going to hold the line. Feels like it's taken an hour for this final second to secure it, and they finally do. Resurgence come from behind and finally get on the board.
Yeah, they're on the board, and there's some much-needed momentum. 26-13 from Pink Sakura there. An unbelievable game, and especially towards the end, the plays she was making were incredible for the entire 7th hill. Well, we jumped on board with her screen throughout the listening, and then it felt like we just watched her play, and she was taking over. Stayed alive so many different times, and was really the only difference maker for Resurgence to get back in the series.
that was a game for the ages for Pink Sakura. Look at, I mean, everybody just about negative as far as KDA. The 16.0 for her. The next closest was 1.3, and then everybody about even and or positive on the side of Whoopsie Daisies. Objective efficiency has been their claim to fame so far in this series, but we finally witnessed it from Resurgence. Now we got ourselves a series.
Resurgence, how much do you have for us, and how much do you have in store for us? I think Game 4 is going to be Origin CTF, which we saw a very promising game from them against Envor in the winners finals, but fell short there towards the end, and we're actually reverse sweeping it. But I loved what I saw from them. So a lot of promise going into a game type like Origin CTF from what we've seen from them already. If they can push the series to a Game 5, that would be a story.
Yeah, we saw Resurgence go down once again early, but they didn't let it snowball like it did in Games 1 and 2. They got right back in the fight, tied it up at 1, and then just stayed within fighting reach. I mean, look at this right here, 3-1. And there was I'd say for 70% of the game, it looked like Whoopsie Daisies was going to come out on top, but that was not the case. That's why you play the game on Xbox and not on paper.
Double kill.
Big comeback from Resurgence. Like I said, I mean, this play with the Quantum, just being able to stay alive. Quantum's in between 2 players. One already pushed towards the training, one coming out big door. She's able to play her life. Picks up a kill there as well, and then this tower play where she kills Woo with the nade, then flanks the sniper, killing spree, relocates back tower, hits the quick scope, body shot, just everything you could ask from the girl.
Here we go. Game 4 kind of feels like a Game 5. It is, in a sense, for Resurgence. As Rizzle goes for the sniper off the start, not able to get it. Pink Sakura looking to fill the space that he left behind. The double kill, a +1 net outcome for her personally. But she's 1 of 3 to fall for Resurgence. Woo Pockets with the quick scope, and we expect someone to take over with the snipe. It's in the hands of Whoopsie Daisies for now.
Woo Pockets with that snipe opens up the map for his team to come off respawn, get a solid push here. How do they break down Resurgence here? Last player alive, known to be in the cave. Was no shield on the flag now. I love this by Woo. He's going to stay alive, but look at this. They're blocking all the spawns. It is the elbow player that goes down in thermogenic there, so Woo kind of stuck inside the cave, can't hit the no-scopes. Team is there, but unfortunately not enough damage before he's able to lose his life. So this controlled, the power weapons don't manifest into a cap, an opportunity squandered by Whoopsie Daisies early.
Scrappy level of play off the start. Nobody able to take an early pull, and it might just occur right here. 3 go down, and Thermogenic is in the base, running the flag. Elbow spawns coming out now for Resurgence. And this is their map and game mode previously. This is not a good sign for them, as Thermogenic, a little bit of a fumble there. Missed out on 5 yards, and that might come back to bite him. Now he's getting tumbled in. He's in the blender, quite literally in the lift.
Yeah, absolutely. You got to think that missed flag run right there could potentially cost them the cap. The flag stuck in the lift as well. An interesting spot that I don't think I've seen too much of. They're able to get the touch. Slays have come through to where they should be able to get this cap still, but unfortunately, I mean, here come the reinforcements. The respawners are already being able to impact the rest of this flag run. You got to be careful here. You don't give up potential counter cap. The elbow player is the must kill. You get that kill, and you got to think that that's going to do it. But no, one player comes through the window. He gets a touch and a pull. Two more players towards the fountain side of the map, and Wu Pocket surrounded. Two hop the return. One's actually going to hit the run, you'd think. The return comes through, flag out the window, and now you're at the risk of a counter cap.
Oh, and it all started with a great presence of mind from Nascast as he pulled the flag to force Whoopsie Daisies to earn a reset if they wanted to score first, but now it's Rizzle. Almost the exact same scenario we just saw on the other side of the map. He turns the corner and goes down. Flag standing still momentarily. Both flags out for now. Sakura, she has not fallen off the pace from what we saw in game number 3. 10, 2, and 4. She's got as many slays as her entire team combined.
Yeah, she's taken over this series. 10, 3, and 5, starting to create the pace of the game. A killing spree as the mixiness of the flag runs are going down is everything that they needed to gain a 1-0 lead.
Nascast now earns the assist. Clambers his way back up towards top snipe. Spotted just the backside of his opponent. Where they're there, but forgot about him for a second. You can't forget about Wu Pockets. He's a straight shooter. And he stays alive for now, working on the high side of snipes. Two players before him. Pink Sakura, I was about to say. How on fire is she? If she landed that would have been a highlight reel moment once again.
I mean, the body shot honestly does a lot because it staggers the pressure that would have been coming towards the flag right there. That player was going to be able to push down the snipe ramp, block spawns, and put you in a very difficult spot. So that body shot allows that kill to come through. Kind of keeps map control going, or the battle for map control going for both teams right now. But sniping the hands of Delusion Soul here as he lands a body shot. Does look like they've had snipes out of the map, but they haven't been able to cross the 50-yard line safe.
Yeah, wasn't able to clean up on Binka Boinka, and Binka Boinka is pushing back towards him. Doesn't land the no-scope there. Binka Boinka finally goes down. So too does the snipe in the hands previously of Whoopsie Daisies. Cognus now the last Spartan standing. He's going to have a tough fight, and he's going to elect to reset.
I like that he comes all the way back, but he doesn't read that the player's going to be pushing snipes on the map so quickly that he doesn't get a shield back right there. And that honestly staggers the respawners of Whoopsie Daisy. So now it's an elbow push for Binka Boinka, and if he gets this kill clean, he would have had an opportunity to push onto the elbow if he's in a one-on-one, but because he takes a little bit too much time to get that first kill, he actually pays for it with his life.
And he didn't get the melee as well onto Delusion, I believe it was. Nascast would have had a clean and easy one-tap headshot. Finally goes down, does Delusion. As Nascast staying alive, defensive posturing right now for Resurgence, and defense is good. 3 go down. Last player alive on their side of the map, but he is in the coffin corner. And he should get cleaned up rather easily. He does. So Resurgence now are on the move.
Yeah, great defensive stand there by Resurgence. It looked like Whoopsie Daisy were in a promising spot to push down the sniper ramp, but because Nascast stays alive, relocates, it makes it really difficult for Wu Pocket to read the situation. Now it's going to be Whoopsie Daisies on the defense, and they're coming off respawn as the flag's getting pulled.
Uh-oh. Oh, Rizzle picked up the rockets. Where did he shoot that from? Wow, okay, he must have been jumping off the snipe tower, because the angle he has now is not the angle he would have needed to stop that run. Picks up another one, 2 for 2 with the boomsticks, but goes down shortly after.
That was a money nade onto the window there. It wasn't the rocket. It sure looked like one the way he blew up, but that was actually his teammate with the rockets, and unfortunately the money nade stops the entire flag run, and now you find yourself at really a counter cap opportunity coming up the elbow.
Yep, here comes Cognus. Ooh, Gator arms. Long arms, though, for Rizzle. He takes him down in the fist fight. He wins it. Thermo, last player alive, down to 1 shot. You can tell the opposition is calling for his head.
Yeah, they're hunting him. His life's not for long, but because he's playing it so well, gives Cognus an opportunity to get a free kill onto Rizzle and apply some pressure here. Now, Cognus, the fact that the map is so quiet right now, he understands that everybody's going to be overextended towards the space. They know Sackers in the flag right now is the big question. They do now with a perfect kill.
Yeah, that was perfectly played. Cognus possesses the 50, but despite having mid-map control, a flag run begins. On the the other side of the map. Still a little bit of work left to do. Assist comes through. Flag goes out through the middle arteries of the map. Now angling itself towards the snipe side. Cognis is hitting considerable length with that flag run. Oh, but it's a standstill. This could be very interesting, and especially West in with 5 minutes left and a 1-0 lead. A standstill would benefit Resurgence. Let's see how they play it.
Yeah, I don't know how much of a standstill it's going to be. 3 go down for Resurgence. The flag is bottom middle, but it does get returned there, and those kills are going to be everything for Cognis to punch this one in, tie this series up, or this game up, I should say. And now we have a tied game, game 4, 5 minutes left, like you said, so that's the rest of the action for what is either a grand finals appearance or a game 5 on the horizon.
Destiny waving in the balance as Whoopsie Daisies 2 scores away and 1 more win from the illustrious appearance in the grand finals. Woo Pockets from the low ground, but he's got the high accurate shots. Takes down his opponent. Easy back smack there, but he'll be happy enough with the assist. Player sneakily enough in the cave, but they know exactly where she is. Big Sakura. Oh, almost. This goes to how good she is. She almost turned that into a good play.
Yeah, Woo Pockets for Sakura is really, or Sakura is really the matchup we're watching here. 27 and 12, 23 and 14. These players are going off.
I mean, again, once is potentially a fluke, twice in a row, and it's proof that she is for real. 27 and 13. That was the same stat she had in the previous game. Despite that, though, her team is not in an advantage state. Still 1-1 tie. We're in the end game now. Less than 4 to go.
Woo Pockets chokes on that kill, pushing down the ramp. Fortunately, it's going to be Delusion Soul that finds itself a double. 4 go down for Resurgence. I thought that was going to be an opportunity for Resurgence. The fact that Woo Pockets doesn't get that kill, you think it's going to be the opening to a game 5 scenario here, but Delusion Soul keeps his team in this game 4 for now as they look to push onto the mountain side of the map.
Delusion repositioning, trying to cut off the escapers for Resurgence. Flag goes out. Not quite enough damage on the map to run this cleanly. Expecting somebody to turn back. There we go. Rizzle does that. Delusion is going to have to earn it the hard way. Maybe a little early with that run.
Yeah, that fight's dead in the water. You have to think. One does go down. The fight's still on the fountain, but a couple players are going to be here. Can you get these kills? This is the big question. It's going to be so difficult. The nade actually is perfect. You get in the contest circle right before it returns. The money nade as well for the double. And what a play by Cognis.
Oh my God, Cognis turning lemons into lemonade. Just needs to get around the corner. Needs to get the reset. The reset comes through, and so too does the score as Cognis puts his team on match point.
You want to talk about pressure right now. Resurgence are feeling it. Their tournament lives on the line right now. 2.5 minutes is all they have left to play to try and tie this game up.
Woo Pockets from across the map cracks the shields of Sakura. Now looking to crack the skull of Binka Boinka. Does just that. Now he can do even more so with 8 shots in the snipe.
Got to be careful for these players pushing up side ramp. You can see awareness that they're there and rips the face off the first one. That is massive. As the flag was being pulled momentarily, Sakura goes down. Last 2 players spotted, no shield. This should be an opportunity for Whoopsie Daisy to gain map control that they really shouldn't lose to the rest of the game. Rockets are up, so if you can get those rockets in your hand as well, that's going to be everything for the win conditions of Whoopsie Daisy to close this out.
Yeah, valuable map control 1 here in the final 100 seconds.
Oh my
It's
God,
Cognis
player's elbow.
has the high side. Flag gets taken though. Someone snuck through.
Yeah, that player elbow actually opts to throw the flag out, make it a little bit mixy of a situation, but Cognis still has these rockets. You would have liked that player to focus on Cognis' top rockets when he was weak, but eventually Cognis is going to snip this one out, gets the rocket kill, gets solid damage. Actually, the second rocket hits a player unintended in the back for a double. That flag is going to get touched, but look at this. On the other side of the map, it's been kills going in the favor of Whoopsie Daisy and the flag being moved. So they're going to be able to actually end this game here and now. Flag up the fountain. Nobody's going to be in a position to stop this one. And Delusion Soul is going to call game and series for Whoopsie Daisy to get to the grand finals.
The spear of the flag is a dagger in the heart of Resurgence as Whoopsie Daisies got a little worrisome there after Resurgence took that game 3. We thought maybe they'd come back online. Pink Sakura was playing at an MVP ×3 level, but it was not enough as Origin goes to Whoopsie Daisies And we got a little bit of an upset alert, I would call it, as they'll earn their spot in the grand finals. But the final boss, Envor, awaits next.
Yeah, we were talking about the matchup of Woo Pockets versus Sakura, and unfortunately 31-17-9, 31-19-10. It's pretty much even, but just a little bit of a difference goes a long way. But honestly, big shout out to Resurgence and the games that we got to see them throughout the broadcast, and they had one hell of a tournament run. Obviously, they fall short here in the elim finals, but Sakura, I mean, hats off to her, playing out of her mind. But the whole team got the job done up until this point. It is going to be Whoopsie Daisies, which honestly I love. Surprising new faces coming onto the scene, making some statements, playing some good Halo alongside of it. So great job by them, and we'll see if they can take down Envor and the boys in the finals.
Yeah, I love it. We got ourselves quite the Cinderella storyline here as Whoopsie Daisies move on to the grand finals. Congratulations to Resurgence on a top 3 finish. It comes down to one final series and one last chance to take 5, use the restroom, grab a snack, grab some hydration. Your grand finals are up next.
Double kill. Killing spree. Double kill. Snipe. Perfect. Perfect. Double kill. Double kill. Double kill. Killing spree. Double kill. Double kill. Double kill. Killing spree. Reversal. Double kill. Double kill. Snipe. Double kill.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Clutch Academy $1,500 grassroots tournament. The grand finals are now, and while we expected Tourney to make their way here, Daisies is a bit of a surprise. I had to even think back to what their team name was called, Wes, because I don't think looking at the bracket you would have thought they'd make it here, but they have. Why do you think that is?
Honestly, Woo Pocket's playing phenomenal Halo, but everybody doing their part, and I think it's just like picking up the pieces. You see, especially on game types like Street Slayer, like the collapses, the damage, the trading, like everybody understanding their assignments and filling those roles that really create a promising team of maybe lesser known players to have success like they have, and they find themselves in the grand finals.
Yeah, they've got their a tough task in front of them, but hey, anything can happen. I know Tourney is going to come in as the heavy favorite, but we said the same thing about Resurgence in the Clutch Up final, and Whoopsie Daisy was a player or two away from a 3-0 sweep to get here, so they come in on fire. They've just recently played in a competitive high-stakes series, while as Tourney had to be like Clutch in 09, finding some friends to play a little free-for-all action with. See how warmed up they are off the start. That's one of the biggest things I look for when I cast a grand finals. Do you have that lower final advantage, right? Because the advantage is in the back pocket of Tourney. They have that token. They can have the bracket reset and still move on to the grand finals reset. So it's on Whoopsie Daisies to strike first and come out on top in the early going.
Envor gets the snipe, gets out of dodge, able to stay alive as well. Get a shield back. That's big for Tourney's promising start here. As Envor picks up another kill, does lose his teammates, and maybe early ball time going to be difficult for Tourney, but Envor with the camo and the snipe. He actually doesn't pick up the camo. A bit of a blunder there, but makes up for it immediately with a nice headshot, a nice body shot as well. You have to think they're going to be able to make a play for this camo here shortly.
Oh my god, back-to-back nutty plays from both sides of the lobby. Nice headshot there from Envor, getting chased out. Woo Pockets with the remote detonation double kill. Don't think he made it away with the camo, though. Instead, it's Tourney making it away with the oddball, and they are set up with control at the tower. That's the preferred spot.
Yeah, I love the quantum back here. Is he able to get up to tower with this ball guy not knowing? He actually is. Ball player doesn't choose to play it just yet. Now chooses to play it, so a good 19 points unanswered, but Whoopsie Daisy still hard on the prowl, and honestly, I love the pace that they're playing at right now, although they find themselves down. I mean, it was Envor with a bunch of early damage and a few kills that they've kind of been able to negate just this lead. So hopefully able to get back into this, but unfortunately, as that play ball gets respawn bottom middle, it's going to be Tourney that get a few kills that are going to be difficult for Whoopsie Daisy to contend with. They do get a couple of kills of their own, and that'll be the opening couple of kills that'll secure that all ball back at the tower for them.
Scrappy sequence as Whoopsie Daisies are able to come out on top as the victors in the micro moment. Envor's down to one shot, but that grenade right to the face of Delusion. But hey, 19 seconds in a reset to 15 seconds in a reset. This game is even off the start.
15-19 still as close as it can go, and Blue Pocket's continuing to get kills. Starts the game off hot, leading the lobby right now. 6. Battle for top towers. Envor's perfect shots will open up the tower for his team. Is able to get some damage onto a last player, but that angle is everything to deny Camo once again to get burned.
Delusion picks the oddball back up, but he's got to drop it. Take on this fight. Perfect fours. Not necessarily perfect shots, but it does get the job done. Sniper up in the next 10 seconds, but Cognis not enough time to stand and wait there top mid. He's going to continue on the move. Doesn't want to stay out of the fight for too long, especially as Meeks continues to stack up more ball time. Heading up for a reset, but they're not going to need to. Well played and well handled there. Tourney keeps the oddball safe and in their hands.
Tourney doing a good job of getting this ball back towards the tower to be able to play it when the pressure becomes too much, and that's going to do it. Yeah, thank God you didn't jump off with your life there. I didn't know that was necessary as you were full shield, but the pressure is going to come through, and although you stayed on the map, you weren't able to relocate to deny that ball from being picked up. So look at this. It's going to be Whoopsie Daisies that get the ball immediately off the respawn, bringing it into house before Meeks is really able to respond to it.
Yeah, not sure if that was a gut call from Meeks or if they had comms to reset, but I think that was an early reset, if you ask me. as they have afforded Whoopsie Daisies the opportunity to cut this lead in half and then some. As Envor pushing up, he wants the snipe, but he's not going to get his hands on it. Perfect might just. Momentarily, though, as they go down shortly after. Numbers advantage right now for Whoopsie Daisies, and if they can get back to A and set back up with it, they're in a pretty good spot. No chance to reset the oddball, but look at the stronghold. I mean, this is a fortress they've got set up. Can they hold, though?
Yeah, Delusion Soul's out towards camo. Good shots on Meeks to get early damage onto him and then relocate. Doesn't fight off too much more right there with that fight. And because of that, this relocation is going to be a tough push to deal with. Blue Pockets does hit a first and hits a second shot with the snipe. As a setup holds strong for Whoopsie Daisies, and they're going to be able to gain the lead. And not only that, we're going to see how big of a lead they can run away with.
Might be too much to ask if anybody can match Envor with the snipe, especially after all the overkills we've seen him hit today. But if anyone's up for the task, it is Woo Pockets. And doing so just as well with the Bandit. And I was about to say, there he goes, 1v1 with Envor. They both ultimately trade out, and it's a net positive for Whoopsie Daisies because after that trade, they're stacking up more and more time. They're up 30 seconds now, just like that, and they have not relinquished control ever since it got to the back of A. They haven't needed a reset.
They're going to try and play for this camo. I actually love this by Delusion Soul. They're going to drop the ball, and everybody's going out for this camo. They know they have numbers advantage. They know they have the damage advantage, and because of it, because everyone pushes, Delusion Soul gets a triple, head on a swivel, right back to the oddball, efficiently getting time, but more importantly, also getting that camo control. So now, this setup is going to be so difficult to break.
MNK aim trainer, like triple kill there from Delusion Soul. 3 quick taps from the triple tap weaponry of the battle rifle. And they're just about one final hold away from, again, upsetting the competition. Whoopsie Daisies. We talked about if they'd have that advantage off the start, but hold the phone. They might just give back control, and they do. All 4 go down, so they're only 10 seconds away from victory. 10 right cuts the lead in half. And I'm curious to see if they continue to hold it at the small door, if they rotate it for the reset potential. But no, they're going to have to hold just as strong as we saw Whoopsie Daisies do so.
Yeah, it's all about getting these first couple of kills, and unfortunately, they're going to lose Unclean Dean here. Thermogenic does go down, but as the ball tries to rotate towards cuts, that's when it gets shut down. A nice shot from Perfect Force here. A body shot as well on Delusion Soul, but it's not going to be enough, and that's going to be the ball getting brought back to house. And with 8 points, all that's needed, Whoopsie Daisies is probably going to end this round here.
Final seconds ticking away. Woo Pockets with another great use of the snipe. Goes for the no-scope melee. More than the slay. Post Carnage. Secures the round 1 win. At some point, we just got to admit that Whoopsie Daisies is for real.
Yeah, they're playing. They're here to play. They've made their statement and their presence known here. And what you mentioned earlier that you're surprised and you need Woo Pockets to really replicate what Envor's doing with the snipe. You actually don't. You just need to keep the snipe out of Envor's hands, and if it's in Woo Pockets and good things happen, there's only one snipe on the map, so if you're putting it to use, that means Envor's not. So that's actually a massive positive. It is going to be perfect for as it ends up with the snipe this time around at the start of round 2.
Yeah, you're right. The cake is keeping it out of the hands of Envor. The icing on the cake is doing something with it yourself. And Perfect Force taking the cue from Woo Pockets. Earns a slay off the start. Body shot that's going to prevent them from pushing in. And look, great recognition. I've got that player one shot. They're not going to be able to challenge me. I'm taking this ball for free.
Yeah, even better recognition to make sure you're not bringing that in the house. He sees above him that all of his teammates are towards the tower, so immediately when he comes out of key door, he brings it right towards the cuts, bringing it towards the tower. Unfortunately, they are going to go down. This is a tough rotation, and it's cut off. Codden is going to be heavy under fire. Just try to throw the ball bottom middle, make it a little mixy for potential respawners, but nobody up in time to deny that ball from going back to tower for 10 right here.
Just love to see the skill ceiling and the skill distribution. Envor looks like he's playing at a faster pace. Like it looks like he's got a like back in Halo 3, the 110 speed percentage. That's what Envor's playing at right now. He does go down, but does help collectively take down 3 for Whoopsie Daisies, and this is exactly the bounce back the captain wanted.
Yeah, I mean that's what Envor has to do in order for this team to win, right? He's got to push the pace. He's got to find those opening kills before his teammates are really going down to gain that numbers advantage, and then play off your teammates and bait and switch and all that fun stuff. But I love that from him. He's able to push through key door, get a significant amount of damage, finds 2 kills, and buys time and damage on the 3rd and 4th player. That's allowed this 44 to 1 point lead here in round 2.
Yeah, a good-looking bounce back here. And a good-looking grenade toss there. Thermogenic doubles up, grabs the back smack as well. 3 go down for Tenrai, and whoopsie daisy, here's their chance to hold the oddball. Now, they had the oddball at A and really never let Tenrai in. Now they have the hedge your bet chance to reset the oddball if the push comes on too strong.
A lot of damage over on the Cuts players right there. And Camo's coming up, so you can see Tenrai playing for it. Nice shots with the commando from Connus. Even better quantum to make sure he stays alive. A little bit of a risk there, but pays off. Unfortunately, they do lose the battle at Camo, so it will be Tenrai with the Camo, but look at this. The round's going to be within 10 points by the time Envor is really able to activate this Camo into play.
It's a great corner to hide in. It's very difficult to pick that up, even with the best camo eyes. Ooh, Envor not going to go for the first available player. He's cooking up a different strategy than what most of the viewers at home might have thought, and for good reason. 5 perfect shots. Guy tries to double up here on the player S1. Cleans up, but gets taken out shortly after. 3 go down, and there's that reset that you afforded yourself when you set up at the back of C.
So Envor finds 2. That breaks open the setup, and we have nearly a tight game here. Snipe is the name of the game right now as the ball's reset to bottom middle. Perfect 4s once again with the snipe in hand. 17 to his name. We'll see if he can go off.
Drops onto the oddball. No one pushing for it. Interesting. That oddball's that's going to burn a lot of regulation time off the clock. Perfect 4s ringing out another shot from the S7. Doesn't connect, though. As he stays alive, works his way out towards the cuts, trying to support his captain, Envor, as they'll both slip and slide to the right. Oddball still at the starting point. And the stick comes through. How did that hit?
Hell of a stick onto the sniper there. Perfect 4s. Meeks is going to opt to hold on to that ball. I believe it's Envor that's picked up the... Or it's actually another player on the team. Unclean Dean has sniped up tower. This ball trying to be rotated. You would have just liked to sit back tower there. Bit of a risk extending yourself out into the open there when you know they're towards the elbow. And because of that, the ball does get played, but you lose the snipe. You lose the setup. Still a lead, though, for Tenrai to get back into this game. A nice money nade on the dummies. It's 2 players and no shield. So this battle is going to be really dictative of is this series or is this round going to be tied? Or is Tenrai going to run away with it?
That's the question on everyone's minds. With the oddball. In some routine resets the back at A, and the windmill comes through. Thermogenic. I believe Thermogenic has something to do with heat. Those shots were hot.
The dance was hot. That strafe was disgusting, and unfortunately, a world star just occurred. 8 points still. As this ball is towards the key door, Camo's coming up too, so a lot of decisions for players to try and balance.
Blue pockets, oddball. Just below his feet, but he's got 2 players inside of A that he needs to worry about. Snapshot onto Envor. Actually makes the... That's a rare spiker grenade working for you off the floor. He'll trade out. +1. Outcome there. Oh, that's a heat-seeking missile of a grenade toss there. Trying to spot out the camo. Thermo goes down to 1 shot. Will he get his shields back? He'll do one better than that, and he'll one-tap Envor. This is going to be a tough one to stay alive in. He finally relinquishes control of the camo, but it's the oddball that no one's had control of until 4 go down for Tenrai. And whoopsie daisies are going to set up at the snipe tower with the lead.
Yeah, this is going to be a strong setup over at the tower. They're going to have their opportunity to really get their feet planted into the ground here. How do they want to hold this? Are they able to get a couple of kills? Because if they are this round, and this game could be over.
Blue pockets playing the position of quarterback here, just trying to call an audible. Calls for the reset there. 3 pushing on C platform. Still turns
nice
2.
Double.
I'd say that's a great play, all things considered. They do lose 3 in the process, but that was a tough 2.
Yeah, Blue Pocket's giving you everything you can to make sure that this ball, once it's played, doesn't get picked up immediately. It stops the opportunity that Tenrai would have had. That double is everything to keep Whoopsie Daisy in a contestable position here.
Cognis from the corner, trying to work his way back into the fight. Got Envor dead ahead of him. A couple shots out into opponent. Escaping into A. Doesn't get the back smack on his opponent, but he does maintain high ground positioning. Should be an easy cleanup here. Onto Envor, and it's just that. 3 go down, and ironically, common knowledge is to take the ball to C, but I kind of like their setup at A, especially when Cognis is ripping domes with the snipe.
Trying to line this player up. Bottom cuts. Trying to just play his life. He's going to get a shield back here momentarily. The melee does take him out as he almost got enough shield to make that snipe melee work. But made him work for it nonetheless, and with 10 points, all you really need from Whoopsie Daisy, did that delay enough time?
clock is going to be a factor, not just in the sense that there's only 5 seconds needed to win it, but there's only 45 seconds left on the clock. This is it for Tourney. They've got to make their push. Oddball in the hands of Delusion, the god nade from Meeks. And they pick it right back up. Cognis trying to prevent the push and the rotation. Thermogenic comes through in the clutch. But this is a ball game. But again, look at the clock. 30 seconds left. Down by 30. You have to play perfect Halo if you don't want to go down 1-0.
All these players are weak, though. All these players from Whoopsie Daisy are no shield. But where is Tourney right now? It's a double kill. Another double, I should say, for Woo Pockets. Envor's here. Envor gets another kill. That ball's got to get picked up. Camo is going to be in the hands of Tourney as well, but you got to play perfect from here. You can't really afford a play ball scenario where you put it bottom middle and you can just delay.
Yeah, you're going to just have to play 3v4 the rest of the way because you can't afford now, not with 11 seconds left. You don't have the time to reset and get back to bottom mid. Down by 30-plus seconds. Got to be 100% on point here.
3-on-3. Make it a 3-on-2. Camo in the hands of Meeks. Got to go crazy. Maybe not the best statistical performance here, but you can keep your team alive here. The dummy ramp push is going to be 2, make it 3 from Whoopsie Daisies. Woo Pockets is finally able to take down Meeks, but Meeks does a great job of getting that damage. A rotation towards the pillars. Envor with the ball.
No.
Trying to make this happen. There is going to be a player that meets them. You have to think. 88 points, 89, 2 seconds. You cannot drop the ball. Player key door, it's chaotic, but the ball carrier lives. The ball carrier gets through and into big door.
Oh my god, you could drop it, or just go for the 100 seconds. What was that come from behind victory on for? It's the G slide to earn one of the most just unbelievable rotation come from behind wins I've ever seen.
I mean, and you want to talk about a stat line, 33, 26, and 20. 26 assists alongside his 33 kills. Envor, his presence is being felt here, giving them everything, and he needed every bit of those stats to get his team to this round 3 here in game 1.
Oh my god, my hands are on my head. My mouth is wide open. I am stunned at what I've seen, but we don't have time to break it down. We are live with round number 3. Who's going to take the early advantage in this grand finals? Cognis grabs the camo, a couple other grenades to his name as well. Looking for the cleanup there on Meeks. Gets it with the headshot, gets it with the sniper. Lines up the snipe as well. Phenomenal performance. And he might just take down Envor as well. That grenade to take him down considerably. But Woo Pockets comes in the clutch, and I am caught. It's just to take your turn playing insane Halo right now. The individual plays we're seeing from some of these players is blowing my mind.
Yeah, it's hard to follow, but Cognis is dodging grenades that entire time from players that were spawning towards the scoreboard right there. And the fact that he looks like Neo out there dodging the grenades just enough to get his shield back, stay alive. This camo has been everything, and finally they get a ball in the hands after the battle subsides, and this will be the first real setup of round 3.
Cognis is popping off to start round 3 as they've afforded their team a 15-second head start, but they had about 45 with 11 seconds left in regulation and still found a way to lose. So you're going to want to put Tourney away if you can here and hold on as long as you can, as that ball rolls off the map for a reset. Content, though, with the 22-second head start.
Yeah, absolutely. And Cognis starting off round 3 the way he did is the reason for this 22-point lead. We'll see how Tourney kind of rebound here. It was a unbelievable round 2 to get to this point, but was it off or not? It's a big question. Camo, the second camo will be coming up here in about 15 seconds. Oddball still bottom middle. Woo Pockets still with perfect shots. 3 do go down on the side of Whoopsie Daisies, making it a clean sweep. As camo comes up, the ball goes into the hands of Tourney. They're bringing it towards scoreboard. Envor's going to push before this camo comes up. He wants to be aggressive and deny some space from Whoopsie Daisy coming off spawn.
Yeah, sometimes the best play is the one that's unexpected. I do not think they thought Envor was going to make that push. Does leave camo behind, though. And now Delusion, closest one to it. They've got the numbers advantage. Right. And then some. As all 4 go down. Oh, my God, but Envor off spawn on the back of mud keeps the camo in play.
Yeah, it's a perfect spawn for Tourney, honestly, to have an angle, a sight line on that camo player, and capitalize on the damage being done by his teammates previously. And because of that, they're trying to get this camo, but Envor goes down as well. Perfect 4 is just going to be looking for that camo as well. Everybody goes down desperate for that camo now. on the side of Cuts, and it's Whoopsie Daisies that are going to have camo and a full scoreboard set up when it's all said and done.
Cognis makes his move with the camo, works his way up to the scoreboard, all the while more points being added to the scoreboard as Whoopsie Daisies at 48 seconds. Stop for now, anticipating the push coming from Tenrai. They're going to drop that oddball, play for Slays, and Cognis doing just that. Earns the shot caller medal, avoids the grenade toss through the middle of the map, picks up one of his own. Now starts to toss that out towards the camo. Perfect. Calls bank.
Kobe.
Or at least, yeah, the Kobe bounce pass there. As they'll continue to score more time. And Clutch, how huge is that? I mean, a stunning come from behind victory in round number 2 for Tenrai. But Whoopsie Daisy shut down any momentum, and it happened rather quickly.
Yeah, it's a great response, and honestly, if you're Whoopsie Daisy, it's more confidence that you're in this series real. If you're able to dominate this round 3 the way that they are currently, they almost got lucky. You'd have to think in how scrappy and how like random it felt like probably round 2 ended, falling short there for Whoopsie Daisy. But the fact that they're right back into this, that they've rebounded, they didn't let it get to them, and immediately responded the way they did. I mean, that's everything you want to see going into a grand finals.
I want to go into a listen-in with Tenrai and hear how they're strategizing to take this oddball back.
Restock me, man. Jesus Christ.
Where? Screens, two people. I got one. Screens right now. Screens still.
I'm so weak here.
Still there, 2. Key door.
Got one. Get the ball. Get the ball. Get the ball. Watch bottom. Could be going to C-pot right now.
One shot.
C-pot one shot. C-pot one shot the other guy, bro. C-pot one shot the other guy. I can't see him anymore. I can't see him. He might have went top, bro. He might have went top.
Game mode 6. Go to.
Top there now. I'm looking at A-pot too, bro. A-pot weak. A-pot one shot. Going screens. Screens one shot. Screens one shot.
Big door, big door.
On Obi one shot. On Obi one shot. Kill this kid. Kill this kid.
Back here.
I killed Camo Kid. I killed Camo Kid. Cut through now.
Everybody's weak.
They're gonna get spawns there. Go Obi. Go screens. Go screens, bro. Go screens. Go screens. Go screens. Not all of you guys. All right. Nice. We got spawns here.
Rat tunnel weak.
A-pot to the pistol right now.
I got sniped. One sniped.
Inside A weak.
One just CP'd. Big door. Big door weak. 2 rat. 2 rat.
What's the other guy?
Door. One key door.
Bottom center two guys. Bottom center two guys. Key door one shot in street. On Obi right now. Here, I'm moving here.
Key door.
One shot key.
No, window. Screens.
Wow. Well, when the mic's off, I'm just another Halo fan just making inaudible noises that nobody understands because this is just absolutely insane. Feverish pace. It's cranked up to 150 miles an hour, it feels like.
You can honestly hear the panic in Tenrai. They feel uncomfortable right now, and that's props to Whoopsie Daisy. And the control that they've had throughout this game 1. That's why they find themselves taking a series lead here in game 1, even with Onboard dropping 51.
Unbelievable. Hey, Woopockets wasn't too far behind. If we could take a quick look at the post-game Carnage report after a 2-1 victory from Whoopsie Daisies. Yeah, was it 43 for... Yeah, I mean, so that's 8 kills. That's 2 team wipe advantage. So, yeah, Envor's far and above the biggest member of the totem pole, but hey, Woopockets isn't too far behind. But then look at the grouping again. Whoopsie Daisies isn't here because they have the best players in the tournament or in the community. They're damn good. Don't get me wrong, but their composition, they're playing like a team of 4 that has scrimmed together, that has gone over VOD review, and they all know their role. And then again, look at the grouping: 34, 33, and 32 amongst the other 3 that didn't drop 40 plus. Everybody's playing their part.
Yeah, the damage difference and the numbers of everybody on the team is so much closer on the side of Whoopsie Daisy, and because of that, it's just consistent plays being made, and that's always easier to play around. That's always going to be the recipe for success, rather than having that one individual hard carry and then the other members kind of trying to pick up the pieces there. You need more from the rest, and I don't mean to beat a dead horse or knock too many players down. I understand Envor is probably the #1 seed in the draft tournament, and for good reason, obviously, but you're in a grand finals, you got to figure out a way to have more of an impact, deal a little bit more damage, and you'll have a lot more success.
Yeah, could you almost make a case that 50 was like a killing, like a double-edged sword, and that?
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's I see where you're going with that, because it's kills are just kills in Halo. Like, kills don't mean anything It's what you do with it. And despite having 50 plus for Envor, they weren't able to capitalize on the time and space that he was creating on the map because of that. Daisies take a 1-0 lead in this grand finals from the lower bracket. A lot of us get a chance to watch these players for the first time. I know we got a couple of OGs, though. I think I remember even Wu Pockets back in the Halo 2 era. Yeah, but they're making a name for themselves here in Halo Infinite as we are rocking and rolling here. Game number 2 with the captain himself, 50 plus in the previous game. If he does that here, they'll win for sure.
Yeah, the difficult part now for Envor is like when you're playing like that hard carry, a lot of the times you feel your hand is forced. You feel like you have to win every gunfight. Right there, you saw him lose a battle in pipes. It's an untraditional loss from him. You got to stay composed in these moments and understand that it's only game 1 of a series, and your team is in the grand finals coming through the winner's side for a reason. So you got to keep confidence in your teammates that they're going to get the job done as well. You don't want to get overzealous and start trying to force your hand too much to where it's starting to impact in negative ways your gameplay.
Yeah, and not only the gameplay, but the psychology, right? Like for Envor, like when we go to the next listen and the tonality and almost like the body language you make with the verbal, and does he sound frustrated? Does he sound like he's thinking to himself, oh, come on, guys, what the hell are we doing here? Like he's got to really keep it together as the captain, and not just the game, but out of it as well.
Yeah, you could tell in that first listen in that he was almost feeling like he was having to IGL to a negative extent, forcing players to go screens when you're not really able to focus on your own gameplay. So you kind of worry about how that's going. I do want to go into a listen in with Whoopsie Daisy. They've started this Slayer off 11-5 up 6, shock rifle in the hands of Thermogenic.
I help. Nice.
I got hit in the back from somewhere.
Where that? Probably gonna be gold stairs or something.
I spawned bottom A. Top here, and gold stairs, and gold stairs.
Watch out, top
come here. Top white.
Red stairs.
He's got shot.
Watch your red stairs.
Top white. Red stairs dead. No, yep.
I'm pushing white.
Grab shot.
Another
one top white.
Top eight.
A1. Bottom A, Mang.
Yeah, 2 of them top plus. Alright, he's top last. Top gold.
He came to be on
He's one.
He's one shot burrito.
I'm with you on burrito.
Envor's looking. Envor's batteries.
I'm coming.
He's weak in whirlpool.
One shot mid bridge, Mang.
Blue one here.
I got one. Another half wall.
Half wall still.
Half wall weak.
We're 2 down. We're 2 down right now. I spawned back C.
We can't camo.
We don't have camo.
Triple stack.
Triple stack. P-door. I'm gonna need your help.
Nah.
All right, Tenrai starting to put it together as it looked like it might have just slipped out of control and got out of hand a little bit, but instead they're tied 17 all. And I do believe they have a camo left as well. Hail Mary. Toss towards the shock rifle. I like the idea there. Oh my god, and it connects! No way! Looky what I found for Wu Pockets.
Nate doesn't make it onto the ledge. Envor falls. A little bit of an overzealous play from Envor there. You can't be going for that shock when you know the players are going to be top white and top A. Trying to take you out there, but trying to make plays, trying to get the power weapon into his hands and face for it with his life. Still a 1-kill lead for Tenrai right now. Whoopsie Daisy stuck in white. Weren't able to capitalize on really gaining any space. And now, look, they've been sandwiched. 2 players, no shield, and this is not where you want to be.
They are both absolute. But they maintain their shields. They actually get back up to full just about. And there we go. There comes the push. I was waiting for it. It's a collapse
a little
at that.
slow.
Envor now. Working his way through the White Hall. Up by 2. And like you said, Clutch, does he get a little overzealous? Does he start to overextend? Or does he stay within his game? This might be the greatest challenge he's faced in addition to some of the main stage matches we've seen him play in, huh?
That's a ridiculous statement.
Yeah. Now you know what Eli goes through.
Tries to push on the glass there, not to no shield. Loses his whole team, though, so this is a difficult spot, actually. He is top glass, stays alive, doesn't get pressed. Probably used to being pressured in that situation, especially as the last guy alive. But Whoopsie Daisy's opting to sit back, let the game come to them, and it's worked out in their favor with a 1-kill lead.
Tied 24 all. Tied 25 all. This game couldn't be any closer if you wrote the script. Feels like this whole day has been a script with all the game 5s and upsets, come from behind victories. I know Tenrai didn't win game 1, but that round 2 comeback is something I'll watch back in the VOD later on. But we've got live Halo for now.
Saying Envor now. Teammates get a couple of kills. That's big because now Envor, as these players trapped in blue and white, is the pinch going to come through is the big question. Envor going to take his time. There's a player right below him just baiting him out. But Envor sees that the map's a little bit too quiet, so he relocates. I like this. He has the grapple, gets it, and whoopsie daisies gets caught with their pants down trying to play for that. And now, player jumps up. You lost Envor with the camo. Can he stay alive? That nade actually reveals him for a second. But now he gets to work. Now he gets to find an opening.
He's waiting for the call-outs. His teammates, he's going to have to trust in them to make that call as to where he needs to go with the camo. It seems like the call has been made to collapse on the glass, and it should work out in their favor. Headshot for Envor. Easy cleanup here as far as he's concerned, but he runs out of ammo and stays far enough away to avoid the melee, but not long enough. Thermo actually takes him down. 30-30.
Yeah, that is a death that he's going to want back right there. That's a big kill that relieves not only a lot of pressure, removes camo from the map, but also puts you on respawn. Your entire team goes down in the meantime. You find yourself down 1, and now you're stuck at elevator. This is a difficult spot for Tenrai or for Whoopsie Daisies to work out of.
2 players a little out of the play, though, over on the long haul. Cognis, though, is their top gold, so he might be the priority for those pushing on the long haul. 3 players stacked up, it looks like, in Whirlpool and A. No, actually, 2-2 split now. So a great job by Whoopsie Daisies to regroup, get back together. They do drop first in that gunfight, but it ultimately comes out in a trade. 1 fall on each side, and still a 1-point game.
2-2 split, benefiting Whoopsie Daisies. Envor finally finds an opening from playing bottom middle there. Is able to kill 1 player at elevator. There's a second player there, though. His teammates got to be calling that out. Envor will clean it up. 16, 5-5, doing everything he can. A double kill killing spree, gonna try and push in here. Shock rifle spotted, knocked down the batteries, and respawners towards the elevator. Cognis. It's the no-scope at close range, and that was a massive kill to not only stop Envor, but to relieve a lot of pressure once again.
And in a 1-kill game, now 2. The 2 snipes that we've just recently seen are the difference right now as we approach the end game. Still 1 barrel left in that shock rifle. 5 shots in total. The game is in Cognis' hands. Can he hold on to it? He goes down to 1 shot, and he finally goes down. Envor picks him up. Woo Pockets in the Dorito goes down. 3 go down for Whoopsie Daisies, and we're tied once again. 3-all, 38-all.
Yeah, you worried about Whoopsie Daisy there. They were all turtled towards the elevator, and once you take that initial damage, that's the key to push. That's Tenrai's opening ticket. They're able to push into the elevator, get kills unanswered, and with that, make it a 1-kill game.
Tenrai momentarily in the lead, up by 1. Woo Pockets, very used to the battle rifle here. Long range efficiency. But now he works his way back to the C platform. Perfect 4s to melee battle.
God.
Oh, Envor found the back of 1. Delusion's now doing that with the use of the commando. And I believe Envor has the camo. Uncle Dean with a big win there on Delusion. And for what's been a tie game all throughout to this point, Tenrai are now at 5.
Yeah, Woo Pockets coming out of long haul there. Didn't get the correct comms that player was C-plat. Didn't check that bottom corner that's so often checked when a player is knocked down to no shield C-plat. He just falls into the pit. Because he doesn't check that, he actually is hesitant to push into C with that. Cost him his life, and then the sandwich comes through. Tenrai once again collapsing on these players perfectly to get this lead up to 4. Make it 5.
Meeks, big melee there. Has the trade sticky potential here. Insta-explode? No, doesn't get it. 42-45. It's still close. Woo Pockets maintains his life, gets his shields back. The shock rifle is up. This is their opportunity to come back.
Is anybody going to give him a pick is a big question. 2 players pushing over towards the red stairs. Wisely backing up. Don't combo your teammate. It's closer than it needed to be there. 1 pushes red stairs. Keeps his teammate alive, which is big. 45-43.
Close. And there is enough ammunition left in this shock rifle where try to materialize a way for Woo Pockets to have a lane, to have a line of sight, to take a shot like that, but he does not connect on the head. Instead, right shoulder feeling a little sore for Meeks. ultimately gets cleaned up on long enough. So a delayed assist, 44-45. It's just a 1-kill game once again.
Yeah, massive damage coming from Woo Pockets there. Gets 2 players to no shield. That opens up the gates for Whoopsie Daisy to push into white. Capitalize on that damage, and look at Tourney's spot. They're trapped long haul. This is a bad spot for them to be in. People getting picked off left, right, and center, and now the push from top glass is coming through. The shock rifle is going to get 2 players pretty damn weak as they both back up in the sneaky, and they're losing space continuously. Camo is coming up right now. It is shrouded, and Woo Pockets doing a phenomenal job to relocate to impact the battle for Camo. 2 players die on each side, extending the lead once again to 2, but only 2 kills to go for Tourney to end this game.
And you thought the 2 kills there from Woo Pockets would have tied it up at 46, but the tertiary battle on the long haul was the most important one, as 2 players fell for Whoopsie Daisies, netting Tourney the 48-46 lead, still with 3 shots, enough to take the lead, 49-48, but you gotta see some perfect headshots now. A body shot might not be good enough.
Look at Onboard hiding in the Mangler pit. Woo Pockets did spot him, however. Onboard thinks he's being sneaky. Okay, we're walking top mid when the player has shock rifle. That was close. That would have been a big pick, but Onboard was sneakily playing towards the Mangler pit, just hiding. But Woo Pocket spotted him, so they're up that someone could be close. Where did Onboard go? Minute on the clock makes things a lot more interesting as well.
Yeah, that red flash from the UI indicator, clutch, and letting us know how tight it's gotten. And that really, I think as soon as they saw 59 seconds on the clock, it almost forced like an unexpected push from Whoopsie Daisies where they're ready to play it out, but instead they pushed to their death as Tourney get right back in the series and tie it up at 1.
As close as it could be. I mean, these 2 teams in the grand finals for a reason. Tie the series up from Tourney, 20 bomb from Onboard. The story continues. He's got 70 on the series, 71. If we're keeping an Onboard kill tracker here in the grand finals. We're going to Empyrean CTF. A lot of power weapons for these boys, and if you're Whoopsie Daisy, that game just fell out of your hands there in the mid game, and it wasn't like they were ever able to make up the difference in that like couple round of slays where they were trapped at elevator. But I mean, it's tough to stop a player when he's hot, and Onboard right now, he's hot.
Man, the Vegas odds on Onboard reaching 100 kills by game 3 are you bet pretty $1 to win a cent. Like, yeah. It's all but guaranteed that we witness.
Like your odds, as long as it's not a quick game.
yeah, as long as exactly, as long as it's not a quick game. But the likes of the pit, he's gonna have twice the amount of snipes to work with if you'd like to do so, twice the amount of ammo at that. So excited to see what Onboard can do in this one, and excited to see how Whoopsie Daisies bounce back. Right, like game 1 looked a little too, outside of round 2, looked a little too easy for a team that's coming in as the underdog. I think now we saw a little bit more of what we were expecting in game 2, which is a close game, but Tourney coming out on top. How can Whoopsie Daisies, or how does Whoopsie Daisies respond?
Honestly, I think Whoopsie Daisies is playing good Halo still. Recharge Slayer is one, it was a close game, and 2, it's just an odd stylistic game type in Halo Infinite. So I wouldn't be hanging my head right now if I'm Whoopsie Daisies. We're right in this series, and I feel like the objective showed that they're here to play. I think you got to prioritize the power weapons coming up, but if you're able to do so, I think everybody has shown a little glimpse right there. I mean, the shock rifle to the headshot there, that's an incredible timing shot, because if you eat that melee there, you're probably dead to Onboard. But a big shot from Cognus, he's shown that he can pop off. Woo Pockets has obviously popped off. Delusion Soul has even done some great things with the snipe so far. So a lot of promise going into a game type that revolves around the S7s and the rockets, and total team control and ability to use these power weapons.
And I just noticed something, and we don't need to rewind it. We could for the visual of it, but 37-35, Whoopsie Daisies up by 2, and Onboard has 17 kills. He ended up with 20, which is insane. But only 3 kills in the final 15 that his team needed. He only counted for 1 in every 3. I mean, and I don't know if I did the math right, but I guess what I'm getting at here is that while maybe Perfect Fours, Dean, and Meeks didn't have the most slays in the game, they really stepped up in the end game. Like I said, the final 15, 1 in every 5. There we go. I knew that was a little bit worse than 1 in 3, but yeah, for Onboard to lean on his teammates a little bit there, that's more of a confidence boost, I'd argue, than the 20 bomb.
You don't get carried to championships. That's the saying as old as time. And
yeah,
these guys are going to have to do their part as well to get over the finish line here. I mean, Envoy is going to give you a heroic performance from the looks of it, but can you do your part as well to get across the finish line? They did it in Game 2. They tied this series up. Game 3 on the horizon.
Game 3 on the horizon, and so too is that purple sky of the reimagined pit here in Halo Infinite, known as Empyrean. I'll always call it pit, or at least feel like it's pit, because it is a one-to-one scale. Yeah, this is the pit CTF, a decisive Game 3 to determine who takes the 2-1 series edge. All right, here we go. Kicking things off as we've got Wall of Death at a metal concert. Off the start.
Nice rocket.
Ooh, almost a collateral. And a nice rocket nonetheless. Does take down one and take down 1 to 1 HP. And just like I said, double the snipe if you're Envor. And I can't believe they didn't grab snipe if you're Whoopsie Daisies. This is where Envor turns this into a 1 kill into 10.
Envor. A lot of ammo to work with here. He's going to try and optimal the flag, and I don't like that. Yeah, I mean, you got so much snipe ammo to work with. You give away your location. You try to get that flag to the first, but you just don't have the timing down, and because of it now, you transfer that snipe over, and it's Delusion Soul that's found himself a stacked sniper.
12 shots to work with, and he's about to make Envor pay twice with it. Body shot connects. It's going to send Envor back. Likes to play aggressive, but hard to do that when you're only 1 shot.
Ammo push right here. Opting to do it with the bandit and not the snipe. I actually like that play as the perfect shots come through. Can you finish the second kill, however? Just gets around that corner. He's going to reach out, you green. You better be careful. Okay,
No
do it that way then.
Fine, we'll do it live. Here at Clutch Academy GG on Twitch. That was sick. Oh!
No scope.
Gets a second one. Gets that flag down into the towards the wall sheet. It might actually be a difficult spot where it's more closer to the flag than not. No, here we go. Counter cap coming through, and you can close your eyes. 1-0, 10 Rye.
Enemy flag returned.
Yeah, from the snipes that we were seeing there from Delusion Soul, for that to transition into a cap almost seconds after you get those 2 kills, got to be pretty deflating on his side, but obviously a lot of game left here. Great efficiency out of Tenrai to just overextend, leave him back at the base, deal with them as they did, but more importantly, get that flag on the move and find your timings to be able to get a 1-0 lead here in Game 3.
You're doing a really good job prioritizing Envor. You can just sense that when Envor's 1 shot, they're not just calling 1 shot on the long haul. They're calling out Envor 1 shot on the long haul. That's the kind of attention a player like that demands. As Cognis, a little bit of a delayed counter cap, but this looks about as good as the previous one we saw Envor put in. And notch it up, 1-1. We're tied.
Yeah, interesting at the timing of this, because rockets are coming up as well. Are they going to be able to cap this flag and compete for rockets is the question. Delusion Soul looks like he's in there like swimwear, has the rockets in his back pocket, and this could be a big opportunity to not only get on the board to tie this game up, but to break it wide open with a lead. You're already through camo. This is big if your rocket player is able to find a couple of kills.
Yeah, look at this, Wes. Despite previously scoring, Cognis gets all the way back into the flag. Now, maybe a little early on the pull, but
yeah,
still like the aggressive play as Envor, second lease on life and a second chance with the snipe.
The enemy sniper, too. It's Whoopsie Daisy snipe. So Envor behind enemy lines. They know he's here, but can they deal with him is the question. First player gets taken down. Envor once again, snipe in hand, no shield. Gotta get your shield back before you can make another play here. A couple of kills from his teammates will guarantee this cap pretty much going in. Envor going to slow it down, however. Knows he's got to get some kills. There's a player behind him, however. I think. No, that player went to the first and gets the loss, and because of it, the triple kill for Envor. Last player alive. Please, someone shoot him. I'm going to run the flag. Envor says he's doing it all right now.
Yeah, I was just about. He's doing it all, and his focus on winning this tournament is so clear. He could have had the Twitter clip, 50,000 impressions, which doesn't pay as much as this tournament's going to pay you if you win. But the fact that Envor didn't even glance at the potential nasty overkill, which he probably would have hit, tells me how much he wants to win this tournament.
Yeah, I would have dropped it for sure and gone for the over.
Same. There's no question. I'm going for the over. Oh, perfect fours now. He's got the snipe. It's almost like Like the snipe capability from Envor is leaning into his teammates like osmosis.
Gonda's going to be able to get that kill. Over towards the overshield. Looks like Delusion Soul's the most progressed player on the map. His teammates go down, so he's going to slow this down, play for respawners. I don't know, swivel here on mouse and keyboard, you can tell. Gets the kill on the Meeks. That's an opening pick. We'll see if they're able to push through the high side of the map.
Delusion pushing through with support. The 2-2 on the green wall on the long haul. As Delusion's just trying to find perfect fours. There he goes.
Yeah, he
Perfect
jumped
four.
right over his head.
Yeah, cleaned up. Yeah, impressive to make a... that's usually like a controller player that would have a trouble turning on that, but Delusion and M&K. A little bit difficulty there. Ultimately got the kill. Goes down shortly after, but all this distraction is going to open up the opportunity for Cognis to pick up the rockets. Does take some nade damage, but he should be able to get off at least 2.
Big push coming through here. Finds one with the rockets. Envor's on the plat. Wow, can't find the player in the pit, and that player was training the whole time. Those rockets don't create the opening that you would hope to need if you were Whoopsie Daisies to try and get a flag on the move there.
Yeah, now it's a long 2.5 minutes until the next rockets come up. The next 30, though. Sniper's up. Woo Pockets on top with the double kill. Still push through the green hall. Good shots. Onto Perfect Force. Takes him down to 1 shot. Spawners, though. Squad spawners occurring. So you might chase the ant back to the hill, but the whole army's waiting.
Envor got through. Envor is somewhere on the other side of the map. He's going to try and stop this cap, but I'm not sure he's going to have the gunpowder. Envor finds a kill. That kill is also a big one. So now that you're in a 4-on-2, that cap should be dead to rights, and you're at the risk now because that happened of a counter cap.
Yeah, Envor is on his Legends steez right now. He's looking like this reminds me of Legends gameplay where he's just as good as he is. He's got the flag in his hand the whole game because play to win. And Envor now playing for the kills. Double attack, killing spree. 5 in a row. Cognis shuts down the spree for now. Not going to see another frenzy from the likes of Envor. But again, he's made it very clear in this game 3. No more overkills, no more killing frenzies. He'll get it if he gets it. But he's playing for the win.
That's not going to transition to a cap. Woo Pockets actually gets a kill onto the flag carrier that's delayed this flag run. Uncle Dean, Unclean Dean, not Uncle Dean. I saw Uncle for a second.
I thought it was Uncle this whole time. Jeez.
He was trying to play towards that flag on the high side, but the fact that Woo Pockets is able to snipe that flag carrier actually stops everything Envor was able to do.
Envor with the snipe. What do you know? Back in his hands. Errant shot towards Delusion. Oh, he's really good at hitting those contested fadeaway jump shots. Doesn't connect there. OS up soon. It's a fight for it. The no-scope lands. No-scope lands again on the body. Should see an assist pop up in the feed, but no, Woo Pockets, nice route to escape towards Envor's side of the map, and it doesn't look like he expected that. Yeah, now it's a pretty fair fight. Fair enough to where both trade out.
Promising opportunity here for Whoopsie. They're going to be trying to play for over, so there is one player towards the first BR. This might have tried to pull the flag, you would have think. Oh, no. Meek's not able to get that kill on Delusion Soul. That's going to be overshield and a 1-bullet snipe being transferred over to Whoopsie Daisy. However, Unclean Dean has found the rockets.
Cognis has crossed enemy lines, and now he's got the flag in his hands. Taking some shots, though. At some point, he's going to have to drop and play for Slays, but no, the overshield in the form Thermogenic as they make an appearance here in this game number 3. A huge play for them. Has gotten their flag back into their base. Thermogenic takes down Envor, so they have just about the least amount of kills in the lobby, but it's the important ones. And the one that may have mattered most, Delusion, though, now the last Spartan alive, and he gets it in to tie it up at 2. Unbelievable.
Yeah, they tied it up, but are they going to get countercapped on? This is a big opportunity for them to get a countercap. Cognis was the first one up. He's going to push to the cuts. 2 players actually go towards the cuts. Nobody going towards the pit, so nobody gets eyes on the flag. And that flag gets through long haul. It's a counter cap. You got the cap, but at what cost? It was the cost of everyone dying on the map, and because the first player that comes off respawn isn't able to get into the pit and find a kill, I mean, that's game. And a beautiful job of making sure even if they get this cap, we're going to answer right back from Tourney as they take the series lead 2-1.
Man, look at this grand final series layout. 1 point disparity in game 1, 3 in game 2, and 1. So a total of 5 points. 5 kills, it feels like, is what it's come down to. This series could not be any closer. What a treat this has been to watch.
Taking a look at the stats now. It's 21 from Envor. No surprise there. Your under would have hit if you had under 100 for the first 3 maps.
Ah, you're right.
92.
Yeah.
But, I mean, I think the story here is Perfect 4 is landing 16. Unclean Dean with 11. Like, he's getting a lot more help here, right? A lot of more pieces to the puzzle happening here. A lot of guys stepping up. I mean, even Meeks with the last flag run there, that was big time, right? Like, everything has to go perfect for this team to have the success that they're having, and that's why they have the series lead here after 3.
Yeah, and it wasn't until just in real time, like 10, 12 minutes ago at tops, is when Tourney really took control of the series. And I'm not referencing the 2-1 series lead. I'm referencing when it was 37-35, Whoopsie Daisies up by 2. And Envor, not that he went to sleep the rest of the game, but he didn't really do much. He didn't have to do much because Meek stepped up, Perfect 4 stepped up, and Unclean Dean was doing his thing. And we saw a lot more of that in game 3 as well. Meeks with the clutch cap to get around the corner. Perfect 4s, we saw not only some nice plays from his POV or even off screen, but just by looking at the stat sheet, put up 16 and kind of riding right behind Envor. We haven't really seen that yet, not only in the grand finals, but really all throughout the day. So I think that's a big thing in these pickup tournaments, in these draft tournaments with Clutch Academy. Who can look like a captain that's a second pick or a first pick? Who can look like the 4th pick but play like the 2nd? And we're starting to see that come together for Tourney. That's why they're up 2-1.
Vacancy, King of the Hill is the name of the game, I believe. And with that being said, there's just a shock rifle on the map. Not too much power to go on, so you have to almost favor Whoopsie Daisy here as this map gets underway. They've had the 4 more consistent players, I feel like, throughout the broadcast, but the pop-off from Envor has been enough, and then Tourney really stepping up throughout the rest of the series here. Are they going to continue at that pace, or is Whoopsie Daisy going to wake up and take this to a Game 5?
Yeah. That's a big question on everyone's minds. Off the start, though, Whoopsie Daisies do claim first bit of time. Crowd screen within the hill, but when you got a grenade, that's going to do the trick. And speaking of trick, Envor getting tricky with that grapple. I don't even know if he knew where he was going to land.
Yeah, ambitious from him, and unfortunately a player spawned back yellow as he was doing it, so he ends up just getting kind of caught out to dry there. Can't get a shield back, and that's going to be the entire team going down here, it appears. Perfect Force still in the pit, trying to push on the Cognus, but great teamwork. Way to play your life from Cognus, and we've seen what he can do with the shock rifle on recharge for a little bit, so we'll see if he can replicate that here.
Tourney down in the early goings of game number 4, but once again, now Envor does have 4 assists, but everybody else on the team has slays, so his teammates have continued to answer the bell, and I have a lot of respect to them for stepping up to the challenge. It can almost be a blessing and a curse to play with a player as talented as Envor, because you just feel like you're not doing enough, but everybody for Tourney right now is. However, Whoopsie Daisies are the ones in the lead, but Thermo's the last player alive. This is where Tourney could turn on the jets, and you do a number on Envor there if you're able to take him down, but he survives.
Great job by Tourney there to break that setup. It looked like it was a very promising opportunity for Whoopsie Daisy. Shock rifle on hand, you get all 4 down, you got set up, but Tourney pretty much break it right before they needed to. And Whoopsie Daisy only with about 80 progression. You can see Tourney about to tie that up with 1 more round of slays here.
It all comes down to this. One final push from Whoopsie Daisies, but whoops, they've already lost 2. This is going to be very tough. It looks like Tourney certainly scored the point. Now you just got to go next.
Great start for Tourney here as they try to close this series out, try to close this tournament out with 1 more map win here. Unclean Dean on a killing spree, and that's exactly what the doctor ordered for Tourney fans to try and in this series before it goes to 5 here. Unclean Dean does get taken down, but killing spree boosts the confidence. When that metal, when Jeff Sticer starts going into your ear in the tournament, let me tell you, killing spree gets the juices going. You start feeling like you're dominating, and all of a sudden it can really start to spiral in your favor.
Double kill.
Dopamine, as the great Formal calls it. Dope. A lot of dope there for Tourney, and specifically Envor, who just had Jeff Sticer in his ear. Now he's ripping and roaring with the grapple hook, trying to find the back of not only 1, but maybe 2 or 3 opponents, but perfect timing to get out of there, right? I think he kind of got baited into trying to continue to get damage out, but he had such great game sense to know where the push was coming from. Because of it, he's still alive.
Envor surrounded, loses his teammates, forced to play his life. They did spawn right above him. Does he have any idea that a player could be above him? Is the question. He's able to kill that hill carrier for free and then relocate. Those players actually took routes away to where they would have had an opportunity to kill Envor before he's able to kill your hill guy. You never want to see the hill guy die first. That means it was a pretty weak setup where something wasn't being watched, and Envor breaks open the setup with 3 kills.
That's a great point. I have never even thought of that, but that is a great point. If the hill possessor goes down first, no one's covering it. You got to have somebody protecting the hill, the oddball, whatever it is, the flag runner. It's the name of the game in Halo. Right now, Whoopsie Daisy are reaching their full potential as they take down 3 for Tourney. Momentary reset for the blue crew as Whoopsie Daisy's at the 65, 75 percentile, and if they stop this next push, they've already started to do so. 2 go down, make it 3. And it might be a GG go next for Tourney, like it was for Whoopsie Daisies on Hill 1. We're looking at a tie. If all 4 go down, you got to go next at this point.
Yeah, it should be. It should be a game, or a hill in their favor, I'm sorry. It should be tied up here. That run of plays was perfect. That setup was perfect. And because of it, they tied this game up as the hill moves over towards green.
Going next is so important. That's how Whoopsie Daisies were able to tie it up. They had the early possession of that second hill. Now, Tourney have that advantage by rotating and not necessarily getting the first bit of time, but they are the closest ones to it. But it's a 2-2 split. It's about as even as it could get. So despite having the positioning, they don't have the time. Cognis pushes in. Meeks gets the slay. But it's still a net even 2-2 split.
I'd love to go into a listening with Whoopsie Daisy as their tournament lives are on the line here. They've regained momentum, and they're going to have to break this setup over at green. Whoopsie Daisy.
Greenwell dead. Cuts. Top mid. Greenwell dead. Top mid, one shot, top mid.
I'm gonna die.
Right. 3 dead, guys. 3 dead. 2 up. On 4 and Meek.
I got 2 in him, Cog.
Two response.
Yo, play red, Dill, play red.
Yep. I'm top mid looking at your cross.
Kill them.
I got shots on me.
Dill needs top red.
Yep.
I killed one.
I'm coming.
Good job, Cog.
Keep coming back.
No. Stay red, Dill.
On you. He's weak up bottom mid.
Bottom mid dead. 2 dead.
Weak here on ping.
Yeah, one shot.
Ooh, weak on bottom red. Maybe stop.
Yeah, on stairs
Nice.
right now. I'm on my body.
Chasing.
Bottom
On green cuts now. Green cuts now.
Nice.
Green cut's weak.
I lost shock. There's a guy top red, one weak.
One's gonna be outside red. Get this guy first. Get that. Never mind.
One dead.
Minus.
He's Sword Hill.
One shot on my X. He is on my body. One shot. Envor. Envor still on my body.
I need help back here. He has thrust.
Yellow BR.
I'm dead.
In hill. There's 2 in hill. They're both weak.
I heard that.
Bottom red tower. There's 2.
They're gonna respond to me. Come to me.
Top
red tower.
One's one shot over there. The other's weak below.
All right, Tourney down 2-1, but they are in the lead on hill number 4 at about 40%. Cognis earning an assist, watching the waiting spawners there for Tourney. He's going to work a rotation here as picks up the shroud screen as well. I don't think they know he's made this flank. They do not.
Oh, wow. This is a massive opportunity. Unfortunately, he maybe shoots too early. You want to try and get some initial nade damage or something to make those kills a little bit easier, but gets turned on there by a couple of players. Is obviously a little bit overextended. The play could have been great. I love the route, but unfortunately it doesn't work out in his favor. The battle's still continuing, however, and Blue Pocket's making up for it with a double. Can't get the triple, but honestly, the kills still come through for Whoopsie Daisy. They control inside of red, so everything going right still. The momentum clearly in their favor. These backs against the wall, and they're responding unbelievably right now.
Now, it doesn't get the triple, but you get the 3 down nonetheless. You'll take it. And with 118 left on the clock, this is it. This is a must-win hill for Tourney. I not quite a must-win hill, but it would be really tough
it's
to
pretty
come
much.
back. Yeah, it's pretty much a must-win. You could, especially with how small this map vacancy is, but this is it for all intents and purposes. They got to have it. Here comes the push. Waiting for it around the corner. They've got the setup, and uh-oh, 2 just went down. Wu Pocket should go down as well. 3 go down, but 2 go down for Tenrai. Cognis, potential hero play here. Playing it patiently, though. Envor, down to 1 shot. Cognis is just going to wait for his teammates to spawn back up, but he has done a little bit of damage on the Tenrai.
Yeah, great play by Cognis here to buy some time, wait for his teammates to respawn. Normally, a player would have just overextended trying to make a play, trying to get those last couple steps, but because he waits for his team, he might have an opportunity, but Meeks actually picks up the kill. It's actually all 4 down. Somehow, Tenrai win that fight, even with how well Wu Pockets played that situation, and because of it, Tenrai back in the hill, and now Whoopsie Daisy coming off spawn, trying to get into house. They're able to get a kill. They get steps in, and that's going to be a 3-1 lead now for Whoopsie Daisy as reinforcements off respawn were able to get there somehow in time.
You're looking at 30-30, really 30-20 at this point. Cap and try to tie this one up, send it to sudden death, but with every waning moment in the gray neutral, this clock becomes almost like a 5th teammate for Whoopsie Daisies.
The bottom mid hill, can you hold it strong? It's so difficult with all the different angles. Envor stuck out. He gets taken down. Now your best player's down. The hill gets neutralized. 2 players on respawn, 30 seconds to go. 1 more round of slays really ends this game and brings us to what is an inevitable game 5 after today's turn.
You'd have it no other way. The birthday buff. Happy birthday again, Clutch. Do so much for the community. We appreciate you, brother. 18 seconds left in this one, as it is all but over. I'm just trying to formulate a plan or a vision for a comeback, and I just don't see it. This one's going to have the white flag being waved here. Uncle Dean, though, it does get a nice shroud screen double. This one's all but over.
Yeah, it's when the hill moves to top mid, it's just too difficult. And Wu Pockets off screen finds himself an overkill in the kill feed. He's going to put a punctuation on that. He's going to say, we're going to a game 5.
And what does that Discord sound like right now? That's a party over there, man. It's a Mountain Dew and Doritos. They got to be feeling pretty good about themselves. And Wu Pockets especially. Talk about carrying the momentum after tying up the series. You did so with an overkill.
That's one way to get yourself into a game 5, especially for Wu Pockets, a guy that's been playing so well pretty much all day. For him to, in that game, the team has got to be fired up seeing that in the feed, and everybody's got to be rearing for this game 5 to kick off. You have an opportunity to reset the bracket here and now, first to 50 kills.
Whew, oh man. Wouldn't have it any other way. As we are looking at a game 5 in the grand final. Reset the stage. Tenrai have the winner bracket token in their back pocket. So if they were to fall here in game 5, they would still have another opportunity in the best of 5. But imagine this is such an underdog team is so momentum based, and not to say that they don't have skill, strategy, communication, all the things you need to actually win. But when you're the underdog, you have a little seeing is believing factor when you start to take games like this and win series like this. So I think for Tenrai, they've got the winner's bracket token in their back pocket, but they don't want to use it.
Yeah, it's never a good feeling to have the bracket reset, and how often do we see when the bracket does get reset, the team that resets the bracket just gains all the momentum, all the confidence in the world, and then from there it's just almost impossible to rip it away from them. Right now, Whoopsie Daisy playing with a ton of confidence. You see individuals starting to make plays, play their lives in such strong positions. It takes me back to this 4th point, I'm sorry, but I think it was Wu Pockets top plat there. When he just stayed alive, last player alive, plays his life, gets damage onto 2, finds a kill as well. And it actually ends up benefiting them. What looked like it was going to be a disaster and a tie game ends up all of a sudden a 3-1 lead with a minute on the clock, basically calling game then and there. Those individual plays, the fact that they're playing their life, that presence of mind, that every micro thing I do makes a difference for my teammates to be able to capitalize on. That's how you win tournaments. That's how you win games and big series. Game 5 underway now, and we're getting this on board with Envor.
Here we go. Game 5 underway, and Envor is not waiting get in the mix, but he does get taken down shortly after, so you'll take a 1-1 trade split, I think, if you're able to neutralize the best player in the tournament, as the Rockets are still up on the other side of the map. I believe Tourney have the snipe, perfect fours, have perfect positioning here because the push is coming through, and oh, he doesn't earn the trade.
Yeah, Nate blows up before he can melee. 4-2, Whoopsie Daisy take the lead, and all of a sudden you're stuck at a base right now. Cognis has a snipe, and we know he can do some work. He's already starting to rip faces, takes off Uncle Dean here as he repositions Top Cat.
Cognis, no ammo left to work with, but that's because he was putting it to work previously. 3-2-1. He's the high side performer so far in this game 5. The legends are made. Picks up the carbine. You're on the elbow. 4 players still in the base here for Whoopsie Daisy, as Tourney are making their move. Grenades going out from Onboard. He did alert the other team to his position, but he doesn't care. Still gets the kill and has great support there through the flag stump to keep it close. Not only close, but they flipped the score 8-7.
Still as close as it could be, and if you're Tourney, I think you take this the way that this game has gone so far. It feels like you probably gave up a lot of the power, a lot of the control. You were in very difficult spots early on. 2 of your teammates don't have kills, and you're still in a tight game.
That's a great point. I always kind of think, like, well, what happens if they get online? What happens if they do start to get a kill or two? They're already close, or they were previously up in the lead, and it'd be well afforded to get Meeks and Unclean going here. Meeks will fall, though. Blue Pocket stays alive on the snipe side. Lucky to not take any damage from that fragmentation. That gets his shields back up to full. 12-10 here, as it's still close. Meeks, great grenade toss there. Oh, and a great flank from Perfect Force. Great grenade, great positioning, great shots, great help from Envor across the map. Oh, that was a perfect play from Tourney, and they've gotten themselves the lead once again because of it.
Envor and Perfect Force combined for 13 kills. Tourney have 13 kills right now. You need the other 2 to start getting online and to find some damage of their own, but right now it's a great job by them to keep their team in this and just buy time for those other 2 to fall into their comfort zone for the rest of this game.
Oh, there's one way to get on the board. Unclean Dean from the heavens sends the oppositions to hell.
Doesn't have to be flashy, just get the rockets. Put them to use. I like that. Unclean Dean finds himself 2 kills, gets himself on the board. Everyone on Whoopsie Daisy stuck in the back of blue right now, and Uncle Dean pushing in the window here. Not the best rocket, and maybe not the best route, but is able to stay alive.
Again, though, it goes back to the grand finals, and yeah, that's a routine rocket kill. I'm sure Unclean Dean probably gets that with his eyes closed in matchmaking for the grand finals with everybody watching and $1,500 on the line. Shot's a little bit more difficult than it looks.
Yeah, hopefully you're just worried about yourself right now and not about the money that could potentially be won, but obviously minds can be racing in these moments. Still stuck at this base, however. Big 1v1 down bottom middle right now. Can he get some help? The player overextends out into the open, but nobody there. That player's going to get his shield back. Still 2 players stuck in the bottom of the elbow for Whoopsie Daisy. One goes down as Envor gets traded out. Meeks is on the board here, 1-6-6. 6 assists to the name, finds a snipe. Can we get a flash from Meeks? A nice no-scope to the body. Nice.
Another assist.
Stays alive. We'll take that every day of the week.
It just goes, again, Wes, it just goes back to, just playing your role. I'm sure Meeks would like to have more than 1 kill, but with 7 assists, just a big reason why her team is up by 5.
Good plays turn into stats right there.
Yeah.
Can't hit the no-scope, but finds herself a nice, easy kill on a no-shield player. Cleans it up. Her kill gets cleaned up. Good teamwork from Tourney with a 5-kill lead now.
Yeah, you can't just look at the stats or even the K counter and just to say, well, they're having a bad game, they're not having a bad game. I mean, it comes down to the eye test, and what we're seeing from Meeks has been rather clutch. Misses a couple shots there, but has been very consequential with the damage.
Wasting the snipe ammo, not missing.
And wasting the, there you go, wasting the snipe ammo as well. I mean, that is heads up Halo as you could ask for.
This player stuck bottom middle Envor trying to take him out. I believe he has 1 more snipe ammo. Yeah, that was what I was worried about, was the head being ripped off with that last bullet. Envor making him work for it, breaks him down, gets the kill. Great job by him, and now has a ton of pressure on him. But this is an opportunity for the rest of his team to potentially push. Envor's still behind the plat, able to stay alive. Nobody pushes him. You can see how much respect he's earned from everybody in the lobby.
Yeah, Envor's not going to give you anything for free. And Soul, oh, Thermogenic actually helps out. Meeks, cross map. Oh, doesn't connect. Oh, but does take. No, that's Maybe hit. Yeah, I was about to say Unclean Dean maybe went down to one shot. You're doing so much damage, everybody can get it, huh?
31-30. As close as a game as it could be. Envoy with 14. Tourney with a 1-kill lead here, but they don't have a ton of control. You favor Whoopsie Daisy in this position, as long as they don't get picked off here.
Yeah, I'd rather be Whoopsie Daisy right now. Not after that opening breaks frag from Unclean Dean, but you're absolutely right. Only down by 1 and with the better map control. But Tourney have flipped it on its head. Unbelievable. They were working out of a trap in their spawn. Tourney had the 50-yard line controlled across the entirety of the map, but did nothing with it.
I like this from Perfect Force. You go to your strong player and you just anchor him, right? Envoy on the elbow right here, able to get a kill with the carbine. You just want to support him. You know he's going to be dealing damage. Can somebody finish some of the kills for him? Snipe is up right now. This player stuck bottom middle. Envoy gets the comms that he's no shield. Can't quite get the kill with the nade. Can't finish him off either. That's tough. The sniper is going to be in the hands of Whoopsie Daisy right now. They're going to have map control as well. This is the moment of whether or not you extend the series.
Yeah, they're going to get a second chance to win this battle for the 50 as they're set up again on the snipe side. But again, the opening break goes to Tourney, and now it's Meeks.
Killed by Meeks. You're going to try and push, but there is going to be a player with the snipe somewhere trying to post up. It's going to be Woo Pockets over towards the fountain. That body shot's going to stop this push from happening. And now a couple of kills. Woo Pockets falls off the map with the snipe, and that's a big blunder on the side of Woo.
Whew. Like you said, man, the routine, sometimes just keeping 2 feet on the ground gets a little bit more difficult when there's so much on the line. This is an intense Game 5, a culmination potentially. As we're going to go to a listening with Tourney. I want to see how Envoy is leading the troops.
Top cat, blue side.
They're maze.
Here. I got 3.
Maze.
Blue maze, man.
Blue maze. Bottom of base. Bottom of basement.
Sniper, 1 shot.
Their basement.
Red sniper.
I see. There are red window right now shooting yes. Red window shooting yes.
That's 2.
Nice. Cool.
Another one. Closet. Yellow closet.
Here. Look, I'm pyramid to you. Sniper, no. Sniper kid.
Red sniper ramp.
I got 1. 1 more here. 2 here. 2 here. Both flank. 1 to the cave.
One's down.
I'll get him. Cave now. Cave.
Weak. Another one. Actually, 1 shot window. One shot window. Go in BR.
Nice.
Sniper. Other one, stop sniper.
Okay, I'll get rockets.
I got him.
I was waiting for a good old...
no.
Oh, 3 go down, though, and 2 in favor of Whoopsie Daisies. Brings it back to within 3. 3 down for Tourney. And how fortunate is Envoy there to have not been sought out and taken down despite being the last Spartan standing.
Yeah, but now they're all stuck at this base. It's a 1-kill game. 45-46. They're getting collapsed on right now. The push on the elbow is a solo play. That's a big kill to release some pressure to create an avenue to get out of this situation. Unfortunately, you lose Dean. Still 1-kill game. Several players on the elbow. Envoy doubles back. Envoy finds a kill. Second player still top the elbow. Envoy gets some damage onto him, but multiple players from Whoopsie Daisy collapse onto him. 1-kill game. 48-47, and the map is completely split.
48-47, the championship, and $1,500 are on the line as Meeks works her way towards the snipe tower.
Oh my God,
all the attentions on Envoy or Perfect Fours across the map. We're tied 48-48. And the numbers advantage is on the side of Whoopsie Daisy. Unclean Dean with another clutch frag toss. 49, and they get the 50! Tourney, take it!
It's Unclean Dean. He gets the double. He's perfect shots in the kill feed to end the tournament. And we wondered when those two were going to wake up in that Game 5. And it was Envoy and company keeping it close enough to where your teammates can get on the map and find their footing. And it's, of course, Unclean Dean that really finishes the game. He calls it 50-48 with the last 2 kills going in his favor. And a massive, massive performance. I mean, this tournament, how many Game 5s? It's only right that that goes down to a nail-biter at the end. And an unsung hero in Unclean Dean to win his team the game. Yeah, Envoy drops 22. Perfect Fours and him led the way in the early game as far as keeping their team in it. But they needed the rest of the team to step up in those closing moments, and that's exactly what happened.
How many times did Unclean Dean get the opening break with the frag? I mean, hey, that's why grenades, melee, gunplay. You can do it one of the three ways, and Unclean Dean was an explosive ordnance master. So we take a look back at some replays.
I mean, this game was pure chaos. Even when we went to the listen-in, it just seemed chaotic, and being able to thrive in that chaos is something that is difficult for a lot of players. Obviously, Envor having the success that he had throughout that chaos, I mean, shout out to him, and I believe we have him joining for an interview here with the Grand Finals champion, with the champion of the day of the Clutch Academy tournament. So it's only right that we get an opportunity to speak to the guy that dropped what felt like 150 kills in the Grand Finals as well.
Envor, do you read us? Okay, we're still getting that loaded up. And I just heard the cue from the Discord. I think he loaded in, but we'll wait till we get the thumbs up from our producer. How about this, Wes? 5 games that we played in that Grand Finals, 8 points. Where's the total separation across 5? I mean, every game came down to 1 kill, 1 point, 1 play.
Welcome. We do have Envor on board, and buddy, I mean, hell of a tournament from yourself. I'm sure you were stressed out. We got a chance to listen to the comms there in Game 5. It seemed pretty chaotic, but I mean, you were popping off pretty much the entire tournament. But that Grand Final specifically, you were on pace for 100 by Game 3. I'm pretty sure you ended the best of 5 with about 150 kills from the looks of it. How you feeling, bud?
Feeling pretty active. I'll tell you that. The game was kind of getting like chaotic. Had to try to get us to like slow down a bit to organize like spawns, make sure there's like not people getting out. Like they had like a guy like I think like multiple games that were just like getting like a really good flank. Like he had like really good timing to like flank us. So just need to make sure like that guy like dies first before we start like pushing.
Yeah, I want to give a shout out to Whoopsie Daisies. I mean, the run that they went on in the elim bracket was crazy. I don't know if you've had a chance to see the actual elim bracket. I know you spent your entire tournament in the winner side of it, but I think they went to Game 3 in just about every single series through the elim bracket, all the way into the Grand Finals, where they find themselves in a Game 5. So shout out to those guys. Was there anybody impressive on that squad that really stuck out to you and raised your eyebrows a couple of times?
I mean, like Cognis, Woo Pockets. I mean, honestly, all of them. They were playing it like pretty organized. They really played to like not really like scan. So had to like work the map a bit to figure out like what like our openings like were. I mean, they were playing it like pretty solid. They honestly looked like one of the like top amateur teams with like the way they were playing like around the map.
Yeah, I agree. I was unfamiliar with a lot of those guys. I know Woo Pockets. I played against him plenty. But the others, new names for me, but definitely made some plays and made this series a pretty exciting one. Going throughout that series, though, I think we got to talk about the 2 Game 5s, 50-48, 50-47 in Game 2 as well. What was it like from you to take a role of leadership in IGL in that case? Because I know you have to, especially in a draft tournament, in these closing moments of games. Are you, like, what was it like to be able to, one, shot call, but also have these guys execute the shot call to where you guys actually came out on top in some pretty sketchy, hairy situations?
It was great. They gave me the necessary intel like off of like their death screens or like them pushing around like the map, so it was just really easy to like make like those like calls. Obviously, right, there could be like something that still like goes wrong, but you just gotta trust the process, and hopefully it just works out.
Yeah, you gotta keep game until the clock hits 0 for sure.
How many Game 5s did you guys play in today on board? Because I feel like that's all we saw throughout the day.
I'm gonna be honest. I think it was like 4 Game 5s. I think like the first series was like a 3-0. So I mean, dude, my heart was racing, man. Like there were so many of these like Game 5s that were just like going down to like the wire, and I think like myself, like honestly, I just had to play it really disciplined, not do anything crazy or do anything like risky until like I know for a fact that like I'm just in a good position to do so. Which is like why like I've been like performing the way that I have been.
Yeah, you got it. 4 Game 5 victories, and I'm not really surprised, Envor. I remember you being a thorn in the side of my guys in Season 1, I'm sure you remember that 50-49 win on Streets. I don't know, maybe you don't because you've done it so many times. But I've always said you're the iciest.
G1 rant.
Huh?
G1
yeah.
rant.
Yeah, when you in Game 5 when you were on Fnatic, I think it was.
I'm not gonna
lie. That was
like
top 8 or first in pools or second in pools. Like it was a big game.
That Game 5 was actually so scary. I think I was like 2 shots away from like dying, and I could have sworn someone was gonna push me like mid or something. And
Yep.
Yeah, I remember.
What lens? Like, you are, no opinion. You are one of the iciest players in Halo. What about your background? Like what about your background helps you ice up in those Game 5s? Like, what is the secret?
Again, being disciplined, knowing to not risk anything, especially like when we're up on score lead. Just paying attention to the intel and just being able to process it quick to make those calls, with like my leadership ability, like throughout like this like tournament. And like I said, and then the biggest thing, just me trusting, the players, perfect fours, Dean, Meeks to sit there and execute off of like that small talk, those like call shots to sit there and push. I'm just glad they listen and execute it flawlessly, honestly.
Last question for me. I noticed when I took a look at the rosters and the players for this tournament, I saw your name obviously, and it sticks out like a sore thumb. Obviously, Envor had a hell of a showing at the LVT LAN in San Antonio. Year 5 of Halo Infinite. You're still continuing to play in these grassroots tournaments. You're pretty much the only top pro, I would say, right now that's doing so. What drives you to continue to play in these tournaments and put yourself in these environments when others won't, and put in that work, or is it just pure love of the game, or what is it for you? I have to know.
Just like you said, pure love for the game. Just love playing the game. Love just understanding, learning, and just having to sit there and work on these like situations, like for like myself to have like a better grasp, going to playing these like scrims online and going to these like LAN events.
I love that.
I have for sure learned a lot, like learning from the pro players like Piggy, Yak, Comet, and them. It's helped me a lot for sure.
Yeah, I don't think you could ever get enough reps, and I think if today's tournament helped you in any way, it definitely puts you in some hairy Game 5s where you're forced to make quick decisions, and I think those reps will always pay off. So I love seeing you in these tournaments, and I think you were a joy to watch. You definitely put on a show, and if they gave out an MVP trophy, I could get it today.
Envor, I do have one final question for you.
Yes.
For once and for all, how do we say your name?
The world will never know.
No, he's living in a mystery.
No. Envor. It's Envor.
Ah, okay.
Yep.
Okay.
Been saying it wrong for 5 years. You didn't want to say anything?
Yeah, I was about to say.
Listen here.
How did you come up with that? Because I thought it was like encore, and I was like, oh yeah, you want more? It's.
I'm from the South, so I get that like low educational pass. But for everybody else out there, you gotta create. You gotta fix that for everybody.
Nah, dude. I'm gonna be honest. Like, either way you guys call it, like everyone knows like that name. There's nothing that needs to be fixed about it. Envor does not matter.
Hey, as long as you're playing good Halo, it really doesn't matter. I'll gas you up.
There you go. Made a name for himself, even if we're not sure exactly how to pronounce it. Kind of an epic. That's part of the legend. Well, Envor Champ is what we'll call you tonight, as we will wrap up the tournament. Any final words from you? How can we support you along your endeavors, and anything you want to say before we head out?
Appreciate Clutch Academy for having to sit there and host these like drop tournaments for people that are like diamond players and platinums that they don't really get to play inside of like a lot of tournaments, or really get that, or be able to sit there and actually get to play with like some of the top amateurs. So I know for sure like they're getting like the experience. And I mean that also the same thing goes for like 80 like other like people that like host like draft tournaments. Like it's always appreciated to sit there and have these like tournaments being played for the community.
All right, my man. Well, thank you so much for a hard-fought competition all throughout the day, and making sure that we got those game 5s, because as casters, we can't be biased towards the players, but we can be biased towards game 5s, and you made sure we got a handful of those tonight. So big ups to you, man. GG's, and congrats to you, Meeks, Unclean Dean, and your fourth. I'm trying to blank.
Meeks?
No, Meeks, Unclean Dean, you, Onvor, and who was the fourth?
Perfect Fours.
There we go. Perfect Fours as well. Sorry, I drew a blank. It's been 12 hours of Halo today, so I think we're all losing our mind a little bit after the insanity that we witnessed. Well, congrats again to Tenrai for taking the dub today, the lion's share of $1,500. I don't know if before we wrap this up, if we have Clutch Academy, Clutch himself, in the Discord, if you wanted to wrap it up and have any final thoughts.
Oh yeah, 100%. I wanted to say thank you and congratulations to Onvor and his squad. The unclean Uncle James Dean, as you like to call him, Mr. Mac, Mr. Uncle Dean.
Uncle Dean.
Yeah, killing it in Perfect Fours and Meeks. Congratulations, y'all get. If I'm not mistaken, it's gonna be 800. So each of y'all get $200, and then the second place will get, if I'm not mistaken, 500, and then, or wait, what is it? 412. Yeah, 500, and then the third place is going to get the remainder of that, which would be 200. So first, second, third get their share of the pot, which is great. So congratulations, everybody. I want to shout out like Revanite. I think it was Valerian, which is Super CC's love, for donating, and a lot of other people that donated small little pieces to the prize point. Of course, for the people showing up here, 120 players. Amazing show out for in the off season. You know, they say Halo's dead or something, but you have 120 people above the level of, and I think the lowest we actually had was Platinum 6, if I'm not mistaken, if you want to, and in respect to ranges of players. So from Platinum 6 up, we had 120 players come out on their Saturday when they could have did something else, and I'm very appreciative of that. It's always a blessing to see that people are willing to consistently come to these. There's a little bit of RNG, of course, in the respect that, you don't know who you're going to get every time. Some people auto draft. We've had people win off of auto drafts, which is really cool too. So in all respects, I appreciate everybody more than anything. I appreciate Clutch actually coming in. I say this each time I see him. I'm always thankful, and he was my inspiration to play more Halo. And apparently, I'm the only person to ever say that, I guess. But
hey, I always say the few, the proud, the strong. Clutch's fans.
That's right. So it's an honor to have him for this one, and technically it's a birthday draft, but they ended up announcing the Birmingham Open last week, so we had to move it to this week. And fortunately, it is still a birthday draft because it's Master Chief's birthday today. So apparently,
good point.
Yeah, we got a double birthday draft. And then the third person that we always know has a birthday every other day of the week is basically Why Not. So thank you, Why Not. Shout out Why Not. Happy birthday to you, bro.
I don't support his birthday being every day.
You don't support it? I believe it. He was asking me for a steak dinner earlier, and I was like, what day? He's like, any day. It's my birthday on that day.
Dude, we were at HCS Dallas, I think it was this year or this last year, and it was actually my birthday. And nobody wished me happy birthday, and people would walk by me and be like, "Happy birthday, Tony!" And I was just like,
"Oh my god,
it really is his birthday every day." Hey, let's go. But I'm old, so I'd rather not celebrate my birthday, so it kind of worked.
I feel that.
But
thank you for the opportunity to come on here. I know Mikowski and I had a blast. We had great games. I just want to say a final word. Shout out to everybody that competed. I think 120 players is absolutely insane. I had no idea it was about to be that big of a tournament when I was talking to you about potentially coming on here. But shout out to all the competitive players that still have the drive and the motivation and the love of the game and just being able to compete. So everybody from the bottom to the top, you get my my love and my approval for that. I've always been a big fan of competitive Halo. So any opportunity I have to watch, support however I can, it's amazing to be a part of. So. Glad to see everybody out there still competing, and hopefully y'all all had a blast, because I know the viewers had to have with all the game 5s we did. I mean, the action couldn't have been any more scripted than it was. Yep. So you got the perfect script for your birthday. Happy belated as well. And it was a blast to cast with you, Mikowski. I think that was our first.
Yeah. First time, but we go pretty far back, so I think we were relying on some old school Halo chemistry. So, but yeah. Big ups to Clutch for hosting. Big ups to everybody behind the scenes. We had Meg observing. We had Infini producing. We had Revenite, we had Paydabot, we had Why Not, we had you, and we had myself. And for everybody else behind the scenes who has put this together, and as of the 120 players, just hearing that out loud, it's like, wow, yeah, that is pretty awesome for a grassroots year of Halo, where there's still plenty of interest and passion for Halo. If you enjoyed today's tournament so much that you want to compete in the next one and bump that number up for 120, click on the link. I just popped it into the chat. You can join the Discord and then just follow the instructions. Somebody will lead you to the light to where you can play in the next draft tournament. But that's going to do it for us tonight. We are wrapping up another incredible day of Clutch Academy draft tournaments. I love doing this this stuff. You just see so many hero plays. You see some unknown names. You see players that might be Platinum 6, and they take home the trophy. I think that's what Clutch Academy is all about. So even if you don't think you're good enough, it might just be, and at the end of the day, you're in for a really good time by being a part of Clutch Academy. So get involved, join the Discord. But as far as we're concerned, the day is over. Congrats to Tenrai, a Game 5 victory, 4 of them throughout the day. But the big one in the grand finals nets them as the champs. And $800, $1,500 in total. So thanks to everybody that donated. But that's enough yapping. You guys have heard us do that all day from the casting side for one final time. For Wes on the other side, I'm Mikowski. So long, and we'll see you in the next tourney.
Snipe. Double kill. Double kill. Triple kill. Killing spree. No scope. Double kill.